is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
From Carriage House to Glass Aluminum Doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
If you want to lose weight once and for all and have tried fad diets and dubious products with little success, listen up. The FDA recently approved the weight loss medication semaglutide, and it's helping millions of patients from Hollywood to Broadway lose weight for good. At Balanced Medical Solutions, we can determine if this breakthrough medication is right for you. Step 1 is to identify any underlying conditions that can thwart your efforts, such as a hormonal imbalance. Stop guessing and arm yourself with knowledge. Our medical evaluation with labs is only $99. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Many great wines now come in boxes, which produce half the overall emissions that bottles do. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this month with hundreds of deals. Get up to 35% off over 100 different wines and spirits, including Cabernet, sparkling wine, single barrel bourbon, and so much more. These savings are huge, and even better, they're on top of prices that are already the lowest in town. Deals this good don't last long, so visit Total Wine & More to find yours. Love what you find at the lowest price, only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
In Fremont, cloudy with periods of rain today, highs 58.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
It's time.
Ty Jerome will catch it in the backcourt. He's not going to shoot it. Ball game over. And the Warriors will have lost here in Denver, 134-117. They'll come back here for one more game. And with the win, Denver wins the season series as the Warriors will play the Nuggets only 3 times this year.
Oh, baby. Tim Roy on the call. 95-7 the game. That's all I got for you, Alan. After last night, the Minnesota game it broke me. 6 turnovers in the fourth quarter. That one, you lose in overtime. Last night, nip it tuck, right? And I knew it was a bad sign for the Golden State Warriors at halftime.
Right.
You go 13-21 from the three-point line. You shoot 62% from 3, and you find yourself down 1 at the half. By giving up 70 points, as Jokic decided, you know what, I had 2 points with about 8 minutes left in the first half. Let me just take over real quick and make sure we win this basketball game. And, of course, the back-breaking 16-0 run in the third quarter where the Warriors turned the ball over 6 times during that stretch, and they only give up 4 shots. They get up 4 shots during that stretch, and they lose by 17, and now they're back to 500 with 30 games left to play. So good morning to everybody out there getting off the road, getting off of work, your graveyard shifts. If you're getting ready for work and driving to work, please be safe. The rain has reappeared in the Bay Area. Those roadways are slick, so drive safe. It's not worth it. Slow down a little bit. Shout out to the CHP officers, longshoremen, PG&E workers, strippers, baby mamas, baby daddies, stay-at-home moms, stay-at-home dads, you name it. And Alan Styles in for Joe Shasky, the butcher. We got Joe Spinoni on the board. Hell of a job on the pregame show. Madsen's in the building. Madsen, where's he at? Oh, there he is. I see him back there. Alan, another disappointing loss. And last night I panicked a little bit on the show, on the post-game show. But you know what? I woke up on the right side of bed.
Why is that?
I actually think there's a light at the end of the tunnel for the Golden State Warriors. But first, I want to hear your thoughts on last night's game and everything else. Good morning, Alan.
Good morning, Bonte. And look, I sat here in this same seat maybe 24 hours ago and said, I am numb to this. Dub Nation has shown me that, we're just going to wait and see. And it's not going to bug me. I'm just going to watch the game. It is what it is. And I got pulled into it because the Warriors pulled me into it. Because they were showing life, they were up, they were playing well, they couldn't miss a shot, 50% from three. And ultimately, it just made me sad, Bonte, because that is the way, they're not done, but that's the way the Warriors typically beat teams, right? Now, The teams keep it close, it's competitive. Then in the third quarter, the better team pulls away, and ultimately the away team or the lesser team does not have enough. And that was the Warriors. Obviously, they're missing some guys, no Clay, no Draymond. Mm-hmm. We get all that. But the Nuggets were just a better team. And the Warriors, the only reason it was as close for how long it even was because they did shoot 50% from three and 50% from the field. So it's a rough go. It's a rough go. Shouldn't be surprising because you didn't have your guys, but you shouldn't have given me hope. Just like they say in Star Wars, just don't even give me hope. Just go get
Star Wars guys.
Just get blown out. I'm not deep Star Wars. Like, I don't.
You're
do
not Joe
all the,
Shasky Star Wars.
No, I stay on the surface level.
Every example he makes.
If there's no lightsaber, I'm out. I'm sorry. I'm out.
I wonder how other markets feel when Shasky hits on their radio show. It makes an analogy or a comparison to Star Wars. They're probably like, "What the hell is up with this dude?"
Exactly.
Right.
So if they hadn't given me hope, I don't think it would have hurt as bad because we shouldn't have expected the Warriors to win, but because they were in the game, it made it a little worse. But it doesn't really change anything.
Well, it's always that one quarter, right? And that's been the theme of the season as they're 26-26. Bill Parcells had the famous slide, right? Former head coach of the New York Giants, Jets, and the Dallas Cowboys. You are what your record says you are.
Yeah.
And right now you're 26-26, and you're fifth, and you're a play-in team in the Western Conference. Although you look at the loss column here in the standings, in the Western Conference standings, Clippers blow a game last night where you're tied with the Clippers in the loss column. You're tied with the T-Wolves in the loss column. You're tied with the Phoenix Suns in the loss column. All right? You're tied with the Utah Jazz in the loss column. So a win could catapult the Warriors tomorrow night against the Mavericks from 9th to 5th place.
Yeah.
It just is what it is in the Western Conference. So this morning, although last night I was a little panicky and I was just like, man, I just don't know what's up with this team. Mm-hmm. I'm a little more hopeful after seeing that first half against the Denver Nuggets. Denver, to me, still can't play defense.
Okay.
They still can't play defense. Now, they're missing Aaron Gordon, who's a borderline all-star.
Right.
The Warriors are missing Klay Thompson. They're missing Draymond Green. The right calf contusion is something to monitor. Last year, he had a calf strain. That's, it's a back injury.
Yeah.
And he's out for 18 games.
Right.
So, something to watch there with Draymond Green. But first half, you go 13-21 from the three-point line. You shoot 62%. You score 69%. And the Nuggets in the first half on a 16-7 run, and I'm thinking to myself, oh, boy, there we go again. Here we go again. How's this one going to end? Mm-hmm. And the Denver Nuggets, as the game was tied 85-85, all of a sudden just goes on a run, 3 straight threes, boom, 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 and the Warriors start turning the ball over again.
Yeah.
The turnover plague. You turn the ball over 5 times in the first half. You turn it over 8 times in the third quarter alone. And the turnovers, Alan, it's not just that they're turning it over. They're CYO turnovers.
They are. B-team CYO.
B-team, like C-team CYO. You know what I'm saying? Like the last 5 on 15-man roster of a CYO teams. Like, dude, I can do that out there.
No,
just throw the ball out of bounds. Throw the ball into 3 defenders. The turnovers the last 2 nights for the Golden State Warriors are just mind-boggling.
Yeah. I don't understand how you make the same mistakes. I mean, obviously, look, you're playing a good team and whatever it is, but these aren't induced by the defense. They have nothing to do with the defense. They're just deciding they don't care about the basketball.
No, they don't value it.
And when they were able to get away with this stuff in years past, maybe that's why they haven't learned from it, right? Yeah. I mean, when you talk to Steve Kerr, he says, everybody knows the turnover. It's almost, you talk about cancel culture. The Warriors have turnover culture. They're just, it's okay. We just turn the ball over and we keep it pushing. It's not okay anymore because you don't have the firepower to come back from it. Some nights you do, but some nights you don't. And when you look at Draymond Green and this calf thing, this is the issue with dropping those games, all the bad games that they've dropped.
Right.
Because you were supposed to be banking those W's because you are older and because somebody is going to have some type of injury. So we'll monitor what happens with Draymond Green. Steph bangs his knee last night. He stays in the game. But this is why everybody at the beginning of the season, and I think you're one of those people, Bonte, I'm not coming down your road this early in the morning. Hey, it's all good. It's early in the season. I understand that. It's not about losing the games now. It's about what's to come, and we're starting to see what's to come. Andrew Wiggins was out. Steph Curry was out. Now, we don't know with Draymond. This is what can happen. It's just a long season.
Well, the thing that made me say that, too, early in the season was it's going to be all good. It's because it was the veterans that was losing those games. Everybody wanted to blame James Wiseman.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody wanted to blame Moses Moody. Everybody wanted to blame Jonathan Kuminga and the youth movement. Everybody wanted to blame the two-timeline thing. And when you think back to that first road trip, you blow a game in Charlotte.
Bad.
You're up 4 with the minute left in regulation. No LaMelo Ball, and your veterans are on the floor. Not the youngsters. It's the veterans, the championship core. They blow a lead, you lose in overtime. Okay, you move on, you get blown out in Detroit on the back-to-back. No Klay Thompson. Detroit's just more athletic than you. You get run out the gym. All right, in Detroit. You got ran out the gym.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Then you go to Miami, and your veterans are on the floor, and you score 2 points in the last 5 minutes of that basketball game.
Can't happen.
That's your veterans. All right, then you move on to Orlando. You blow an 18, 15-point lead. I forgot what it was, but you blow a big lead. They go on a run. It's your veterans down the stretch who are turning the ball over. It's Stephen Curry who's getting his pocket picked by Jalen Suggs down the stretch. It's your veterans. You look at this game. It's your veterans. The Boston game a couple weekends ago. It's your veterans. Down the stretch, not taking good shots. And Steph Curry has been a culprit of that. Not taking good shots, and he's admitted that. So you win 5 of those games. All right, you lost 8 games where you had a double-digit lead. Hell, 9 now. When you think about last night, you're up 55-44 the second quarter. You're rolling, and then Denver says, "You know what? Let's turn it up a notch," and they run you out the gym.
I don't know if I'd count that.
It's still a double-digit lead,
That's
right?
true.
It's still a double-digit lead. So you're up 11. That's 9 double-digit leads you've blown this year and lost, and that's not even number 1 in the NBA. Dallas is up there. Portland is up there. But say you go 5-4 of those games, or maybe 6-3. Now you're up. You're 4 games over 500. You're 5 games over 500, and you're in the top 4 in the Western Conference. So those games that have been blown, it's been blown by the championship core.
Yeah.
So that's why I have faith in them, because the championship core is blowing them.
Right.
Is the championship core getting old? Do they not have that juice? Do they not have that extra oomph in their game anymore? I don't know. We're going to find out over the next 30 as they're 26-26. But that's why I had a lot of faith in this team, because I'm saying, well, the youngsters are not really playing, which, by the way, was a mistake by Steve Kerr. They should have been playing 15 minutes the first 10 games of the season anyway. At least 15 minutes, let them play through the mistakes. Now all of a sudden you're playing catch-up, and it's like, oh, wait, Jonathan Kuminga can play.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, he can be a two-way player. So the veterans have been disappointing, and Steve Kerr has been disappointing so far this season.
And I think it's a good point. And, when you don't trust, it was going to be a new process either way.
Right.
And we talked about these kids being young, and they're not getting the keys to the car per se, but they're getting their permit, right? Not their license, but their permit. And Steve Kerr, it's a new situation for him. This is not something that he's had to do, honestly, not really during his tenure at all.
Ever.
So it's been a transition period for him. I think he'd be the first to admit that. And for the veterans, it's been a transition for them. We're going to get into James Wiseman, I'm sure. Sometimes he doesn't get the... you know what? Say
The
what
guy
you
hadn't
want.
played an NBA game since December 29th.
Right, but sometimes they're not looking for him.
Oh, no. He's running down the lane wide open with his hands up.
No, thank
Throw him
you.
the ball.
No, thank you.
They're like looking him off.
Right.
Yeah, I'm Ty Jerome. I'd rather jack up at threes
It's
instead of
time.
giving it to James Wiseman.
It's Ty Jerome time.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get off this two-way. It's my time now. It's money time.
It's Rucker Park again. What? Get the ball to Wiseman.
Yeah. And look, we could have kept Mac McClung if we wanted that. Don't get me started on Mac McClung. So it's just a transition period for this team as a whole. I'm not sure what's going to happen in the playoffs. Look, and I know somebody is on the Xfinity Mobile typing right now a text. This core hasn't lost in the playoffs. This core, and I get it. I get it. So I guess we just wait and see. But it's not great.
It's not great. There is 888-957-9570. How you feeling about this Warriors roster? Are you done with them? Are they just average? What about Steve Kerr's coaching job this season? I think this has been his worst coaching job since he's been head coach of the Golden State Warriors. I really do. I really believe that. And I remember in 2018, Alan, at Media Day, he was discussing when I was working with another guy, and he came to our show, and we were talking. And he basically said, this year's going to be about the youth movement. We're going to play a lot of Jordan Bell. I'm going to play a lot of Quinn Cook. We're going to see where Jacob Evans is at. We're going to see where Patrick McCaw is at. We're going to have them carry us through the regular season. Well, that plan went out the window ASAP. It was like KD, Steph, Clay, Draymond, you're playing 35 minutes a night.
We got a 6-man rotation.
We've got to win games. Hey, Sean Livingston, no load management, you're playing.
Right.
Andre Iguodala, you're our 6-man, we're playing. So Steve Kerr, in the same mode as Greg Popovich, in the same mode as Phil Jackson, they don't believe in playing youngsters early on. Especially when you make a mistake, they're sitting your ass right there on that bench, and they're saying, you know what, you got to earn your minutes.
Well, now they're behind the 8 ball. So they can't afford to get these kids experience and possibly lose games. The problem is you're losing games either way.
Right.
So it really doesn't matter who you put in there.
But you know what, though? Again, look at the standings. Which is why I can't panic this morning. The Clippers are the number 5 seed. The Dallas Mavericks are 4th in the Western Conference right now. Luka just had a right heel contusion. Who the hell knows if he's going to play Saturday night here at Chase Center when the Mavericks come to visit? The Mavericks are 4th in the West right now. They have 25 losses. 25. The Warriors are 9th in the West with 26 losses. They're 1 game behind them in a loss column, so this team can flip immediately, which is why I'm thinking to myself, damn, the Warriors go on a 5-game winning streak. They're in position to get home court advantage through the first round.
That's true, Bonte, but are they going to do it? I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying they haven't. I'm just saying they haven't. Wake me up when that happens.
They have the capability to do it.
They do. They do, but a lot of these teams do.
Am I on Joe Laco's payroll right now? Am I talking like a Warrior homer or something like that? I get, Alan, I get what you're saying. We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
We just haven't. It's been a weird season. You take 2 steps forward, you take 3 steps back.
Yeah.
You're up double digits against Minnesota, 13-point lead. All of a sudden, you let D-Lo go crazy hot, and Nas Reed looks like Karl Malone 2.0. Nas freaking Reed. And then yesterday, this was crazy yesterday. The Nuggets had 6 players score double figures. Each one of those players, Michael Porter Jr., Vlatko Čančar, who I'd never heard of, Jokic, Caldwell Pope, Jamal Murray, Bruce Brown, they all scored double figures. They all scored at least 17 points last night. So you let all these dudes cook.
They were all eating.
You let Vlatko Čančar go 7-10 yesterday and hit 3 threes against you.
He's going to Flavortown.
Čančar.
Can't happen.
Čančar with the porn mustache was cooking your ass. All right? Jokic drops another triple-double. The Nuggets are 17-0 when he drops a triple-double. 22, 16, and 14. And real quick on Jokic, Allen, if you're going to defend Jokic, you got to take something away.
Yeah.
I personally, when it comes to Jokic, I'm saying, Jokic, you got to score 50. I can't let you drop 16 dimes on me.
Well, and look, that was essentially the LeBron. That was the LeBron defense. LeBron put up crazy numbers against the Warriors, and everybody would always say, well, LeBron's cooking the Warriors. He just has no help. But some of that was by design. Look, LeBron, you can do whatever you want. We don't need you doing a little bit of the scoring, but then also distributing the basketball.
Right.
And that's why I'm going back to last year with the Nuggets. It was a bit of fool's gold playing the Nuggets because they didn't have their guys.
They didn't have their guys.
So they're thinking, oh, Jokic, he can't just beat them by himself. And he couldn't. So, but this year, he's not by himself.
No, he's not.
He's got his boys back, and they're riding.
Hey, Jamal Murray, 33 last night.
Yes.
8 assists. Michael Porter Jr., he can't run, he can't move, but he can hit a 3.
And he's going to put it up.
And he's going to put it up, no doubt, especially in garbage time. And then Bruce Brown is a great addition from the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah.
He's kind of their garbage man. He plays a dunker spot. Heck, Bruce Brown hit 3 threes yesterday. I didn't know he could shoot a 3. Hit 3 threes yesterday, scored 17. Contavious Caldwell-Pope is one of the better, I'm not going to say one of the better 2 guards, but he's one of those guys who could defend Stephen Curry or at least make it tough for him. He's a big guard.
Yeah.
He can hit the 3. And that's, he's pulling up, and he's going 8 of 14. This guy, Christian Braun out of Kansas, who won a national championship, solid, smart, rotational player. And they're winning, and they're 24-4 at home, and they're not even playing Bones Highland.
No.
I think Bones Highland is a talent.
I don't think they want to get him injured because they're thinking about moving him.
They're going to trade him.
But again, this is why everybody that doesn't care, and I get it. We understand the championship DNA for the Warriors, the Hall of Famers. We get all that. Yep. But this is why, to me, people saying, oh, the Warriors are a 6 seed or whatever seed, they're fine. home court matters. I don't think Braun and I don't think, like you said, Bruce Brown, like I don't think they're doing that on the road. Mm-hmm. I just don't think they are.
Yeah. I mean, look, I've said early on, home court doesn't matter for a championship core because I do believe they could steal one of the first 2 games and then win at home. But they're 26-26. Maybe I sipped the Kool-Aid. Maybe this is it. I mean, Andrew Wiggins last night, and he had, look, I'm going to give Andrew Wiggins credit. The last 2 nights prior to last night's game, he was 14-26 overall.
We thought he was points. Yeah, we thought he was warming up.
And then he misses 9 straight shots last night and goes 3 of 8, 14 from the floor. So James Wiseman, somebody's asking on the Xfinity Mobile text line, why don't they pass the ball to James Wiseman? Hell, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, we're good.
I wish I had the answer to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's down in the post. He's got Christian Braun behind him. He's posted him up, a 6'5" guard. Yeah, let me look him off and jack up a 3. It's unbelievable. They don't even look at why. It's like they're out on Wiseman. So just trade his ass.
No, seriously. But that goes back to Steve Kerr. You got to get in there. You got to rip Ty Jerome and say, feed the big man.
Right.
Feed him. Yep. This is the game. We are playing with house money tonight. Get him the basketball.
Ty Jerome is looking him off.
Yeah.
The only guy who looks for James Wiseman is Jordan Poole.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Poole in that pick and roll with James Wiseman, actually some rapport there. I actually like that when they're in the pick and roll together, 2-man game. Anyway, we're going to get to the calls in just a second. 888-957-9570. What's going on with the Golden State Warriors? Is this who they are? Are they just a 500 team? Do you have any faith in them turning the corner? We've been talking about this all season long. And when we think they turn the corner, they take a couple steps back. And now all of a sudden they're on a 2-game losing streak. By the way, all guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, and of course the Xfinity mobile text line. And of course this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Alan, let's go out to the phone lines here. Coach Hall, all the way down to San Diego. It's been a while, Coach Hall. How you doing this morning?
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, I still listen every morning. I haven't had nothing good to say.
Hey, listen, man. You're a better man than me.
I've been waiting, man. But, man, this feels really Last Dance-ish. And it's like, the thing that's, like, really making me mad, we have a chance. The West is wide open. Other than Denver, I mean, look how many games Memphis has lost. New Orleans, like, the Clippers are up and down. And I still think we have the best starting 5, but do you think they even care? Like, what's going on? Where's the sense of urgency? It's like, are we just going to, rest of what we already, won? Like, we just going to and not build nothing else? Like, I just don't understand what Curry's doing with Wiseman is unfair. Man, it just feels real Last Dances, and it shouldn't go down like this because we got a lot of talent.
No, it shouldn't go down like this. And thanks for the call, Coach Hall. I mean, James Wiseman hadn't played in an NBA game since December 29th. And look, he had a good stretch in that second quarter, and all of a sudden Nikola Jokic comes in. It's like, hey, Wise, you got Jokic, check ball.
Right.
It's like, yeah, that didn't go well. And he was out the game 2 possessions later.
Well, and that's not even really an indictment on Wiseman.
It's Jokic. He's the MVP.
Right, multiple times.
About to win 3 straight.
Exactly. So the last dance-ish from Coach, it does because it's not just happening with the players. You got the Bob Myers stuff going on. What's going on with Joe Lacob and his son, Kirk Lacob, trying to get him going. So you put all that in a pot, and it does feel like that. And it's sad. And we have no clue if it is or if it is. You have Draymond going on podcasts talking about the writings on the wall.
I know.
So, I mean, and we'll get here, and people will say, how could you guys say that? Look, we're not, they are telling us.
Right.
We're not saying it. They're literally telling us this thing is going to end. Right? We just don't know if this will be the last year. We have no clue. But Draymond's been playing really well. He wants max money. You just got to focus. At this point, I'm not really looking at the future. I'm just trying to enjoy the season and see what happens.
Right.
Because we have no clue. Everybody can agree, whether you think you should panic or not panic. Everybody will agree. The Warriors, with that starting 5, they're always going to be. You're always going to
be in the game.
Yes, you're always going to think, all right, I'm probably going to have them favored.
Right.
But past that, I got nothing for you.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. Look, I know a lot of people are down on the Golden State Warriors right now. Is there anybody out there who believes this bunch can turn it around? Do you believe in the championship DNA? Do you believe in this core group to turn this season around with 30 games left to play? There are 30 games left to play. Again, I'm a little more positive because I look at the loss column and say, well, damn, they're in 9th place, but they're a game behind the Dallas Mavericks in the loss column. And the Mavericks are in 4th place. So they can turn it around. All right, we got to break. Clock. What's coming up? The Red Goat Reaction brought to you by... Clock. All right, coming up, sponsored by the Red Goat Reaction, is brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. More of your phone calls, 888-957-9570. And we have some taking them to school on the other side here on the Morning Roast.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Attention! This is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-760-8196. Vehicle Protection Plan pricing is at an all-time low. Plus, drivers who purchase this coverage today will receive rental car options, free roadside assistance, and free towing. Call 800-760-8196 now for your free quick quote. That's 800-760-8196. What do you have to lose? Call 800-760-8196. Again, 800-760-8196.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with pure flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Ping G430 woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
No H2O is the leading waterless mobile auto detailer in the Bay Area, offering a full range of detailing services. No H2O comes to your home, business, or wherever is most convenient for you and gives your car a great wash with no water. No H2O auto detailing is ultra convenient and gets great scratch-free results for your car. And remember, no water is used. Call Brian today at 925-238-8182, 925-238-8182, or visit them at noh2owalnutcreek.com.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wendy's home-style French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me, did you just say Wendy's French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game a little bit later today at 5 o'clock with Damon and Rado. It's going to be a lot of fun. And by the way, this segment is sponsored by the San Francisco Gifted Jewelry Center. You know when you ask your partner what's wrong and they say nothing, the Valentine's Day gift you got last year is what is wrong. With 75 showrooms in one location this Valentine's Day, let the San Francisco Gifted Jewelry Center help you right some wrongs. Visit 888 Brandon Street or shop online at sfgcjm.com. Valentine's Day coming, man. Got any Valentine's Day plans?
No, just, I'm just a big restaurant guy, right? I say that as if other people aren't big restaurant people.
You'll wing it at the last minute, don't you? You wait till like 3 days out.
You know what I don't like? I do not like when you go to a restaurant on Valentine's Day, they're like, this is our Valentine's Day menu. Yeah. I don't like that. Just let me get the full menu.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
But you wait till the last minute, huh?
No.
You're a week out guy.
No, I got a lot going on, just like you. I got to figure it out.
Yeah, I have 2 days out. Oh, damn, I need a restaurant.
Right.
And it's still sleep. So I was just like, 2 days out. Hey, man, anything you got, man? Can I just walk up?
Right.
Valentine's Day so overrated. I'm so sick of the Hallmark holiday.
I don't mind
love you
it.
every day. No, it's just another excuse for us to spend a lot of money and go out where everything is overpriced. Mm-hmm. You got to get dressed. It's like, dude, I'm 40 years old. What are we doing?
Well, I'm going restaurant, but I'm not going gift and restaurant.
Oh, you're not.
You're doing both?
Kind of had no choice, right? Spadoni, gift and restaurant.
Jade's birthday is 3 days after Valentine's Day, so I'm always in this weird dynamic where I was like, I'll do like the flowers, and then like we'll go out to dinner for her birthday. I get screwed, man.
Yeah, that you do get screwed. I mean, it's just
you got to double up there.
I mean, baby Ches was born on December 4th, and Christmas is 3 weeks later.
Yeah,
it's like, what are you supposed to do, Coach? What am I supposed to do?
You got to roll out too. That's completely different than Valentine's Day.
What are you supposed to do?
I mean, we got birthday, we got Christmas. Now we got to throw in Valentine's Day. A nice dinner. I'm going all out at the dinner. Don't get me wrong. But I mean, if you tell me you want something, okay.
It's just too much. It's just way. Because then, not only that, you're going to learn very, very soon, Alan. What's your daughter? You have a name yet? You don't have to announce a name.
Yeah, we're keeping it hush hush.
Yes, that's what I did too. But let's just say Baby Styles, right? Baby Styles. She's going to be born, and now all of a sudden Mother's Day is.
That's what I'm saying.
So that's a whole different ball.
Well, you know what?
So now you got your wife, you got
mm-hmm.
you got her mom, and then you got your mom. That's 3 moms.
You know what I just thought about now, though? The fact that you say it like that means that I do need to go all out on this Valentine's Day because it's the last one before she comes.
Yes.
So now I've been convinced. Now I got to go gift in restaurant.
Now you got to go gift in restaurant. I mean, I'm sorry, man. The wallet's going to be looking light, but you know what? I'm just trying to help. I'm here to help you out.
Yeah, 650 said on the Xfinity mobile text line, don't forget anniversary gifts.
Oh, yes.
Because I haven't even had one of those yet.
Oh, my God. Oh, my
It's
God.
too much,
It's just not fair.
And you know what?
It's just a no-win situation.
I'm just going to say it. Those cards aren't cheap.
No, they're not.
Like $7.99.
Yeah, they're going up and up and up. And then you got to buy the envelope with the card.
They don't even sing to you anymore.
They don't. And then you got to write in there. Nobody writes to you anymore. We're all type.
Right.
So my writing's terrible, and you're like scratching stuff out. It's like, where's my card at? And then by the way, you got to get the flowers. Mm-hmm. And flowers are going up and up and up.
And that's not a gift.
No, it's not a gift. It's just part of the criteria. So you're screwed. Mother's Day, Valentine's Day.
I'm almost as cooked as the Warriors.
And with that said, it's time for Taking Them to School. Brought to you by Evergreen Valley College. Homer free tuition for spring 2023. Beginning January 30th, and the silver lining for the Golden State Warriors was that kid, Jonathan Kuminga. Let him play, Kurt. Let him play.
Kuminga comes up with it. One-on-one with Murray. He's going to take him inside. Euro steps up, left hand around and down and draw the foul. And Kuminga will go to the free throw line.
Kuminga last night, 17 points, 7 and 9 from the floor, 2 and 2 from the three-point line, 7 rebounds, 2 assists. But guess what? All you plus-minus geeks, you're going to look at the plus-minus set. Well, JK was a minus 23. This stat is a joke. The plus-minus stat is a joke.
It is.
How the hell is Jonathan Kuminga a minus 23?
Yeah.
He's one of your better players last night in 32 minutes. Anyway, I was taking him to school. Brought to you by Evergreen Valley College, home of free tuition for spring 2023, beginning January 30th. Let's go to Cameron out there in Antioch. Cameron, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
What's up? Good morning to you guys, man.
What's up?
Man, I just want to call. I got full faith in this team. I got confidence in this team. I just don't got confidence in Steve Kerr lineups. Like, I don't know what that man be doing. We got a deep team. I know the youngsters lightweight was fucking up in the beginning of the.
He dropped.
I think we lost him.
That early in the morning, you out here. 650 Oscar EPA on the Xfinity mobile text line. You guys are going to be like Wiseman, going to see no action for a month. Just keeping it real. I mean, 925 Xfinity mobile text line. May is debt month for me. Within 7 days, daughter's B-Day, wedding anniversary, and Mother's Day. That's
a rough one.
Going into the summertime. You get hit like that in May? Damn.
Yeah, that's a rough one. But, the thing is, you have to – you can't give everybody the same because you're going to go cheap on someone, but who do you go cheap on?
Your old mom?
You have to. But
your lady's mom? What I do is I just take them all out to dinner on Mother's Day.
That's right.
Pick up the bill.
Get that Bed Bath & Body Works. Keep it pushing.
Go in there, dude. We just go into a restaurant. That's when it's restaurant day. Oh, and then, by the way, Ed has a grandma, so there's 4 moms.
There you go.
I mean, it's just – what do you do? Valentine's Day. What do you do?
Just enjoy it.
I just wish I could be a gangster and be like, you know what? We ain't doing nothing on Valentine's Day.
Good luck.
I wish I had it like that.
What about if you just go, babe, why don't we just cook? Do you cook? Do you whip it?
No, she doesn't trust my cooking, and I don't trust my cooking.
Wow, you gotta figure that out.
I mean,
that's a game changer.
It is a game changer. But even buying all the groceries and stuff, that's a game changer.
Come on now.
You make a good point, Alan.
You baller Bonte. Stop playing with me.
Your boy's broke, dude. Your boy's on a 2-way contract. All this stuff can end tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm on borrowed time when it comes to radio and TV.
Aren't we all?
Trust me. There's some of these haters on the streets who can't wait for that day. They're going to be popping champagne. VO in Texas. VO, what's happening? You're on the roast. What's up, baby?
Man, hey, man, you guys are the best, man. I want to say, man, you're a blessing for radio. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Man, I just want to say I'm a diehard Bulls fan, but I listen to y'all just because I love y'all's content, right, every morning, right? And one of the things that we went through during the last dance, whatever, you remember that last year when we kind of struggled with the Bulls. Everybody was saying, can Indiana beat them or can the Knicks beat them or they might lose? And we were kind of shaky. We ended up winning it. So all I'm going to say to y'all in Warrior Nation, chill, bro. Just get in. If once you get in, y'all can win on the road. Y'all can be hoisted number 5, bro. That's all I got to say.
I appreciate that, VO. Great call all the way down there in Texas. And that's what I'm holding on to with 30 games left. Just get into the tournament.
Yes.
Not to play in.
I feel like none of us have the energy for anything more than that at this point. This team has put us through so much, the ups and downs to just get to 500. I feel like a lot of us are getting to that point. You know what? I'm saying, Uncle, just get in, and I trust you. It's all good until it's not. It's good until it's not at this point.
What a week for Bay Area sports.
Yeah.
You got everything going on with the Niners, trust me. By the way, thanks to Ernie Chavez donating $5 to the Bonte Ring Fund. We're not going to get into that this morning.
All right.
We're not going to get into the personal stuff. What a week. The NFC title game just happened. We got our ass kicked in Philadelphia, mentally and physically. The Warriors have lost back-to-back games. Just need the weekend to come.
Yeah.
I just need a reset.
I'm trying to think, and I don't know if is it a payday weekend?
It's Maybe payday Friday.
It's payday Friday. At least you got that. It's raining.
Yeah, it's a payday Friday. It's a Bill Collins Friday, a 50-cent Friday. We got all that stuff. It is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good thing.
Keep your head up.
Although I saw the gym membership dues or fees are due, and Baby Chaz got a Zoo membership now, so money's just it's just a nightmare, dude. All right, let's break. Let us know about the biggest games and stories in the Bay Area prep scene right now. That's right. We love our high school sports here on the Morning Roast. You will get high school content. All you have to do is email us at hss@957thegame.com. That's hss@957thegame.com. The Raid and Go reaction brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
It's the Red and Gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
I couldn't sleep last night. I take losses hard. I take them hard. I don't like losing. I don't like losing to Connect 4. I don't like losing in Monopoly. I don't like losing in Madden.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hey, it's Bonte Hill, and I'm here to talk about the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Cooperstein Law. You've probably heard by now the IRS is receiving $80 billion to increase the enforcement and audits of individuals and small business owners. If that news worries you, if you have years of unfiled tax returns, or if you're already receiving notices from the IRS or Franchise Tax Board, then you need to contact Cooperstein Law at sftaxteam.com. Look, I know the team at Cooperstein Law. I've met with them. I know how approachable and down-to-earth they are, even when discussing major tax problems. They strive to provide effective and efficient resolutions to all your tax or crypto needs while offering straightforward and transparent pricing. Visit sftaxteam.com to schedule your consultation today to get a fair and honest assessment of your tax or crypto issues. That's sftaxteam.com.
Alexander Kugelman, Managing Attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94929. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Uncle, Kate's gonna leave me, and I need your advice.
What's the problem, John?
She thinks I'm cheating on her, but I'm not. It's just that I have ED now, and I don't know why.
Don't worry. The same thing happened to me. All men lose testosterone with age, and this can cause ED. I went to Balanced Medical Solutions, and they helped me rebalance my hormones. Now your aunt is happy again, and I lost weight, too.
Thank you. I'm gonna call them today.
Guys, stop suffering.
Call Balanced Medical Solutions now at 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
This week, Staples has deals so good, you're going to want to sit down. Are you sitting? I'll wait. Great. Right now during Staples Sit-a-thon, select chairs are more than 50% off. Like the leather Vortex gaming chair, now just $119.99 at Staples. You save $140. Plus get 2 2-ounce bottles of Purell hand sanitizer, free with the Staples Connect app. So take a seat or two. Right now at Staples, the working, learning, and saving store. Offers end 2/4. Share offer valid in-store and online. Purell Limit 2, in-store only, while supplies last.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Rian Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift. Always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I've been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming now only on Peacock.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Woohoo! What's going on, Bay Area? It's your boy, Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys, Bonte and Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back to the Morning Roast. Alan Styles in for Joe Shasky, the Butcher. Feeling a little under weather, but I talked to him yesterday. Will probably be back early next week, maybe even Monday. As this segment is presented by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. We succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Chuck Cooperstein follows the Mavericks, calls the Maverick games. He's going to join us at 8 o'clock to give us the lay of the land with the Dallas Mavericks. Luka Doncic last night scored 31 points in 23 minutes, but he went down with the right heel contusion. It did not look good. Will he play Saturday against the Golden State Warriors? We shall see about that. As the Mavericks beat the Pelicans, and this is why I'm not going to panic too hard about the Golden State Warriors. The Pelicans were just rolling.
Right.
They're in the top 3 of the Western Conference. Out of nowhere, they've lost 10 games in a row. You don't think a slump's coming for Sacramento? And I love what Sacramento's doing. But they ain't going to be lighting that beam for too much longer. A slump's coming.
If they do light the beam,
Sacramento.
Even if they light the beam for the whole season, they're still new to this playoff.
Sorry,
game.
Batson.
I don't know. I don't know if they're going to completely implode.
They're not going to completely implode. But a slump's coming.
Right.
A slump is coming. Dallas. You see the Clippers last night blow a game to the Bucks last night. By the way, they made Milwaukee tip off at 9 o'clock on a Thursday night. If a kid has to go there and go watch Giannis on a school night, kids leaving that arena at 11:30 at night, the hell is he
with the kids?
Yeah.
Well, I care about the kids, Stardy.
The thing about the Mavs is at any point in time, you can get Luka. You know, you're just going to get Luka. But is that enough? Period. And I don't know. It feels like they continue to try to put help around him, but it's starting to feel like is it the help around him or is it the style of play? I don't know.
I don't know.
Because I don't know what type of player would help him. He does everything and he's used to doing everything. It's weird.
It is weird. By the way, you see Dylan Brooks last night?
Yeah. Of course I did.
The Memphis Grizzlies are so fraudulent.
Yeah.
And that's why, again, it's another reason why I'm not going to panic. You imagine the Warriors as a 7 seed? Where is Ja? Ja talking about the NBA doesn't like the Memphis Grizzlies. They're picking on them.
Ridiculous.
Ja, the NBA is trying to make you the face of the league.
Yeah.
And last year, you out here telling Warrior fans these hollow tips are free. And they're trying to make you the first of the
And we never heard anything about that.
Right.
It just went away.
It just went away.
He threatened somebody on Twitter, and it just went away.
You threatened somebody with hollow tips, and they're trying to make you the face of the league.
Yeah.
And you want to be out gangsta and stuff. Dylan Brooks, I'm telling you right now, Alan, the Memphis Grizzlies won't win a damn thing. A damn thing until they trade away Dylan Brooks. You heard Donovan Mitchell last night. I've been cooking his ass for years. That's just what he does. He wants to hit him in a low blow, hit to Chris Paul. Dylan Brooks go away. But that's why I can't panic. Because the Warriors end up in the 7th spot. And they're playing the Memphis Grizzlies in the first round. I'll bet my 401k on the Golden State Warriors to win that series. Nobody believes in Memphis.
Yeah.
They're not a championship contender.
Right.
Who are we kidding? And they got a fake all-star, Jared Jackson Jr. He doesn't deserve an all-star bid. Give that bad boy to De'Aaron Fox. So,
no, for real.
So that's why the only team that is legit to me in the Western Conference, it's the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, and we talked, look, you have the altitude, you have guys that feel like this is their time and they feel like they were robbed due to their injuries. The Grizzlies are the exact opposite of the Warriors in that the Warriors are until they aren't. The Grizzlies aren't until they are.
Yes.
We don't even know if they'll ever be the are, but they think that they think that they are, but they're not yet. And the Warriors, the complete opposite. We just believe in them, even though, look, it's a long season. They're going to be ups and downs. We're going to come in and we're going to say, you know what? They didn't look good. It doesn't look good right now. And it hasn't. It hasn't looked bad. It's been mediocre. That's why they're 500. But ultimately, they do have something that none of these other teams in the Western Conference have. And that is the championship DNA. As cliche and as much as we overuse it,
it's there.
I think specifically you can go to it this year because the West is a mess.
Yes, it is. It is a mess right now. 650 Xfinity Mobile text line. Ja grew up with a court in his backyard. He ain't gangsta. I agree.
Talk about it.
I agree with
his
that.
sister is nice too, though.
In terms of what?
She can ball.
Oh, nice means a couple different
things.
things.
She can ball. She is a baller.
No, where my head is.
She
is
a baller.
Nice. What are we talking here?
Basketball.
I know where Spinoni's head went. It
On
went
the
straight
court.
to gutter. Nice in terms of look at her Instagram page, or nice on the basketball court?
Very good on the basketball
court.
All right,
there you go. You got to clarify these things, Alan.
I have a wife.
Just saying. And then 895-9570. Anybody out there feeling like the Warriors are good? They're 26-26. We've got 30 games left. And when you look at the All-Star break coming up in Salt Lake City, and this stretch coming up, when they have 7 games before the All-Star break, let me think here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games left before the All-Star break. Dallas Saturday, OKC Monday, Portland Wednesday, and Portland's free-falling. They're out of the play-in tournament. They wouldn't even qualify for the NIT right now. Portland's cooked. They look cooked. Then you get the Lakers a couple Saturdays from now at home. Then you get the Wizards on a Monday night, and they're basically trying to rebuild. And then you get the Clippers right before the All-Star break. So you have 6 games. You go 4-2. You go into the break 2 games over 500. I think people will feel good. You're probably in the top 6 with the way the Western Conference is played out. So is there anybody out there who is not panicking? Because I see everybody panicking about the Dubs. And I can't tell you not to when they're 26-26. But is there anybody out there who believe the Warriors are all good? 888-957-9570. That's the hotline. That's the Xfinity Mobile text line. I want to hear from some positive Warrior fans on a Payday Friday.
The question is, when you say, are they good, are you talking about, are they good in terms of, hey, just get in? Or do you think that they will turn it on this regular season? Because to me, I think where I'm at is, yeah, I'm like we said, 7 seed, you got the Grizzlies. I'm still picking the Warriors. I think they're good in that regard.
Right.
But in terms of the Warriors turning it on and rattling off 8 straight or going 10-2, I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to happen.
I don't think that can happen, but I still would pick them in the playoffs.
Right. So 707 Xfinity Mobile text line, they will turn the corner after the All-Star break. I don't even know if they give a damn about the regular season because of the standings.
Yeah.
Again, they're in 9th place right now, and they're 1 game out of the loss column from the Dallas Mavericks, who are 4th. I mean, that's kind of wild to me. 925, that's not nice. 6 mobile text line, that's not nice. We don't do that. That's not nice. You know what I'm talking about. 925-591, blah, 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 blah. That's not nice. I don't know if the Warriors will win it all this year, but as long as they send the Grizzlies home, I'm happy. Yeah, I'm not going to be happy with that.
No.
It's championship or bust, right?
Yeah.
Despite them being 26-26, isn't this a title or bust season?
It always is. You have the greatest shooter ever. It's always championship or bust.
Yeah.
Has to be.
Has to be.
Because what are we doing? What are we doing? There's too much. You have 3 Hall of Famers. 3. It has to be. Because if it's not, then you talk about Last Dance, then the Last Dance already happened last year then.
Man. Let me take some calls in a second. The Warriors lose last night to the Denver Nuggets, 134-117. I will give Steph credit for playing in the back-to-back.
Mm-hmm.
When it got announced that he was playing, I was like, oh, the Warriors are taking this one serious. And then Fitz on the broadcast, right as we were going to the crossover, Fitz breaks the news that, hey, Draymond's out. So they're like, all right, Clay's out, Draymond's out, Aaron Gordon's out for the Denver Nuggets. I still feel good because Denver, to me, they're not a good defensive team. When it comes down to it, I don't believe they can stop anybody. But offensively, they're number 1 when it comes to three-point percentage. They're number 1 when it comes to field goal percentage. They're number 2 in the league when it comes to assists per game. And they're deeper this season. They are deeper with Murray, with Michael Porter Jr., with Bruce Brown, with Braun from Kansas, who's a championship player out of Kansas. He won a national championship. He knows how to play. He fits in perfectly with that roster. Mike Malone's pushing all the right buttons. Denver's a problem. They are. You're not gonna stop Jokic, right? So what do? You try to take something away. You can't let Jokic go crazy with the 16 assists. If I'm playing against Jokic, I'm telling Jokic, yo, dude, score 50.
Mm-hmm.
It's like back in the day, right, Alan? You're playing against the Utah Jazz. And John Stockton's out there dropping double-doubles on you. I'm saying to myself, you know what, John? Just score. I can't have you dropping 15 assists on me because that means everybody's cooking. Right. I need you to score, and all of a sudden Hornacek's not getting a rock. All of a sudden Russell's not getting a rock. All of a sudden Malone's going to get his numbers. This is Karl Malone. He's one of the most lethal scorers we've ever seen in NBA history. But you got to take something away is my point. With Jokic, take the passing away. Hey, Jokic, score 60 if you need to. But I can't have Murray dropping 33 and 8. No. I can't have Michael Porter. I can't have Chanchar, who I just heard of yesterday, dropping 17 on me.
He's nice.
He's nice.
He's nice now. Going back to the Warriors and their battles with the Cavs with LeBron James, when people were up in arms, LeBron should get MVP even though they lost. No, number 1. And number 2, that's the thing. They lost. The Warriors, LeBron, go crazy, dude.
Right.
Go crazy. But you're not going to let Kevin Love get going. You're not going to, work with Kyrie, J.R. Smith. No, LeBron, do what you do.
Do what you
Y'all can talk about who needs the finals MVP, but you're going to be talking about it in an L. You're going to be talking about it in a loss. And I think that's what's scary about the Nuggets. If you look at the other teams in the West and you go through, all right, who should you be worried about? The biggest thing is closers. And I don't think the Kings have a closer. I would say that the Grizzlies have a closer, but Ja, to be completely honest with you, if his three's not hitting, a lot of his closerness, if that's even a word, is predicated upon whether he's getting free throw calls or not. If the refs decide we're going to let him play and Ja's not getting to the line, he makes some tough free throws or tough layups anyway. Right. But if he's not getting to the line, I don't know how much of a closer he is. Obviously, the Mavericks have a closer in Luka, but that's all they have. And Christian Wood is nice. They got some pieces, but you're not going to get Luka for 4 games unless you're the Suns, and the Suns were fraudulent. Right. Clippers, nobody's ever on the court. Timberwolves, I don't know what the heck they are. The Suns, again, fraudulent. So that is why you feel better. You feel good about the Warriors.
You're starting to feel better. I can
tell. You
tell.
feel better about the Warriors.
Yeah, look at you.
But not because of the Warriors.
No, because of the rest of the West.
Teams.
Yes.
But at some point they got to go on a stretch or on a run here.
I just need to go on the record for my guys up there in Sacramento. De'Aaron Fox, very much a closer. He's like number 1 in every clutch time stat.
Here comes
De'Aaron
Sacramento
Fox
Kyle.
can play, bro.
I know he can play. Kyle. But is he a closer in the
Just can't play in the
playoffs?
All-Star game.
Is he a closer in the playoffs? That's what we don't know.
I saw the way Kyle Madsen was beaming at Golden One a few weeks ago.
I felt it on the back of my head.
He's beaming. He's got that Sacramento Monarchs hat on. He's back in ESPN 1320 mode. My man is gone. He might as well be at KHTK or Sacktown Sports, whatever they call it. My man is gone.
He's an ESPN 1320 guy. I felt it on the back of my head. And Kyle, we did the post game together. I thought we were cool. Kyle said, "No."
My man Kyle might be wearing split caps as the Sack Kings and Warriors meet up in the playoffs. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game, for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there.
He is wearing a purple hat right now, gentlemen.
No, the Sacramento Monarchs.
Sacramento Monarchs.
Two-time WNBA champion, Sacramento Monarchs. Yolanda Griffin, stand up, Hall of Famer. Let's go to Ryan in St. Louis. Ryan, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Man, good morning, Bante, man. How y'all fellas doing on
Good,
this
man.
Friday?
Good. Friday, payday Friday at that.
Yes, sir. Don't spend all that money in one spot. That's all I'm saying.
No doubt. We ain't game goofy.
Yes, sir, man. Yeah, I was calling to talk about the last night in the game, man. I just want to say big ups to James Wiseman, man. I thought he did a wonderful job with the time that he had. I thought he played hard. I thought he was a presence in the middle. And I thought any time that our guards or our wings attacked the paint, man, I thought there was some positivity there, man, even though we was turning the ball over real bad. And I just want to know, how do you feel about us whenever we attack that basket, man? I think there's a lot of points right there that we'd be missing out on.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. The balance of the offense. Sometimes they get three-point happy, and I get it. They lead the league in three-point attempts, and they lead the league in three-point attempts. And the efficiency is up, especially when you look at that first half where the Warriors were 13-21 from the three-point line, shooting 62%. But the point to the paint, that's what made the Warriors deadly during their championship seasons. Steph Curry with the pull-up twos and the floaters, getting to the cup, finishing. Klay Thompson with the mid-range jumper. Andrew Wiggins going to the cup. He's been set the league a little too much, especially since he's been back from the non-COVID illness and the right adductor strain. Jordan Poole can get to the cup with the best of them. He's got a bag full of tricks, but you have to be consistent at getting to the cup. So I'm with you, St. Louis. Was that Ryan, right? Ryan in St. Louis. Get to the cup. More balance in the offense. I need that. Too many jacking up three. Like Ty Jerome looking off James Wiseman. Guys looking off James. Like, get the ball down in the block. Get an easy basket.
Yeah. Back in the day, and not to bring him up, but when the Warriors lost to the Cavs in 2016, and obviously we were all heartbroken, that ruined Father's Day for me. Conversation for a different day, because he's a troll and tried to troll me. The thing that we knew that the Warriors, it felt like they didn't have, and Draymond actually spoke about this past summer, and people got on him because Steph at that time was a two-time MVP, and Draymond said Steph couldn't really create his own shot. He needed whatever he said. He needed help. And we got KD, and he was that stopper of the bleeding. And when you didn't have KD, you even had a Sean Livingston. Right now, whether it's the turnovers, whether it's just jacking up threes after the turnovers, that just creates this avalanche, Bonte. The Warriors get into these modes where the avalanche starts and nobody can stop them. And they don't have somebody right now that can stop them. So collectively, you have to find a way to stop them. Whether it's Jordan Poole saying, I'm going to get to the line, I'm going to stop this. Whether it's Steph saying, this three is not a bad shot because I'm Steph Curry, but I'm going to get to the cup. They don't have anybody right now that's stopping the avalanche, and that's why you go to the bathroom or you grab some nachos, and when it was a 10-point lead, you come back, and it's a 2-point lead. And then right when you sit down and eat your first nacho, they have lost the lead. All in about 5 minutes.
I mean, they did that last night. They were up 11, 55-44. And next thing you know, Jokic said, give me the ball down on the block. I'm going to take over. He scores 13 points over the last 8 minutes of the first half to finish with 15. Hell, he had a double-double at the half. 15, 10, and 7. I mean, the guy's just nasty.
Yeah.
But you got to take something away. Let him be the scorer. Don't let him facilitate. 16 assists. He was 9-13 yesterday and dominated the basketball game. Think about that. He dominated the basketball game by attempting only 13 shots. That is insane. Let's go to Anthony in Napa. Anthony, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Top of the morning, fellas. First and foremost, congratulations to Alan Styles. He's going to be a girl dad. I'm a girl dad. She's 2 weeks old. Same as you, Bonte. I know yours.
2 weeks old, Anthony?
But, yeah, 2 weeks old.
Oh, congratulations.
Congrats.
Congratulations, man. That's awesome.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
So no problem, Alan. So, man, the Warriors have this equity with me as a fan that they'll figure it out because Steve Kerr's notorious for trying to figure out the rotations. I'll go with what I like, what I'm seeing first. I'm liking that DiVincenzo was being more aggressive, and he's playing that point roll off the bench. He's getting people involved and hitting that three. I'm loving that, and I'm liking that Looney is consistently active on the boards. But what's annoying is we lose our leads. I know you had just said that, Bonte, but like when the third quarter came and or when halftime came, we was down 1. And when the third quarter started, I looked at my wife and I was like, man, we might lose this lead because we've just been notorious for not being able to keep the lead. So I think that's the most important to me as a fan. It's like figuring out a way to keep the lead. And honestly, I noticed in the third quarter that like they just didn't have the same energy as they came out with. I don't know what that's from, but that's just kind of what I noticed.
Yeah, Anthony, it's a good point, man. Thanks for the call and congrats again on the baby girl. Look, that game started to turn midway through the second quarter when the Nuggets finished the first half with a 16-7 run. They had already tilted the momentum. And when you look at the first half stats, this is crazy. The Warriors shot 55% from the floor in the first half. They shot 62% from three, 13-21. All right, the free throws, they missed 5, but the assist numbers were up with 16. They scored 69 points, which is nice. And yet they're down 1. Down 1. That can't happen. You got to stop ball. The Denver Nuggets, on the flip side, they're like, oh, yeah, okay, the Warriors are hot. Well, we shoot 58% from the floor and 46 from 3, and they shoot another 77% from the free throw line and drop 17 assists themselves. So I knew, man, the Warriors shot the lights out from the three-point line. You don't see many teams go 13-21 at the half.
Yeah.
You knew they were in trouble then, and the Nuggets, they just waited in the third quarter.
They knew,
and boom, 16. But the most troubling thing about that 16-0 run, Alan, was that they turned the ball over 6 times during that stretch and only got up 4 field goal attempts.
Yeah. That'll cool you off. That'll cool you off if you're not putting up shots. You cannot score if you do not put up shots. The Nuggets knew, all right, there's no way they're going to continue to shoot it at this clip. And I think the Warriors knew that too. And I'm wondering, Bonte, is some of this is there a mental aspect to this? The Warriors are thinking, man, we just shot the lights out and we're losing going into the third quarter. And it's almost as if their third quarters are the opposite of what the third quarters of old were. When everybody would be excited, right? And you look across the NBA, the beginning of third quarters, the seats are empty. Everybody's getting their drinks, their food. Chase Center, Oracle, people had their butts in the seats because, it's third quarter. This is the Warriors' game time. And if they were on the road, the Warriors knew this is where the crowd is a little bit out of it. They're running around doing different things, and they would attack. They just do not have that anymore. The Warrior fire third quarters have literally, the fire's been put out.
They've dissipated.
Exactly.
What the hell is going on with the third quarter runs? What's going on? Hell, in the fourth quarter, they don't have Minnesota game. You had a chance to have a winning road trip and put away the T-Wolves and turn the ball over 6 times in the final frame.
Yeah.
And you score 17 points. You score 43 points the rest of the way after scoring 71 against Minnesota. It just can't happen. So when would they figure it out? I don't know. I have no idea. Chuck Cooperstein, 8 o'clock. Of course, the voice of the Mavericks. He'll join us. Talk about Luka Doncic and company. And then our roasters are in for a treat at 8:30. They've been begging for this guy. They've been begging. Well, we're going to have him on. Let's do one on only Grant Cohn at 8:30.
Oh, boy.
Talk about the 49ers. What's going on. Let's get into the Niners. By the way, shameless shout-outs, too. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs is 745. Last time we did shameless shout-outs with Alex Styles, we found out that his mom was an actor and he was flexing all over the place. So let's make sure it's not a flex segment for Alex Styles. Shameless shout-out 745. Here in the morning, Russ. We'll do that. Let's get into the 49ers. On the other side, and let us know when the biggest games and stories are in the Bay Area prep scene. Right now, email us at hss@957thegame.com. That's hss@957thegame.com. What's coming up on the game brought to you by calhope.org and the Department of Healthcare Services. We'll get into the 49ers. And then shameless shout-outs. That's coming up on the roast.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck. Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Go farther with better fuel efficiency. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Without the ones like you who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wendy's home-style French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me, did you just say Wendy's French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
A lot of fun. I see the YouTube chat humming. The YouTube chat always trying to look. YouTube chat's funny because they're always trying to tinker with the lineup. This guy should work with that guy. They should do this and they should do that. They kind of treat us like players,
right?
You know what I'm saying?
Fantasy radio.
Yeah, fantasy radio. Who's the number one pick? Who's the number two pick? I don't want to get into all that. Who cares? But it's always interesting, man. It shows how people are dedicated to the station.
Not really.
Not really. You know what I care about? Payday Friday.
There you go.
That check cash, baby. That direct deposit hit, a 50-cent Friday.
You better save some of it. Valentine's. Already talked about it.
You know what? I'm going to be in Mexico during Valentine's Day. All-Star break.
All right. You got it going.
Got it going, baby. Let's go.
All inclusive?
Probably. You know, Miss Anna. Just splurge, baby. Just splurge. Let's live comfortable. All inclusive. You got to go all inclusive.
All inclusive for me, sometimes the food isn't where it needs to be.
Yeah, I mean, at least you just don't have to pay.
Exactly.
Right?
So I'm okay with it.
I'm okay with that. Freeze me.
Yeah.
Like Philadelphia takes a boxer Gerzer for the free trip.
Mm-hmm.
Cheesesteaks.
Free eggs, too.
Free eggs.
By the way, how about Philly throwing those eggs? They must be balling because eggs are not cheap right now.
Don't get this guy started, Alan.
He started it.
Oh, boy.
I was talking to my guy, Matt, yesterday at NBC Sports Bay Area. Mm-hmm. Digital. He's on a digital team. He's a diehard Chief fan. Diehard Kansas City Chief fan. And, you know, I've been around here saying, man, the Eagles are going to blow out the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. And Matt was like, you know, Bonte, this is our best overall team since Andy Reid has gotten here. And I was like, really? He goes, it's our best offensive line. I think Mahomes has magic. I have faith in Kansas City to do what needs to be done because the things I had planned for Philadelphia, if they lose that Super Bowl, the troll game's going to be on 100. I'm going to be insufferable. All on their sites. We'll get Sam Lubman to call their radio show, troll them. I'm going to get Spadoni to call their radio show and troll them. Hell, I'll throw on a fake voice. I'll troll them live on air with the call, with the phone for all our roasters. They deserve misery.
They were called into us.
They deserve pain.
Talking all that talk.
They deserve to be crying on Super Bowl Sunday. And you know what it'd be for me? It'd be tears of joy. Because I'll be crying. Yes, Lord. Yes. Screw Philly.
They really got you. They got you good. You got Phillied.
I got Phillied. I got Phillied. By the way, shout out to my guy, Dante Wiley. He's always on here representing. His 10-year-old son is up watching us on YouTube this morning.
Let's go.
Dante, what's your son's name? Give me your son's name. We got to
Hell
shout
yeah.
out. You know, shameless shout out, 745. Line them up, 888-957-9570. Shameless shout outs. Dante, what's your son's name? Shout out to everybody. Be sure to call for it. I'm not going to do that, Dennis. We don't call irrelevant people. I'm not going to say what somebody said. All right, let's move on. Niners, I was watching the mic'd up stuff, right, for the NFC title game. Did you watch some of that? Did you watch some of that audio?
Some of it, yeah.
Did you see when Fred Warner said, where's Purdy at?
Yeah.
Where's Purdy?
Yeah.
It was almost like they knew the season was done. By the way, Dante's son name is Aiden. Aiden, shout out to Aiden.
Shout out Aiden.
Shout out Aiden. Better be hitting the books. 10 years old. Get your ass to school, buddy. They knew that game was over. That was sad. It was sad watching that.
It was. Because the panic that you could hear in their voices. Where's Purdy? What's going on? And then they show him, and he literally is sitting there. I cannot. He just feels weak. It feels weak. I cannot.
They were massaging the elbow.
Yeah.
He couldn't throw it. And then you see George Kittle walk up to him. George Kittle's like, "Can you go lefty?"
Of course. And that's what they needed at that point in time. It's just an unfortunate situation again. And that's why going back to Philly Chiefs, I mean, I know the Eagles, I know they've done some things well, but at the same time, we saw them be able to pack it in so early against the Niners because of the situation. Both teams got a legit shot. I don't think you could come out of that Eagles-Niners game and specifically feel, all right, yeah, the Eagles, they got something special. I'm looking at the body of work that they have something special, but not necessarily from that specific game. I didn't see anything from Jalen Hurts in that game that showed me, oh, these guys. That's the thing. You got Mahomes on the other side, and they've been trying to tear down Mahomes for the longest. Get anybody in there besides Patrick Mahomes, whether it's Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, anybody. It's still Mahomes' world. We're living in it for now.
For now.
And you got Jalen Hurts, who you're going to have to make some plays, and he's made plays before. We're talking to Kyle about, it's the same thing we did with Purdy. We're talking to Kyle about being a closer. Well, De'Aaron Fox, he hasn't had to close in playoff games. Jalen Hurts, he hasn't had to really do too much throughout the playoffs. You had the Giants who beat the fraudulent Vikings, and then you beat a Niners team with literally their hands tied behind their back. They could not do anything. So now you got to face the Chiefs. So I think the Chiefs, they've had a tougher road to get here than the Eagles. The Eagles, will they be able to level up? We'll see. We'll see. But it was sad watching Purdy.
It was sad watching that whole situation. 888-957-9570. 22 minutes. We'll do shameless shout-outs. Shout out your high schools. Shout out your baby mamas, your baby daddies. Shout out the stripper you gave a lot of money to last night. Shout out whoever the hell you want to shout out. I do not care. Shameless shout out, 745, right here on the Morning Roast. Spinoza, you got something to say? He looked like he lit
text
up.
Your Gambino's order to Kyle right now.
Oh, Gambino's?
It's a burrito. It's a payday Friday, gentlemen. Come on.
See, I already know what's happening now.
Money time! Money time!
Two-way contract. Monte's going to have to pick up the Gambino's bill. That's what you guys are suckers for that. Where's Shasky? Hey, Shasky, send us some Venmo money. He likes to pay for everything. Kid, give me 1 second, Kyle. Let's get a caller to it here, and we'll pay for the we'll get some Gambinos cracking. 888-957-9570. Let me ask you this, Alan. Kyle Shanahan, because we're gonna have Grant Cohn on, and I think Grant Cohn is leaning towards Shanahan didn't do a great job, especially in the NFC title game. Can Shanahan get the Niners over the top? Is he the coach to get us over the top, or is it going to end up like Andy Reid in Philadelphia, to where you get close, and you just can't get it done?
To say that Kyle Shanahan, or to think that Kyle Shanahan can't get the Niners over the top, sounds ridiculous. It really does. And I'm not going to say that I don't think he can get the Niners over the top. I also just don't know when he will get the Niners over the top. I think that's more the issue. I think at some point he can, and comparing to Andy Reid and his tenure there, we talked a little bit about it yesterday. Andy Reid, he started to have some losing seasons towards the end.
Right.
And we're just not there yet.
Got stale.
We're not there yet with Kyle Shanahan, and I do believe they can get over the top. We just don't know when that's going to happen, because something always seems to get in the way, whether it's Jimmy Garoppolo being injured, whether it's Jimmy Garoppolo just being Jimmy. That's not an indictment on him. Whether it's Brock Purdy getting injured, whether it's the whole back in 2020 when everybody was injured and you just had to sell the whole season. There's always been something with Kyle Shanahan, and I know he wasn't a head coach, but going back to the Falcons and what happened in that Super Bowl. So he hasn't been able to get over the top, but he's a really good coach. He is an extremely intelligent coach. What he does offensively is almost first to none, besides Andy Reid and guys like that. So you have faith in him. You just got to see him do it.
I've made the argument that in all 9 of those playoff games that he's coached, you can make the argument that he's had the inferior quarterback in each of those games.
Yes.
Now, think about it. 2019, you get Jimmy G. First game, he goes against Kirk Cousins. Now, at the time, I'm taking Jimmy G over Kirk Cousins. But a lot of people will make the argument saying they'd rather have Kirk Cousins. NFC Championship, I think everybody's taking Aaron Rodgers over Jimmy Garoppolo. Yeah. Then you get to the Super Bowl, it's Mahomes. All right? So in 2 to 3 games, no doubt you had the inferior quarterback. Last season, 2021, you played a wild card game, you're going against Dak. I think I'd rather have Dak than Jimmy Garoppolo. Then you go to the second round, you'd rather have Aaron Rodgers.
They're talking spicy now.
Oh, well, they're talking real spicy. Well, Stevie Jones talking about Dak's going to be our quarterback for the next 10 years. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people nationally would take Dak over Jimmy. And then you get to the NFC Championship game, I think you're taking Stafford over Jimmy. Then you get to this year. Geno Smith and Brock Purdy. Niner fans will take Brock Purdy over Geno. Mm-hmm. But that's an argument. You could make the argument that you'd rather have Geno, right?
Right.
And in the second round, you get Dak again against Brock Purdy. And in the NFC Championship, you get Jalen Hurts and Brock Purdy. So in at least 7 of the playoff games, I think, Shanahan has had the inferior quarterback. And I think that's a hell of a job by him, knowing that I've had the inferior quarterback. Now, how do you not have the inferior quarterback? How do you get the guy? Because that's what this is about. When you want to stack these rings and you want to win these Super Bowls, you need to go get a guy. And is Brock Purdy that guy? Is Trey Lance that guy? It's crazy that we still don't know who the guy is for Kyle Shanahan as we enter year 7 of the Shanahan era. At least Andy Reid, he had Donovan McNabb. You knew he was the dude, right? Buffalo, when they weren't winning Super Bowls and they're going for, they at least had Jim Kelly, the dude. Miami couldn't get over the top, but they had a dude in Dan Marino. John Elway losing all those Super Bowls early in his career, he still had a dude in John Elway. He was the dude. We still don't know who that dude is in San Francisco. And that, to me, is a little frustrating.
I think that's the one thing we can put on Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, this front office. The quarterback situation, some of it isn't their fault, but some of it is.
Right.
I still believe that the Trey Lance pick made absolutely no sense. Based on what we saw Kyle Shanahan's offense to be, the Trey Lance pick, I don't know what, it just didn't make any sense. Mac Jones made sense, but he didn't have as much. His ceiling wasn't high enough, or didn't have as much talent. The Trey Lance situation, I hope he works out. But when they made the pick, I'm thinking that's an interesting way to go. So Trey Lance comes out, then you find out. Like, think about it like this, Bonte. Okay, so I got a Super Bowl ready roster. All right, this is a really heavy quarterback draft class. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take the quarterback that needs the most work and has the least film and the least experience. Who does that?
Yeah.
Why? Why did you do that?
Well, Justin Fields seems there, and I like Trey Lance. I was happy with Trey Lance or Justin Fields. But now here we are in 2023, and this guy's started 5 games since 2019. Mm-hmm. Full season of 2019, 2021 game, COVID year, 2021. We see him start 2 games. Last year, he starts 2 games, doesn't even make it 5 quarters. And then we still don't know. We still don't know. The Raid and Go to Reaction, by the way, brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. Shameless shoutouts, 15 minutes. Line them up, 888-957-9570. Shameless shoutouts here on the Frisco/Payday/50 Cent Friday on the Morning Roast. Jose in Oakland, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Look, this loss, I don't place this loss at Kyle Shanahan's feet. The guy is probably one of the best, if not the best play caller in the game. He does have an issue with arrogance, though, and I think that kind of makes him make mistakes, like when he mismanaged the game clock, or he decides to, punt the ball when he's at, 40 half a yard. That's what makes him a target for fans to criticize him. I do have an issue with the fact that they did not prepare to have a viable option should Brock Purdy got hurt. Yeah. Okay, it's not like Brock Purdy that just started on the past 2 games. They had 7 games to figure out who do we have that we can place him, that we can replace Brock Purdy, with in case he gets hurt. Okay, going for Josh Johnson, that was preparing. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail, and that's basically what they did, because I'm pretty sure there were better options than Josh Johnson. I mean, the guy wanted nothing to do with the ball. To him, the ball was like a hot potato. He couldn't wait to just give it to somebody else.
He did fumble twice.
It is what it is.
Right Go ahead,
Right
Jose.
now, everybody's looking at Brock Purdy like he is the next franchise after 7 games. We went through the same thing with Jimmy G. After 5 games, when he came in, we decided that we had a franchise quarterback. Let's just wait a little bit. Let's just wait for him to get better after his injury. And let's put it, let him put at least 1 season of work. But I do like what I see from him. He actually reminds me a lot of Drew Brees. He's small in size, but he's accurate. Drew Brees didn't have the strongest arm, but he was very accurate. And I think that's the main thing, being accurate when you throw the ball, not those balls, like Jimmy G. I love the guy, but he was very inaccurate. He either overthrew the ball or he underthrew the ball.
All right, Jose, good call. Good call, Jose. Good call. Got to cut you off there because we got to run 888-957-9570. What about this comment from Matt Mayoko on his podcast, the 49ers Insider Podcast on NBC Sports Bay Area? By the way, Ian Rappaport reporting that the Niners are interviewing Steve Wilks on Monday for their defensive coordinator job. Steve Wilks was the interim coach for the Carolina Panthers. 6-6. Good defensive coordinator, maybe not the greatest head coach. Didn't get a job, and I think he got a fair shake in the interview process from Carolina. And you see the owner, David Tepper, talking about, we're all about diversity and yada, yada. Why'd you hire Frank Wright?
Right.
You had a chance to make
Immediately.
a statement. Immediately. Dude, you had Steve Wilks in your backyard.
Yeah.
Right there in your office. So don't give me this diversity crap, Tepper, you clown. Anyway, Steve Wilks, he's going to be interviewed for the D.C. job on Monday as Vic Fangio took the Miami job. Everybody making a big deal about the 3-4. He runs some 4-down lineman stuff. He did a lot of that with the Niners. Anyway, Matt Mayoko said on his podcast, I think there will be a lot of pissed off people in this locker room if Brock Purdy is not the starter next season. Again, Matt Mayoko saying I think there would be a lot of pissed off people in this locker room if Brock Purdy is not the starter next season. Obviously, Matt Mayoko has talked to somebody in that locker room. Oh, we have the sound? Here we go. Let's hear it.
I think there'd be a lot of pissed off people in this locker room if Brock Purdy is not the starter next year. And so whether that means, and I didn't take that as a knock on Trey Lance at all. Mm-hmm. I took it as in he did enough. He's young. He put his heart and soul into this. We know what he's capable of doing. If the team goes out and gets someone from the outside to take his spot, a job that he did not lose, other than I guess the injury, but it appears he'll be ready to go. So I know the players are very much behind Brock Purdy as a starting quarterback. And I also think the players and the organization and you and me and the fan base and everybody on the media or whatever, nobody knows about Trey Lance. There's a lot there to like. There's a lot there to like with him, including how he carries himself, which, by the way, he said that that's the part of Brock Purdy that impressed him the most. But nobody knows whether he can be a really good NFL starting quarterback. And in 8 games, Brock Purdy showed to be a pretty darn good NFL starting quarterback.
That's Matt Mayoko, 49ers Talk podcast on NBC Sports Bay Area with Jennifer Lee Chan. By the way, 10 minutes. Shameless shout-outs. 888-957-9570. Shout out whatever you want to shout out. Your local neighborhood liquor store, your 7-Eleven, your dog, your cat, Disneyland, Disney World. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. 7:45, show me shout-outs here on the Morning Roast on a Payday Friday. What'd you take from that Mayoko?
Well, it's hard to take anything from it because we don't know when Brock Purdy will be back. I just, when you sit there and say, oh, there are going to be a lot of pissed off players if Brock Purdy's not the starter. So does that mean, similar to what we've mentioned, does that mean if the Niners are 5-0 and it takes it a little bit longer for Brock Purdy to get back, let's say the Niners are 5-0,
right,
and Trey Lance is balling, and Brock Purdy is now, all right, I just got cleared, they're going to be pissed then, Matt? Like everything changes based on what happened. So if the context of it is they both battled it out in training camp, and obviously Brock has more history to what he's done, so obviously it should be Brock. And Kyle Shanahan says, nope, we got Trey third. Right, Trey's our guy. If that's the context, sure. But past that, now that Brock has this injury, it changes everything.
Yeah, Matt Mayoko prefaced it by saying, I think everybody in the organization just doesn't know about Trey, but they like the way he carries himself. There's some more legs to this. Mm-hmm. Who's talking? Because the minute Trey Lance got hurt, and what disturbed me about him getting hurt wasn't necessarily, it was Shanahan running him. I was pissed off about that. I'm not going to front about that. But also when these players, unnamed players, and we all assume who they were, Brandon Michael Silver from the San Francisco Chronicle, and they were quick to say, well, that was Niners football. And now we feel like we have a chance. Trey Lance just got hurt, broke his damn fibula.
Right.
You couldn't wait a couple days for
I don't
that?
even think he got to the hospital yet.
Right. You couldn't wait a couple days? Like, somebody brought this up in Philadelphia where Andy Reid would go up and somebody got hurt. Andy Reid would start the press conference off by saying, hey, first of all, we want our prayers, hopes and prayers go out to said injured player. We hope he gets right. We're pulling for him, blah, blah, blah. Dudes are running to Michael Silver saying that's Niner football. Yeah. Players who didn't even play the game are talking to Michael Silver.
Yeah, and I don't want to get too deep here, but it did feel a little bit like, whoo, now that guy's gone, now we can get like you want to talk about somebody.
So now the locker room's going to be ticked off if Brock Purdy doesn't start? What's going on here? And that's part of the reason why we're bringing Greg Cohn on, because he's in them locker rooms.
Yeah.
He's in them cubicles.
It came off to me a little bit, and somebody even on the Xfinity Mobile text line yesterday said, and look, and I'm not trying to go too deep, but they had said that Kyle Shanahan, when he said that line, he said that everybody, good, he dunked on him. He never actually said sorry to Trey. He said, I'm sorry, Jimmy did what he did. I'm sorry, Brock Purdy did what he did. I'm sorry, Josh said, and we have a running quarterback who got hurt. Right. Now, I don't know. We don't have to dive into the audio, but this is what happens when there's just a lot of talk. And we were just talking Warriors. We talk about the Warriors culture all the time. It's a little cliquey with the Niners. Yeah. It feels like it's a little cliquey sometimes. Yeah. Real quick, the 707 is saying some of y'all are phony. Now the Trey Lance pick didn't make any sense. Senseless hate. I never thought the Trey Lance pick made sense.
I'm Trey Lance.
I like Trey Lance, but I never thought the pick made sense based on the current roster. You don't have time to just let him fling the football around all over because you stink, like the Bears with Justin Fields. Right. You have a Super Bowl ready roster.
Right. And listen, I know a lot of people are going to feel some type of way about Grant Cohn coming on the show. I get it. He's a polarizing figure around this market. Dude tries to tell the truth. He's going to say what's on his mind. I want to hear what the hell's going on in the locker room. Do they believe in Trey? How does Trey carry himself? What's going on with Trey Lance? Does this organization still believe in Trey? Traded 3 first-round picks for him. I still believe in Trey. I was at the monsoon game in Chicago. Your man's threw dimes out there. All right, so he missed Tyler Kroft. What if that's George Kittle? I believe George Kittle's running under that football. Juwan Jennings down the sidelines, hell of a throw. Made that throw from the pocket. Hit Raver McLeod on the drag route. And then the monsoon hits. Are we really that out on Trey Lance? Let's go to Trevor in San Jose. By the way, 6 minutes for shameless shout out. Start lining them up. 888-957-9570. Trevor, San Jose, what's happening?
What's going on, guys? Good morning, guys. Hey, that's the problem. Kyle Shanahan is a play caller. He's not a coach. 2 different positions. Devontae, do you think Jimmy G's success will determine Kyle Shanahan's fate in the future? I'll take you guys' answer.
What do you mean by that, Trevor? Jimmy G's success?
Yeah, say, for instance, the Raiders pick up Jimmy G, and the first year or the second year of Josh McDaniels, he takes the Raiders over the hump with Jimmy G. And Jimmy G looks like a whole lot different type of quarterback, the type of quarterback that he was back in the Patriots days. Do you think that determines Kyle Shanahan's fate of him, Kyle Shanahan using him wrong?
No, I don't. But it will say a lot about shit. It will say a lot about Shanahan. And a lot of people will turn on Shanahan saying, see, you had a quarterback. You should have put trust in Jimmy Garoppolo. You should have wrapped your arms around Jimmy Garoppolo instead of flirting with Kirk Cousins, instead of flirting with Tom Brady, instead of flirting with Matthew Stafford and all these other quarterbacks. Time will tell. Time will tell.
I don't think so. I don't think so, number one.
You don't think Jimmy's going to ball?
Jimmy's going to go to a place. He's not going to go to a place that doesn't have weapons. So I think Jimmy's going to play pretty well. I think Jimmy's going to be Jimmy, but I do think that because of Jimmy's injuries, he could say that. Now, if you're talking about you had Jimmy Garoppolo, why did you even draft Trey? Some people say you could have had Micah Parsons. A lot of that conversation comes out. But that was was it the overreaction to Jimmy and the overthrow in the Super Bowl? We need to get a guy. Could that come up? Possibly. But past that, with Jimmy's injury history, I don't think even if he balls, anybody would hold it against him.
Yeah, our boy Tony from Cindy's Market out there on Hayes Street. What up, Tone? 415 Xfinity Mobile text line. Tony, we haven't given Trey Lance a chance to play with a healthy team yet. He only played 2 games. Give the boy a chance to wait. He's had 1 game with George Kittle. He's had no games with CMC. He went through training camp and the reports. Matson, what do you remember about training camp this past year? Because I was in Europe. I was out there eating lobster, getting tans. How did Trey look at training camp? Because now that we know the defense was legit, how could anybody look good against that number 1 defense in training camp? And we all know to start the season, the defenses are ahead of the offenses. How did Trey perform in training camp against that number 1 defense?
I think the larger concern, I definitely think there's something to the idea that, the offensive line wasn't great. He's facing a good pass rush and he's running for his life. But A, you have to be able to make some plays in those spots. And B, there were just too many easy throws he was missing, like fundamental, like over the middle, medium depth throws that he wasn't hitting at a high enough rate to be like, yeah, that's the guy that they are going to win with this year. Now, I think you look at Josh Allen and you go, hey, he can figure it out. He can improve that accuracy.
Right.
But I think he was facing a number 1 defense thing is valid, but there were also things that had nothing to do with the defense that were causes for concern, for sure.
Gotcha. Interesting. It's going to be polarizing, especially if Brock Purdy gets Tommy John.
Right.
And then what do the Niners? And Mark Willard made a great point. What a few good points he's made here at 95.7 The Game. You know I love you, Willard. I had to take a shot at you. I love you, Willard. But he did make a great point about the Niners will tell us how they feel about Trey Lance by what they do this offseason. Do they go out and get a veteran quarterback? Do they go out and say get Derek Carr, who some people like? Because they do that, then that tells us everything they know they feel about Trey Lance.
Oh, if they go out and get a starting QB, Trey Lance is probably going to get moved.
Yeah,
you'd have to move him. Why would you keep him? Because you're not moving Purdy.
No,
so
not for that money.
Yeah, if they go out and get a real deal starter, yeah, Trey is gone.
Yeah, he might be gone. Let's go to TC before we get to shameless shout-outs. Shameless shout-outs. Line them up, 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs to see a couple guys on hold. We'll get to shameless shout-outs in about 30 seconds. TC, Sacramento, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Bonte Styles, what's up, bro? Good morning.
What's up, TC?
All right, just want to look, check it out. Just keep it real simple. So, first of all, I want to congratulate you for keeping it 100 with Trey Lance when everybody in his fan base, a lot of them in the media, turned their backs on him. You get what I'm saying? And I was one of those dudes that kept it 100, giving kid a shot. Also, with Shanahan, he's a good play designer, not a good head coach. A good head coach would have told that locker room, like, look, check it out. This is the kid. This is the dude. And whoever ain't on board, bro, y'all can get out of here. That's a good head coach, like Belichick did with Cam Newton and Mac Jones, all the great coaches. Look, this is a kid. And we're not keeping Jimmy Garoppolo around, the guy we're moving around. We didn't know about Purdy yet. The problem was when Kyle Shanahan didn't have a backbone and stood up to the locker room and let them know that Trey was the guy and moved on with Jimmy. When we kept Jimmy around, bro, that's when the circus started. And I'm going to stick to that. I truly believe that.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a risk bringing Jimmy Garoppolo back. And I see, before we get to shameless shout-outs, I believe Jimmy was signed not because they were worried about Trey Lance. This is just my own theory, and I could be completely bat crap crazy. But this is just how I thought about it. They signed Jimmy Garoppolo because it wasn't an indictment on Trey. It was more so, well, if Trey gets hurt, can we really go to Brock Purdy?
Right.
Can we really go to Nate Sudfeld? And Sudfeld got cut. You have Purdy. It's like, you know what? He's right here. Let's just go with Jimmy. And Trey's our guy. This is his team, but let's have a capable backup. Because Purdy may have not been ready by week 1 of the regular season. What does it look like if Brock Purdy's going in there without George Kittle, without CMC? Does he look as good as he did down the stretch? I don't think so, Alan.
And we didn't know at that time, and Kyle Shanahan probably knew how much he planned on running Trey Lance. I think that was we didn't know, at least I didn't think that he was going to be running as much as he did and just within the first couple of games. So Kyle Shanahan him knowing that we got to have Jimmy because I got to run this kid, whether it's based on his athleticism or based on I don't think he can make these throws and we got to move the chains. So I think you had to bring in somebody. Right. Now, specifically Jimmy G, it's similar to me, Bonte, like bringing KD back to the Warriors. On paper, it makes a lot of sense. I don't think anybody would argue that adding Kevin Durant to your starting five would make that team better.
Right.
The problem is life doesn't happen on paper. There is context involved. There are more things that come with these decisions.
I'm here for KD coming back, by the way.
All right.
I'm here for that.
Same idea with bringing Jimmy Garoppolo back.
Right.
On paper, made complete sense. He knows the offense. He's, been in the system. Guys like him. But with added context, Jimmy Garoppolo, he's got his fans. I don't have to say who they are. And I'm not talking about fans that don't play. I'm talking about fans in the locker room. So they might have undersold that part of it and how the team never got to wrap their arms around Trey Lance because Jimmy was still around because it was very much a, hey, this is the situation. This is what we're doing. Right. This makes the most sense without taking in that context. And, of course, Kyle looks like a genius because Trey gets hurt at the beginning of the season, and you got to bring in Jimmy Garoppolo.
No doubt. Let's get to shameless shout-outs. We're a couple minutes late here. Shameless shout-outs. 888-957-9570. I've seen them lined up. Let's get to shameless shout-outs, Spadone. Shout out to Wes in the Net. That's who the shameless shout out was for back in the day. Wes in the Net. Haven't seen him at the Gatehouse lately. Wes in the Net. Come holla. Where you guys been at? Can't wait to see everybody at Chase Center tomorrow. All the roasters when the Warriors host the Dallas Mavericks. Who you shouting out this morning, Alan?
I'm going to shout out. It's not a who. It's a place today. I'm shouting out Guadalajara on Fruitvale when I take Bart sometimes to get to this station. I'll get my Al Pastor burrito. It's the best Al Pastor burrito I've ever had. Shout out Guadalajara.
All right, what you got, Spadone? Who you shouting out here?
Shout out Anthony Davis. Clutch performance in a clutch Lakers win last night.
Wow. Wow. Matson, what you got? What you got, Matson? Who you shouting out?
I'm going to shout out Kyle Shanahan for continuing to churn out quarterback content for us every year that he's been the head coach. It's just a blessing. It really is.
You know what? This morning, I'm going to shout out all the roasters, all the 95.7 Game audience. They've been riding with us hard, especially out in Philadelphia. I love our roasters. I love our audience here at 95.7 Game. Shout out to you guys on the Xfinity mobile text line, YouTube, and Twitch. Now let's go to the calls. Shameless shout out. What you got, Ronnie in Brentwood? Ronnie, what you got? Ronnie. Uh-oh. Not a great start to shameless shout-outs. I don't like that. I don't like it. Steve in Santa Rosa. Who you shouting out today, Steve?
I'm shouting out to all the 49er fans who are not in panic mode. We have one of the elite franchises in the NFL, one of the best front offices and coaching staffs in the NFL. Shut up, all you whining crybabies.
All right, shout out to the whiny crybabies. Tamir in Oakland. Tamir, what's happening? Shameless shout out. What you got?
Hey, what's up? I'm giving a shout out to my Tennessee Lancers. We played Mount Eden, our rivals, this Friday. You know what I'm saying? For playoffs, too. So got to give my boys a shout out, and let's go get that done today.
Hey, you know what, Tamir? Start and do this for us, too, Tamir. Good luck today against Mount Eden. And then let us know about your biggest games. Email us at hss@9570game.com when we get that high school content out there. Shout out to you for doing a great job there at Tennyson. Let's go to Rodney. Rodney in Virginia. Who you shouting out, Rodney?
I'm shouting out just Virginia in general. I wanted to add to the conversation about you was talking about earlier. Can I do that or I got to call back?
Call us back. Call us back with that. Shameless shout out, though, but shout out to the state of Virginia. Shout you out. Kelly in San Francisco. Kelly, who you shouting out?
We're shouting out Epiphany, 6th grade basketball team.
Let's go. I love that. I love that, Kelly. Good luck to you guys. 510 Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Shout out my coworkers at the City of Palo Alto Utilities. Shout you guys out for doing a great job. 650. Shout out to Kyle Shanahan, a.k.a. the quarterback killer. Oh, man, that's not nice. That's not nice. 650. Shout out to the Niner Rebels, also to Mission High School, and all the paraprofessionals and staff out there. Niner Nick, number 15, Niner Rebels. Shout you guys out. 510. Shout out to the local 70 garbage guys in Castro Valley. You guys do a hell of a job. 415. Shout out to all my bookies who took my $10,000 bet on tails for the Super Bowl. Wow. Damn, you talk about some stress. He's going to be thinking about that for another week and a half. Let's go to Angry Black in Long Beach. Angry Black, why are you so angry? What you got?
What's going on? Mountain View, but not Long Beach. Going to get a shout out to my 3 boys, and only one of them is my maternally. But Isaiah McElvaney transferring and going to Louisiana Tech. My boy Alex Burrell starting out in freshman year at New Mexico, and my actual son still getting offers as first Division I offer some school in Michigan. So shout out to all 3 of those boys from the Berryessa Cougars.
There you go. I love that. 650. Hey, y'all, this is Junior Campos, and I would like to shout out the 3rd grade Holy Angels boys basketball team. Let's get this dub tonight. Let's go, Holy Angels. Let's go. Rodney in Oakland, what you got?
Yeah, I got 2 things. What's up, B Hill?
What's up, baby?
I want to get a shout out to the Piedmont girls high school team. They got a game tonight, and my daughter's the assistant coach. And I want to get a shout out to my wife. Thank you for being there with me. And everybody drive safe today because it's raining really hard out here.
Absolutely.
I'm a roaster.
Let's go. I love that. Save that drop. I'm a roaster. That's all I hear these days. Hey, Bonte, Shasky, Allen, I'm a roaster.
I'm a roaster.
Hey, Guru, too. Casey on YouTube. Shout out to the 4th grade St. Francis boys CYO basketball squad. Allen, they're 6-0.
I was going to say, Casey, if that's in Concord, that's where your boy used to get down back in the day.
Yeah, shout out to Sequoia Billiards. Used the new tables in Wrightwood City. How about that? Last but not least, our boy Duke in the city. Oh, we got Tony, too. Duke in the city. What's happening, baby?
Come on, man. Bonte, my boy, styling, profiling, man. Y'all know what it is. First of all, man, shout out to the Holy Angels 7th grade girls basketball team. They doing their thing, and they holding it down. Shout out to you and Shafty, man, for going out to Philly, man, representing all them other Niner fans that went out there representing the Niner Mob, which is our new logo. The Niner Mob is no more Empire. We mobbed out
Niner Mob
34 and 75. And check this out. This ain't no Granny Goose story. Ain't no golden egg. The only gold that you see is on their football head. Brock Purdy looked nice. Rolled the dice and hit twice. CMC on the sideline, heavy sliced and diced like 84 in the Super Bowl. Montana to Rice. Our defense is the reason that your team is in the treason. Now that you got that sting in your chest, took a hit with Fred Warner, Greenlaw, Nick Bosa. This is the season that you should have been a roster. Ass Kay and Shasky hit the wrong corner, hitting the stove, get nasty. 49 is back on the football grind. 13 equals 7 playing out of his mind. This team that we got is on another level. Mobbed up, grab your boys and go get the shovels as we block and we knock to the championship. Mob out one time, we about to dip. Hey, Niner Nation, Empire, the Mob, I love y'all forever, man. It's the Niner Mob, baby. We out.
That was a full verse.
Oh, you don't know about Duke in the city?
Oh, no, I know, but he came with it.
Oh, he came with it. And it's the Niner Mob now. We made that decision in Philadelphia.
No more Niner gang?
No more Niner gang. No more Niner Empire. It's the Niner Mob.
Okay.
Sob Niner Mob?
Wow. Damn.
We out
put
here?
it like that. Michael Hernandez, he's a roaster. Morelli out there in India, he's a roaster. All the roasters out there representing. I love that. Duke just hogged out of airtime. No, we love Duke here. I met some people who work with Duke out there in Philadelphia. They're like, dude, I work with Duke. That's my guy. He comes with the bars. It's the Niner Mob now. We're on that movement now. Duke is the GOAT. With that said, it's time for the injury report. All right, back to the Warriors and Mavericks. Of course, who will suit up tomorrow night at Chase Center? The Mavericks will be without a pair of their rotational players. Forward Maxi Kleber, he's out as he continues to recover from a hamstring tear he suffered in practice back in December. And center Christian Wood is also expected to miss tomorrow's contest as he deals with a left thumb fracture. He's been out since January 18th. And according to Jason Kidd, however, they've both been cleared to resume court work this week, with the goal of them getting into 5-on-5 practices soon. However, Luka Doncic, when to talk to Chuck Cooperstein, the play-by-play voice of the Dallas Mavericks, what's going on with Luka? Will he be in the lineup tomorrow? This seems like a gimme game for the Golden State Warriors. However, nothing's been a gimme this year, so you got to go out there and just play and worry about yourself. Warriors and Mavericks tomorrow night at Chase Center. Tip-off at 5:30. The injury report brought to you by our great friends at Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 4 years. All right, Styles, this is what we're going to do. Chuck Cooperstein, 8 o'clock. He's going to talk about the Mavs and Warriors, how he feels about the Golden State Warriors. Then we'll pivot to 49ers, and then Grant Cohn at 8:30. Grant Cohn, 8:30, to talk about what the hell's going on in that locker room. Will that locker room really be mad if Trey Lance is a starter by week 1? Will they really be mad? Are they really going to be pissed if Brock Purdy's not starting? Oh, the Niners. Content for days, man. Good Lord. More coming up on the roast.
I'm a roaster.
It's the Red and Gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
He's assembled as much talent as any NFL team has in its locker room. But the injuries, especially at quarterback, it just defines Shanahan.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Johnny Mosley here with your Friday Toyota Tahoe report. While Mother Nature is still making up her mind, load up the Toyota and get on the road because the weekend is better in the mountains.
Thanks, Johnny. Today we'll see partly cloudy skies continue. Heavy wind gusts in the morning could cause some delays in some upper mountain lift openings, but the winds should decrease throughout the day. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota. Let's go places. Attention men, if you have ED, PE, or low libido, or if you're always tired, weak, and gaining weight, you could be suffering from low testosterone, a common condition in men over 40. Balanced Medical Solutions has helped thousands of men regain their vigor, stamina, and strength. Restore your performance in the gym and in the bedroom now. Receive a medical evaluation with blood tests and free follow-ups for only $99. Getting old is not a choice, but feeling old is. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design,
development and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
What's it like to go to the South Pole? How do some animals change color? Can you catch a liar?
That's dangerous territory.
Can you trust a gut feeling? What about yawns?
Yes, yawning is contagious.
Mike Simpson here, and on my podcast, I've Got Questions. We go through all these things we're curious about and some stuff you probably don't expect.
Yo, strawberries are not even fruits at all.
So what are they? I've Got Questions. New episodes Thursdays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wendy's home-style French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me, did you just say Wendy's French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Are you ready? Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any, subject to program terms while supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. What a day. A payday Friday / 50-cent Friday / Frisco Friday. Here on the Morning Roast, we got Alan Stiles in for Joe Shasky, the Butcher. Get well, Butcher. We miss you, but Alan Stiles is doing a great job here filling in for you. Not an easy thing to do. Good morning to Spadoni. Good morning to Kyle Madsen. Good morning to everybody out there on YouTube, the Xfinity Mobile text line, Twitch. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for work. If you're getting off your graveyard shift, what is happening? Longshoremen, PG&E workers, you name it. Everybody out there getting their money here on a payday Friday. Let's go out to the phone lines here. The Bud Light guest line, that is. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Chuck Cooperstein, the play-by-play voice of the Dallas Mavericks. And the Mavericks right now rolling a bit. Beat the Pelicans last night, and the Pelicans surprisingly lost 10 in a row. That shows you how crazy the Western Conference has been. Chuck, good morning. Alan Stiles, Bonte Hill here on 95.7 The Game. Thank you so much for joining us as the Mavericks come to town tomorrow night. And you guys got some injuries here. Maxi Kleber going to be out. Christian Wood's going to be out. And then Luka Doncic last night with the right heel contusion. Can we expect to see Luka in the Bay Area tomorrow in a uniform?
Don't know. Don't know. Hope so.
Yeah.
And I certainly know ABC is hoping so.
No doubt. No doubt about that. Lucas played out of his mind. 31 points last night in 23 minutes. He had 21 in the first quarter. He's an unbelievable player. The Mavericks right now 5th in the Western Conference. But as you take a step back from the Dallas Mavericks standpoint, the Western Conference, is it good that we have parity? Or is it just one of the more mediocre conferences that we've seen in a long time in the NBA? The West is usually loaded, Chuck.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, it's been last year was only the second time in 23 years that the West had lost the interconference battle with the East. I love the parity because I think that it makes every game important. It makes you think about every game. And even though I know, everybody's just still trying to load manage players, I still think it's a really dangerous thing to do. Because one day you could be in 5th place, and the next day you could be in 9th, and that's no way to run a railroad as far as I'm concerned. But I like the uncertainty of it. At some point you have to believe somebody is going to find a 2-week heater and separate themselves. The Clippers. I thought were about to be that team until what happened last night in Milwaukee. I still think that when all of their guys are playing, they're the best team in the conference. But we'll just see. I mean, for the Mavericks were healthy early in the year. They lost a lot of games that they should have won. Lost to bad teams that were playing without their best players. And they're paying the price for that right now because now they've gone through a 6-week stint where they've not been healthy, and they're basically playing whack-a-mole. One guy gets healthy, another guy gets hurt.
Chuck, we talk about Luka Ball, and obviously we know Luka can ball, and he is turning into just a ridiculous player if he's not already one. But he does it all, right? And I don't know if it's because he has to or it's just how the team is structured. What do you think this team needs? Because it feels like you've added pieces, but Luka still does everything. Is it more about how the team is structured or just how Luka plays? What is this team missing to get over the hump?
Well, they miss having Jalen Brunson. I know that.
No doubt. Yeah, he's a good player.
I mean, if they had Jalen Brunson, if they had taken care of business a year ago, I don't think we'd be having a lot of this discussion. I don't know that Luka would be averaging, nearly 35 a game, because there would be, another real scorer in their lineup. The issue though, to me, is not so much, how Luka has played, or the fact even that Brunson is gone, even as good as Brunson is and was, because Spencer Dinwiddie has done a really good job of filling that role, albeit somewhat differently than how Brunson filled that role. They haven't filled Dinwiddie's role, haven't filled his scoring coming off the bench, haven't filled that third playmaker. They thought they had Frank Ntilikina, who could handle that, and he's not been able to handle that. And look, they need to be able to get some people who can rebound the ball. And even if Maxi Kleber comes back, and he's not going to be back tomorrow night, but he may be back on this trip that the Mavericks are embarking upon. He's never been a big rebounder. The Mavericks have been out-rebounded in 19 consecutive games.
Wow.
And they've been out-rebounded by an average of about 8.5 per game. And, when the Mavericks lost to the Warriors in the playoffs last year, Golden State just destroyed them on the boards. And no one ever looked at Golden State as a great rebounding team, but they make Kevon Looney look like Moses Malone out there. and that's an issue again tomorrow night. I don't know, how they get around that. They thought that JaVale McGee would be the answer for them in that regard, give them rebounding and rim protection. That lasted about 8 games, and he's been pretty much in mothballs ever since. And they've just had to play this micro ball style that is that gives you very little margin for error. It just does, and you have to be able to make your shots. And if you're not making your shots because you're not rebounding the ball, you're going to wind up on the short end.
Chuck Cooperstein right now on the Morning Roast. Shedding some light on the Dallas Mavericks, courtesy of the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. The Dallas Mavericks 28-25, but just one game up on the Golden State Warriors in the loss column. And there's a bunch of teams here, a slew of teams with 26 losses, including the Golden State Warriors. So these two teams met up in the Western Conference Finals. We saw each other November 29th where the Mavericks won by 3. Remember, Curry was called for the late traveling there at the end of the game. What is your scope on the Golden State Warriors? How are you seeing the Warriors? Do you view them still as a title contender?
I don't see it. I don't see it with them. It's always, and the reason is they don't play the defense that they have during their great championship runs, because they turn over the ball way too much. I mean, how they play is a pretty way to play, and and certainly when Curry and Thompson and Poole all have it going, it's absolutely electric. But I don't know how you can turn it over that much and get away with it unless you play top shelf defense. And the Warriors don't play top shelf defense anymore. And I don't watch them every night. I mean, I watch them a lot of nights, fortunately, because they're the late game and I can actually get home after one of our games and see them play. But they're not the same. And until Steve Kerr can fix that, and I don't know if he can fix it, I just don't see that. I just don't see it out of them. They're dangerous because they could get on a 5-game heater or a 6-game heater and knock out a team in the playoffs. But to get through 4 rounds, playing as they have played for most of the year, I don't see that.
Chuck, trade deadline is coming up quick, fast, and in a hurry. Do you think the Mavs will be looking at anybody? And if so, what are some of the names that you've been hearing?
Well, I think, they'd love to do a deal. They don't have a lot of capital. They don't have their first-round pick to give up because that goes to New York to complete the Porzingis trade. If it's, it's top 10 protected, so they can't do anything with it. And, without that, I just don't think that there is a deal for them to do that's really splashy. I mean, they may do something on the margins here, but I don't see the deal existing right now. I think their deal comes on draft night or like right after the draft, after that pick is conveyed, and then I think you could see something really huge, but I just don't see it right now.
Chuck Cooperstein here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. We'll get them out here. You mentioned the Warriors and the turnovers last night in the third quarter, 8 turnovers. The night before, the fourth quarter against the T-Wolves, they go 0 for 5 from the three-point line and turn the ball over 6 times and lose in overtime to a team that didn't have Karl Anthony Towns or Rudy Gobert. Do you think that this season may have went haywire after what happened in training camp between Draymond Green and Jordan Poole? Do you think there's a lot of talk with the Bob Myers stuff? Do you think that was a recipe for disaster coming into the season?
Again, I'm not around the team, so I don't know. I've always loved watching them play. They're my favorite team to broadcast just because of the joy that they have always played with, and the fact that they were such a great shooting team and also were such a great defensive team. I mean, they could literally do it all. But I don't know the internal dynamics of their team and why things are the way they are. But certainly on an individual night, we know what they're all capable of.
Right.
But looking at it from 30,000 feet, I've always been amazed that, they have played the way they've played and they have been able to get away with it, because teams don't turn it over as much as they do and yet still blow people out the way they did. But they did because they played great defense, and they're not playing great defense right now. I mean, look, they let D'Angelo Russell go off. He's not a great three-point shooter by any stretch, but that fourth quarter the other night, he looked like Steph.
No doubt.
They've got to be able to clean a whole bunch of stuff up and do it a lot more consistently, ultimately, for them to get back to where they want to go.
Hey, Chuck, you're not lying about the defense. Point of attack defense, blow-bys, dribble drive penetrations, destroyed the Warriors all season long. They've got to get going on that end of the floor. Chuck, good stuff as well. We'll stop by and say hi tomorrow at Chase Center when the Mavericks come to town. They take on the Warriors on a nationally televised game, 5:30 at ABC. Chuck, thanks for the time.
Appreciate you guys having me. Take care.
Anytime. Chuck Cooperstein, the voice of the Dallas Mavericks, says he just doesn't see it with the Warriors this season because of the defense. Not the turnovers, not the three-point shooting, not the depth, not the youngsters. The defense.
Yeah.
Defense has been a problem. Dribble drive penetration. Everybody's cooking. Again, Chanchar yesterday. I don't even know who the hell that was. Chanchar. I thought it was Konkar.
Yeah.
Chanchar scored 17 last night against the Warriors.
Yeah, and we're hearing, a lot of people mention Mike Brown's name. Light the beam. Shout out Kyle. Light the beam. And when Steve Kerr couldn't coach in Memphis last season, Mike Brown comes out, he goes, the thing is, I'm really more of the defensive coordinator. I don't know about you, Bonte, but I never really heard that term used that in basketball. But now we're seeing that it was the truth, and I think that's part of it as well. Yeah. I think there are a lot of factors in your personnel, obviously not having GP2, but I think as well Mike Brown leaving has changed some things, and I don't know that the Warriors have been able to come back from that, at least not yet.
Not yet, not at all. By the way, YouTube's hilarious. Infinity Mobile text line is hilarious. Something I saw here I wanted to read. Missed it. Sorry, guys. So, that's what it was. Do the Niners win with Derek Carr in Philadelphia? Have you seen Derek Carr try to evade a rush? Seriously? Have you seen Derek Carr gets a good, ferocious front four?
Get some quick hitters out. quick hitters.
Derek Carr is not winning that game in Philadelphia.
I don't know about that.
Oh, man, stop.
He's winning Pro Bowl games, though. Come on now.
He was lighting it up.
I did not watch a second.
I saw the highlights. and mostly him, with his little soundbite about not being that hot in Vegas. That's why he's on the way out. I think they might win that game with Derek Carr.
Maybe.
It's more about
Shanahan and Derek Carr.
Yes. I think they do.
Speaking of Derek Carr, folks, would you like him as your new quarterback of the 49ers?
Listen, Derek, you've thrown touchdown passes in Vegas before. You've been on fire. Have you ever been that hot in Las Vegas?
Not that hot. It's probably why I'm going somewhere else.
Nice. I'm glad he could joke about it with Ryan Clark during the Pro Bowl games. He's moving on. Niners? I don't know about that.
It's such a classic Derek Carr thing, though, to just ball out at a Pro Bowl nobody cares about.
Right. By the way, I love this text on the Xfinity Mobile text line. This guy texts every day, and it's the same text all the time. Bonte will get shredded by Dub Nation at Chase if they lose to Dallas tomorrow. Says that every game. Bonte will be shredded at Chase if they lose to the Brooklyn Nets. Well, they lost to the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah.
I'm still here. It's kind of funny. It's like, who's going to shred me? Why are you going to shred me? I don't play.
It's on you.
I don't handle the rock. I'm not shooting threes. I'm not coaching a team. I'm not calling 20-second timeouts. I'm not calling full timeouts.
I'm putting it on you.
The hell I got to do with the Warriors losing games? I wasn't in the altitude yesterday.
There's been a lot of talk about The Last Dance. And if this is The Last Dance, the answer is the Grizzlies, right? Who do you not want to end it for the Warriors?
Oh,
it has to be the Grizzlies.
Yeah, but the Grizzlies won't end it. The Grizzlies will not end it.
So ending it means you
losing
beat
in the playoffs.
Yeah, you beat the Warriors. Doesn't mean that they win the whole thing.
Right. You beat the Warriors and you just lose. I mean, could be the Grizzlies, could be the Nuggets, could be the Mavericks, could be the Clippers.
But what would hurt the most? The Grizzlies would hurt the most.
The Grizzlies would hurt the most, no doubt about it.
Next after that,
Phoenix.
Probably Phoenix.
The Clippers.
I think
what if the Lakers ended it?
Grizzly? No.
What if the Lakers ended it? Warriors in the play-in tournament.
That'd be bad. Full strength Warriors. That'd be awful.
Against LeBron and AD.
No, it can't happen.
And then we have to look at Spinoni's face every single day.
I'm going to tell you right now.
I tell Spinoni to go work on another show.
That's a sleeper. That's a sleeper. That might be one. It might hurt more to get one more loss from LeBron. At least you know the Grizzlies are on the way up.
Oh gosh,
it might be worse. We can't think like that.
No, it's your fault.
People.
Well, you know what?
The streets are talking about the end of it.
You know what?
The streets are talking Last Dance, Bonte.
You know what? You're filling in for Shasky perfectly.
There you go.
Because he's the warrior of this show, and that's how he thinks. Oh, what if you lose to the Grizzlies? What if you lose to the Lakers? You're perfect right now. That's what Shasky would do.
There you go.
I feel like I'm at home again.
There you go. That's all I wanted.
You know, I thought we were cool. And all of a sudden, you turned into Joe Shasky. I mean, oh, man, what's the Grizzlies ended?
I'm just saying.
Like that.
Lakers suck.
I'm saying it would hurt. Who would hurt you the most?
Well, then you lose to the Lakers, and then you have Warrior fans begging for LeBron James to play on the team. Remember those rumors?
Come on over.
By the way, 957thegameshop.com. Get you some gear. Come on, 957thegameshop.com. You got the Money Time hoodie.
Money time! Money time!
Where Jordan Poole's got his money, but he hasn't been playing in Money Time as of late. Jordan Poole. Look, he had a solid 4 game yesterday. I'm not going to be mad at Jordan Poole. It's not the reason you lost. He's not. He actually played really well as a starter. Red and Gold Reaction brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. Chuck Cooperstein, of course, joined us on the Bud Light guest line. And look, man, in about 10 minutes, Grant Cohn, the man needs no title, is going to join us in 10 minutes to talk about the Niners and what's going on with the 49ers. Matt Mayoka on 49ers Talk podcast yesterday at NBC Sports Bay Area basically said that if Brock Purdy is not starting, he believes that locker room would be pissed off. They'd be ticked off if Brock Purdy was not the starter week 1. What does that say about Trey Lance? What does that say about Trey Lance and his teammates? Do they like Trey? Do they believe in Trey? Does Shanahan believe in Trey? Also, by the way, let me throw this one at you, too. We'll discuss this more in length next week. But Nick Bosa, everybody's talking about his contract extension. He may get $30 million a year. Is anybody pausing off of that after what we just saw transpire in the postseason? 0 sacks for Nick Bosa in the postseason. 0.
I think it says more about the help that he needs because it's just we're not going to let you do anything. You can't allow if you're putting it on him, you got to put it on, the D line in general. And I think he needs help. And Ebukam, a good season, nice season, it's just not enough. So I think you got to pay the man. What, are you going to let him walk?
No, franchise tag him.
Bring his brother in. He hates Philly too. I know you saw that video.
Yeah. By the way, this just broke. John Clark from NBC Sports in Philadelphia, he was told that Nick Sirianni, the Eagles head coach, in their team meeting the night before the NFC title game, showed the Eagles video of George Kittle talking about the Eagles defense being good on paper. Apparently he fired up the Eagles.
You know what's so funny? Because I think Darius Slay mentioned that too.
Right.
That quote was not that ridiculous to me.
No,
basically, George Kittle said, there have been other teams that are, physical on paper and have this on paper. I guess he literally said, "I guess we'll see on Sunday." Out of all the bulletin board material that's out there, that one did not move me. But whatever you need, because they got after him.
Listen, the Bosa thing, $30 million for one defensive player, injury history. He looked banged up in the NFC title game. At times, he wasn't starting drives at defensive end. I'm not letting Bosa walk. But Shasky loves this. He loves the franchise tag, and the Niners haven't used a franchise tag for quite some time. Matt, if I'm not mistaken, did they use a franchise tag the last time they used a franchise tag? Was it on a kicker? I believe it was on a kicker, right? Yep, thumbs up. Was it Robbie Gold?
Yes.
There you go. As Kyle Matson smacks one of those Gambino's burritos. I can't wait to man.
It's over, bro.
Damn. You just got the damn thing 10 minutes ago. Man, my guy was starving. Let me know what the Venmo hitting for. I don't know about. I would franchise Bosa before I give him $30 million a year in a long-term deal, and a lot of guaranteed money. I would pause on that, honestly.
Yeah, but he's going to be coming off, we believe, a defensive player of the year. So obviously, there's no way you're going to let him walk. And if that's the move, then that's the move. He's going to get paid at some point. You're just trying to hold off on paying him.
Yeah, I would hold off.
What else you got going on. He's electric. He could do some things. But as of right now, you cannot. That's the thing. You don't want to pay him right now because I have to pay to bring somebody in to allow you to be better.
Right.
And it sounds crazy saying that for somebody who's going to be Defensive Player of the Year, but we need to make sure that people can't just erase you from any game.
Right.
Any game. I don't care if it's the playoffs or not.
He had the one play against Jalen Hurts or somebody on YouTube just mentioned, where he almost got to safety. JP from the Yoon. You're right about that. But outside of that, he pushed your pocket early in that football game, and I get why the defense was gassed. But again, the impact for a $30 million player, I'm using that franchise tag on Bosa. I personally will wait to give him a long-term deal.
Yeah.
I would.
I think you have to. Because he's not, we use the term game wrecker. He's not able to wreck some of these games because they're just selling out on him.
Right.
And he's still getting it done in a lot of situations. And as we always say, death taxes and Nick Bosa was held because that's normally what happens. But you have to make sure that if that's going on there and there's some sketchy stuff and he's getting double teamed, triple teamed, you got to bring heat somewhere else.
No.
And you're not going to be the Eagles and have 10 dudes or 4 dudes with 10 plus sacks.
Right.
But I don't think you definitely can't let him walk.
This is ridiculous. 415 before we break. Xfinity Mobile text line. Niners, Bonte, they should trade Nick Bosa. I love him, but you can get 3 firsts for him and save your salary structure. I'm not trading Nick Bosa. I'm sorry. I wouldn't do that. I'm not that crazy.
No.
It's a generational talent. You don't do that.
I'll pull a Khalil Mack with John Gruden.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Hell, maybe you could bring Ed Khalil back from the Chargers if he walks.
Yeah, edge rushers are guys that can look really good. It's almost similar to QBs. They can look really good at pro days and look at the numbers that they put up. You don't know what they're going to do until they get in the game and get in the NFL speed. You know what you have with Nick Bosa. You have no clue. you have no clue what you're going to get if you try to get a young guy or whatever the case is, just because they perform well with shorts on.
Wow, Morelli out in India. Michael Parsons is way better than Nick Bosa. I'm sorry for saying that, but Bosa needs some help. I don't know about way better. DPOI is coming to Santa Clara. Anyway, Grant Cohn coming up on the game, and that's going to be sponsored by Anheuser-Busch.
It's the Red and Gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
You can't tell a win now locker room. We got this guy right here who essentially came in and never lost a game where he played the majority of the game. He never lost. But we're going to check this other guy out.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Bud Light is brewed to be a delicious, easy-to-drink beer. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, this is Bonte Hill, and I'm here to talk about the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Cougar Law. Maybe you have unfiled taxes, unfiled tax returns. Maybe you have some offshore accounts or receive money from a relative overseas. Maybe your small business is facing an audit. Regardless of the tax problem you have, the Cougar Law Firm can help. The Cougar team is awesome. So visit sftaxteam.com today. I've met with their attorneys and know about their honest and ethical approach to providing effective and efficient resolutions for all of your tax needs. They strive to educate their clients about IRS practices and evaluate possible solutions, all while providing you with straightforward and transparent pricing. If you're facing a tax problem, then you're facing a legal problem. So you should contact the Cougar Law tax and crypto attorneys today at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com.
Alexander Kugelman, Managing Attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94929. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there. It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Hey, what's going on? It's Mark Willard for the Game Time app, the fastest growing ticketing app in the U.S. I've been telling you all about the Game Time app, how easy it is to use, and how they have the most amazing last-minute deals on tickets. You know all of that. But now, for all users, by the way, not just new users of the app, any of you, here comes an offer for $100 off a ticket to the big game in Arizona that's coming up. So use the code RADIO100 and you can get $100 off a ticket to the big game. Again, you know what to do. Download the Game Time app, enter your email address, and then all of the tickets, all of the concerts, events, theater, everything is right there for you. And in there as well, the big game. Use the code RADIO100 for $100 off the purchase of a big game ticket. The Game Time app. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount, at any time. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
In Fremont, cloudy with periods of rain today, highs 58.
Weather brought to you by Auto Trader. Shop millions of new cars, used cars, and electric cars on Auto Trader and find your 1 in a million car. Finally, it's easy. Auto Trader.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
I gotta hide the ugly.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Do gotta hide the ugly. Need makeup, man. Not the most handsome guy out here, by the way. This segment is presented by Zenni. That's right, the Red and Gold Reaction brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com. And it is a 50-cent/payday/Frisco Friday here on the Roast. Alan Styles in for Joe Shashky, the Butcher. And I know he's going to miss this one because his main man, our main man, Grant Cohn, quality control for the 49ers. I get a kick out of bio. Publisher for all at 49ers on SI, the Fan Nation on SI.com. He has his YouTube channel as well. Grant Cohn joins the roast once again. Grant, good morning, man. How you doing?
Good. I just want to make it clear. The Niners don't pay me for my quality control. I just tell them what to do for free, and they ignore me, but I still try.
You still try. Hey, closed mouths don't get fed, right? Look, man, the season's over, and obviously they get beat up in Philadelphia. They got physically beat up in that football game. It's kind of tough with Josh Johnson. Purdy gets hurt. You could question the play calls or whatnot. Shanahan not challenging. Let's start with Kyle Shanahan. How would you grade his season as a head coach? Because I believe, Grant, that this was his best job this season, considering all the quarterback controversy, the quarterback roulette. How would you grade Shanahan's season as head coach of the 49ers?
I'd give him a B. I mean, to me, that 12-game stretch, that winning streak, he had the team playing as well or better than any team in the league, and he gets full credit for that. He also started slow. He's also somewhat culpable in the quarterback injuries, and his pattern is he coaches his worst in the biggest game of the season. And all those things came true again this year. So he gets full credit for that 12-game winning streak, but still, I think that there's another level that he needs to get. I think he needs to grow and learn from these, defeats, and I think he kind of refuses. Like you heard him at that press conference the other day. He doesn't sound like the kind of guy who thinks he needs to grow and learn. He acts like he's the best right now. And frankly, he's not. He's close, but he's not yet.
Right.
Grant, let's stick with that press conference because, a lot of the fan base, dunk on him. And then some of the fan base was saying, I mean, a lot of quarterbacks have got injured. You went through the whole roster. What did you think about that last question, who a lot of people thought that you asked, by the way? What did you think about that last question about the quarterbacks and how he answered it? Because I don't know that it's Kyle Shanahan's fault. I can't say that it is, but I at least felt like he could have said, I don't know, we'll take a look at some things. I mean, you went through every guy on your roster here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good answer for Twitter, but I think what most people wanted to hear was the Niners say something like, you know what, protecting the quarterback is the most important thing, and we didn't do that well enough this year. And we're not going to blame one specific thing, but obviously we're going to analyze it and make sure that we improve here. that would have been like a really vague, generic thing that would have pleased everyone. But they wouldn't even say that. They said, hey, it's a coincidence, and we're no worse at protecting quarterbacks than other teams. And then at the end, he's like, I'm really sorry that Josh Johnson bounced his head off the turf. I'm really sorry that Brock Purdy got his arm ripped out of his socket. Like, man, you really don't sound sorry right now. You sound like a 15-year-old who's making excuses for, cracking the car up, that kind of thing. So it just was the wrong tone, the wrong message. And it was surprising because it would be so easy to say nothing and have it come out sounding beautiful.
Right. No, that's a good point. Greg Cohn here on 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast. And look, he was edgy in that presser, you could tell. And he was very definitive. I was actually shocked when he got asked about Jimmy Garoppolo. And he said, yes, I don't see a scenario in which Jimmy Garoppolo is back now. Kind of heard some of the same tone last season. So until Jimmy's wearing a different uniform, I still believe Jimmy's in play for the Niners, Grant.
That's fair. I mean, should we really believe anything Kyle Shanahan says in the press conference? No offense to Kyle, but I think he's made it clear at this point that he doesn't really feel answerable to us and he can change his mind. And he's not under oath. So, yeah, I wouldn't rule it out. Because if they don't bring him back and Brock Purdy isn't ready, I mean, what are their options? Just go with Trey Lance and no one else? They weren't comfortable with that last year. So we'll see.
Speaking of Trey Lance, and Matt Mayoko on the 49ers Talk podcast mentioned how the locker room would be pissed off if Brock Purdy wasn't started by week 1. Now, we don't know what injury Brock Purdy really suffered. Is he getting Tommy John? Is he not? We still don't know the answer to that question yet. But I had a problem with the Niners after week 2 when Trey Lance got hurt. Andy Reid did this in Philly. When he was in Philadelphia, Andy Reid would always say, at a presser, if a player had a major injury, he would start that presser off by saying, first of all, I want to say shout out to so-and-so. He's hurt. Our condolences go out to him. We feel really bad about him. And he would set that tone saying, hey, it's about the player first and the game second. I had a big issue with some of those Niners running to Michael Silver, the columnist of the SF Chronicle, talking about, yeah, you know what, that was Niner football, and we feel like we have a shot yet. So how does that locker room really feel about Trey Lance from what you know, from what you've covered this past season?
I mean, I'm less concerned about that. I'm more thinking about how Trey feels about that locker room and the team. I mean, at that press conference, John Lynch really said that Trey Lance has to prove he can stay healthy. You used him like Derrick Henry and he broke his leg. Are you kidding me? If I were Trey Lance, I would be angry. How could you say that? You're supposed to be on my side. You picked me. You put me in that situation. And then you got like an anonymous player saying that Matt Mayoko that they'd be pissed if Brock Purdy isn't the starter. Dude, to me, I would want off this team. And I remember when Ron Carthon got that job with the Tennessee Titans, Trey Lance put a little post on Instagram with his fingers crossed, and we don't really know what that means. But if I were him, I would want to be on the freaking Tennessee Titans right now. Like, the Niners don't want me. Cool, I don't want you either.
Grant, now the other quarterback that played there were a good bit that played this season, Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy, some Niner fans want to give him the gold jacket right now, and he's a quarterback for the next 10 years. What were your thoughts on Brock Purdy? And now with him being injured, it's easy if he's ready by preseason, then sure. I think he has done enough that he would get the nod. Him and Trey can quote unquote battle it out, but he'd probably get the nod. But let's say he's not ready by training camp or preseason, and let's say the Niners go 1-0, 2-0, dare I say 3-0. Do you think Brock Purdy has done enough? We have a lot of fans that say he's our QB1. Do you think he's done enough to where if Trey Lance has maybe 1, 2, 3 games and they didn't look great, let's say he didn't necessarily ball out, would Kyle Shanahan put him straight into the QB1 position, or would he say, hey, we're winning with Trey? Sometimes he likes to ride the hot hand. What do you think happens with Brock Purdy if he's not ready at the beginning of the season and the Niners are off to a decent start?
Well, Kyle Shanahan did the other day say that he has 2 starting quarterbacks. He won't commit to either one.
Right.
So let's say Brock isn't ready and Trey Lance comes out. Let's say he balls out. Let's say he goes on a run like Brock Purdy did. Mm-hmm. I would think they would go with the hot hand.
Right.
They're not committed to Brock. So that would be a good problem to have. We'll see what they do. The Niners have this pattern of starting slow, especially on offense, which might be the reason that Trey Lance didn't look that great earlier this year. I mean, he didn't get to play with McCaffrey or George Kittle either.
Yep.
So if they start slow, the whole team starts slow. Maybe Trey Lance should be given a chance to grow with the team. I don't think it's a coincidence that his best start happened week 17 against Houston. He looked great in that game, but so did the whole offense.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. Grant Cohn here on 95.7 The Game. And look, Trey Lance, I've been saying that all season long about Trey Lance. Can he get a shot with McCaffrey? He's played one game with George Kittle. And look, the monsoon game, I think a lot of people came out of there saying, well, it wasn't really Trey's fault. He threw some really nice passes. What if George Kittle's running out under that pass that he threw to Tyler Kroft? He threw some dimes at Juwan Jennings and Ray McCloud. I don't have to tell you. You were there. But the whole Trey Lance thing is very interesting to me. Moving on to Brock Purdy for a second, though. Do you believe we've seen Brock Purdy hit his ceiling? Because I saw him in nobody wants to talk about it, Grant, but the last 4 first halves, minus the Eagles game, I thought Brock Purdy struggled and played a lot more like Jimmy Garoppolo than the Brock Purdy we saw to start that run.
I like Brock Purdy. I like his athleticism. I like the way that he can extend plays and make plays. I think he's a good player. But I'm really worried about this injury. If he doesn't get the Tommy John surgery and he rushes back because the Niners are begging him to, what is his arm going to be like? I mean, he didn't have a strong arm to begin with.
Right.
If he loses 5% of his velocity, I'm really concerned about his future. If he gets the Tommy John surgery, comes back with 5% more velocity, I'm intrigued. So I think this is like the biggest decision of his life, and he has to make sure that he doesn't just, capitulate to the 49ers because they're desperate. I don't know what he's going to do.
Grant, let's just go big picture here, because I've been saying that Kyle Shanahan, he's much better than a lot of coaches out there, right?
Yeah.
But the Niners still have that quest for 6 is still happening. So can you speak to, I guess, where you're at in this fan base, where it's, well, we're doing much better than all these other teams, so you guys sound spoiled, versus I'm not trying to sound spoiled, but at some point I want to be the bride and I don't want to be the bridesmaid anymore.
It feels like, the Niners are sort of back at the Jim Harbaugh level, where you have a premier coach and you're in the NFC Championship game, but there is something about this man that is going to prevent him from ever being a champion. And I think we feel that way about Jim Harbaugh now. We see him at Michigan. He's never going to get it done. There's something missing there. And Niners fans have PTSD from firing him and then having no replacement. That team just sort of fell apart and a bunch of guys retired. And I think fans are afraid if you were to ever move on from Kyle, that Jed couldn't find anyone good. I don't know. I feel like Trent Baalke's gone. John Lynch is different. They have a really good organization and a really good roster. And if you felt that Kyle can't seal the deal with this, you could trade him. And I think you'd have a line of really good coaches around the block trying to coach Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. You know what I mean? So
right.
I feel like a ruthless organization like Philly, if they ever felt a coach couldn't get over the hump, I mean, they fired Andy Reid and then won a Super Bowl. So you got to be bold. And right now the Niners seem content to be in the mix.
So are you saying if the Niners, I think it's too late in the process to do anything with Kyle Shanahan. And I also believe, Grant, that if he went 5-12 next season, I still believe his seat wouldn't be hot. Don't you agree?
I think if he misses the playoffs next year, he would get fired because
really?
The team is too good. I think the team is too good. And if he misses the playoffs, then you have to wonder, is he losing the locker room? Here's what you got to watch, Fonte. Trent Williams.
Yeah.
He mentioned he's thinking about retirement. If he retires, that's an indication that this locker room might be losing its faith that Kyle Shanahan can deliver the goods. So we'll see what Trent does.
What about Bosa here? I know a lot of people are talking about his contract extension. I'm like Joe Shasky. Shasky loves the franchise tag. He always wonders why the Niners don't use it on certain players, like Eric Armstead, for example. Instead of paying them the money, just franchise them, make them prove it again and again and again, and maybe you keep DeForest Buckner. And we're not in a situation with Javon Kinlaw. And we know about Javon Kinlaw's game in the NFC title game. It was not pretty, to say the least. And maybe that's an understatement. With Nick Bosa, personally, I have a problem with paying him $30 million a year right now after that playoff run. I would franchise Nick Bosa to make sure that, hey, 1, he remains healthy, 2, that he balls out in the playoffs. I just have an issue with giving him all that guaranteed money and $30 million a year with that injury history.
Yeah, I have an issue paying any player that much when there's a salary cap, because what you're going to end up with is Nick Bosa and a bunch of guys on your defensive line, which is frankly what you had this year. I mean, no one else on the line had more than 5 sacks. I'd rather have Philly's formula where you have a bunch of guys with double-digit sacks, and they do that because they don't overpay on one guy. Now, Nick Bosa is definitely worth all the money he's going to get, but really, do you want 4 pass rushers or 1? And look at what the Niners have on their offensive line. They got 1 great left tackle and guys on rookie deals or journeyman guys, and it's just, I don't know, it's a unit. You got to work together. It's not enough having 1 dominant player. So I actually am with you on that. I'm a little hesitant on giving. He's going to make like 13% of their salary cap.
Right.
Hall of Fame quarterbacks get that.
Yeah.
And frankly, how do you justify that? Get a sack every single game? You can't do that.
Yeah, what does that return on investment look like? Grant, I wanted to talk quickly about the Niners QB situation in terms of we know about Trey, we know about Brock, a veteran QB. There's some names out there, Taylor Heineke, Kyle Allen, couple different guys that their names have been brought up. What do you think they do? Because it's very clear they need a third. You're going to get a third string QB.
Yeah, I mean, I think the success they had with Brock Purdy, they probably feel like they have a blueprint to drafting quarterbacks. I wouldn't be surprised if they drafted another one. They'll probably sign one too. Because right now, for OTAs, they got one quarterback where they got Trey Lance.
Right.
And he may not even ready to, so they have to bring in multiple bodies. So they could sign guys. They could bring in Gardner Minshew. They could bring in Jared Stidham. I mean, they could bring in CJ Beathard. They could bring in Nick Mullins. But I think they'll probably draft a guy too. I don't watch a ton of college football, but I like Dorian Thompson-Robinson down at UCLA.
That's your guy.
Starter.
You are a Bruin too.
I like him, but I went to UCLA, so I'm biased. I think that'd be a nice late round pick.
He does have mobility, man. I remember watching him at Bishop Gorman. They used to have him on ESPN on Friday Night Lights, so he's been there for a while. He played with Snoop's son, by the way, Snoop Dogg's son. By the way, real quick before we get you out of here, Steve Wilks, is that the next defensive coordinator for the 49ers?
Well, I think what's happening is the Niners and the Texans, Kyle and D'Amico are sort of fighting over Chris Kaserik. Both want him. And Kaserik just wants to be a D-line coach, and I think they're both trying to offer him more money and maybe a defensive coordinator position, and he doesn't even want to be a defensive coordinator. So this is the complicating factor. How do you get a defensive coordinator but also keep Chris Kaserik? You might just have to promote Kaserik. So if they get Wilks, he's great, but it might end up being Kaserik just because they don't want to lose him. It's funny, I asked him point blank about this in the offseason. He said, I don't want to be a coordinator. I don't want to look or think about coverages. I just want to look at the D-line. So wow. I think they probably shouldn't promote him, considering he said he doesn't want the job.
All right, Grant. Good stuff as always, man. We'll talk to you soon, man. This offseason, a lot of content. Quarterback, coach, defensive coordinator, the team, the landscape. And now the Eagles are chirping, talking about George Kittle, discussing them. They used George Kittle's talk last week about them being good on paper as motivation. Go figure.
Yeah, I mean, Kittle was asked point blank, are the Eagles physical enough to compete with you? And he just paused for like 4 seconds. He was like, well, I guess we'll see. Their defense is great on paper. Like, wow, what an answer. And then what an ironic way for the season to end. I mean, the tight end room really blew it. Yes. I mean, I guess that's karma.
I mean, they physically beat up the Niners at the line of scrimmage. You probably had a safer trip to Philadelphia than Shasky and I, as those fans were ruthless there.
I saw that.
Yeah.
That was crazy, man.
Yeah, the walk of shame. Okay. The walk of shame. It was like the White Walkers were coming after the game. They said, get out of here, be safe. We actually got locked in the Uber because the Uber driver's like, do not go out there. We got to go get a police escort. It's pretty wild, man. We'll catch up soon, Greg. Good stuff.
All right, good to talk to you, man.
All right, anytime. Greg Cohn here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. A lot to take away there. He believes that if Shanahan struggles next year, he could be fired. I don't believe that.
Ain't no way.
No way. I think his seat is not even close to being warm.
No way. There's still so many. The thing about when Grant said the line of coaches that would want to, coach for the Niners. Oh, I'm sure there's a line. Mm-hmm. But how many do we think can do what Kyle Shanahan does? And that's the conundrum, the Kyle Shanahan conundrum.
Right.
He is much better than a lot of these coaches out there. Can he get it done? We don't know. You know what I was thinking, Bonte? Kyle Shanahan kind of reminds me of the Kyle Shanahan, the Niners, the way they're built right now. And I rag on this team a lot just because it's fun. I have no reason to. Mark Few and Gonzaga.
Oh.
Because they're always there. They're always there, but they haven't won the big one. But you're not going to fire Mark Few.
No,
look at what he's built.
You're not.
But they haven't got it done yet.
No, they haven't. They haven't got it done. By the way, Grant Cohn joined us on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Our Fast Five question of the day. Let's try this again. 888-957-9570. It's a simple question for Fast Five. We're not flexing anymore because Alan Styles has all the muscles. I'm not trying to get embarrassed out here. Fast Five question of the day. It's simple. Are the Golden State Warriors NBA title contenders? It's a yes or no question. 888-957-9570. Are the Golden State Warriors NBA title contenders? Yes or no? And I think a lot of people, including Chuck Cooperstein, who joined us at 8 o'clock, the voice of the Dallas Mavericks, said, I just don't see it. Look at this. Dave Johnson, the Dubs are cooked. Dubs are cooked. Joel Rivera, no. Alex in Atlanta, no. Cozy, I want Iguodala. Not with Ty Jerome getting minutes. Emphatically no, Ahmad Z. I knew he was going to say no.
A title contender? How could you say no to just a title contender?
Well,
I'm not saying
talking all day. They're not a title contender.
I'm saying I don't think they're going to go on a 15-2 run. I still think they're a title contender. Do I think they're going to win it? I have no clue. I don't think that they're going to do anything. They're going to turn any type of corner in the regular season. But as long as if you get in the play-in, it's done. I don't think you can come back. I don't think you can go play-in and win the whole thing. Not even this core. The lowest seed I would say I feel comfortable with for the Warriors would be 5.
Raiders for Life on YouTube saying the Warriors Invitational starts in April, fool. They are title contenders. 888-957-9570. It's a simple question. Yes or no? Are the Golden State Warriors NBA title contenders? Tyler Miller actually being rational for once. What up, Tyler? They just got to make the playoffs, and we'll see what happens. Sounds like Tyler's losing a little confidence in the Warriors. That's not a typical Tyler answer.
I think we all are.
Oaktown, they need to prove it to us. Let's go ahead and hit it, Spadoni. All right, before we go out to the phone lines, 888-957-9570. Conrad Arenas, put some respect on the 4-time champs, man. They are title contenders. Morelli, Bonte Allen, I take the Warriors in a 7-game series. Rob B, did you think they were title contenders this time last year? I did. I think a lot of people did. Mm-hmm. Coach Fred Velasquez on Twitter, tweeting at me. With this roster, hell no, they're not title contenders. Damn. Panic meter is up. My panic meter was at last night. Joe Spadoni, are they title contenders before we go out to the lines? Or the Warriors title contenders and take off your Laker jersey, please?
Yes, because the West stinks. I'm sorry. I know we just watched the Nuggets last night. Jamal Murray, I got to see it in the conference finals, man. Jokic, wow. I got to see it in the conference finals. Wow. Clippers, Kawhi, Paul George.
Jamal balled in the bubble.
Yeah, and then lost.
Yeah, I mean, you got your bubble players and you got your non-bubble players.
Wow.
The bubble exposed a lot of people.
Wow.
Raiders for Tavarius. Nope.
Still hung.
Right eye. No, not this year. Miguel Rodriguez Jr. No. Dante Wiley. No. You heard Dante Wiley saying no? Damn, hell is frozen over. Let's go to Oscar. Oscar, Fast 5. Are the Golden State Warriors, Oscar, title contenders?
I think, as long as the core can stay healthy, they get in the dance, we got a shot. Just get in, and we got a shot.
All right. I like that. Sam, South City Sam. Are the Warriors title contenders?
Fortunately, no, fellas. Defense is just as bad. It's not championship worthy. It's going to be the downfall of this team. They're not going to get past the first round. I hate to say it, fellas, but it's a wrap this year for them in the first round of the playoffs.
Damn. Ernie Chavez, one of our most loyal listeners here at 95.7 The Game. He's been the roaster of the day. He's been the roaster of the month. Ernie Chavez, they're not contenders. I'm sorry, but those are facts. Damn.
Wow. It's not even scary hours. It's just sad hours.
It really is sad. When Ernie's down on the Warriors, it is a sad day.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just been a rough week for everybody.
You think they should have sat Steph last night?
No,
it's easy to say that now.
Yeah, it's easy to say it now. Now it makes sense, right? Because he took some bumps and bruises.
Because I was out on the sit everybody thing, but then I said, okay, well, sitting some people, you're losing, but you're still given a minute, so I don't know how I feel about that now either. But I'm sure there are some Nugget kids, some Warriors fans, kids out there that got to see Steph play.
Even our boy Yang Tom Smith says no. Yang Tom Smith is out on the Warriors.
Are there any yeses? Are you avoiding the yeses?
Well, DG. How about this, DG? As we'll end it with this. DG. Where is that at? Where did it go? Until someone beats them 4 out of 7. Sure, they are title contenders. And that is your Xfinity Fast 5 of the day. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. I'm going to say they're title contenders until they lose.
Yeah.
I'm still ride.
They are until they aren't.
Damn, young Tom Smith is down on the Warriors.
925 Xfinity Mobile text line. Warriors don't make the playoffs.
Oh, damn.
This is crazy.
Yeah, that's insane. That's insane. I'm not doubting the Warriors. They haven't lost a Western Conference series under Steve Kerr. I still believe they beat the Nuggets in 7.
Yeah. Now, the question becomes, how high above 500 do they have to be to have a decent spot in a decent seed? Because they can't seem to get away from 500.
No,
so if they
can't.
stay 500, you do have a problem. At some point, you have to get away from 500.
So we'll see the Mavericks tomorrow night. They're 3 games above 500. They're 4th place in the West.
Mm-hmm.
So may not need to be more than 6 games above 500 going into the playoffs. It's just that type of season. The Dallas Mavericks are 3 games above 500. The Warriors are 1 game behind the Mavericks in the loss column. Just 1.
Yeah.
So there's that.
925 Michael from Napa. Yes, they're here. There's a yes. Haven't gotten very many of those.
Wow. Jesus Christ on YouTube. What up, Jesus? I'll pray to you.
Shout out Jesus.
Jesus Christ. Are the Kings more of a title contender than the Warriors? That's a question. And it's a valid question this season. No, the Kings are not title contenders. I like the Kings. It's a great story. Shout out to D-Lo and KC, but you're not title contenders. West is wide open. We'll ask Mark Willard in a second. It's a simple question. Are the Warriors title contenders? Warriors panic meter 510 doesn't even register in my eyes until after the All-Star break. Have you seen the recent standings? Warriors can finish in the top 3 still. I'm with you, 510. I'm with you on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Mark Willard, are the Warriors still title contenders? You've been up on the Warriors. You haven't panicked yet.
How do I want to answer this question?
It's a yes or no question.
The answer's yes, but that's with a nod to the conversation y'all just had with Cooperstein because he's right. So in other words, the answer's yes, ... if something changes. So the way they're playing right now, like, this is what I would say, because you asked Chuck Cooperstein, and he's just the voice of the Mavs. It's not like he's the final voice on this, but I thought he made really good points. He said, I don't see it, and he pointed to one thing, and he said it's because they don't play defense anymore. Mm-hmm. Now, we can find out why. We can have a discussion why. I heard you talk about Mike Brown is not there. GP2 is not there. Did they get older? Is it effort? Whatever it is, if the Warriors go into the playoffs like they are right now, they will be out after 1 round.
Damn.
Man,
what
Captain
if they play
Sunshine over here.
What if they played Memphis?
Right now?
They beat Memphis in the 7-game series. Memphis is fraud. They're fraud.
Bonte is convinced that Memphis
is they're jokers.
Bonte.
Dude, they are jokers.
Well,
you're acting like they've been all blowouts. They haven't been blowouts.
But they get shook. They get shook. Their problem is they get shook.
At some point, they won't.
Against the Warriors, Jerry Jackson Jr. again. He walks off the tee bus with what, Dibs? With 4 fouls.
Sure. If Ja didn't get hurt last year, it would have been a different series. I do think the Warriors still win, but that was a big moment. And by the way, Dylan Brooks, can't trust him. Shout out Public Enemy.
What are you doing?
I'm afraid of facing Dylan Brooks. He might go after Clay's Achilles or Steph's shoulder.
Listen,
that dude is straight dirty.
As a Warrior fan, I need him on the Mavericks in the playoffs. I mean, on the Grizzlies, because that guarantees a loss for the Memphis Grizzlies. Wow. They're not winning anything with Dylan Brooks.
It guarantees a loss of one of your players.
Yeah,
is what it guarantees.
Guarantees GP2.
Grayson Allen is watching him play, thinking, "Oh, I should try that."
Yeah.
Also,
more
career
goals.
But you know what's funny? You know what was funny during that series?
Filthy.
Is when Ja did get hurt. There's the narrative that the Grizzlies are better without Ja. They play more as a team without Ja. So I don't want to hear anything about Ja being hurt, because everybody in Memphis was pumping it up. Well, our record was this and that without Ja Morant. We're actually better without Ja.
Regular season. You know how it works in the NBA in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like you need your guy. You need your guy in the playoffs. So, yeah, I hear that narrative, but
to
I
Mark's
dismiss
point
it.
about the defense and in terms of this team maybe being one and done in a series, I'm scared because of the way they don't defend. And Mark and I were just talking in the green room about why is this team bad defensively? And I look at just the basics of they play faster than anyone, number 1 in pace. Mm-hmm. They turn it over almost more than anybody, and you commit the most fouls. So those 3 things right there lead you to being up against it, you're behind the 8 ball based on you play fast, you give the team the ball a ton, and you can't help but foul. So now if you want to be a good defensive team, you've got to be a really good defensive team.
Dibs pulls up some of the analytics on this team, and it makes you go, damn, how are they 26 and 26?
Seriously.
Which is a nod to how unbelievable they are in terms of their offensive talent. We know that. They have so many great offensive players that they can overcome some of these analytics, and some of them we're used to. They've always turned the ball over a lot, and they're able to overwhelm that with their gifts and their talent and their approach and their passing and all of that. But now if you add in this, the defense and the fouls, you can't do it.
No.
It's
Can't
straight
do it. Well, it's not even the fouls for me.
Can't win with this.
It's the turnovers, and it's the timing of the turnovers. In the fourth quarter against Minnesota, you turn the ball over 6 times, you don't hit a 3.
You're right, but then they've always turned it over a lot.
but it's the timing of these turnovers this season. Last night, the Nuggets going to 16-0 run.
I heard
you turn over 8 times, but during that stretch, you turn over 6 times and only get up 4 shots. And the turn, it's not just like
I mean, you had it perfectly earlier when you said if you don't shoot the basketball, it's very difficult to score.
I just thought of that this morning.
I pulled my car over and whipped out my pen, and I wrote that S down.
You can keep it.
Thank you, Alan. You're a giver. That's my guy style.
And look,
I love style, dude. You know me.
And even
build them up, tear them down.
There you go. That's just life. That's just life.
Wait till he gets that contract. We'll see how different streets it in.
I will turn on you so fast. Now that he's all comfortable, I gotta turn on him. I'm sorry, Alan. I wish I wasn't this mean spirited.
Since he starts working until the 3 slot is, hey, yo, chill during the crossover, homie.
I already told him he's getting to be too good. I'm starting to get nervous. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like we were talking about this whole idea with just making jokes about cancel culture versus, the Warriors have turnover culture. I do think it's a real thing. Like we were talking about, they've always turned the ball over, but they can make up for it, right? They can't make up for it anymore, but they already have this culture that we play fast, we lose the ball, and Steve Kerr joking about it. Not that he thinks it's a joke, but he doesn't know what to do because they just keep turning the ball over.
There's been a decade of this, but what's new is the defense. This team has always been, just like they were 7 months ago, a top 5 defensive team. And it's the stuff that fans, none of us look at that. It's boring. It's not the fun part of the NBA. We want to watch Steph shimmy shake, but you're not winning in the playoffs if you don't play defense. And so, legitimate question right now, is this something that they can just access here in 6 weeks or not? And how did we get here? Like, why? Why is this team not defending? GP2, Mike Brown, lack of motivation. They got old overnight. What's the answer here?
GP2's one guy.
And GP2 hasn't even played much this season. So DiVincenzo, I think, is done with GP2. He's been good, and he's a better offensive player. Does a little bit more offensively. Kuminga can be your GP2. He plays a dunker role. He could guard 1 through 4, sometimes 1 through 5. You just got to let him play. And I think that's what a mistake Steve Kerr made the first 15 games of the season. Should have been playing at least 15 minutes a night, no matter what. Instead, he's racking up DNPs. That was a mistake by Steve Kerr. I don't think he's been flawless this year as head coach. Otto Porter Jr. hasn't played 9 games. I think the Warriors lucked out with Otto Porter Jr. because he's had a long list of injuries. Yeah. They were able to load manage him, not playing on back-to-backs. And remember, Otto Porter Jr. had made like 5 threes in a 3-month span. He was struggling.
But it's not what those guys are this year. It's what they were last year. And that's where, GP2 hasn't played and OPJ hasn't played. But what were they last year compared with what you have this year? And I think Jonathan Kuminga is playing his way into a real great role. He's looking great now, and whether or not he should have played more earlier, well, he didn't, and here we are now where he is. But beyond that, Steph Curry is not the same defender. Klay Thompson's not. Draymond Green is not DPOY anymore. Jordan Poole is a human turnstile, and I feel for Kevon Looney, but last night, when Jokic got him in the block,
gosh.
I mean, you've got no answer.
No, you have no answer. But
not that anyone has an answer for that.
But I would
you got to take something away from.
I would maybe pause a little bit on Draymond though, because Draymond is still playing really well defensively.
But he's not DPOY anymore, and
he's still in the conversation.
He's not even in the conversation. You got to play to be Defensive Player of the Year.
Well, and there's another thing too. When you see Vucevic drop 43 in a game, and then you see Naz Reid Thursday night go out there and look like Karl Malone 2.0.
No answer for Naz Reid.
Where's Draymond at? And I love Draymond Green. I do believe Draymond has played some really good basketball this season. But at times, he's taking the ball out the net, and that's a problem.
So go back to game 1, NBA Finals last year. Remember what happened? Boston had that crazy, crazy fourth quarter. And I remember the discussion a lot of us had the very next day. I was willing to blow it off and just say, look, they caught a heater. They made every single shot. And you look at the way the Warriors reacted to that defensively. They locked down and won 4 of the next 5 games, and they were amazing. That feeling that we had in the fourth quarter of game 1 last year is almost every damn night now. Yeah. And so we can't blow it off. I've heard way too many times that the other team just got hot. They're not hot. They're just not being guarded.
They're not.
Right. They're not. And these are NBA players.
If Chanchar. Have you ever heard of Chanchar before last night?
League pass. Come on. I've been watching him all year.
Chanchar jumped 17 on you last night.
Dude, you got no answer for Chanchar.
Chanchar was bobbing for 3. Are you serious?
You can't let too many guys eat. And I will say even
Chanchar,
League pass, bro.
League pass, Chanchar.
Even that Grizzlies game.
Chanchar. Sorry, Styles. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No. I'll let you rock. I'm visiting.
Chanchar.
Chanchar.
Look at David Otisberg III. He watches everything. He's all over the place. He's never heard of Chanchar. Pre-game notes, I'm looking at Chanchar. He's going to start for Eric Gordon. And he goes out there and score 17 on you.
Never heard of him. I still haven't.
Quarter threes.
Yeah.
Chanchar legit. You need to do a little bit more homework over there, Bonte.
I do, apparently.
I got him on my fantasy basketball team.
Somebody picked him up on waivers this morning.
No doubt, dude. No doubt.
11th take. Go ahead. He's got something to say, man.
All I was going to say is that I do think that Draymond hasn't lost that much defensively, but I don't know at this point in time if I'm still confident in saying, remember what we always used to say with Draymond? He can guard the 1 through 5. I don't know that I can say that anymore.
Well, and the other thing is, now, Clay is still a plus defender. We know he's not what he was, and there are games during the regular season he misses. When it comes to the playoffs, he'll actually be there. Last year, Andrew Wiggins became a better defensive version of himself in the playoffs. Is he going to do that again? So that's why, Bonte, when you ask me, are they title contenders? I'm still going to say yes because I'm going to open my mind to the possibility that this changes. But we're getting to a point, like, here was one thing that struck me last night. We're all waiting for 3 o'clock and the tweet. Oh, the Warriors are sitting everybody you've ever heard of. And then it never happened. And they played.
The spread went down to 7, by the way.
Right, which it tells me that the Warriors are officially a little concerned. They're like, we can't do this anymore. We need to go get some wins. And then you went out there and put your best foot forward, and it still turned into a double-digit loss.
You put half a foot forward.
Because Fitz broke the news that Draymond wasn't playing during the changeover. We're like, oh, great, Draymond's out again.
And
he has a right cast rate.
I dispute the notion of Clay as a plus defender. Watch Clay on the ball now. His on-ball defense, he is slow.
He's not what he used to be.
He's fouling.
He's a defender. He's no longer a plus defender.
He's been a lot better lately. But, Mark, I do believe they're title contenders because I look at the West. The Dallas Mavericks are in 4th place. The Warriors are 1 game behind them in the loss column. And the Mavericks are in 4th place. So this team could flip again. It could get hot. But now we're waiting on them to get hot. You know about load management. You know about the back-to-backs. We're 26-26. We got 30 games left.
And the beauty is there's no back-to-backs in the playoffs.
Right, and we see it. The reason that they're still a contender is when we watch them play Memphis and Boston in the regular season, we're like, oh, there you are. So, but can you do that for a full month and a half in the playoffs?
That's the question.
I don't know.
Well, and I look at
done it
I
so
know
far
it's
this
still
season.
in there.
I look at Denver, for example, and I try to imagine them beating Denver 4 out of 7 times. I don't see it.
Not right now.
The Denver you beat last year is not this Denver. Shout out Chanchar. And Murray's back, and
Bruce Brown's a good.
Dude, Denver's a different Denver. So
Bruce Brown's legit.
Then again, who gets hurt going into the playoffs? It's a story every year.
And
I don't know who these
might
teams
they
are going to
be able to avoid if things break their way and the rest of it.
I still believe though Denver, they don't play enough defense to be. Yeah, sure, they're title contenders because their record, they're 24-4 at home, but they don't play enough defense. The Warriors were humming. Now, again, the Warriors have to play some defense. You hit 13 threes in the first half, you shouldn't be down 1 at the half. Shooting 54%, 55% from the floor.
It's funny. In the West, it's hard to imagine any Western Conference team right now winning the whole thing.
No.
Honestly, if you ask me, like, who can you visualize actually turning this all the way to the end? it's Boston and Milwaukee, and I don't like I
Philadelphia maybe.
Nah, I immediately get a stop in my brain on any other team.
Yeah.
Other than those two, but someone's going to develop. Someone's going to have the right health at the right time and the right vibe and all of that, which is exactly what the Warriors did last year. We would sit here on February 3rd last year, and you couldn't conceptualize the Warriors winning it all.
But
they were hurt. Draymond was out. Like
you had something
remember?
to go back to the beginning of the season.
Right.
We have nothing this year.
Yeah. No, that's a fair point.
We have absolutely nothing. You know, the Warriors want to get to the playoffs so bad because they have this ability to level up that I don't know that other teams have, right? The Warriors, they've been the ones doing it. A guy like Andrew Wiggins, who, yes, he's coming back from injury. You know, he was sick, a lot of different things. Mm-hmm. He's not where he was. But he's a guy to me that even though he was an all-star last season, he's built for the playoffs. You know, GP2 built for the playoffs. This team is built for the playoffs, but I still don't think you can get in as a play-in and pull it off.
No,
I don't.
No. And they're going to have to find a different defensive level than we've seen all year. I mean, and they're going to have to be that every night.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it's Matisse Thybulle. Maybe it's here for Philadelphia. I don't know why Philly would trade him.
It's interesting, too. Like, you know, when Bob Myers said on these airwaves the other day, you know, when they're like, do you want to trade or do you need a trade? And he's like, both.
Yeah.
You know, that makes me think they're burning up the phones.
Yeah. I think Wiseman and Moody could be on the way out. Because, one, nobody looks for Wiseman. He's wide open in the post, and Ty Jerome's like, nah, I'm going to pull up from three.
Yeah, it's time for these buckets.
Would that even bother you at this point? Like, how long would it take you to get over the emotional disappointment of Wiseman and Moody being out the door?
I'll say this.
A long time.
I'd say
when
a long
name
time.
drop me, Spadoti. I was talking to a scout the other day to go to State Warriors.
You can't name drop unless you actually name the scout.
Nah, I can't.
Then you don't get up. Whoop.
He's going to lose his source.
Well, I was talking to somebody who's a somebody, and they said, you know, Wiseman's going to be he's a gifted offensive player. He can do a lot of things. He can do things you can't teach him, but it just may not fit here. For what the Warriors look for in their bigs, he's not that guy.
Well, the way they play offense with a lot of movement and a lot of passing and cutting, James Wiseman doesn't set good screens.
Nope.
He doesn't have any offensive package to where you can throw him the ball and say, go get us a bucket. So he's just a big, and by the way, not as athletic as I thought. I saw him last night where he got the one pass by the rim. He lightweight struggled to get up there and dunk that ball down before he got fouled.
He hadn't played since December 29th, and it's like, yo, go out there and run into altitude against the Denver Nuggets and go ahead and burn your lungs up.
9 minutes.
Poor Wiseman, dude.
Come on. So that conversation, that was your point or that was the scout's point?
Scout's point.
So that's good. So if you're telling me that the rest of the league still thinks maybe there's something there in a different setting, that's a good sign.
And I believe there's something there. I think he's a gifted offensive player.
Well, he's still the number 2 overall pick, and he still hasn't consistently played. And so whenever that's the case, you know, everybody's going to a certain degree. Like I was reading an article yesterday. It was an Indianapolis Colts mailbag, and they got their eyes on Trey Lance.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, hey, by the way, I'm like Googling Trey Lance to see what the nation is saying about him.
So we're trading Trey
Lance. No, I don't.
We're
but they would like to because they're like that's the way that's a window into what the rest of the league and rest of the world thinks about someone is when you haven't seen him play. You just go back to your draft profile.
Right. You haven't lost any value.
Right.
Exactly.
We liked that guy then, and we still think maybe we could access that, and we haven't really seen 100 different reasons why that's not there.
Yeah.
So I don't think the Niners are trading Trey Lance. That's not what I'm saying. But my point is, maybe there's some teams out there that still want to go back to their draft profile of James Wiseman, and they would be intrigued.
Right. When earlier in the show we talked about, or at least I talked about how I didn't think the Trey Lance pick ever made sense, right? Just based on what we've seen Kyle Shanahan's offense to be, how it looks with Brock Purdy. We know what Trey Lance's ceiling is, but it's about fit. James Wiseman, that pick made sense traditionally. You got to get your big. You got to get your big. But if you think about the Warriors' actual structure, it didn't make sense. And if they do move off of Wiseman, everybody that's been calling in these last couple of years talking about LaMelo, I will give you your time. I will give you your time because the pick, dad or no dad, it made more sense.
Yeah, I don't believe that LaMelo made sense because
it
now
made more sense than Wiseman.
Yeah, but he loves the ball in his hands. Can he play in the read and react system? Does he play any defense? And what happens with Jordan Poole if LaMelo Ball is
I'm going to tell you right now what happens, okay? Jordan Poole takes the helm. the same way. We all know how hard he works. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, the Splash Bros, they make their way into the sunset eventually. Jordan Poole, LaMelo Ball take over from the Splash Bros to the Dash Bros.
You think LaMelo Ball's coming off the bench?
I'm telling you.
LaMelo Ball will not come off no bench. LaVar Ball would have been chirping, and he's not a winning player.
There you go.
You can't say that yet. You can't say that yet.
Watch him in the playing game when they lose by 40.
LaMelo Ball is Steve Francis and John Wall and Russell Westbrook and everybody before him that people go, this is really fun for fantasy basketball. My man can score 25 a game and it'd probably never be on a good team in his life.
No, MJ's holding him back.
How many James Wiseman All-Star appearances do we see if he gets traded? Or if he stays?
None.
Exactly.
None.
Exactly. So, I mean, how many seasons where he averages a double-double do we see for James Wiseman?
I don't know about that. That I don't know, but I mean, look, this isn't the LaMelo thing. Is not even that's not about Wiseman versus LaMelo. It's just about whether
I'm going to give them their time.
Halliburton,
I'm going to give the
Tyrese Halliburton would have been the better fit.
I agree with that too.
And he went like 15, 16.
Yeah, Styles. The other side of it, there's no two way. Like this could end up going down as one of the worst days in Warrior basketball history. Klay Thompson tears an Achilles and James Wiseman gets drafted. There's no doubt that could go down.
Well, I mean, you could look at the history of Warriors draft picks, and this just goes alongside your various Patrick O'Briens, your Ike Diagus, and some of the other ones that they've Todd Fuller, they've absolutely swung and missed on.
I do think that when they drafted Wiseman, the coaching staff and the front office missed because you already had championships, so you don't want to change everything. But hey, in order to develop this guy, we have to maybe change our offense a bit to fit a big, and they just never did that. That's why Ty Jerome is not looking for James Wiseman, because that's not what he's taught to do.
Well, the guy's wide open in the paint.
But I do think
a bucket. They're getting ran out the gym in the third quarter.
If Steve Kerr saying, hey, let's work on these Wiseman sets. No.
I doubt Steve Kerr wants Ty Jerome to pull up from three when Wiseman's wide open 3 feet out, or Christian Braun's guarding him, and it's like, yo, give it to the big, let him go to work. Let him go to work. And you think about what the Warriors have done. They have drafted bigs in the first round, albeit late in the first round. Damian Jones. You got Festus Ezeli. You have Kevon Looney in the first round. I just think they missed because he's not the type of player that they envisioned as a big, which is setting screens, passing out of doubles, cutting guys to the basket. Wiseman's just not that player. It's a different big.
You drafted what was supposed to be a cornerstone center to an offense that doesn't have a cornerstone center.
Right. Again, they missed.
A lot of teams don't have a cornerstone center, though, and you go out and succeed just fine in the NBA. Before you guys run, we'd love your perspective on one other thing. I don't know if you guys saw the article that Ann Killian wrote in the San Francisco Chronicle, essentially saying that the question that was asked of Kyle Shanahan the other day about Jimmy Garoppolo, that his response was dismissive and disrespectful. Not because it's not time for Jimmy to move on. How do you guys feel like Kyle should have or missed the boat to take that opportunity to go ahead and answer, no, I don't see that scenario, but then stop and say a bunch of nice things about Jimmy Garoppolo?
No. You because that's Kyle. That's who Kyle is, right? And so at least he's on brand. That's what I say. And give him his flowers. We've given Jimmy his flowers about 10 different times, and that's not. There could be when he's actually gone, Kyle might still do that. So to me, that's just fishing. And I've been hard on Kyle lately.
Yeah, I've been hard on Kyle throughout his tenure as the coach of the 49ers, but I realize he is the coach of the Niners, and he's a damn good coach, and you shouldn't do anything with him. As far as the Jimmy stuff and what he said the other day, we can't have it both ways. Last year, we were like, when they were saying, we don't want to leave Jimmy, we don't want to trade him, he's a really good player. And it was obvious that they wanted to move off from Jimmy Garoppolo. And we all raised our arms and we all raised hell saying, Kyle, you're lying, just tell us the real. So then he tells us the real the other day, and people are still flying off the handle saying, oh, Kyle, you're too mean to Jimmy G. Hey, there's no scenario in which he's coming back. Let's put that to bed. Let's move on.
And until Jimmy G comes out and says, oh, geez, I want to stay for next year, but Kyle won't let me, then maybe you can come down Kyle's road, because we haven't heard a word from Jimmy. All we've seen from Jimmy is him laughing on the sideline as their season goes up in smoke.
He doesn't want to come back either. No. I don't think that's the point.
That's the biggest point.
By the way, real quick, I'm with you guys. Completely. Yeah. But I think the question is not, are you supposed to say we'd love to have him stay? It was more, should he have taken the opportunity to say, no, the door is officially closed. And, by the way, he has now given us an ACL and a foot and an ankle, and he gave us a winning streak that helped us get to a point that we were in this year. And we
also gave him $100+ million.
Right. Listen, I'm with you.
125, I think.
Right. I'm with you, but
so it works both ways.
And that moment was not the time for him to wax poetic about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it was in the question,
Kyle was still raw and angry.
Right. If it was in the question and Kyle just decided to not even address that part of the question, then that would be.
He had the bags under his eyes. He had it great and shaved.
I love the things we compliment in life, and then when we get them, we rip them. Right? It's like we would love for you to be more expressive and open, and then someone's honest with you, and you're like, "Damn, dude, calm down!" Like coming a little hot at me.
Right.
Here's Kyle, straight shot, like fair, honest. Straight shot.
Direct,
Wait a minute. You didn't stop to play a violin for a guy that you've complimented. I mean, how many weeks ago was it that Kyle was like, you guys, Jimmy is one of the greatest throwers of the football on the planet. Yeah. Which some people are like, excuse me? And then, of course, you could look at it factually and be like, okay, he's in the NFL. Sure, he's one of the 30 best throwers of the football on the planet.
That was my argument,
But it's like, I don't know. Like, that was a straight shot. It was honest. It was fair. It was in a moment where they're still totally mourning. He used the word mourning. We need to mourn this. We lost. And you're talking about someone who is not available to the team now and will not be on the team next year. You want to take 5 minutes of the presser and have it go a different direction?
He's got Jimmy paid. He's got Jimmy paid. Jimmy's going to get paid again this offseason. Yeah. Jimmy's rocking Jordans every freaking game. He was rocking the Jays in Philadelphia in the rain. Jimmy's fine. He doesn't owe Jimmy a damn thing.
Too. I mean,
and he got Kyle paid too. No doubt it works both ways.
Exactly.
It definitely works both ways. But Shanahan didn't know Jimmy. We're writing articles about how he disrespected Karat. Like, really?
Agreed. And in that moment, you're 2 days removed from the kind of a loss where if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I don't even want to talk about it for probably weeks or months on end.
And he came to the damn presser.
Exactly.
Yeah, he did. He didn't look like he wanted to talk about it.
No,
I mean,
angry Kyle.
They look absolutely sick to themselves. And, when he answered the Trent Williams question the other day when he was like, I think that Trent indicating he's not 100% sure if he's going to come back is really just the frustration of the moment. Like, I don't know. I think that we as fans, sure, we're all still totally bummed about the way this went down, but we get up and go to work Monday morning in a way that they don't. Like, they're not going to be over this for a while.
For a long time.
The blood, sweat, and tears that goes into getting all the way back to the NFC title game again, and then to have the feeling like you didn't get a fair shot when you got there.
That's the part of it, Mark. When you get there,
brutal.
It's one thing to lose that game.
Brutal.
You lose to the Rams, fine. You blew a 10-point lead, whatever. They beat you late in the game, fine. That was a football game, 4 quarters. To lose like this, where you know full well, and you are captain laminated play sheet. The one thing you love as much as your children and your wife, and I'm saying this as Kyle Shanahan right now, you love your laminated play sheet. Yet you get in that moment, and now I get to call all these plays in the biggest game, and all you can call is runs and screens. For Kyle Shanahan, think about how frustrating that would be.
And last year, Jimmy started to cut in, Alan. Last year, Jimmy with the thumb injury in the shoulder. Who knows what he could call last year in the NFC title game? And you got to play conservative because the quarterback can't make a throw on the third play of the game.
But at least you could pretend like, hey, maybe we can throw a pass. In this one, it was literally like, and you see Brock Purdy come back on the field. It's like, oh my God. It's only runs. What a joke.
I wonder if it would have been better if the media had an opportunity to ask the same question to Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy, do you see any scenario where you're back with the 49ers?
Yeah.
He'd have given you the exact same answer.
Oh, at this point, I think it's all.
You'd be like, no, I don't.
I think it's all done.
Thank you. He already gave us that answer.
Exactly.
Liar.
After the Niners lost, I put out on my Twitter, and the Bengals lost, I put out on my Twitter, I said, I said, which loss would you
Twitter handle,
prefer?
Alan? Might as well give us a Twitter handle. Give us a Twitter handle.
At the _ Styles Files.
There you
Styles
go.
with an I, by the way.
You got to go all in with the flex.
So, no, it's fantastic. I actually wanted to name my first child Styles.
You got a name, man. You got a name. You should be a linebacker in the NFL,
we named our son Quest.
Alan Styles.
We were like, you're about to have a baby, and I'm sure you guys have names. I'm sure you've got a list. I don't know if you have the actual answer yet.
Yeah. He does. He's not going to reveal it.
Never reveal it.
Never.
But we were going back and forth, and I said, what about the name Styles? Styles Dibley.
No, you didn't.
Dude, I swear to God, my ex-wife looks at me and she goes, dude, put down the bong, bro. We're not. So we need a request instead.
There you go.
Yeah,
There
anyway,
you go.
you were
There you
saying.
go. All I was going to say, this happens on every crossover, by the way.
No, Styles trying to talk.
Dude, let Styles eat.
The Bengals lost the way they lost versus the Niners lost. I asked fans, what would you prefer? That's
a good question.
And
on his Twitter.
And yes, and a lot of people said, you know what, at least with the Niners, we know we didn't get a fair shake. Bengals, it was 1-2 plays, and you got to live with that. I wonder what would be worse as a coach versus a fan.
I would much
This
rather.
one way worse.
I would rather take the Bengals loss than
Exactly.
the 49ers loss every day of the week, especially as a fan. Like because
Even though on that
I was
one
bored
play,
in the second half. Like
you had your one player make one mental mistake, and that ultimately is what prevented you from going to overtime.
frustrating.
You had,
Frustrating.
there's other things you can say. We could have done this better, that better. Niners, what could we have done better?
Yeah,
Right,
I mean,
right.
the 49ers have a 4-year run where you had a 10-point lead in the Super Bowl fourth quarter go away. You had a 10-point second half lead in the NFC title game go away, and you had an NFC title game where you didn't even have a quarterback. That is one hell of a
two quarterbacks.
frustrating run.
Yeah.
That is.
And by the way, Jimmy said it'd be real last year. Remember Jimmy's presser after Shanahan and Lynch talked about Jimmy, hey, man, we don't want to trade this guy, blah, 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 blah. And Jimmy was like, peace out, Niner fans. It's been real. What was the line he used? He basically was like deuces.
Yeah.
So like Kyle Baxter said in my ear, how do we know if Jimmy didn't tell Kyle, hey, screw off, dude. I'm out.
No, for
Or
sure.
John
He,
Hughes.
for sure he
think-
told him that.
No, I don't
Absolutely.
think. Wait, you think there's hard feelings?
No, there's no hard
Yeah,
feelings,
yeah.
but I'm sure he told Kyle, like, don't even think about, like, trying to re-sign me. I'm out of here.
to say that.
All right, man. The San Francisco
That's why I'm outta
Gift
here.
and Jewelry Center. You know, when
KD.
you ask your partner, Dibs, what's wrong? And they say nothing. The Valentine Day gift you got last year is what's
Done
wrong.
buying diamonds, bro.
Whew. With 75 showrooms in one location this Valentine's Day, let the San Francisco Gift and Jewelry Center help you right some wrongs. Visit 888 Brannan Street or shop online at sfgcm.com.
Rumor has it you're up on the diamond purchase.
You lying.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with pure flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Ping G430 woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about
until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Go farther with better fuel efficiency. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Better sleep can change your life. That's because sleep is a core pillar of health, just like nutrition and exercise. So if you're not getting enough of it, ZQL invites you to take our Better Sleep to Better Health Challenge. Get weekly sleep tips and explore how ZQL, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, can help you. ZQL's Better Sleep to Better Health Challenge. Visit ZQL.com.
Find ZQL at Walmart or Walmart.com and start your journey to better sleep today.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Chris, this needs to go to Parkville by 3.
Joy to the holiday packages that keep coming at Jimenez Couriers.
It's coming your way, but the drop-off location is changing.
She needs delivery drivers with the gift of punctuality.
Anyone looking to pick up some overtime? Anyone?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Have you ever been like, damn, I wish they had load managed this sucker? I mean.
It's funny you say that because when I saw who was playing and who wasn't playing, I suddenly thought, all right, let's go win this game.
Got a chance.
Because if you sit Steph, Clay, Dre, and Wiggins, okay, fine. It's a freebie. Play the kids. Let's go out there and see what we can do. But when they only sit Draymond and you knew Clay was going to be out,
sure.
All of a sudden you're thinking, okay, spread's down to 7. Let's go. Let's win this game. And the first half goes by, and it's a 1-point game, and you're thinking, all right, this has a playoff feel to it.
No doubt.
And then the third quarter happened.
Yeah.
I put the baby down, and I went down and turned on the third quarter. I had it paused, and it was like, all right, down 2. Okay, down 4. Down 7. Down 9. Have they scored in down 11?
No, I know.
They're down 15?
It's the worst.
And Bobby Fitz reminding me that it was a whatever to O run. And it's
which leads to fan comments like we get after a game like that. You know, if you take away that 4 minutes,
exactly,
it's a tie game.
The 49ers don't lose both quarterbacks.
Right. If the 49ers hadn't lost the NFC title game, then they'd be playing in the Super Bowl.
Am I right?
I love that we do that, right? You know, if you take away all your bad moments in life, well, then all the other ones are good.
Totally.
It's like, well, yeah, it'd be fun if you could do it that way. And you can't do it that way. So I'm with you. You check in on the first half and you're like, okay, we got something here. And look, the idea that they would lose to the Denver Nuggets is almost not news. It's not a story. You expected it. They were a big underdog yesterday, even with the guys they played. So it's not about that. It's about this. This is what I'm getting at. And this is the way I view a lot of these teams that we talk about here in the Bay. I sort of look at things in the overall view of respective health, right? Are the 49ers a good organization? Yeah, I'd say they're in pretty healthy spot.
Elite.
Right? Well, the Golden State Warriors are a good organization.
Probably the best in basketball.
Exactly.
The association.
Maybe the best in sports, to be honest with you, the way they handle themselves.
And we'll see in 4 months, depending on what shakes out.
Yeah,
But you're right.
Are the Giants a good organization in a state of health?
They're all right.
Okay, right.
They're all right.
Right, I'm with you. So right now there are questions there. Are the Oakland A's a healthy organization?
Which laugh track do you want?
Thank you.
I was thinking about a Mike Silver, but
so you take your initial level of respect for the current state of a franchise and apply that to the opinions you currently have. This is why some of you every day, Willard, you're carrying the bag for these teams. They're really good teams.
You're a bag man, Mark.
The Warriors and 49ers are in an unbelievable state of health with good coaches, good executives, making good, not perfect, but good decisions most of the time. Therefore, I'm going to take what they do often, not always, but often, and let that guide my opinion. Because I'm not one of these jabronis who thinks I know more than Kyle Shanahan. Or I know more.
You do.
I know more than Bob Myers.
I sure do.
I know more than Steve Kerr about basketball.
I always have.
So when I throw the panic meter out, or I say what I said a month ago, trust the Warriors. They have a process.
That's no fun.
They know what they're doing. When I say that, that means I'm going to let you guide me, Warriors. And when you tell me on a night when everybody normally would sit and they don't, you're telling me you're in a little bit more of an urgent spot than what you've been telling me up to this point. I've been waiting for this moment when the Warriors would be like, so, yeah, we need to start winning games.
You saying they're chasing wins, Mark?
I'm saying they're chasing wins.
Man.
And I'm saying that last night it started. That was the first message from the Warriors that they're stressed about the standings. And then they went out and lost by double digits. So if you want to call that panic or concern or whatever, my read is the Warriors, for the first time last night, told you, we got to get this thing going. And the first time that they went out and did it, or even if you want to start with last night or the night before against Minnesota, not a good start. If this is the start of the urgency run, it is off to a bad start.
Well, the urgency run is now 30 games left to go. You're 26 and you're 26. So you've got 52 down, you got 30 to go. And I think the urgency run partly started now because of where they are in the standings, but also the proximity to the All-Star break, because you can go ahead and play Steph Curry on a back-to-back. You can play Andrew Wiggins on a back-to-back. Andrew Wiggins has missed a bunch of time due to his illness and his adductor. Steph Curry, I'm sure, wants to play basketball. He doesn't want to sit. The Draymond Green one is a little bit of a concern to me because I'm sure Draymond would have wanted to play in that game last night. He's the most competitive athlete maybe in Bay Area history in terms of just pure competitor. So I'm sure he wanted to play, but the medical staff was probably saying, not a great idea. We want to give you this one. Klay doesn't play back-to-backs fine, but the fact that you played Steph Curry and Wiggins and you kind of went for it in a way against a good Denver team and you still fell short. And by the way, you fell well short. You gave up more than $130 yet again. Your defense was terrible yet again. There are troubling signs for me beyond just losing to Denver on a Thursday night.
Yeah, I'm listening to Bonte and Styles on the way in, and they're talking to the voice of the Mavs, Chuck Cooperstein, because they're coming to town tomorrow night. And it just got to a pointed moment, that was very, very straightforward. It was almost like, Kyle Shanahan level straight shooter. Am I right?
Nice.
Like he just said, Bonte goes, is this team a title contender? Listen to the definitive nature of this response.
I don't see it. I don't see it with them. It's always, and the reason is they don't play the defense that they have during their great championship runs, because they turn over the ball way too much. I mean, how they play is a pretty way to play, and and certainly when Curry and Thompson and Poole all have it going, it's absolutely electric. But I don't know how you can turn it over that much and get away with it unless you play top shelf defense. Mm-hmm. And the Warriors don't play top shelf defense anymore.
I mean,
they don't even play bottom shelf defense.
You're right.
They play no defense.
We've sort of tossed this out there as this quirky stat all year. It's not quirky anymore. They've played 52 basketball games, and they are giving up 118.3 points per game.
Only three worse.
Do you ever watch the Lakers play basketball? Have you watched a Laker game in the last 3 years?
The Laker game.
Thank you. Thank you, Lawrence Tanter. Spadone knows this. That team does not defend. They do not defend.
Play better defense than the Warriors.
Thank you. They give up fewer points per game than the Golden State damn Warriors. Do you know how many teams in the NBA give up more than 118.3 points per game? Do I need game show music for that, or do you have it in front of you?
You and I went through this when I was running through the stats pregame. The answer is 3.
That's correct.
And who those 3 are tells you all you need to know about the Golden State Warriors, because you've got tanking, you've got probably tanking, and you've got terrible.
Listen to the
3
records.
T's.
There's
not Tony.
They've done it again. Listen.
It feels good.
The 3 teams that have given up more points per game than the Warriors, these are their records. Before I give you the teams, these are their records. The 3 teams that have given up more points per game than the Warriors. One of them is 15-38.
Oh, they're tanking.
One of them is 13-39.
They're definitely tanking.
And one of them is 14-38.
They're just terrible.
They're all the same record. It's Charlotte, Detroit, and San Antonio. And so maybe we look at this through a different lens. It's instead of going, boy, the Warriors, if they hadn't lost, if they hadn't blown those leads, you're right, they should at least have 5 more wins, and automatically they'd be 31-21, and they would be third in the West. Maybe look at this through a different lens. How about this? It's unbelievable. They're 500.
Seriously.
They are so bad on the defensive end of the court. It is only because of the Hall of Fame nature of their offense that they're even a viable team in the NBA this year.
Only 2 teams have scored more points per game than the Golden State Warriors, one of which loves to light the beam.
Light the beam.
And the other team is your defending Eastern Conference champion and your very much likely frontrunners to win the whole chip this year, Boston Celtics.
Best record in the NBA.
So you've got the surprising Kings and you've got the unbelievably good Celtics. And by the way, if you look at the Kings defensively, they are 10th. So the Kings defensively aren't great, but they're markedly better than the Golden State Warriors. And that, Mark, is where I get frustrated with this Warrior team, because think about the Warriors. If you just play defense like the Kings do, 2 points a game better than you are, you might have those 3 or 4 victories that we talked about.
Totally. Yeah.
It's that close to where you'd be the 3 or 4 seed instead of being on the bubble.
Yeah. And so I get that that's why it's frustrating, but Cooperstein brings up the point that is the clear problem. Like, we can go through, everybody can raise their hand right now. If you went into a room or you had a TED Talk and you're talking to a bunch of people in the room, all right, raise your hand. What's the problem? The number one problem with the Warriors. Holy hell. How many answers would you get? Right?
3 or 4.
I don't know. I think it's more than that. I mean, people are, well, it's been injuries, and Wiggins was out, and they won't play back-to-backs, and Draymond punched Jordan Poole, and Poole slips too much, and I mean, there'd be
carries too much.
All of these answers. They turn the ball over too much.
See, now you're getting to the real answers. To me, if I was to do my Mount Rushmore of what's wrong with the Golden State Warriors, they don't defend, would be in the George Washington spot, and the Lincoln spot would probably be they foul too much. Those two kind of go hand in hand.
They do.
The third one would be they turn it over too much. And then the fourth one might be what happened with Draymond Green and Jordan Poole, because that led to a terrible start to the year.
Nobody wants to go to my Mount Rushmore because it's only got one face. The defense,
Steve Kerr,
stinks.
Oh, thought we were blaming Kerr here.
That's it. I am so tired. You guys actually made a joke about it during the changeover, and it's true. I come in here every day, and you guys educate me on some Bob League Pass guy who I've never heard of, who dropped 28 points on the Warriors, and every day we go, well, Bob League Pass just got hot last night. No.
Conchar.
Who?
It's funny because...
What's this guy's name?
I only league passed Bonte because he league passed me earlier in the year. With Cleveland, I'm like, Cleveland's no good. He's like, Dibs, league pass. You need to be watching the Cavs. And so now, when I turn on my league pass, I try to find the most random guy who I've never heard of. I become an instant fan, and I try to out-league pass Bonte league pass himself. But last night, it was Conchar, and I'm like, wait, the guy's name can't be Cancer.
Yeah.
It's almost spelled like Cancer.
Is it Konkar? If it was
Chanchar.
Bahamian. Oh, it's Chanchar?
Vlatko Chanchar.
He's got accents all over the back of his jersey.
I like it the way Spadona. I have no idea if that's right, but I like the way Spadona is saying it. Let's go with that. I don't know what this dude's name is, and I don't care to know.
You call him Vlatko League Pass.
Right. He didn't get hot. He's an NBA player who's not being guarded. You ever gone to a playground and watched an NBA player just warm up by themselves? The ball goes in because no one's guarding him, and they're NBA players. That's the deal. And we've watched. This is why I got so bummed earlier in the year, and I was making fun of you guys whenever Orlando or Detroit would beat the Warriors, and you guys would come in here and be like, well, it's the defending champs, so they're going to take the other team's best shot.
True.
It has nothing to do with it. They're NBA players with jerseys, and you're not guarding them. The shot's going to go in most of the time. That's how it works. All of these people get paid.
Chanchar was a plus 23, Mark. Double figures for the seventh time in his young career.
And clearly he got up because the Warriors were in town.
No doubt.
I mean,
you kidding me?
Will you please guard someone? What is going on?
They don't guard.
Why?
Because they don't have as many good defenders, A. B, the defenders they do have are not as good. And I'll push back on Alan Stiles saying that Draymond's still in the DPOY conversation. I don't believe he is. Draymond Green is their best defender. He's still a good. He's a very good defender.
Great.
But he can't do it alone. Klay Thompson, from a lateral movement standpoint, is not the same Klay Thompson he was when he was a plus defender.
That's fair.
Your words. Steph Curry's never been a great defender, and this year he looks to be a step slower. Jordan Poole, there's no defense in Jordan Poole's game. And Kevon Looney, God love him, when he faces a player like Nikola Jokic, as anybody would, he's overmatched. Kevon Looney, he's a good player. I love Kevon. But when you go to that second unit, DiVincenzo, good defender, not great. Kuminga, very athletic, and he's learning to be a good defender, but he's not there yet.
Yeah, I see. The interesting thing is, and this is why, and maybe this is really the question, the Warriors don't defend. Is it a matter of won't or can't?
Both.
See,
it's more won't than can't.
That's what
I think. It's more won't than can't.
If the answer's won't, then we're actually still got a shot. If the answer's can't, then the Warriors are hosed. And
there's some can't, and there's some won't, and there's also a healthy dose of would rather not.
Okay.
And maybe that's the championship hangover.
Maybe, or maybe it's coming in April. Like Andrew Wiggins last year in the playoffs just went boop, and the light went on. And he was amazing.
Man.
To the point where all the way at the end, there were some of us going, is Wiggins the MVP of the NBA Finals? And yeah, of course it was Steph, and Game 4 will be remembered forever, and that's really all he needed. And hell, he should have had the award already years ago, and all of that stuff. But as long as I've watched some Warrior defenders turn the light on at the right time, I'm going to hold out hope. So that's why, yes, they're still a title contender, even out of the 9 seed, 52 games in. But that's the answer I'm looking for right now. And if I were sitting in a room with Steve Kerr, I'd ask it right to him. This defense is bad. Is this a matter of won't or can't? Because if you can't, you're out of luck, and the era's over. It's over. That's it. And we got a few months left. Enjoy it. And there's going to be a recalibration sensation.
That's a buck
coming up here in a few months. But
I think it's more won't.
If it's a matter
can't.
of won't, and when you just did what you did and you went down the roster, I'm sitting here going, okay, like, is everybody a little bit lesser version of themselves? Maybe, but Kuminga's on the way up. I think you're underselling DiVincenzo a little bit. I wouldn't use the word great, but I'd use very good.
I mean, he's a guy who can defend 2 through 2.
And no. He can do better than that. Look, when they played, who was it they played last Friday night? Toronto, okay? Van Vliet was going off in the first quarter, and Kerr went, Dante, I need a DiVincenzo.
I need some defense.
Yeah, give me a bite. I meet the ball. And he goes on Van Vliet, over. Warriors win by double digits. He did
Van Vliet.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I know.
He's a good player.
Yeah.
He's a good player.
Yeah, in the first quarter, he was a great player.
Yeah.
They couldn't stop him. The point is this. Kuminga on the way up, you always had Steph and Poole, and they couldn't defend.
Right.
But Draymond is still, even if he's lesser, he's still great. Clay is still viable, and Wiggins could still suddenly put the slipper back on like he did last April.
Yeah, so now we're in could country, though.
Yeah, but could is all you got. Like can't means we're done.
Right, and I do think there is some can't in there, and you talked about Poole, and, Steph does his level best, but he's not a great defender. So we can debate can't or won't all we want to. All you have to do is look at the defensive metrics and see that they're one of the worst defensive teams in basketball. And I think one thing that hurts them, or actually a couple things that hurt them, one thing that really hurts them is they foul way too much. They foul more than almost every team in the association.
That's part of bad defense.
The only team that fouls more is the Houston Rockets, and they're not very good. So the Warriors foul a lot, Mark, because they're not good enough defensively to avoid fouling. The second piece of it is you turn the ball over too much. And when you turn the ball over, then you get into a spot where you have a lot more defensive possessions and you have a lot more possessions where you're not defending because you turn it over, it's a live ball turnover, and they go down and score, and you don't even have a chance to play defense. The third piece that is beyond the can't, won't conundrum is the fact that you play faster than any team in the association. So when you play fast and you turn it over a lot and you foul a lot, you're going to give up a lot of points no matter how good you are defensively.
That's true, except for, so what I do is let's go back to the characteristics that have always been there during this decade and then the characteristics that are new. Have they always played fast?
Not this fast.
Okay, but have they always been fast?
They've been fast-ish.
They're fast, yeah. Have they always?
When they had Kevin Durant, they didn't play this fast because you had a half-court force.
But even just go to last year.
Last year's a good comp.
Okay? If they go to last year, did they play fast? Yes. Did they turn the ball over way more than you wanted them to last year?
Yeah, you were second in the league last year in turnovers.
Okay. Were they bad defensively last year?
Not really, no.
Top 5. They were top 5 defensive team 7 months ago. And they won an NBA championship.
They were third, actually, in points per game allowed.
Okay, so that's what's new. Everyone wants to know. Last June, parade. Now we're in February, can't stop anybody. Can't get a winning record. Can't hold on to a winning record. What changed? Defense.
Well, also the pace. I'm looking at the pace, and I just punched up last year's stats.
What was it last year?
They were 13th in the association in pace.
And what are they now?
They are first, I think. First or second.
Okay. Could those be hand in hand? Because, by the way, does your pace go up when you're constantly
they're number 1 in pace.
Yeah, because you're playing a higher scoring basketball game because you are not. How do you, if you've got bad defense, what's your only hope? To have unbelievable offense and outscourscore people.
Maybe you have a bad defense in part because you play so fast. So it's a little bit of chicken and the egg.
That's an interesting thought.
Because last year you didn't play nearly as fast in part because you had great defense and you didn't have to play as fast. But you're right. When you're going to give up a $118, you need to play fast enough to where you can get 119 on the offensive side. And by the way, offensively, from an efficiency standpoint, you're not as efficient this year as you were last year.
Yeah, I'm just tired of watching everybody huck up threes and they all go in. And it's like, how many nights in a row are you like, man, the other team is really hot. They're not hot. They're just open. They're just open. And that's what NBA players do when they're open. That's why you've had so many players who you've never heard of rock a 20, 25, 30, or 35 burger on the Warriors this year. And all of a sudden, you're like, who is this? How do you pronounce Chanchar? Who is this guy? This is what happens. Okay. We got a couple of Tims on the show later today. We got Tim Kawakami, 10:30, Tim Roy at 11. And all guests are brought to you on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We've also got a lot of red and gold reaction, which is brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. So, coming up next, your phone calls, 888-957-9570. This Warrior defense, is it, in your mind, a matter of won't or can't? We'll take your calls on that. Plus, did Kyle Shanahan do Jimmy G wrong with the way he answered that question in the press conference a couple of days ago? That's what's coming up around the corner. So glad you're with us. Twitch, YouTube, good morning. You can use the Xfinity mobile text line as well on Willard and Dibs.
It's It's the Red and Gold Reaction on 95.7 The Game.
I couldn't sleep last night. I take losses hard. I take them hard. I don't like losing. I don't like losing to Connect 4. I don't like losing in Monopoly. I don't like losing in Madden.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Johnny Mosley here with your Friday Toyota Tahoe report. While Mother Nature is still making up her mind, load up the Toyota and get on the road because the weekend is better in the mountains.
Thanks, Johnny. Today we'll see partly cloudy skies continue. Heavy wind gusts in the morning could cause some delays in some upper mountain lift openings, but the wind should decrease throughout the day. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota. Let's go places.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
Secrets, cover-ups, and strange phenomena.
UFOs and ideas that challenge reality itself.
My name is George Knapp. I dig into news stories that others can't or won't.
I'm Jeremy Corbell, and for some reason, people tell me things they probably shouldn't. And this is Weaponized. Follow and listen to Weaponized, the presentation of Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Dark Horse Entertainment, and Cadence 13 Studios. Available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your shows.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Pressure from Thomas off the edge. Eli Manning stays on his feet. Airs it out down the field. It is caught by Tyree.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Is that a little anniversary today or something like that?
It sure is.
Is that what we got?
Absolutely. 15 years ago today,
Damn.
Manning gets away, throws, Tyree, helmet, catch. It's like playing password back in the day.
I do like that, though. I mean, I love the
economy of words.
When it comes to play-by-play, that's not necessarily my thing in my regular life, but
I'll say. Talk blocking.
Anyway, yeah, like I do dig it in play-by-play. I always remember, and someone can help me with this. I'm going to forget the year. I'm going to forget the situation. But this is back when both the 49ers and Bills were really good. Probably Jim Kelly era, I'm thinking. 49ers and Bills are both really good. And I think there was a Sunday night or a Monday night game, close game, highly anticipated game. And the 49er defense was trying to put up a goal line stand. Close football game. And Gary Plummer and Lee Woodall were the linebackers. And my memory tells me it was Thurman Thomas. Are you looking it up? Was it somebody other than Thurman Thomas?
Yeah, I'm seeing it December 3rd, 1995, midway through a 10-10 tie with Buffalo.
Tie. All right, and they're at the 1. And who's the running back?
The running back was somebody named Holmes, Derek Holmes.
Okay, whoever. Of course, seeing my memory, I'm like, it was Hall of Famer Thurman Thomas.
Totally.
No, some guy named Derek.
And it wasn't Pat Summerall.
It wasn't?
Was Mike Patrick and Joe Thiesman.
Oh, okay.
Da-da-da.
Perfect. Mike Patrick, and the way I remember it, running back named Derek goes over the top. Plummer meets him at the 1. Pow! Fumble comes flying out.
Ball's out.
Woodall picks it up, goes 99 yards the other way.
96.
96, whatever. But the ball was at the 1. And the economy of words was unbelievable. I'm sure it was a few more than this, but it felt like something like, you said his name was Holmes? All right, there's
Holmes.
Okay, 3rd and goal at the 1. Jim Kelly, snap. Holmes, fumble. Woodall, touchdown. Like, that was it. I'm like, over, under 5.5 words. I'll take the under. and the Niners go take the 17-10 lead. I love that stuff. I love it. Vince Scully, Kirk Gibson, over the fence, just get out the way.
Right.
Let that moment be that moment, man. Oh, and I remember it for 30 years. Sort of.
Yes.
I forget a couple things about it, but I remember that moment.
No, and it's especially in TV, you don't have to. He's at the 20, the 25, the 30, the 35, the 40. Because we can all see that he's at the 25, the 30, the 35, the 40. But just, to call out the player who did it, Holmes, fumble. And then you see it's Woodall. It's still Woodall. Yeah. And it's all the way
So
96
good.
yards.
Touchdown.
It's so good.
Oh, and yeah, here I am sort of kind of remembering it 30 years later. All right, 888-957-9570. We'll get to the Garoppolo or the Galapolo thing here in just a few. But Warrior defense, it stinks. I mean, and is it can't or won't? That's my question. Because
it stinks.
Here in the morning show with Styles, Bonte in there today, Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavs, they'll be in town tomorrow night. Here was the question. Do you still see the Warriors as a title contender?
I don't see it. I don't see it with them. It's always, and the reason is they don't play the defense that they have during their great championship runs, because they turn over the ball way too much. I mean, how they play is a pretty way to play, and and certainly when Curry and Thompson and Poole all have it going, it's absolutely electric. But I don't know how you can turn it over that much and get away with it unless you play top shelf defense. Mm-hmm. And the Warriors don't play top shelf defense anymore.
Yeah, and I'm just my question this morning is why? Why? People will point to GP2. GP2 was phenomenal. He could take the other team's best player out of the game for a little bit, but this is not somebody who played 30 minutes for the Warriors, and he wasn't a finisher. He wasn't a finisher in these games. He wasn't in there for the final 6 minutes of a basketball game. Is it Mike Brown's absence? Is it age? Is it motivation? I'm open to any of these answers right now.
And I think it's all of them. By the way, GP2 played 17.6 minutes a game. So basically 18 minutes a night. He played 71 of the 82 in the regular year. So if you're talking about 18 minutes, that's basically about 40% of the basketball game. So it's not so significant to where one player's absence would be the key difference in how you played defensively.
They also rolled through the playoffs largely without him.
Yeah.
They didn't even have him. Dylan
Until
Brooks.
the end, yeah.
They didn't have him, and they were fine.
They were fine.
They're taking out really good teams late in the playoffs without him.
I would look at first, as far as the team and the personnel, the individuals. And I mentioned this earlier in the changeover. Individually, I don't know if you can look at any of those players other than Jonathan Kuminga and say, this player is a better defender than they were last year. You could say Draymond is the same. And other than that, Kevon Looney might be about the same. Wiggins is not playing defense like he did last year. He hasn't been available, and he hasn't played consistently the same D. Steph and Jordan Poole aren't great defenders, and I don't think that they've gotten any better. Klay Thompson, to me, looks a little bit slow in terms of on-ball defense in a lateral standpoint. So individually, you're not the same defensive team you were. You play faster. You turn it over more, even though you turned it over a lot last year, and you foul more than you did last year. All those things combined with offense now teams are all playing faster. Not only are you playing faster, everyone's playing faster. So faster play, you're not as good defensively, and you give the ball away and foul a lot. Those are all things to me that lead to you being not a good defense.
Will you play the role of Steve Kerr for a second in a conversation?
Oh, I would love to.
Would you do that, please?
Sure.
All right, because if I don't know, if I was lucky enough to, be like Damon and Ratto or something and talk to him all the time, I'd ask him this question.
Today at 5.
And he is on Today at 5.
Don't miss it.
Maybe I'll call in. Can we do guest questions? I'd like to ask a question for Steve Kerr, please.
Let's go to Mark.
In the back? All right.
Thank you.
Hi, Coach. Thank you. All right, so your team defensively, based on stats and the eye test, is really struggling. This is not a good defensive basketball team right now. Would you say that that's a matter of can't or won't?
I think right now, Mark, and I appreciate you asking me that, and I think it's a combination right now of can't and won't. In terms of the can't side of it, I think we've got some young players who are still learning to grow in this league, and they're still learning to defend. I think Jordan Poole's made significant strides as a defensive player, and you've seen Jonathan Kuminga now in a rotation. He's become a guy now we trust to guard 1 through 4, and we're still trying to figure out our rotation, the back end of the rotation, and some of the newer players, they're still trying to assimilate to our system. As far as your won't question goes, I think you look at the first 52 games, and there have been spots where we've been a good defensive team, but consistently, this is where I think we've been lacking. It's not so much a lack of desire, but it's been adjusting to these teams, because a lot of these younger teams, they're going to give us their best punch. And these are teams that are motivated to come out and take a shot at the defending champions. And so I think at times we've shown an unwillingness to really play that 48 minutes of hardy defense. But when we get toward the playoffs, I think that this veteran core, they'll kick it back into gear.
I think you did a good job. You could have had a little bit more hoarseness to your voice. Steve Kerr usually, he says a little bit
late
more.
In the year,
yeah.
I didn't want to go Mock Rivers.
He's not Doc Rivers, but he's got,
and we need a visit from Mock Rivers.
We do.
If you're on your way in.
That would motivate everybody. I also think, though.
I love Mock Rivers.
I don't
agree with that.
It's a combination of can't and won't. I think Steve Kerr would probably, and he has to do this for his team, he would reject the idea that it's can't or won't, and he would say, no, it's haven't, but will. Is to me.
Oh, maybe you do the bit next time.
No.
Maybe you ask yourself, and I'll just go on my phone.
I thought you did a great job.
Thank you.
You did a wonderful job.
Catch up with my words with friends and my dominoes games.
No, but he's not going to admit that we can't.
Yeah, and I'm an open book, Mark, as a coach. Anytime I was asked when I was interviewed after matches, I would always be just brutally honest with the kids.
That's true. Sometimes, right. I mean, heck, you after a game, people are missing limbs, and you just point right to it. Like you were brutal. But
Pointing
anyway.
the finger. I got 10 of them. I point them all.
Lucky guy.
Totally.
Yeah, I just think, and I don't mean the question to sort of pin him into saying something bad about his team. He's not going to say we can't, obviously.
I felt threatened.
Right? He's got he's got the full roster so that he can go out there and play, and it's a great roster. And he's not going to say either, he's not going to admit that we won't. In other words, like we're defiant, we're decided. But
I think I addressed the won't, though, appropriately.
But you haven't, Coach. Like
That's
haven't.
the thing. And at times,
so why?
And what he would tell you, well, and I think you've already had your question. We're going to go over, we're going to go to the other side of the room.
Yeah,
I think Monty Poole's got one, and maybe Kareth Burke wants to follow up as well. In terms of won't, I think that, at times they have played good, solid defense. But what Steve Kerr would tell you, what I would tell you as Steve Kerr, is that we still are fouling too much. We put ourselves in positions where we're making careless mistakes. Last night against Denver is a great example where you got into foul trouble too early. You're committing fouls on both ends of the floor, which allows the opponent to get into the bonus too soon and too easily. So it's not so much a won't as it is a lack of discipline in many ways defensively.
Let's hear from some of you. Jonathan in the city is first up here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm just about to enjoy these beautiful burritos that my good friends Felipe and Raquel.
Okay, wait a minute. Is this a breakfast burrito or a lunch burrito? What's going on here?
It's a breakfast burrito with Mexican chorizo, scrambled eggs, and some potatoes and cheese.
They're
very yummy.
Yeah, there's certain words when they get put together, I just get a chill go up the spine. Breakfast and burrito, those are two of those words. Thank you, Jonathan, for saying that. What else you got?
For the Warriors, in my eyes, they're not too far away because of what I've seen them, get up games against, Memphis Grizzlies and Boston. But they do need this all-star break to just, contemplate and look back and self-scout. They're not that far away, man. But right now, they're like turnover junkies, man. They just, that's their drug of choice right now is the turnover. And it just kills them. It's annoying to watch when, especially the other night, you got Steph, no look pass to a Draymond Green moving forward, and it's a backward pass. It drives me nuts watching it over and over again. Why are you passing the ball, no look, to a guy who's not looking to catch a pass? And it becomes contagious, and it just rolls downhill, becomes a bigger snowball and they need to stop it. They need to go to rehab, guys, because right now they're turnover junkies.
Here's the thing,
They
Jonathan.
tried to get him to go to rehab, Jonathan, but they said no.
Yeah, thank you.
That,
thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you.
I'll also say this, though.
Can't believe you didn't sing that.
It's a missed opportunity.
Totally.
Well, wait a minute. Could you sing it, or would you not? Is it can't or won't?
I think it's a combination with Jonathan right
Amy
now.
Winehouse.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'd say this about the turnovers. I'm not gonna try to tell you it doesn't look worse this year than it has in the past. I'm also not going to tell you that some of these aren't coming in worse moments than they have in the past. But the concept of being driven nuts by Warrior turnovers, I'm sorry, that's not new to me. It's always been that way. If you've watched Warrior basketball over the last 10 years, you are used to being annoyed by reckless turnovers at times and in key moments. We've always heard it. It is part of the Warrior DNA. It is part of the way they play. Steve Kerr has been public about it. He's like, I wish it would go away, but it's just part of our deal, and we have to overcome that. And it also sometimes it comes with the territory. If you want this beautiful ball movement, running guards, flying around looking like fireflies in the sky, and it leads to somebody putting up a gorgeous three-pointer and a nickname of Splash Brothers, if you want that, then you're going to have some turnovers. So I'm actually not bothered that much by the turnovers. It needs to be cleaned up a little bit, but it's never going to be all that clean.
But doesn't have to be all that clean.
It's the defense. It's not like the turnovers.
To me, it's all of it.
Yeah,
it's all of it. And if you want to compare this year to last year, which I think is a great way to look at the difference, because why is this year's team defensively so much different? Last year, the Warriors in the association were number 2 in the league in turnovers. They committed 14.9 per game. This year, they're number 2 in turnovers, 16.7 a game.
That's
so
two more. Yeah.
So that's 2 possessions, which is 6 points. It could be 4 points. 2 possessions a game you are giving away. Let's talk about fouls. Last year in the association, the Warriors were 4th in the league in fouls committed, 21 fouls per game. This year, number 2, 22 fouls per game. So that's an additional foul per game that you are giving up. So turnovers are up about 10%. Fouls are up about 7%. And let's talk about pace.
Wow.
The overall pace of the league is up by 1.5 possessions per game. Last year, you were one of the faster teams. You were in the middle pace-wise. This year, you're the fastest team, but across the league, there are 14 teams that are pacing more than 100 possessions per one, or 100 possessions per 100, which is way ahead of last year. So you turn it over more, you foul more, and teams are playing faster. All of that combines to where if you're not a good defensive team, it's exacerbated.
Right. So, but here's what I guess I would say to that. Are they turning it over a little bit more? Sure. Did they always turn it over a lot? Yep. Are they going faster? Yes. Were they always fast? Yes. Are they fouling more? Yes. Did they always foul a lot? Yes. Are they a bad defensive team? Sure. Were they always a bad defensive team? No, not even close. Like, if you want to look at the gap between last year and this year, there is one thing and one thing only that flies off the page. Your defense used to be top 5, and now it stinks. Now it's bottom 5. What the hell happened? What, like, that's the only answer you need right now. Right now. Because it's only February. Some of those other things you just said, you're right. They need to be cleaned up. And there's time to do that, because they're just like, tighten that screw. Tighten up. Give me one.
It's more than tightening a screw.
Give me one less turnover a game. Give me one less, because you won it last year being the second most turnover team in the league, and you still won the whole thing. Okay? So give me one less foul per game. All right, tighten that screw. Dude, you need to become somebody completely different on defense.
Well, let me give you
You need to be a totally different human being.
Let me give you an example of where you're not tightening screws. You are absolutely trying to shore up entire walls of your foundation. Last year, in the association, you, and I shout out Tim Roy.
How many of that is that today?
That's at least 4 or 5. But and I listened to the pregame last night, and Tim Roy loves to go around the association. And it's a nod to Chris Townsend, who used to association And we love Tim Roy.
And Tim will be here in 40 minutes, and all guests are brought to you on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Go ahead.
And hopefully Tim and I can go around the association. Last year, the Warriors' field goal percentage allowed 43.8. Number 2 in the association. Thank you. This year, Warriors' field goal percentage allowed 47.4.
Dog.
18th in the league. So last year you allowed 43.8. This year allowing 47.4. So aside from the turnovers and the fouls and the pace, that's a great example where other teams are making 4 or 5 shots per 100 more than they used to make. So you're giving them more chances with turnovers. You're giving them more freebies with fouls. And in live action play, they're scoring more often because your defense isn't as good.
Well, I have heard also that the Warriors always get the other team's best shot.
They do.
And so that's why all the shots are going in on the other team, is at least what I'm told. Yeah, Kyle, what do you got?
The lack of just like we always talk about learning to play in the Warriors offensive system. I feel like it's been that way defensively. Just the amount of miscommunication and 2 Warriors standing next to each other. It's just there's just a like they just do it better.
Well, and
play better.
Stop doing that. Yes, and
so many open shots and backdoor cuts and just guys falling asleep on defense.
Take it to the Niners. At the beginning of the year, if Trey Lance misses a receiver, you're like, hey, right. Let's give him a minute. He just got here. He's brand new. If what you were saying, Kyle, if it was because Wiseman was on the floor, right. Okay, you guys learning the rotations. What am I looking at right now? The first quarter and the fourth quarter are Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Jordan Poole, Kevon Looney, and Draymond Green.
And you get 6 on the floor. It's a technical foul.
Well, maybe that's the problem.
Maybe that's the problem.
But, right? Like, there's no excuse with this group.
I'm with you.
So, Mike, I can't. I'm not going to be able to get past the simplest of questions. Why? Why does it suddenly look like this?
I think Kyle nailed it with his maybe overly simplistic breakdown of your defense isn't as good because you're not defending as well. But he's right in terms of open shots, open threes. Last year, 3-point field goal percentage allowed 33.9. You were tied for number 1 in
the association. Go ahead.
Thank you. This year, you're allowing 36.3% from 3-point shooters, which is 19th in the league. So your 2-point percentage allowed is worse. Your 3-point percentage allowed is worse. You're giving more possessions and you're fouling more often. So why? James, wise man. It's because individually and collectively, you're not as good. And Kyle was right, though, about how many times do we now see like a defensive breakdown where it's a wide open corner 3 from a guy we've never heard of.
I mean, I tell you,
John Char.
By the way, with the Super Bowl 9 days away, sorry, hang on one sec, Kyle. I mean, when you and we redo everything in Hollywood, why hasn't somebody come back with the Budweiser Frogs babies? Like, right? The Super Bowl's 9 days away. Do I need to think of this for you as well? Budweiser is the first commercial every year. Bring the Frogs back and put James Wiseman in that commercial. And let's see if we can get something creative for once in a while. Sorry, go ahead, Kyle.
I think we should bring the twins back as well.
Twins?
No. I think there's
losing my job. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was off that day.
No, I think there's also something to the notion of like it's a lot of Anthony Lamb and it's a lot of Ty Jerome, or it has been.
Jerome.
You have Jonathan Kuminga, who's still trying to figure out how to play defense at this level. It's Jordan Poole, not a great defender. It's just there's also just a lot of guys who aren't like great NBA players.
Ty Jerome,
great NBA players on the defensive end, I should say.
Ty Jerome, last Friday night, Raptors in town, and Ty didn't play. He was not dressed. And sitting there with the lovely Christy.
He was dressed, but like in street clothes.
Yeah, he wasn't naked. Thank you.
Yeah.
So we're sitting there.
Naked in DMV.
Why do you think the lovely Christy pointed him out? She's like, who's the naked guy on the bench? So she's sitting there, and we're going through like, okay, who's in and who's out? And she's like, hey, where's Iguodala? And he's right over there with those jeans. And then she goes, who's the little guy in the he had like a camo sweatsuit on. She's like, who's that guy?
Let's go to Mark.
Does he help out? Does he get water?
Man.
Who is he? I go, he's on the team.
Oh, boy. She's a sizist.
Name's Ty Jerome. Yeah.
Who's that plucky little guy in the camo?
Look like an NBA player when
Yes. Right.
No, you do. You do in the NBA. Hey, Duck Sauce in San Jose. What are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Just on my work break here. Just had a great show. I just had a couple of takes on a few of the Warriors topics this morning.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the first one on the turnovers, totally agree with Willard's point. I mean, if you've been a Warriors fan for a while, you know that their Achilles heel is turnovers. To me, it's more of the context of what type of turnover it is that drives me crazy. Like, you know, if it happens in the front court and you lock eyes with your teammate and one guy goes this way and the other goes that way, I can live with those ones because to me that's part of the beauty of the Warriors offense. It's organic and it's all read and react and it's all going off their hoop IQ. So those ones, you know, I can live with those. It's the ones in the backcourt that drive me up the wall where really, you know, and Draymond's just as guilty as Steph. Like they try to throw it over the top sometimes and it's just getting picked off or it's just pure laziness and lack of focus. You know, those are the ones and the timing of them too. Like you said, it's just unacceptable to me, no matter if you're turnover prone or not. The other thing is on the defense, I had, you know, my one big question mark to me is about Clay. Like, no question, I don't think anyone would argue that he's not the defender he once was. But to me, and I'll ask both of you guys, Dibs and Willard, I'd like to know your thoughts. Like, last year, he also didn't look like the defender he used to be. But something happened in Game 3 of the finals where he flipped the switch and looked elite again defensively. And to me, I'm like, okay, what did we witness there? Is it only because he saw the finish line?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he was able to muster it.
Yeah.
So
that speaks to your can't and won't.
Well, and I'll jump in on, I think it was even before the NBA Finals. Don't forget the play he made on Ja Morant in the Memphis series at the end of the game.
Yeah.
Beautiful defensive play. And you're pointing to why I still have hope for this team. I still have hope for this team because they have done this in the past, not this badly, but they've done this in the past where they show up in April. And they did it last year, where they're like, okay, we're different now. Wiggins did it. He was a completely different human being. So there is 10% of me that wonders if they're not going to do that again in April this year.
Well, we hope they will. And, you know, in the meantime, they need to figure it out to the point where they're even around for April.
Let's get some Red and Gold reaction. Tim Kawakami, the Athletic's going to join us in a second. Red and Gold reaction is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com. Was this appropriate or not?
There's a scenario in which you guys could see Jimmy being back, and if so, what would that look like?
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
Dismissive, rude, or straight shooter and totally fair? We get to that and more with Tim Kawakami coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
It's the Red and Gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
He's assembled as much talent as any NFL team has in its locker room. But the injuries, especially at quarterback, it just defines Shanahan.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com, sponsored by Pfizer.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never really thought about tools until I bought a house in the suburbs. It's like this weird homeowner test if I need a tool for a project and don't have it. And my neighbor Ted loves to give me that look when I ask to borrow a pole saw. A year ago, I didn't even know pole saws existed. And now I gotta borrow one from Ted? What is happening?
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided in service by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo.
Hello!
He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Milk, eggs, $42. Ma'am, you okay?
Need bucks? With Jackson Hewitt, don't wait weeks for the IRS to send your tax refund. Come in now for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee refund advance loan when you file your taxes. That's up to $3,500 today. Don't let high prices get you down. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes. So get to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Put some respect on Dante DiVincenzo. You called him a good defender. He's very good. And he's very good on offense, too. DiVincenzo's been excellent this year. And nice of him to come into the interview room last Friday. He took questions from my students at Cal Poly.
Now we know why you're. This is pandering.
Oh, don't act like I haven't been loving this dude all year long.
No, but now
he's been a wonderful addition.
Now we're gonna endorse him for DPOI because he did you a solid.
Now, did I say that?
No,
or
but you're falling over yourself.
Are you falling victim to ridiculous hyperbole?
I am falling victim to ridiculous hyperbole, but you, sir, are pandering.
He is restaurant quality, just like the writing of one Tim Kawakami, the athletic, who joins us right now here
Great transition.
on Willard and Dibs. All guests are brought to you on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Hey, Tim, what's cooking? How you doing?
Doing well, guys. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I want to know were you in the room for the Shanahan and Lynch deal the other day?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so
yeah.
I like the vibe. A few things that people noticed. I think there was the obvious one when it comes up that Kyle Shanahan is being questioned sort of in a way of do you injure your quarterbacks? He's going to get testy. I get that. But now, Ann Killian writes an article about that was disrespectful to Jimmy Garoppolo to dismiss the idea of his future here without saying something about it. What was your read on Kyle's demeanor and the way he put stuff out there?
No, he was edgy. He was tired. Clearly, you could tell from the moment he got out there. He kind of had John Lynch, who I'm sure was also tired, but certainly wasn't going to come off that grumpily. He was saying, Kyle needs a rest. He really works hard. He pours his heart into it, and just sometimes he's got to rest a little bit. So I think when you have the general manager doing in contemporaneous editorializing there, you kind of knew that Kyle was a little grumpy. He's probably been a little grumpy the last few days. Obviously, a long season, bitter loss. We're going through all the player stuff, but also when he's grumpy, he spits out the truth. So I don't mind it. I don't get my feelings hurt. If he bites back at me a little bit, that's okay. I think sometimes we get over obsessed about stuff like that. Deal with it. He'll be better in another day when he gets some rest, and then then there'll be another middling day, and then there'll be a rough day. But yeah, he was really blunt about Garoppolo. Garoppolo wasn't coming back. I mean, everybody kind of understands. Once Purdy emerged, that's the Garoppolo alternative. The guy who can get you to wins, who can figure out what to distribute the ball. Purdy probably is doing at a higher level, certainly on a cheaper contract and much younger. So, yeah, could Shanahan have been more diplomatic? Absolutely. For all the time that Garoppolo was here, or the games they won, but I don't take it to heart. I don't think it's just he was grumpy. There might have been something where, I don't know. I mean, where they had something where they both decided they weren't going to do this anymore. Jimmy Garoppolo was not available in the locker room the day after the season, so who knows? But I don't know. I like Jim Harbaugh. Those guys, I have no problem with bluntness. I have no problem if they're just, I have a problem if they lie. I have a problem if they mislead. And that's not when Kyle's grumpy. He's not misleading. He's going to tell you exactly what he's feeling exactly at the moment. Does not mean that's exactly what he's going to feel like in 2 weeks, though, or in 2 months. And that's what Lynch, I think, was underlining. Hey, let's come back. This is what we're thinking right now, or it's what Kyle's thinking right now. Now, I don't think this Garoppolo thing's changing, although we've seen that change many times over the years in different ways. But I think about whether they're going to bring in a veteran quarterback, where they feel about the team, what they're feeling about the Brock Purdy rehab. That could change. You don't know. The surgery hasn't happened yet, as far as I know. You don't know what they're going to find for sure in there. I think they need another quarterback. I asked Kyle about that, and he said, well, we got 2 starting quarterbacks, but they're both young and they're both hurt. So you just ran out of quarterbacks in the NFC Championship game. So I just think you saw him in the moment. That's kind of the way he is with the players sometimes. It's kind of the way he is with us. And I don't know, if feelings were hurt about it, so what? It's football. You move on to the next thing. He didn't mislead. He didn't lie. He didn't, he actually told us some information, and I appreciate that part of it.
Yeah, and it's a bad time, by the way, to run out of quarterbacks in the NFC Championship game, and it was just a terrible time for that to happen to the 49ers. But you talked about 2 weeks from now, 2 months from now, when they do need another quarterback. Which route do you think they'll take? Do you think they'll look for another late-round draft pick or try to find one of these retread veterans, maybe a guy they've already had? Which way do you think they're going to go, Tim?
I'd do both. Maybe they're not going to because there are roster spots you have to think about. I'd do both. I'd look at a guy like Matt Ryan. That's not going to thrill anybody. There was one perfect candidate, right? We know that. It wouldn't cost him any, a draft pick or in a trade, and he got Bay Area ties, and he happens to have won 7 Super Bowls, which probably would fit the situation, and he retired that morning. That might have led to a little bit of Kyle's snippiness, maybe. I think they would have looked hard at Brady. Beyond that, there aren't any sure thing, solutions. I don't think they're going to trade for Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers basically said that at Pebble Beach yesterday. They don't have draft picks. They can't make a big trade. Matt Ryan, again, he's not going to thrill the fan base. And I get it. He's not great, but he's playing the system. He can distribute the ball. I'm not saying he gets you to the Super Bowl, but that moment when you need someone else, if Lance isn't playing great or if Purdy isn't available, which is always possible, or they might get hurt while they're playing well, I think of Matt Ryan, and Andy Dalton. Again, these are not names that are going to thrill anybody, possibly including Kyle Shanahan, but they're workable solutions. And maybe draft another quarterback. Hey, you got Brock Purdy 7th round. Maybe, you take a Jay Kaner in the 5th. Just give yourself options for a team that's built to challenge for Super Bowls and literally ran out of quarterbacks. I don't think it's a problem if you just pile up a bunch of them and have them on hand. Again, there's roster spots. You don't want to lose a good young linebacker today by keeping too many quarterbacks. But if I'm them, I would try to get as many possible options as you can going into camp and get through the season, because we know quarterbacks can get hurt. And I don't believe the Kyle Shanahan system gets them hurt. I think Garoppolo is an injury-prone quarterback, so that was part of this. It was him multiple times. And you talk about the quarterbacks that they've lost over the years, and now they're not going to have Garoppolo. So you see what you got from there. I do think you have to build yourself up depth, though. You have to make sure that if you get to your 4th quarterback in an NFC Championship game, you kind of like that guy. Instead of saying, I don't know what we're going to do here. What the hell are we going to do? That was a very real thing, and I would not risk that happening again if I possibly could, if I'm them.
Tim Kawakami with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Tim, let's do something real crazy at the quarterback position and actually assume health. Mayoko said yesterday that a healthy Purdy, you could not pitch to the locker room that he would not be the starter. If everybody's healthy, do you see it clear-cut, the pecking order at quarterback?
No, it's not even a question. It's not even, if he'd not gotten hurt in that game and they'd lost, he is the starter going into every drill, every session, everything they do in the offseason. And unless something crazy happens into practice one of training camp, it's not even a question. He, essentially, beat out, Nate Sudfeld and sort of beat out Trey Lance in training camp. He couldn't because they'd invested so much in Lance, but I think at some point Shanahan was thinking, I'd like to play this guy. And then they brought Jimmy back, and then Lance got hurt, and all these other things happened. But I think the proof is in the victories. The proof is in the way that Shanahan called the games. The proof's in the way the team kind of exploded around Purdy, 35 points a game, whatever it was, and his starts. This is real. And if he's healthy, we don't know. That's what we don't know. But if he's healthy, he's the starting quarterback first drill of training camp. I don't have any questions on mine.
Tim, difficult question, but I know you're up for it. What's wrong with the Warriors' defense?
They don't have as good of defensive players. Gary Payton II, and some guys are a little older. Wiggins has not been the same since he's been back from his injury. I just think it's personnel. I think some of it could be attributed to losing Mike Brown, who was the defense coordinator last year, now with the Kings. Although he doesn't have the right personnel there. And look what's happened to the Kings defense. Offense is incredible. That defense is so good. I just don't. As you age, this core is aging. There are real things happening, and they don't have kind of the secondary players that could just go cover the best guy, go cover Jamal Murray. They didn't have Draymond last night, and that's their Jokic stopper, essentially. He never completely stops them, but they can just say, Draymond, you got Jokic, and everyone else gets their own guy. They can't do that when Draymond is not in the game. They don't have the personnel isn't as good. It just isn't. And they were counting on Moody and Wiseman and Kuminga to fill major roles, and only one of them is doing that this season. And I'm a Kuminga guy, but he's up and down. and he's really good on the ball, but he's not so good in team defense. Moody is essentially, Kerr has basically shown that he's not going to play him in any important minutes. And Wiseman is even further behind. So they're not as good. The talent of the roster isn't as good, and I think it's showing in a lot of ways. Sometimes the great Hall of Fame players can just elevate, and we've seen that in a few times. And beating Boston, beating Memphis, the key times when they've really decided they got to win these games. But in the night-by-night kind of NBA marathon, they're just not good enough. They don't have the right personnel to match up with these really good offenses. They just don't have that GP2. They don't have, Juan Toscano Anderson. Go throw him in there in a third quarter when you really need them in January. They don't have those guys. They thought they did, or they were hoping they did. They don't have them. And they're, as their Hall of Fame vets get a little older and a little bit slower, and Jordan Poole is not going to be anybody's defensive stopper ever. I think we're seeing it in a night-by-night thing. Do I think they could get better for the playoffs? Yeah, I think they could. I don't know. And Wiggins is the huge key here. The Wiggins, this season was looking okay. After a terrible start, season was looking okay when Wiggins was playing really well. Then Wiggins gets hurt or doesn't play well. There's just a hole in what they do. And if he comes back and starts playing well, I think they'll look a lot more like the Warriors we're used to, at least the Warriors of last year.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Tim. Thanks so much, man. Great to have you.
All right, good talking to you guys.
Yep, there he goes. Tim Kawakami. Yeah, Wiggins. I mean, there are certain things that happened in the playoffs last year where we were like, whoa, remember Looney in the Dallas series.
Right.
And just Wiggins the whole time. And it was once those things happened that they started to look like a team. And even still, this was not like it used to be. This was not a dominant, just roll through the league, hot knife through butter. They had to really, like Memphis and Boston, these were hard series, and that was with Wiggins playing an unbelievable role on both ends of the floor. He's not doing that right now, but you could see an avenue to where that might come back over the next couple of months. That's a possibility.
Sure, you could see an avenue, and you could look at all these different avenues where Draymond Green can become DPOY type of guy again. Klay Thompson can show that he can still be a stopper defender that he hasn't been. And you can look across the board and say, yeah, you can see a scenario where the Warriors could possibly do this. But you look at the body of work so far, 26-26. It seems to me, from my naked eye, less likely than it would last year that they're going to be able to flip that switch and become that team again. Although the playoff format does favor an older team, knowing that you don't have to play back-to-backs.
Absolutely. So more on the Warriors coming up in a little bit. Tim Roy's going to join us here in about 15 minutes, and more of your phone calls here in just a second. But some good red and gold reaction there, which is brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. Also, Willard and Dibs brought to you in part by Pfizer. I want to give people an opportunity to react to this a little bit. Ann's article in the Chronicle saying that this was borderline, if not fully, disrespectful.
There's a scenario in which you guys could see Jimmy being back, and if so, what would that look like?
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
Okay, so
how dare he answer a direct question with a direct answer?
Here's the thing.
I'm offended, Mark.
If you look at this without its context, without its surroundings, and if you also look at it through the lens of the last 6 years, I guess from that perspective, I could understand where someone was like, well, geez, that was a little terse.
No, come on.
But I'm not looking at it that way, and I don't think you can. The context of this comment is, first of all, Kyle is rat-a-tat-tatting through all kinds of questions with very short answers. Remember? Like, okay, who's the starting quarterback next year? Haven't thought about that. Okay, right. What about Brock Purdy's injury? Well, hoping it's the 6-month thing. Don't know yet. Trey Lance, I don't know, phase 3 OTAs. How about Jimmy Garoppolo? Nope, don't see that.
Exactly.
You're rat-a-tat-tatting through with quick answers. This wasn't. And then add in where we are, time and space. We're 48 hours removed from an absolute emotional disaster.
It was devastating for him.
And you show up and to ask someone in that moment to take the opportunity to, A, answer the question directly and honestly, but then totally step out of the moment and go, I'd like to take a moment.
Stop.
I'd like to take a moment right now to do something
that we did last year. Exactly.
We've done this 10 times. We love Jimmy. Jimmy's elite. Jimmy's great.
No need.
Jimmy plays really well. We win games with Jimmy. We want to thank Jimmy for leaving all kinds of body parts on the field for us over the last few years, just like a bunch of other players have who don't get near the pub or the money. Like,
this is pro sports, Mark. We don't need to sit there and wax poetic about a guy's tenure. Now, when Jimmy Garoppolo retires from football, then we can spend that time. And by the way, you said it last year when Jimmy Garoppolo famously said, "See ya," and the team basically said goodbye to Jimmy G. He already had that moment. He had that send-off. He had that thank you. They waxed poetic about Jimmy G's impact. And you're right. 2 days removed from the conference championship game, Kyle Shanahan, even the most emotional coach, Dick Vermeil himself, he would not be up there crying his eyes out over Jimmy Garoppolo.
Dick would be crying, absolutely.
Dick might have gone on for a little bit longer than what Kyle Shanahan did, but no one's going to sit up there 2 days after losing that game in that fashion and answer a question and say, yeah, there's no scenario, but let me clear the decks here so I can spend 3 minutes to talk about Jimmy Garoppolo.
I mean,
it's ridiculous to expect that from him.
There's the word. It's ridiculous to expect it. Could he have done it? I guess.
That's not who he is, though.
Should he? Well, again, it's just not the moment. This is the way I look at that press conference the other day. You got 3 things going on in that press conference. Okay? 1, we want to know about the recent past. That's the Eagles game.
Yeah.
2, we'd like to know about right now, which is
how's Brock?
Is Purdy's elbow? What do you know?
How's Josh's head? Nobody asked about the Johnson concussion,
which was rude and dismissive.
Now that is more rude and dismissive than not asking about Jimmy Garoppolo's future.
Which I hate to say in football, it's irrelevant. I know that sounds really, really terse, but nobody wants to know about Josh Johnson's. He's got a concussion. In theory, he'll be better, and he's not going to be a part of the team. That's sort of what I mean.
His career might be over. So
Maybe.
Can we wax poetic about Josh Johnson's career?
He's been here 4 different times and never really played.
This was the best of the 4 stints, though.
Right. Remember when he completed a pass? It was amazing. So your recent pass is the Eagles game. Your current is the health of Brock, and then people want to know about the future, which is Brock, Trey Lance, OTAs, training camp, Nick Bosa contract. These are all the things. Where does Jimmy Garoppolo fit into any of those 3 categories? Was he involved in the recent past?
No.
He had a smile. Is he involved in the current in terms of anything new with injuries? Is he involved in the future of the 49ers?
Is he?
No.
Well, you have to ask it because...
And they did.
Maybe Kyle says... Jimmy and I talked after the game, and Jimmy wants to come back, and we're going to work to bring Jimmy back. Maybe that was the answer. So the question has to get asked, and Kyle answered it the best possible way, which is, I don't see any scenario.
Yeah.
Which means either Jimmy said, not a shot in hell, or the team said, not a shot in hell, or they both have agreed that there's not a shot in hell that he's coming back.
Here's how I look at this. Let's say you're asking for an autograph, and you're a kid, like you should be asking for an autograph.
Not like some 42-year-old.
Not a 50-year-old in a jersey, right? You got a kid. Let's say you're outside Oracle Park, and you're the only one there, and you happen to be in a spot that's in between the player's exit and the parking lot. Doesn't really exist, by the way. They never come out from the other side of the fence.
I used to do that at Candlestick because they would come out where the buses were, and you could get there and you could get autographs.
Well, sometimes they'd come out of that player's parking lot, and there'd be a traffic jam because it was Candlestick, and you could go up to the windows. They'd roll down windows and be like, "Hey, here you go." If you're a kid and Buster Posey walks by, and you're the only one there, and Mr. Posey, can I picture autograph?
Excuse me, Gerald.
And Buster doesn't even acknowledge your existence. That's rude on Buster's part. However, if you're 48 years old and you go up to Buster and his wife at a fancy restaurant with a white tablecloth.
Even in a not-so-fancy restaurant.
Tap him on the shoulder. Hey, Buster, big fan. Can you get out of your seat? Come take a picture? And Buster's like, my man, I'm having dinner right now. That's not rude. So this to me is very contextual. if this had been a different time, if this had been a game where Jimmy got hurt in that game and it was immediately announced he's out for the year and Jimmy's career with the 49ers is clearly over in this moment, and you ask Kyle, any future with Jimmy and the Niners? No. That's rude.
I still don't think it's rude. 2 days after a game.
It would. Well, I think it would call for a little bit more of a comment.
I'll agree with that. It'd be a little bit more of an eyebrow raiser, but in this moment.
Not here.
No.
Not here. This is not.
This is a guy who hasn't played quarterback in, 2.5 months?
He was not a relevant figure for the day. You're right. The question had to be asked because of Purdy's injury. But also because of the fact that Jimmy would have there is no scenario. And by the way, that was the way the question was asked.
Do you see a scenario?
Is there a scenario? No.
No, there's no scenario. There's no scenario. Even if Brock has Tommy John and Trey Lance's foot continues to be in a boot, there still is no scenario. That's basically what he's telling you.
Yeah.
And if this had been last year, like you said, Jimmy G coming off an injury plagued, he gutted it out, and he played the conference championship game. If you ask him this question in that setting, you probably deserve a little bit more of an answer. Hey, Jimmy was great. He played through injury. We fell just short. We wish Jimmy Garoppolo the best in his next destination, but that's not this.
That's good red and gold reaction. Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com. Back to the Warriors. Coming up next, the great Tim Roy is going to jump on for a conversation sensation. And then we'll get back to your phone calls at 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
It's the red and gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
I couldn't sleep last night. I take losses hard. I take them hard. I don't like losing. I don't like losing to Connect 4. I don't like losing in Monopoly. I don't like losing in Madden.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
All year long, Odyssey celebrates the 50th anniversary of hip-hop by covering the milestones, saluting the history, and honoring the impact of the beats that created a global phenomenon. With Hip Hop Made. Download the free Odyssey app right now or go to odyssey.com/Hip Hop Made to listen to the music and the podcast that celebrate 50 years of hip hop. And join us all year long as we celebrate the milestone on the Odyssey app. Hip Hop Made.
Wendy's home-style French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me, did you just say Wendy's French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Oh, want better visibility to get you through the winter? A new pair of premium wipers can help. Right now, you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum Wiper Blades. See better and stay safe on the road all winter long. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Johnny Mosley here with your Friday Toyota Tahoe report. While Mother Nature is still making up her mind, load up the Toyota and get on the road because the weekend is better in the mountains.
Thanks, Johnny. Today we'll see partly cloudy skies continue. Heavy wind gusts in the morning could cause some delays in some upper mountain lift openings, but the wind should decrease throughout the day. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, rolling into the dang weekend, which is not what Luca's doing. So Luca's not on the flight, huh?
That's what I'm seeing on Twitter.
Well, then, Warriors, you better get your butts back into the winning record column, if you will. Back to 500 with the loss last night. Willard and Dibbs, glad you're with us. Guess who else is with us? It's none other than the great voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. And to all our surprise, I'm not going to ask you a Warrior question first, as Tim Roy joins us right now on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Instead, we have to start with the breaking news, which is that Kyrie Irving, for the 48th time in his career, has requested a trade. Did this grab you off guard here? Kyrie says, trade me by the deadline or I'm leaving as a free agent after the year, just when it seemed like things were going better for Brooklyn.
Well, first of all, I didn't get back to my house till about 2:30, so actually 2:33. So I'm just getting going the last hour or so. I have not been online yet. So, no, but nothing surprises me about Kyrie Irving. Nothing. I mean, I don't know why, the trade request is a surprise. Every 6 months something happens, and so no, it's not a surprise. And it's to me, if I'm a general manager, I'm staying away from that. I'm not even taking that phone call because this is going to happen to you in about another 6 months after you trade for him. So to me, that's just. It's par for the course, unfortunately, and if everybody in all this talk we see on all the national networks about the Nets, the Brooklyn Nets, and remember, they still have not won a playoff series with that group. They have not won a playoff series. They haven't done anything, and so to me, until they went deep into the playoffs, you could take that team as a reality. But right now, it's just again more chaos and whatever they're paying Sean Marks, he should be getting paid more.
No doubt. Pay the man double, and it's just so tantalizing because Kyrie's averaging 27 a game in his 4 seasons in Brooklyn, yet he, like you said, Tim, he's never won a playoff series with that currently constituted Nets team. And you look at the other side, our side, a Warrior team that wins playoff series on the regular, yet you're stuck at 26 and 26. Tim, as you look at this team defensively, Where do you pinpoint their biggest issue?
I just it's been really hard to figure, and I just think that that they're just not getting it done. They're not executing. They're not paying attention to little details, and a lot of their defense is really what they're doing on offense. When you turn the ball over and you throw a live ball turnover pass, that hurts your defense because now the other team might have numbers. They get a fast break. They get an early offense shot that gives them a great look, and that goes on your defensive ledger when it really was your offense that screwed it up. And so, to me, they're just not tied together. They're not, they haven't, what's the cliche, bought in to what they need to do defensively. And until they do that, this is going to be what it is right now, a 500 team. It's been a 500 team all year, and they've never gone on the run we keep waiting for. We see signs, right? You see them play Memphis, and they play Boston, and they play these really good teams, and they play right up to the level of the competition. They get big wins, but then you have the meltdown that was Minnesota against a team that was missing their two frontline players. That just shouldn't happen with a team that has the firepower that the Warriors have. But it's happened time and time again. And now we're down to 30 games left. So they've got to fix this, and it's got to happen pretty soon here. When the All-Star break's upcoming, and it's go time after that. So this has to be fixed somehow, some way.
All right, so there's the quote. This has to be fixed. And this is kind of what we've been playing with today, Tim, because I've been asking Dibs and we've been asking our callers, is this a matter of won't play defense or can't play defense? Is this fixable?
That's good. Again, another great question. I don't know if I know the answer to that. I think it can be fixed because I've seen them play great defense. We watched them play great defense in the past. Now, they don't have a couple of guys that really helped their defense last year in Otto Porter Jr. and Gary Payton II, because those guys, Otto Porter Jr. was a guy that was not afraid to get his nose dirty. He got defensive rebounds when in tough situations. Gary Payton II, we know how good defensively he was. Dante DiVincenzo is a nice addition. He's fitting in perfectly, I think, right now. He can help you on the defensive end. But it's not just one position. It's not just the bench. It's not just, one player. It's been team-wide. So to me, that's more of a mental thing, and what you look at the Warriors, and I'm not making excuses, but the cold hard fact is that 6 of the last 10 years, roughly, they have gone, an extra 2 months into, with a season. And you wonder if that's a cumulative thing that maybe is wearing on them a little bit mentally, and they have to find a way to rejuvenate themselves, create that sense of urgency that they really need to be a good defensive team.
And that urgency could come from the younger players, but it doesn't seem like Moses Moody is able to crack the rotation. James Wiseman, 17 minutes last night. But Jonathan Kuminga, how impressed are you, Tim, by the strides he's made over the past month or two?
It's really interesting. Last night, let me take one offensive thing, and then I'll tell you one defensive thing. Last night on offense, he had a fast break, one-on-one. Now, last year at this time, he probably would have went full speed, tried to dunk it over the guy, would have been an offensive foul or a turnover. And no, he slowed down, and he kind of, read the defender, crossed over, did a little Euro step, and finger rolled the ball up and in. And then on defense, he came and one of his teammates got beat in the weak side. He waited and then came down. It was a chase down block. He just got a piece of it and got the saving block, kept points from going away. And to me, it looks like that he at some point this year exhaled mentally and said, "Okay, I just got to slow down a little bit here, and it will be fine. I can do this." And so now he's playing really under control. And when you combine that with his athleticism, it's very impressive. And now you get to see, what he could become. He could become that kind of an impact player in the future. And I think Steve Kerr has done a great job of challenging him by putting him on other teams, great offensive players, using that length and athleticism. And now he seems to start to figure that out a little bit, and he could be that impact player in the future.
Tim Roy, a Warriors voice, with us right here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Tim, I always like to look at teams try to read body language, read decisions that they make, and try to take something from that. The fact that the Warriors, and I know Draymond sat, but we were sort of expecting a load management game last night and didn't get it, which tells me the Warriors are starting to up the urgency, maybe stressed a little bit about the standings. Is that fair? To what level are they worried about the standings right now?
I think there's a little bit of concern. Obviously, it should be concern, and I think if Draymond and the other veteran players are saying, "Hey, no, we need to play in these back-to-backs," then they know how important these games are, and so I don't have a problem with that as long as they pass the medical specs. You don't have a problem with that because it's there saying, "Hey, we know it's go time. We know it's time to get this going. We haven't seen it yet." And again. Little things happen in the season that basically form your opinion of the team you're covering. And so if they just go and throttle Minnesota at the beginning of the fourth quarter, make that an easy game, and then everybody's rested and coming back last night, maybe a little more rest. There's no overtime. They get in an earlier hour to Denver, and maybe they play Denver tougher a little bit in the second half, and maybe that's a game. And now you're feeling a lot better about the team than maybe you are now because of what happened in the fourth quarter in Minneapolis. So, again, if they can string out a couple of games and get feeling good about themselves again, that's going to snowball for them. Because then in the back of their minds they go, okay, the core goes, okay, we've done this, we know we can do this, and then the young guys get carried along with that wave. The guys who haven't been around for the championships, they get carried along with that. They have to find a way to string some wins together to get that feeling going. And then the other part, guys, is that they're incredibly fortunate that this year there's like 6 other teams in the same boat. There's 6 other teams right there in the middle of the Western Conference going, if we can string together a couple of wins, right. We can do this, right? And so they still have this chance. It's still right there on the table for them to get out of the play-in bracket, and really there's still a chance for them to get home court in the first round, which is amazing.
Yeah, it's remarkable. You've got 3 games separating 10 teams in the West from 4 all the way down to 13. Tim, what are you seeing from Andrew Wiggins? Is he still coming off of the non-COVID illness and the adductor strain? To what would you, blame his largesse so far?
I just think I think it's rusty, and I think it's a brand new thing for him. You go back and look at his career; he's been one of the more durable players in the league during his stretch, and so I just think it's a brand new deal for him, and I think when you see that, we saw a little bit with Clay when he first came back. I think he pressed a little bit early on, and I think the sickness more than the adductor strain really got him out of rhythm. Just got him, when at least when you're rehabbing, you're doing something. When you're sick, and there's really not much you can do as far as getting yourself back. So I think he's going to be okay. I think, in fact, the last 3 games that he's played, he's shown signs of starting to look like Andrew Wiggins again. We saw him get to the paint, get that little flip hook he has, which I think is really a weapon for him, and I think it's a go-to shot for him. He hit a 3 to start the game last night. I think he's coming. It's just been a little slow for him because I think it's a brand new process. I don't think he's been in this kind of water before.
Home cooking tomorrow night. Get everything back on track, and so a little home cooking for you, Tim. Thanks for hopping on. We look forward to that one.
Always a pleasure, guys, and I know that you have, with the Niners quarterback situation, the Super Bowl coming up, you guys have nothing to talk about.
Anything you want to say about the 49er quarterback situation, Tim?
It's just
like to weigh in, or
it's you could be in a real problem, or you could be going to camp with an embarrassment of riches. It's one or the other, I think. So I think it's a great story, though. It's a great story because Brock Purdy is one game away from the Cinderella story, and he basically showed that he can manage this team, and that gives them another thing to think about as they head toward next year.
Unfortunately, at that position, it's been a bit of a hospitalization sensation, Tim.
He beat me to it. I was going to say, in terms of sports media, it's a salivation sensation.
There you go.
It's kind of what I was going to go with. Which one did you like better, Tim?
I don't know. The salivation sensations it kind of borders on the gross side, so I think I got to go with.
Yeah, I've been told that before.
Yes,
yeah, all right.
I'm gonna go treat myself with my Nelly pot just to give you another gross thing.
Nice.
Yeah,
love it.
Thank you, Tim. Good to have you always.
All right, guys. See you.
All right, okay.
Those
see you
neti
later.
pots, they work.
They do.
When you got a little bit of a head cold. John Miller swears by them.
Well,
the neti pot.
John Miller, first of all, you want to talk about healthy living. John Miller is like, if you obviously, I mean, look what has
Lost
happened.
about 80 pounds.
Right. And he sticks to it. Like, it's the key to anything that you do in that aspect is just like, you got to commit. You really got to commit. The neti pot thing, I remember the first time someone told me about this net, I would go, wait, hold on a second. You tell me that I'm put my head back.
Pour hot water in one nostril.
Get everything at an angle so it goes in one nostril and out the other. Are you crazy? But it's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Cleans you right out.
Yeah, it really does. It makes sense, actually.
Yeah.
You know, so anyway, good luck to Tim as he gets ready for a game tomorrow night.
Six to go before the All-Star break. You hope that you can get 3 of the 6 and you go into the break at 500, 24 games left to go at that point. You'd be 29-29.
By the way, speaking of 6 to go, 6 days to go until the trade deadline, this Kyrie thing, can we just take a moment to do what I think most Warriors fans' brains do when you see something like this?
Go get KD?
Well, it's not go get KD. It's just another opportunity to be like, dude, that was what you chose. I can't believe it. And again, for me, there's zero Kevin Durant hate. I don't do that. And the championship the Warriors won last year was more special because Kevin Durant wasn't a part of it, to be honest with you, because it was so much more organic and homegrown and all of those things. So this isn't looking back rearview mirror through even the Warrior lens. It's just like, take a moment and look at what Durant did in the search for something better. One of the most classic "the grass is not greener" stories in the history of sports to be involved with this franchise. Literally the classiest thing that anyone has ever known and the most successful thing that the NBA has known in the last generation. To leave that to be like, I'm going to hitch my wagon to the craziest human being on planet Earth.
He's gifted basketball player.
Incredible basketball player.
Yeah.
But is there anybody in sports right now that's wearing people out more than Kyrie Irving? Like,
that's an interesting question. He's wearing you out for sure.
Wearing people out.
But you look at what he does when he is playing. He's an unbelievable talent. He's a Hall of Famer. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Even though they don't really do that in basketball. He's averaged 27 a game in his time with the Brooklyn Nets. He is an unguardable force. He's one of the 10 best players in the association when he is available and wants to play basketball.
Yeah, what does best mean? I mean, he's definitely one of the 10 most talented players.
When he is motivated and out there and interested in playing, he's one of the 7 best or 5 best. The guy's unbelievable.
NBA draft right now, no way he goes top 10.
No, because of who he is.
Right,
and
so that's part of the deal.
That's more than part of the deal. It's the biggest part of the deal. And if you're Kevin Durant and your time here at Golden State, it was ending, and you had your time here, and for whatever reason, if it was Draymond Green, if it was Steve Kerr, if it was the prevailing notion that Kevin Durant could never fully feel fulfilled here because he was a championship chaser, whatever his personal reasons were to leave, he was looking for a new destination to go, and you look at Kyrie Irving, the basketball player, and you look at your own skills, and you think, I can win with that guy. That guy's an unbelievable player. You don't probably think in terms of what's Kyrie going to be like. Is he's going to go flat earth, vaccine denier. He won't be able to play home games because he won't get the shot. And now he's going to want his way out of town and all the other distractions that come with Kyrie Irving. Maybe Kevin Durant should have done more due diligence in terms of his next destination. But I don't fault him for looking at Kyrie, the basketball player, and saying, I could go with Kyrie and we could win together.
Well, the Brooklyn Nets have become as a team what Kevin Durant is as a person, which is constantly searching for something else. If you look at the turnstile of large names that have gone through Brooklyn just since Kevin Durant got there, I mean, we all hear KD and Kyrie is what you think of. You totally forget that Ben Simmons is on this roster. James Harden was just there. Blake Griffin, LaMarcus Aldridge. What you never...
Is DeAndre Jordan there?
I think so. Is he there now, or
was he
there
for a time? Yeah.
Yeah, he was. And Steph Curry's brother is there right now.
Yeah.
I mean, there's all kinds of names, and what you never want to become as an NBA franchise, the Lakers are this now as well, is when you gather a bunch of names and you're like, this would have been really great 6 years ago. And you're chasing names rather than chasing a well-producing roster. Now,
it can win, though. The Rams did it, and the Rams won.
It can work, but that was a little different because there were some things already in place. There was homegrown there also.
But they did chase names.
But Cooper Kupp and Aaron Donald.
Odell Beckham Jr.
Sure. And Jalen Ramsey and Matt Stafford. Yeah, you're right. You can cobble something together. By the way, short-term game, long-term loss, even when it does work. But the Warriors, in a very different way, because they're totally homegrown, but the Warriors need to be careful that they don't become this in the next year or two as well, which is you're like, we've got Steph, Clay, and Dre. It's like, yeah, but the 36, that doesn't work anymore. Like Brooklyn has consistently now, since KD got there, turn and burn, big names, and you think it's just turnkey, and it's not. It's not. Like, you've got to be ahead of the curve. You can't be behind it. It's literally been the Lakers' problem for the last 20 years. They keep getting behind the curve. We're going to get the guy. By the time you get the guy, he's 35, he's annoyed, and he's actually looking to do something else with his life, like act. It doesn't work.
I'm just looking at the Nets roster last year, Mark, and they played 24 different guys. Such names as, you mentioned James Harden, Patty Mills, Goran Dragic, Bruce Brown, who we just recently saw. You mentioned Aldridge, Andre Drummond, forgot about him there. Obviously, Nick Claxton and James Johnson. Paul Millsap was a net. To your point about, hey, let's get Paul Millsap. Well, the Millsap you got was 36 and only played 11 minutes a night, so... Your point about chasing names, it definitely fits this Brooklyn Nets team.
I mean, they are spending over $115 million this year alone
on three guys, right?
On Kevin, Ben, and Kyrie. And what are you getting for that?
Well, Kevin's out,
but Kevin's still Kevin.
Yeah, he's Kevin-ish.
When he plays. I mean,
he's not an 82. No, I mean, nobody plays 82, but Kevin's a 60-game-a-year guy.
It seems. It has been that. Sure.
Yeah.
They were playing well. But what are you getting out of that? So I just think, and this is across sports, you got to be careful about name chasing.
You better be careful.
You got to be careful about name chasing. It's not that it can't work. It's not that I'm saying don't spend money on big players. Obviously, you do. The Warriors, in fact, have a checkbook championship.
They sure do.
You know what I mean? So, of course that works. Yes, I was all in favor of Judge or Correa. But when you look at what ends up working in sports, it's not usually name chasing. There are exceptions. Christian McCaffrey was name chasing. It worked great. They didn't win the whole thing. But, I mean, look at what the Kansas City Chiefs are on the doorstep again. They did the opposite of name chasing in the offseason. They got rid of their big name guy who wanted money. So I'm fascinated by team building. And the Brooklyn Nets from the beginning was an ill-conceived idea.
Who do the Lakers trade for Kyrie Irving? I mean, let's just get to the point where, because that's the way this goes. Kyrie wants out, so Brooklyn's got two choices.
You think Brooklyn's going to blink by Thursday or not?
Well, they have two choices. Either you blink by Thursday or you don't blink by Thursday and Kyrie goes into full Kyrie mode, which we've seen before, where Kyrie, my Achilles is flared up, or I got a calf strain, or whatever Kyrie wants to do to not play anymore, he can do that, get paid, and torpedo the season. So if I'm Brooklyn, I can't wait to get this guy out of town. So who do the Lakers give up, Mark?
Here's the thing, though. I don't know who they even can give up. I mean, everyone's, Russell Westbrook. Sure. I'm sure they want Westbrook and Durant together in Brooklyn. But what's wild here is when this was all going on before, Kevin wants a trade and Kyrie wants a trade, it all looked broken. Vaccine stuff, our conversations were about all kinds of different things. Now, the Brooklyn Nets have the 6th best record in the NBA. Why is he one out? We're all just accepting this because it's like, well, he's Kyrie and he's nuts. But, like, it seemed like they were one of 7 teams that could win it all this year if things were to fall a certain way. And he's going to beg off of that roster? They're 31-20.
Right.
Why is he one out?
Because he's Kyrie Irving.
It's working better than it's ever worked before.
Right. But he's Kyrie Irving.
Right. So, but if I'm the Nets, I'm like, no.
Okay, so then what does Kyrie Irving do?
Leave as a free agent. See ya.
But what does he do in the meantime with your 31-20 team?
I don't know. What are
shut
you
it
gonna,
down.
Yeah,
shut it. I shut it down.
What are you going to do with whoever you get?
You get you trade Markieff Morris, and I just put this in the trade machine. You trade Markieff Morris and Kyrie Irving
to the Lakers,
and you get Russell Westbrook.
Oh God,
Russ and KD reunited, and it feels so
bad.
good.
Yeah, no, it would be. They would be terrible. Kevin would ask for a trade next.
Anthony Davis?
Of course not. Of course not. I don't know that it exists. Yeah, Kyle, what do you got?
So I put together a trade that doesn't include Russell Westbrook.
Let me hear it.
Or LeBron or Anthony Davis.
LeBron.
All it would take to acquire one, Kyrie Irving. And let's assume 2 firsts are in there, 2027 and 2029 first round picks.
Sure.
Patrick Beverley, Lonnie Walker, Damian Jones, Wenyen Gabriel, Juan Toscano Anderson, Dennis Schroeder, Thomas Bryant, and another player whose name I don't know.
Okay.
Troy Brown. Cole Swider?
There it is.
So the Nets are going to acquire 8 players. They've got room on their roster.
No, that's 9 players.
Okay, 9. 9 players.
And 2 picks.
All right.
Don't forget the picks.
I mean, honestly, and any
Westbrook for Kyrie, let's go. That would be so much fun.
This is a note to every NBA team not named Brooklyn. You acquire Kyrie, you're an idiot.
Tick, 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 tick. He's a ticking time bomb.
You're an idiot. You're a complete and total moron if you think that your team is the one that can fix him. You're a moron.
I can fix it. My dad's got an awesome set of tools. I can fix it. 27 a game, dog. What if you can fix it? He's an unbelievable talent.
That's one of the most...
It's like dating a supermodel. It's like that supermodel who's had 4 husbands. And it's like...
What if?
Yeah.
What if you can fix him? You can.
I can fix it.
Are you the fixer?
Totally.
Yeah. All right. 49ers and Warriors, we continue. The Warrior defense, is it a matter of won't or can't? Plus, Kyle Shanahan did say something 2 days ago that also might have given everybody the exact clue they're looking for in terms of the future of the quarterback position with the 49ers. We'll have that for you coming up on Red and Gold Reaction, brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. It's Willard and Dibbs.
It's the Red and Gold Reaction on 95.7 The Game.
You can't tell a win now locker room. We got this guy right here who essentially came in and never lost a game where he played the majority of the game. He never lost. But we're going to check this other guy out.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Now, it's time for the closer of the week, presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Steph Curry, who had another 30-plus point game, double-digit assists as the Dubs got another dub.
Right side Curry lets it fly. 3-ball good on the sideline.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Bud Light was brewed to be a delicious and easy-to-drink beer, even when the little things in life are hard. Like when the game is going into overtime, but you have even more time to enjoy it, and a fresh Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Drink responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Hey, this is Matt Steinmetz of Steiny and Guru. 12-3 on 95.7 The Game. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Guys, what do you got? Dibbs, Willard, what do you got? 49ers, Giants, Warriors.
We just actually had that very conversation. I saw him in the green room. I do my 11:30 check-in. And I said, hey, Steiny, what's going on? He goes,
what are you?
Hey, you guys, Warriors? What? And I hit him with your premise, which I think is a good one. Can't or won't. Is it Mike Singletary when it comes to the Warriors defense? Can't do it. Or is it, I won't. I just won't. I won't do it.
You know what the weird thing is on the question is that both of them, both answers, if you're a Warrior player, are offensive. I can't do it. I won't do it. I mean, listen to that.
Well, I'm sorry if it offends you, but...
No, I don't think... It doesn't offend me.
No, if you're a Golden State Warrior and you're offended, memo to Golden State Warrior, get a freaking stop.
Yeah,
you're 26-26, and you give up $130 on the reg, guys. So I'm sorry if it offends you. It's a classic apology. I'm sorry if you're offended by this.
That's right.
It's such a non-apology.
I'm sorry if you're offended.
Exactly.
I'm sorry if you think that, yeah, that never works.
No.
It's very hard to say I'm sorry and then put a period after it.
Or a but. I mean,
that doesn't work either.
I'm sorry, but.
Well, I'm sorry, but is like, that's a totally different meaning of the word sorry.
Negates the sorry.
I'm sorry, but this is not okay. Yeah, no, it's very difficult to just say I'm sorry and period and walk out the room.
Almost impossible.
It is.
Well, because usually if you apologize to somebody, you know what? I'm really sorry for X, Y, and Z, and you put a period on it, there's always, well then, and then there's like, now you're going to pile on me. I just said I'm sorry. So either you're going to accept the apology or now I'm going to have to get into my butt.
Say I'm sorry, sir.
No, we do not want to get into your butt. We want to hear from all of you at 888-957-9570. You're the guest the rest of the way. And all guests are brought to you on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Okay, what do you think about this? Okay, Kyle Shanahan said this the other day, and because of all the quarterback news, it's sort of, I feel it fell under the radar a little bit. Might have been one of the most interesting things that he said, though.
I'm so proud of our year and proud of the guys, and I think, we've been close a few times here, but, this was definitely the one that felt the best. I thought some of the things we overcame early, how we persevered, was, going 98 straight days without a loss was a different feeling that I hadn't been a part of, and I didn't totally feel like that till we lost, and someone told me that, and I was like, yeah, that makes it hurt a little bit worse, but it was, I just loved how focused our guys were. Our guys never, ever, any day just checked out, and that's really tough in this league. And the physical strain, obviously, but the mental strain of just to mentally be up for something, to focus every single day, to get a plan in, to focus for 3.5 quarters and how to win a game, and to do it a bunch of different ways. And that's why I felt like we did it week in and week out.
I saw your face do a funny look, which it kind of hit me the funny way too. 98 straight days without losing a football game.
And then the other part in the end, he says, to be able to focus for 3.5 quarters. 3.5 quarters?
Yeah.
That doesn't, I mean, what do we know? We don't focus for half a quarter?
Or so
does that speak to their slow start? Yeah, you
right.
seem to be down 7-0 a lot.
Kyle knows they need to play the final 7 minutes of the game, right?
Or maybe it's the opening 7 minutes where they aren't focused.
I don't know.
Either way, 98 days, that did hit me. Like,
that's a lot. That's a long time.
Well, then, as he said,
3
though,
months.
when you do finally get that loss, it hurts even more because it's been 98 days since you felt that feeling.
But he also said, look, there have been 3 times in the last 4 years where the 49ers have had what you would classify as a near miss. And he said this was by far and away the one that felt the best, felt like their best shot to win a Super Bowl this year. Now, no one followed up with, okay, now why did you feel that way? It would have been interesting to have Kyle Shanahan compare this year's team to last year's team and the 2019 football team. I don't think it takes much, though, to have your brain go, Brock Purdy's the starting quarterback of this team for the foreseeable future because you've had 3 trips deep into the postseason, and what was different about this one versus the other ones that makes you think this was your best shot to win the whole thing?
I think the overall roster, and maybe you can look at Brock Purdy greater than Jimmy Garoppolo, the way Brock Purdy was playing. Yeah, I think Brock Purdy played better, just quarterback to quarterback comparison. I think that he was better and the offense was better, but I look at the totality of the offense. Christian McCaffrey wasn't on those teams, and George Kittle is as good, if not better than he was. Brandon Ayuk is certainly better. Debo maybe not as impactful as he was last year, but that's because you didn't need him as much this year because you had other weapons around him. I look at the overall roster. I see a secondary that's better, a defensive line that's comparable. Linebackers are the best in football, and then you get to Brock Purdy. Brock's better than Jimmy, but I think it's a lot more than just we have a quarterback now.
I'm certainly not going to dismiss any of that, right? Like some people would say McCaffrey, or you might say the defense, although the defense in 2019 was fantastic.
True.
And I want, like, the secondary this year versus last year, definitely better this year. What about the production the secondary had back in 2019? You had Richard Sherman. You were anchored in a different way. I don't think anybody has stood out the way Charvarius Ward did this year as a corner, but the overall health and production of the secondary in 2019 was fantastic. We gave credit to the defensive line for that because they'd been awful the year before, and I think that's fair. Nick Bosa's rookie year, I think it was by the end of the year, maybe, they have a very deep defensive line right now, but there were a bunch of things that suddenly happened. Omenahu has the legal situation. Drake Jackson is suddenly inactive. Kinlaw's getting shoved all over the field. 2019 defensive line felt like it was at the height of its powers in February. They had a great game for 3.5 quarters against Kansas City before the dam broke. So I definitely hear what you're saying, and I'm sure he's not thinking only about Brock.
Right.
But when you look at these three, think of the opponents that they had. Like 2019, you had a home NFC title game. Last year, you had a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter of the NFC title game. This year, you're on the road at Philadelphia. You're a dog. You're dogging this game.
This was the toughest of all the games that you've had in the playoffs, other than maybe the Super Bowl against Kansas City.
But he felt it was his best chance. It's like,
right.
That's a lot. Brock is definitely on a very short list of why he said that.
I would agree with you in terms of the way Brock played and now what they obviously think about Brock Purdy in terms of him being the quarterback of the future. But I look at the overall roster and the fact that this team came in having won 12 straight games into that game?
Yep.
It's remarkable.
Almost made you think, gosh, that's not a good thing. But didn't you kind of wish they had lost one of them in there? Because I was just like,
I don't buy that.
I know, but are they going to really win 14 in a row and win the Super Bowl on the road? Like, I hear you, though. That's just kind of the way our brains work. So, Red and Gold Reaction is brought to you by Zenni, official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com. Willard and Dibs also brought to you in part by Pfizer. All right, coming up next, not only Steiny and Goo going to get in here, but if you don't like Dylan Brooks, you're going to love hearing this. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Kentucky Fried Chicken's pot pies are just $5? That's a comforting thought, especially after a holiday season when you had to panic wrap gifts at 2 a.m.
Come on!
Watch the same kids movie 11 times.
Again!
And we're lovingly told your cooking was
a tad dry, dear.
Yeah, a $5 pot pie from KFC with tender chicken, savory sauce, and a flaky crust. That's a very comforting thought. Order your pot pie on the KFC app for just $5. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Rian Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift. Always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming now only on Peacock.
In San Bruno, cloudy with periods of rain, highs near 56.
Weather brought to you by the Specialized Recruiting Group. The Specialized Recruiting Group takes an individual approach, placing people in contract and full-time roles. SRGExpress.com, now placing in accounting roles.
Hey, it's Jermichael Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willer and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, Jermichael, I think we need to change all these rejoins because people keep saying take it away, which is what all the other teams keep doing to the Warriors. So it's like triggering me every time I hear a Warrior go, take it away, Mark. No, keep it. Take care of the ball, for crying out loud. Stop turning it over. Glad you're with us. Steiny and Gould will be in here in just a sec. Is there any player, and Dibbs, I'll give you all of sports.
All of sports.
Is there any player that triggers you like Dylan Brooks? Anyone?
Man.
Anyone on that level for you right now?
Somebody who is that, annoying may not be strong enough in terms of after what he did to GP2.
Right. It rises to the level of offensive,
right?
Kind of. As a fan, you get offended by some of this stuff when you put other people in harm's way.
Yeah, I can't think of any player who annoys me at that level. I mean, there's other players who annoy me for different reasons, but not for that reason.
How about Kyrie? How about I don't know. Give me another name. Who gets under your skin?
James Harden gets under my skin a lot. Just the way he kind of throws himself around. Chris Paul's on that list, I would say.
We always go straight to the NBA, by the way.
Well, just the flopping is what kind of gets to me in terms of like what really annoys me.
I'm trying to think, is there an NFL? Who in the NFL? Russell Wilson. You hate Aaron Rodgers. Does Aaron Rodgers bother you more than Dylan Brooks?
It's close. Hate's a strong word, but he annoys me. That's a whole different category. That's just for his comments is about being a vet min. Woe is me. Vet min, $2.8 million.
I'm like rolling through just like looking at teams going, is there anybody who jumps off the page? Yeah. I'm like, gosh, this is, like I'm no fan. Kyler Murray, not a fan. Not a fan at all. Anybody who puts on a Cowboy uniform, but that's not their fault. If they traded them, I'd be fine with them. I'm looking at, is there any baseball player who, like, baseball's different? It's just less emotional. Sure, anybody who puts a Dodger jersey on, Machado. Like, is there anybody? Is there anybody?
Dodger hatred.
Right. It's not Mookie Betts. He's just phenomenal. We all love.
I like everything Mookie Betts has done.
Thank you.
Baseball is hard because it's such a, every 45 minutes kind of sport. It's like, okay, now you're up to bat. And otherwise unless you're a pitcher, and I was thinking about Bumgarner, but he doesn't annoy me that much now.
We would hate him if he wasn't a Giant.
And I was thinking about Draymond Green in the same light. Right. If he wasn't a Warrior, he'd be on that list.
Yeah, totally. I'm looking at this. My answer, by the way, is no. So unequivocally, no.
Dylan Brooks, number one.
Dylan Brooks, for so many reasons. It's not as simple as he took liberties with GP2. I can't stand the way he plays. I don't like it when people who are at the highest level of their profession resort to things that take away from what they can do as a basketball player. Like Dylan has decided he's a goon. Like, dude, shoot the ball and play basketball. Don't go out there and be a goon.
Right.
You're going to be a goon, then you're not even a basketball player. And hockey's different. Guys are hired to be goons.
Exactly. It's built into the sport.
But it's why I don't like Chris Paul, because he's always flopping around and trying to make the refs think something happened that didn't happen. You're too talented for that. But Brooks isn't even that talented. That's what makes it worse. Like, he's literally just out there. He's a goon. He does it to everybody. So last night, if you missed it, Donovan Mitchell, it's Cleveland versus Memphis. And there's a play where Mitchell drives in, and there isn't even really a tangle up. He ends up just behind the baseline. Brooks is on the ground, like on his rear. And when Brooks, instead, he tries to make it look like he's trying to get up, and he swings the right arm right around and nails Mitchell right in the, hey, how you doings? and it starts a big fight. Mitchell throws the ball at him. Everybody's getting ejected. Everybody comes out from the benches, meets at the court, all this stuff. And it's once again Dylan Brooks starting an incident. Shannon Sharp, GP2, Donovan, but it doesn't matter who it is. So what I loved was the honesty of Donovan Mitchell after the game. Let's hear it.
Yeah, for sure. That's just who he is. We've seen it a bunch in this league with him. Him and I have had our personal battles for years. Quite frankly, I've been busting his ass for years. Playoffs, regular season. In the one game he does a high job on me today. He decides to do something like that, and there's no place in that in the game, and you got to protect yourself at the end of the day. But this has been brewing for years. With me, with other guys in the league, and you all see it. It's not something that this isn't new. And tonight was just the end of it, but it's tough when you can't guard somebody and can't do something with somebody. You got to resort to that, and that's what he's done to a lot of players. Off the top of my head, I think it's like Dame and Steph. He it's just one of those things. That's what you resort to, and that's cool. But I'm glad my guys held it down tonight and, had my back, throughout the whole thing.
So what I love about this, because in the end he's like, and that's cool, and I'm like, no, it's not.
Right.
It's not cool. And I love
Well, he's saying it's not cool by
Right.
saying that it's cool.
Sure. But I love that Donovan, he didn't make it just about last night, and he didn't even make it just about him and Dylan Brooks. He's like, dude, you're out of line all the time. You do this to Steph. You do this to Dame. You're doing this to me. And
he didn't even mention GP2.
Right. Well, sure, because he's not Steph or Dame or whatnot. But, like, this is a pattern of behavior to the point where this is the league's issue now, to me. You can't allow this.
No, you got to be suspended. And I think about Draymond Green and the incidents that he was involved in as it pertained to the opponents and their genitals.
Yeah.
Say that. He,
Right.
his flail kicks on Steven Adams where he kicked him because he said it was a part of his natural shooting motion, which it really wasn't. And when he got stepped over by LeBron James and he reached up and popped LeBron James, he was suspended for that famously in the NBA Finals. So I can't imagine that Dylan Brooks doesn't get suspended for this, especially considering his track record.
Well,
I was just looking to see if anything had come down yet, and I hadn't seen anything, but you figure I would say he's going to get 1 game minimum. He might get 2 games for this.
So, well, here's I guess my point about this, and I wish the league, because we never want to do this when it's our team, but to me, we should. We've heard Draymond do this through the years. We've heard Rasheed Wallace do this through the years. It's like, oh, it's my reputation. You're teeing me up because it's my reputation. Uh-huh. And it's well-earned.
Yeah.
So stop. So in other words, in what area of life can we be on our 8th offense and they only are going to punish us based on that offense? Dylan Brooks shouldn't get a game. You get 3 weeks. Get out of here, dude. You're awful, and you're always awful, and you're taking liberties with other people's bodies. It's bad for our sport. It's not the sport. You do this over and over and over again. Why should I look just at last night and be like, that act is worth a game? It's worth a month.
I think it's worth 2.
Your behavior is consistently and totally out of line.
Right.
Go sit in the corner until you adjust.
Well, a cheap shot like this is different than what he did to Gary Payton II, which, you can, and I wouldn't do this, but you can defend it as a basketball play. It was not a basketball play, but at least it was during the course of a basketball game. And so he could say, well, I was going up to try and block the shot, which to me, he clearly wasn't, but at least that was basketball, right? The ball was in play. The opponent was trying to score. You were trying to stop them from scoring. This is on a dead ball situation where you just out and out popped a guy in the biscuits and gravy.
Yeah.
So I think 3 weeks might be a little harsh, but I think he'll probably get 2 games based on the fact that he's done these things before.
No. I'm with you in what's going to happen.
1 game apiece, by the way, for each of the berries.
Yeah, I think. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
The league should be allowed to take all offenses into account when they're doing stuff like this.
And they do. They absolutely do.
It's enough. Enough is enough, Dylan. It's just absurd. All right, Steiny and Goo going to jump in here. Steiny first, although I really got something for Goo because he walks in here. And Steiny, maybe you can help us while he... All
right.
Okay, no, here he comes back in. Goo, come in and take a seat because I got something for you. As you walked in, it just dawned on me something that you said yesterday. Because Dibs is like, you finally put the cowboy gear away. And I'm just flashed what you said to us yesterday. You said, I got something for you tomorrow. Are you a man who plans your outfits?
Oh, no, not at all.
More than a day in advance?
Not at all. Especially when the cleaners are closed and I try to go get my stuff.
But you knew yesterday that you were going to wear what you're wearing right now.
The beauty in that is I should have had this yesterday and I couldn't get to it.
Oh.
So when he said that, I was like, oh, if he really knew.
Okay, that's what it was.
I would have had it on for him.
Because it was at the cleaners yesterday.
I couldn't get to it. Yeah.
Okay. You have that dry clean?
Yeah.
Man.
Okay,
yeah.
For the off season. Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
Because the wife shrinks everything, but she says it's my body shrinking, but I blame her. So I take it to the,
Yeah. How we doing? What's cooking?
I'm good.
Yeah, go ahead, Stoney. We missed you.
Dylan Brooks plays hard, man.
Please.
I can't stand the guy.
Is he a chump, man?
I can't say
it's
he's a
so
total
fake.
chump. It's a total
Second
chump.
in the league in technical fouls.
But what he did last night, you can't do the family jewels, and I just like
But
he
it's
really
family
needs one across the
but it's
kisser,
all
man.
the time. It's all the time. I would hate it if the league is like, all right, we have to look at this act on its own, and how are we going to? Why? Why should you? Stop,
man.
You're getting you got someone hurt in the playoffs last year. You take liberties because you're overwhelmed athletically by the people you're trying to guard. I have no problem with Memphis's swag. I got no problem with it. It annoys
I
the
think
hell out
it's
of me.
evaporated. But go ahead.
But yeah, like if you're gonna do this, like how would the NFL handle it if a defensive lineman was purposely trying to hurt quarterbacks? Dude, you're out of here.
Man.
This guy's purposely trying to hurt the best players in the league on a night in and night out basis.
What did they do to Myles Garrett when he swung his helmet at Mason Rudolph?
Ooh, that was an indefinite suspension for a while.
Well, he tried to make it racial. Couldn't remember he said the N-word was thrown his way. So
I'm not likening this to that, but to your point about defensive players going after quarterbacks, I mean, that was something that we don't often see when a defensive player takes off his helmet and swings it at a guy.
The league won't let you breathe on him because they're like, this is our moneymaker. These are our quarterbacks. Donovan Mitchell, Dame Lillard, Steph Curry these are the moneymakers. And this guy is out here just flying arms and legs in every direction, shoulders, knocking people around. And the league is supposed to just be like, okay, we'll give you Tuesday off. Like, what? Get him out of here.
That's whack. Look at Steiny. Steiny likes it. That's his boy.
I don't like it.
You like him, though. You like how he plays. Because it's fake tough guy.
No. I don't. He doesn't do enough for me to be that way.
He thinks he's something he's not.
I'm not. I don't like Dylan Brooks. Yeah. I mean, come on. Don't give me the backup.
The answer, by the way, is Draymond Green leads the league in technical fouls.
Does he?
Yeah,
Does he?
Because I think Steiny was one.
I'm worried about
Brooks
Draymond.
has 13.
Yeah.
Draymond's got 14. So Dre's 2 away from getting suspended.
Two different kinds of technicals, though. There's hitting someone in the jewels, and then there's talking to a ref.
Yeah. But the suspension does not differentiate between the two. When you get to 16,
Sure,
you miss
I
a
get
game.
that. Yeah.
Here's my guru. Hey, I'm hashtag random. But this one is, I don't even know if you heard about this one. The Duke-Florida State women's basketball game.
Saw it. Absolutely atrocious.
No idea.
How does this happen? Tell Willard.
I don't know what happened.
No, it doesn't add up. That's all I'm saying. It does not add up.
Tell him, though.
Yeah,
he don't know.
So before you tell me the story, you're listening to 95.7 The Game.
Know.
KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. Yeah, I have no idea what happened. What happened?
All right, so it's Duke versus Florida State. They're playing women's basketball, and apparently some of the women on Duke complained they didn't like the ball or whatever. They get to halftime. Apparently they were playing with a men's ball. No, they weren't.
Huh?
What do you?
I don't get the story.
The basketball, women's basketball and men's basketball
The
are
women's
different.
basketball is 2 inches smaller in circumference.
So what do you mean?
A little bit lighter.
What do you mean? No, they weren't.
So the school, I think the home school said
Florida State.
It was not a men's ball. And Kara Lawson at Duke is saying it was a men's ball. And what I'm telling you is it was not a men's ball, because you can tell the difference between a men's ball and a women's ball. And a woman who's playing with a legitimate men's ball, she would know. Okay, yeah, cut it all up. Let's have fun.
But I thought they complained during the game that the ball was off.
They did complain.
And the ball may have been off, but it wasn't. I find it almost impossible to believe it was actually a men's ball.
It happened again, or it happened previously in women's college basketball. I saw the same story where a few years earlier it had happened where they played the whole game with
the wrong ball.
Yes.
Okay.
I referee CYO every weekend, and I do 4th and 5th grade.
I heard about you with Nahigian's kid, but we'll talk about that.
Don't have him this weekend. They use the women's size ball. So when I ask the teams for a game ball every game, I inspect the ball each and every game. So I'm kind of with you in that. How could this mistake have been made?
But they were complaining. So why Steiny saying it wasn't
because I think they would have said this is a men's ball.
But one of the schools apparently did.
Well,
at halftime.
I guess at halftime.
Okay.
At halftime.
So they were, in fact, playing with a men's ball.
Did you ever pick up a woman's ball?
Yeah.
Yes.
All the time.
Do you know right away?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know right away if you're playing with a woman's ball, if you're playing with a man's ball.
But that does. I'm not arguing.
So what I'm saying is they were playing with some kind of in-between thing. It wasn't. I don't know what the ball was.
Yeah.
But
what's the in-between? There's a men's and women's ball.
I don't know.
And I thought they had fixed it at halftime to
think
where
they
all we
did.
had.
They did fix it
So
at
they
halftime,
were playing, in fact, with the wrong ball.
Well, that's the thing. Duke has said it was a men's ball.
Oh, they're holding on
and
to
I guess Florida State, who the home team usually gets, says it was not a men's ball.
Oh, man.
So you're saying Florida State came out and said this ball did not have pronouns at all.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
It was a they-them ball. Is what
was yes.
All right, good to know.
I heard you guys earlier, real quick, my Warrior take.
Fascinating.
I don't know why I say real quick, because you guys got probably somewhere to go today Friday.
Random, by the way.
But
yeah, go ahead.
The slippage is for the Warriors, and scares me with the bet that we have, is they're middle of the pack defensively. And that's what we're watching, why these leads, when they do get them, they're evaporating. They were middle of the pack offense. That's what they are this year. But now Willard and Dibbs, they are middle of the pack defense, and we can tell something looks off. And Larry yesterday in for you, Steiny, was saying they're sleepwalking. I said, I wish it was that, because when you're sleepwalking, that means you have the antidote and you're just chilling. You ain't tripping too short. But to me, the athleticism and the guys moving their feet, and that's why they continuously foul, has me worried like, this ain't sleepwalking, Jack. You don't got enough Kamingas or athleticism to stay in front of your guy, and we've been seeing that, and now I'm getting a little worried. Not for the West, but for the East. If you get out of the West, what you got over there is that's where I'm just like, pour me a double, a ripple.
The finals aren't even a consideration right now.
Wow.
And I'm with you on everything you said except for one thing, where you said they're middle of the pack. No, they're not. They're bottom of the pack.
Oh, gee.
This is a terrible defensive basketball team.
Why, Willard?
That's the question we've been asking all morning.
Right. Wow.
I can't answer for you why. Is it that Mike Brown's not there? Is it that GP2's not there? Is it that the young guys have not figured out rotations? Is it a lack of motivation? Did they get old overnight? I'm open to any and all of these answers.
Because I don't know.
But it's not a good defensive team. And I'm open to the idea that maybe it changes in the next month and a half. Maybe Wiggins does his playoff switch flip. Maybe Kuminga continues to grow and get better, and you get to a point where Clay is playing every game. All the things we know. Could it get better? Yes. If it doesn't, they're one round and out. Period.
Wow. And Tim Roy joined us earlier, and he made a good point about the live ball turnover factor, which offensive issues are showing up on the defensive stats, because when the offense makes a live ball turnover mistake and the other team gets an easy bucket, that ultimately goes down on the defensive ledger.
We gave it to you.
Yeah, so it becomes a bad offense becomes part of a bad defense, is what he was saying.
I mean, the fact that they were, 13 for 21 from three in the first half, and they were down.
Shot 55%.
Yeah. I mean,
come on.
And that's the one where they're used to being Denver, the better team. Team hangs around. All right, we're going to like Denver did to the Warriors, kind of what the Warriors always did to everybody else, which is, well, they can't stop us. So all we need is 5 minutes of pretty good defense, and we're going to win the game.
Right.
Jokic is unbelievable, actually.
Two-time MVP.
I've never seen anybody like him.
He had a quiet game, too, really, offensively.
Especially with Draymond out. When Draymond's not there, Jokic, there's zero answer on the Warriors.
Speaking of which, I found that strange because I was telling everybody that would listen yesterday, they're going to sit everybody. So that's why the loss the night before bothered me. But when Clay came back last year, Dre warmed up and we thought we had the band back together, and Draymond went off and they said it was a calf. And then it ended up being a dis/back, 31 games, you're gone. And what scares me again, not trying to be Mr. Negative, is Dibbs, they said it was a calf after he tried to warm up. And I'm wondering, where are we going? Because this happened last year, January, when Clay came back. It was a calf, back, disc, and he's gone. Like, they can ill afford to miss this guy.
Did you see what Pandya said?
No.
Here's what Pandya said.
He's usually very conservative.
Anthony Slater had tweeted out yesterday, Steve Kerr on Draymond Green's calf tightness. The belief is it's something minor, but he'll get checked out when we get home. Pandya, this was 1 hour ago. Anytime an athlete has calf tightness, you worry about the potential impact on the Achilles. In addition, particularly given Draymond's prior back issues, it's critical to make sure this is not referred symptoms from his back.
Oh, I just
referred. Does that mean connected?
Referred pain, connected pain. So like sciatica, for example, leg pain is referred from the sciatic nerve, and it refers down to your leg.
Wow.
Let me. Yeah. And where our roles have changed. You told all about last year's 31 game. Yeah. Was a silver lining. It turned out to be a silver lining because they got him back for the playoffs. And that's the thing that happened last year. Clay missed 50 games, gets to play 32. Here come the playoffs. He's about as ready as he's going to be. Curry gets hurt late, missed the last 11 games. Right. You know what? It's Steph Curry. Perfect. That's perfect. 3 weeks off.
But their record could sustain those absences.
Draymond Green comes back for the playoffs. Yeah. Gangbusters. Right. It's their only hope now. If he's hurt.
Right, because they're almost not in the play-in. You're 500.
But Steiny's saying their only hope is if he does miss a month, that way he's fresh for the playoffs.
They're also like a game out of the fourth.
Well, then you're telling me
if it's like 3 or 4 weeks.
They're going to hold it down while he's out. What would lead you to believe that?
Because they're going to have to.
No, I don't. There's no Otto Porter Jr. This is
I'm not saying it's not good.
Right,
but
it's terrible.
Holding it down now means you play 500 and you could be 41-41 at the end of it and be the 6th seed. Or you could be 40-42 and be the 11th seed. It's going to be that close. So I'm kind of with Steiny in terms of their only hope, because if you got to chase all these wins and play all these minutes, by the time you get to April, your veterans aren't going to have enough, in my opinion, to make it through 2 months.
Their seeding is going to be fine, and this is assuming there aren't, wild injuries or whatnot. But I think we can all agree, even though there's been frustration recently on the road, last 2 road trips, this is a better road team than what we saw leading up to it when it was the worst road team in the whole league. In their remaining 30 games, 16 of them are at home. They're very, very good at home. They're going to win at least 12 or 13 of those games. And I don't think that they will crater with a mirrored road record that would keep them at 500.
And Dre may not miss a game.
With those 14 road games, if you win 6 of them, you're going to have a solid record and you're going to be a top 5 seed. It looks that way. But the larger point for me is what we started off talking about. I don't know why the defense looks like this. It's the only thing that's not close to what they were last year. And if it is this, you will not win a playoff series.
Okay, let me ask you guys this: if Jordan Poole is starting and you're going small, is Curry an above average defender? I would say no. Is Jordan Poole an above average defender? I would say no. Is Klay Thompson above? That's scary. But you used to be able to wipe it out with with all the intangibles you had. Hey, GB, getting again. That's not there, and that's why. The other day, I was like, "Oh, that bet's looking good." Now I'm petrified.
48 was it not even? I guess 48 hours ago, I'm driving home, and you're like, "I've never felt better about this bet."
And I meant it.
I'm like, "Wow, they're 2 games over 500." And then here we are.
I said, let's see what happens in Minnesota. And
boy.
But see, it's like to me, there's a lot going on. I can't believe I can't remember the guy's name from Minnesota. Reed.
Yeah. Oh my God!
Exactly.
A play like him.
Some guy.
Yeah, a player like him who's young and athletic. They're starting to lick their chops against the Warriors.
Sure.
Because they can make up for not being talented with sheer athleticism and youth. And that,
we saw Detroit, Orlando, those guys do it and have their way.
Yeah, hit the Warriors with their best punch. They get up for the Warriors.
To me, it kind of all starts with Klay Thompson, and this is where, to me,
I'm not worried about him.
It's unfair because this is the price you pay for being a great defender. At his best, he guarded the best 1 or 2, mostly 1.
Well, you got Wiggins to do that now.
Okay, let's do that. Let's move Wiggins there. Now you don't have Wiggins to do what he did.
Guard the wing.
Right. So my point is you could put Klay on James Harden back in the day. And you know what? Harden was going to go 9 for 24. And he was going to, he's going to go 8 for 10 from the line. But you know what? He wasn't going to be efficient. He had efficient games, but Klay, you didn't have to worry about that. Now if they have a player like who guards Kyrie?
Yeah.
Well, it's got to be Steph. Well,
Kyrie guards himself.
And D'Lo the other day, they had no answer for Russell.
But so Klay's inability now to guard a really good 1, it does 2 things. One is they don't have anybody to do that, and then 2, his defense as a 2 isn't as good because he's just getting, step here, step there. I don't know.
Problem is with this team is in order to really be successful, you got to win 127 to 125. You don't have that 103-98 in you anymore. They've held one opponent this year one time. They've held an opponent under 100.
Phoenix.
I'd have to Google. I looked earlier. 9 times they've given up 130 and above. Once they've held the opponent under 100. And I know 100. The 110 is the new 100. Yeah. But if you look at how many times they give up a $120, it's virtually every night.
Man,
take that for data.
Yeah. So, yeah.
And I got 2 things for you guys. I know it's Friday.
No, yeah.
So I've been watching the association a long time. I got 2 bets with this man.
Yes, association.
Thank you.
Give me 2 tandems, or give me 1 tandem that are playing better than Anthony Davis and LeBron James. No Laker fan on mine. I've been saying, Dibs, I've been telling Steiny, the way the West is now, let them get in, and the way Davis and Bron are playing, and this is before if they even make a move, I'm like, that's the tandem right now. Now, Jamal Murray's looking good.
Yeah.
Give me 2 dudes that are playing better than LeBron and Anthony Davis.
Murray.
Please.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, okay.
It doesn't matter. They're playing defense the same way the Warriors play defense.
Terrible.
They'll lose.
Well, see,
Tatum and Brown.
Well, I would say talk to me in April.
Maybe
you're right.
Maybe.
You can get me with that, but
they've won a couple games. They're still not even in the play-in tournament.
No doubt.
How many times are we going to go LeBron and AD? Boy, if they get in. Like, how many times we've done this 3 years in a row?
Fox and Sabonis.
Well, see, I feel like we haven't because they've been hurt. Okay.
Irrelevant.
So
D'Angelo
we just
Russell
talked about
and
how the West was so weak.
Yeah.
Like if they get in, that wouldn't.
I just feel like that. No, they do not scare me, not one bit. And I feel like that.
Bane.
I feel like that.
Please.
Well, how about Brooks? No.
Oh, yeah.
Triple J's.
Kawhi and Paul George.
I know what
I just if I were a Laker fan, I'd be triggered now by if they get in. Like right there, I'd be like, we've been doing.
Oh wow!
Watch out for LeBron and AD if they.
Okay.
Dude, just.
Because we got a bet. I said they're going to be 6.
4.
Don't do this. Stop. It was 6. It was never 4. It was 5, Stoney. Yeah. But it was never 6. It was never 4.
Wait, that would be a top 6 seed?
Top 5.
The Lakers?
Yeah.
Did you mark the tape, Stoney?
Yeah.
Did you put it in the cap like we used to?
We've been trying to do that because I think it was a year old.
Yeah.
The bet. But
what was your other thing? You said you had 2 things.
All my takes are original. Shout out KFC.
That's a 4.
LeBron about to break this record.
Yeah.
Do you think it's kind of quiet on the set as when Curry was going to break the 3-point record? And if you think to ask Larry this yesterday, why? But I kind of feel like it ain't getting a lot of run.
Oh, boy.
I think it will get a lot of run, and you're starting to see it now more and more, like the odds of when it will happen.
This is incredible, though.
Yeah, it really is incredible, but it's not one of the hallowed marks in sports, honestly. This is not... I'm like Aaron Judge in the single-season home run record for the American League, the non-steroidal whatever, that got a lot of hype because of the Yankees and the fact that he was doing it as a Yankee. This record, like if I say, what's the all-time record for home runs in baseball, you would know that number.
All right.
What's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's point total? Do we know what that number is?
Well, I can do
it's
you
like
one.
a really long number.
How many 3-pointers did Reggie Miller have, Dibs?
Yeah.
Nobody knew the actual number. I mean, some did, but...
Yes, but... and I think maybe we got more hype for the Steph record because Steph is from here, when we were following it.
So 2 things, though, I'd say also. I do think maybe you're tapping into some career-long LeBron fatigue.
That man.
I yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm with you. Yeah. And secondly, it everything he's done since the pandemic championship, he's doing on a team that loses more often than it wins. So it's like it's a sideshow. It's a sideshow. And we've been watching, like we know LeBron so well. It's a fait accompli. If he was doing this and they were the 3 seed,
you think
we'd be talking about a lot more. I do.
I started. Hey, it just feels like it's kind of.
I'm not talking to you right now.
Uh-oh.
You do not have the facts to back up what you're saying. I said 5.
Lakers,
I wouldn't say 4.
It was absolutely 4, Guru, that's false.
Who can help us, Dibs, get this
Steiny,
info?
Guru, 100% the top 4
what
seed.
episode was it?
Guru changing his placement.
51
Guru
weeks
steals
trying
more
to-
than
So
Ricky
now
Henderson.
you're going
Don't
to
do
the
that.
people.
You're trying to do what you do to schmucks on a pickup in a pickup game.
480, Guru steals more than Ricky Henderson.
Actually, that's my guy. I'm going to give him a 4. Yeah.
Well, don't give him the silent treatment. That's not going to be good radio.
He don't
do
mean
that.
it. We don't know. You got to
Don't
find
do
out
that.
before you get mad. You're insinuating.
How old do you have to be when you can stop using the silent treatment? Or do you just take it all the way to the grave?
All the way to the grave.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's hard.
I mean, Jordan's taking it with Isaiah all the way to the grave. Right?
True.
That's a 3.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. No, will you talk to him?
We'll
I'm
see.
not going to leave unless I know you're going to talk to him.
Talk to him, Willard.
Pop's always we'll see.
All right.
It meant yes, though. Whenever Pop said we'll see,
We'll
it
see.
usually meant yes.
We'll see what happens next on 95.7 The Game.
Things are percolating.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'm begging you, Goo, not to start the show like this. I'm begging you with all my heart.
I missed you,
I'm
boy.
throwing myself at your mercy. I'm begging you, please.
You've told us that your memory is leaving you, and it's leaving me
Not
to a
on
degree.
bets. Not on bets.
But now you're so
No,
stern. Shout out David, rest in peace.
What does stern mean?
You're like you just know it was the 4th seed. It was 5.
it was-
I wouldn't make a bet top 4.
Number 4.
Goo.
It was 5.
Like this is where I have an issue.
Number
'Cause,
5.
God, sometimes I just can't let it go.
Right.
I'm working on it. But
Willard, help me, man.
No, he's gone.
No, he's still
Willard
in
can't
there,
help
right.
you anymore.
Give me a lifeline.
And you know what? Here's the other thing. Willard's going to hurt you because he's a truthful man.
So am I.
No, you're not. You're an acknowledged cheater. You said you were a cheater.
Mark Ibanez didn't. I talked to him the other day. He said Steiny kind of ran with that long. That bit about me, I was finessing the score.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Yeah, I wasn't cheating. You made it seem like I was robbing banks. Come on, baby, it's payday Friday.
It's worse than robbing a bank. It's, you know what, you're questioning my word.
Okay.
It's about my integrity.
So do you really believe the bet
Guru,
was top 4?
everybody on the damn text line is saying it's 4.
You're a fool for believing them.
Evan, you want to do the show?
When have you ever said, there it is right there, that's the
888-957-9570
I want
is
the
the number.
audio.
It's also the number where you can call 2 things. No, just one thing. Just one thing. That's the Xfinity Mobile text line. We know he said 4. So I don't even need anybody to call in and reaffirm that he said 4 because we all know he said 4. How would you guys handle it if you were me?
You're not right.
How
you have
would
no
you,
proof.
if you were Guru's partner and he were laughing at your integrity, and if
Which
he
I'm
were
not
if he were
doing.
saying something that's completely inaccurate about me in a bet, help me get over it. Help me do a show for 2.5 hours.
I'm gonna stay after
without
one day and just pull. We're
without
go through
being
the
upset.
files. I said 5.
Help me, everybody. Because I want to work on myself. I want to become a better person.
You don't want to.
Yes, I do.
Because if you did, you'd be like, you know what, Goo, I'll meet you halfway.
No, I won't
4,
meet you
5,
halfway
5,
because
4.
no,
It would,
I remember.
What would make me say top 4?
You're Guru.
Yeah. And that's why you're wrong.
So, what? Like,
you have nothing to back up what you think you're right on.
Let me
but
tell
you're
you
going to
something.
go in here and throw
We
a
better-
tantrum.
we better
and
get to
act
the
like-
break, and you better
and
laugh.
act like-
You better
No,
start
I'm not
laughing at the
I'm not
break.
laughing because until you get proof, I know what I bet. It was top 5. But for you to sit there
Bet's
like
off.
that's
I'm calling the bet off.
and you want to be real?
I'm
You want to
calling
be real, mister? I'm calling you mister.
I'm calling the
I
bet
think the
off.
bet was a year ago. That's what I really argued about. The bet was a year ago. That's what I'm really putting my foot down. The bet was a year ago, but we don't have anybody to get the audio. And I still played the role, old guru, and let you go top 4, and you want to come in here and just throw a tantrum like somebody's stealing from you. It was top 5, and the bet is expired.
I'm gonna
How about that?
I'm gonna call you that
For
word.
data.
I'm gonna call you that word.
Well, you can go ahead. Go ahead. I don't want to get traded.
I'm waiting for one.
I know
I'm
the
waiting
bet
for one.
is expired,
I'm
and
waiting
it was
for
top
one.
5.
No, you're wrong.
Yeah.
You're wrong.
Yeah.
This is a legacy game. There will never be any proof, even though everybody knows it.
But
see, let me tell you something. Here's the one thing.
You're honest. I'm
gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest.
I hate when you say that because you should always be honest.
I'm going to be honest.
You should always be honest. You should never have to preference anything you're going to say with "I'm being honest."
One of the things
if you're honest,
I hear a lot out on the streets. We talk, hey, what's Guru like? And I'm like, he's the man. Guru's the man. I mean, he's one of the greatest guys I've ever. Oh, he's authentic.
Oh, thank you.
He's easy to work with.
Right.
I mean, I love the guy. I just absolutely love the guy, and everyone basically agrees that you're a better guy than me, and you're nicer than me. But this is the one that if you hold on to this, I think people are going to not like you as much.
And you know what?
And you don't want that. You're too good of a person. It's only one drink you're going to owe me. It's only a beer.
No, and I, you know what? I took the high road. I said the bet is still on.
Cheating's not the high road.
We need to work. The only thing I have when people ask me about you, I said we don't move on. Let's move on.
Well,
we got a top 5 bet with the Lakers finish top 5.
Don't do this.
And we got the Warriors if they win it all or the Fever.
You're not getting that. Yeah. If the Warriors win it all, I ain't paying you.
Okay, so now I'm mad. Now I'm for real mad.
I would never pay you. If let me tell you something. If the Lakers finish 5, and you don't pay me, you ain't getting anything when the Warriors win it.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. Golden State Warriors, they lose their last 2 games, and last night they couldn't stop anybody. The one thing I was thinking about as I'm watching the last night's game, and you know me, Goo, I'm not a big definitive statement guy, but it's starting to look like something's not adding up, and I want to run it by you, and I want to run it by Warrior fans to find out what they think too. Red and Gold Reaction is brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today.
I'm Team Guru for life.
Reaction on 95.7 The Game.
I couldn't sleep last night. I take losses hard. I take them hard. I don't like losing. I don't like losing to Connect 4. I don't like losing in Monopoly. I don't like losing in Madden.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Goody Nation is a nonprofit that connects small, diverse companies to big money. At one point, we had to send millions of dollars to 76 companies overnight, tracking every penny all on paper. I know, right? We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It knows where the money's going. Once we automated that process, we got more time back with our community. Bill is accurate, and that gives us confidence.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Johnny Mosley here with your Friday Toyota Tahoe report. While Mother Nature is still making up her mind, load up the Toyota and get on the road because the weekend is better in the mountains.
Thanks, Johnny. Today we'll see partly cloudy skies continue. Heavy wind gusts in the morning could cause some delays in some upper mountain lift openings, but the wind should decrease throughout the day. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota. Let's go places.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
The easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today or donate online at carsforkids.org. Remember, that's cars with a K.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Go farther with better fuel efficiency. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just 1 pill each morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'd be a great cop.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. 2 o'clock, Howard Beck, Sports Illustrated, joining us on 95.7 The Game. And Kyrie Irving, he wants out of Brooklyn.
Well, he wants his money.
Yeah, he wants.
You think he'll get it?
It's a good question.
And will he play tomorrow? They got a game tomorrow. You think he shows up?
He should.
All right.
But what does that matter?
Yeah.
If he does get his money, do you think it'll be in Brooklyn?
Well, I
Sure,
mean, I
Jeannie Buss
guess
is on the phone
in
right
theory
now.
you could agree to a trade with Kyrie, and the team that's acquiring him can wink at him and say, "We'll get you the max at the end of the year." But that's weird. Actually, we're starting to put it together a little bit.
Yeah.
Anyway, so much for that. Kyrie Irving has asked for a trade. Golden State Warriors. All right, you may have to follow me here.
Twitter.
Because I'm a little. I don't want to say, nothing's definitive. They screwed up. He's a bust.
Yeah.
They made a huge mistake. But I'm starting to think about the Warriors' strategy the last 2 or 3 years, and I'm a little worried. And here's why. So, they wanted the dual timetable thing where they could develop some guys and yet still win a title.
Yeah.
They won one last year, but as we all know, the young players didn't really contribute. Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody. Sure, they got some playing time here and there, but they weren't part of the regular rotation. This year, I think it's fair to say that all three of them have been disappointing. I think Kuminga's been pretty good lately, but for the course of the whole year, he struggled first half of the year. So I was here's what just crossed my mind about what the Warriors
I'm waiting.
did, and maybe what doesn't make sense to me is you had a championship core. You wanted to evolve that core with a few young players and then have the core take over, the new core. But two things. One is none of those players really fit the Warriors system. The way they won championships. Like Wiseman, they didn't have a player like Wiseman. They didn't need a player like Wiseman to play that style. And they use their center at the top of the circle. They like their centers to pass. They like their centers to anchor the defense. All right, so Wiseman played 3 college games. So I guess my question is, why did they draft 2 projects if they weren't realistic that it may take them a couple years down the line to help? Like, if you wanted help right away to bridge the gap, why did you take 2 players with no experience? 0. And then the third, even Moody, who only played 1 year of college.
Okay. I got to say this, Matt. I see where you're coming from, but I feel like you're in June and the Warriors didn't get the job done, which is obviously trying to win a chip, and you're posing these questions.
No, I'm posing them now.
Yeah, because right now I'm a little nervous about
all 3 guys are behind schedule.
No doubt. But you asked me what went into their mindset.
Yeah.
I think it was the Warrior way. We can make these guys pick it up sooner, faster, but I'm not going to blame Kuminga. I'm not going to blame Wiseman. I'm not going to blame Moody. I think from Jump Street, they've been handled wrong. And I look at Kuminga where he's at now, 32 minutes last night, and I know there was no Draymond, but I'm thinking to myself, what if he would have just got, you could call it scholarship, people, what if he would have got 10 to 15 minutes every night for Kuminga from game 1? Where would he be at now?
Where? To this year?
Yeah, this year. Where would he be at now? It's just something for you to think about, chew on.
I'll bet you if he hasn't not played in a ton of games.
Okay, but
I bet he's getting 15 minutes a game is what I'm saying.
And I'm throwing Wiseman in there. Now, so it sounds like you're putting the Warriors, we talk about how smart they are. Upstairs, Donnie, there's a disconnect somewhere. And I think the disconnect is them being left in the freezer, not being thawed out and not being trusted.
They're not ready.
Okay. Well, right now, I can't argue that because 2 of the 3 that you talk about are not making contributions. But I'm looking at Kuminga and that left-handed finish and that jump stop that he's going off into the lane. Like, nobody's stopping that. So I do wonder, and I'm putting some emphasis, some onus on him. I do wonder, what if he got those 10 to 12, 15 minutes every night?
He plays 15 minutes a night.
But not Steiny, he was missing in action, DMPs for a lot of this season. But you need to ask Bob. We just had him on. You need to ask Joe, your guy, why they drafted him and what they thought they were going to do. Because if you were going to say bye-bye, what you did to GP2 and Otto Porter Jr., everybody and their mom could see, okay, you think they could take the next step. But I don't feel like they got trusted to take that next step.
They didn't get trusted to take the next step because neither of them played college basketball. Both of them were 19 years old. And to expect that those 2 guys were going to be able to compete, play, and help a championship team at 19? Like,
So then why did they draft him, Steiny?
Because I don't believe.
Because you're asking me.
I don't believe they thought they were going to help as much as people thought after one. Why would you draft a 19-year-old project if the goal was we want him to contribute next year? Why?
I just thought same reason the Niners. Well, Trey Lance is not the same, but because you thought they were phenoms, Steiny.
We're talking about a guy who played 3 college games.
Yeah, but I get. But they called his name,
and looks like they made a mistake. And here's the other thing, and I haven't played this game, but I mean, can you imagine? Can you imagine if this team right now were sitting with LaMelo Ball? There's 2 things going on.
Man, oh
one
man.
is Joe Lacob is very much about that arena, the Chase Center, and filling that thing and making that thing the center of the entertainment world in San Francisco. If you have Steph Curry right now, who's 34, and you're sitting with LaMelo Ball, who is 21.
And he's box office.
21. You'd have every right to say, oh, my God, Chase Center is going to be jumping for another decade. I don't understand to me, I didn't see LaMelo Ball play before the draft, but I kept hearing over and over and over and over, Marshawn Lynch, that he loved to pass, that he wanted to pass, that he was a clever passer, that he was extremely unselfish. And I was thinking, God, I draft him on that alone. Putting another, and there's no team out there that's so loaded that they wouldn't take a passer. To me, you can always use a passer. Anyway, and I know people are like, well, Curry, they have Curry pooled. Fair enough. But then, did they draft for need over the best player? Well, that supposedly is a no-no in the NBA. So that's what I was thinking today. It's like it feels like they drafted players that they didn't expect to help for 3 or 4 years. Which I'm actually okay with, but clearly that wasn't the plan.
Right, because you could not afford for that not to be the plan, Steiny. How are you going to fill in the gap if you think you're sitting here trying to defend the throne and you got guys that you know are not ready? I don't believe they thought they were not going to be ready. I believe they were wowed. And the Warriors haven't had a big man since Chris Webber.
So was it a failure?
No, it's not a failure because I just told you and anybody that will listen, I think Wiseman could play. It's just not going to happen here.
So who's failing? Like the front office or the coaching staff?
Both.
Okay, so
and then about LaMelo, and I heard Bonte and Willard and Allen and Dibbs talk about, he's putting up. I thought they were too tough on LaMelo, but we're talking about right now. LaMelo don't play no D. This is what's
in.
Well, I'm gonna give you 4. This current team right now, and I'm not saying they're done. Defense is their problem. Now, if I'm wrong and I feel like they're lollygagging, I would tell you, and I'd be cracking that John Wayne smile, Steiny. I think they can do it, and I'm petrified. But I do think of LaMelo. How can you not? But that's not what ails this team. What ails this team is defense. And every time they get a 14 or 15-point lead, we're talking about in the fourth quarter, double digits, they're losing to the likes of Charlotte. And then we just shun it off, nothing to see here. And now there's Draymond. Okay, he could be back when they play, they got a game tomorrow, Steiny. We don't know. But there's no way they were drafted thinking, we can afford Joe Lacob is thinking how are you going to replace the guys that you let leave in Porter Jr. and forget what they are and they're injured? Who was going to pick up that slack? It was the youngsters.
Well, then, you know what? And I'll say this. Then Lacob and Myers were stupid because I don't believe they would do that. You cannot tell me that they were drafting 2 guys with no experience coming into the league and expected them to hop right onto a championship team. It doesn't happen.
Right. But so what other bodies are there to supplement these guys? Like who are we talking about that was going to pick up the slack for Porter Jr. and Gary Payton not being retained?
Talking about when they drafted these guys 2 or 3 years ago.
They should be ready by now. I think Joe Lacob thought they should be ready by now. And last I looked, Joe Lacob has no idea. He has no say. That ain't his job. His job is to get the groceries and give the groceries to the cook, the chef, and the chef, you make the meal.
But we know that's not true. Lacob's involved. Lacob has final say. Lacob's made it clear. These are his decisions.
No, I'm talking about getting these guys up and running.
They missed.
Now, I'm telling you they missed because I feel like these guys the rug's been ripped out underneath them.
Well, I said right off the bat, Wiseman's Jermaine O'Neal. Would you take him? He's not going to play for 4 years, which is Jermaine O'Neal didn't play for 4 years when he was on Portland.
I don't think they drafted him thinking he was going to. They got 4 years to wait.
He turned out to be a 10-time All-Star. I'll take it.
Yeah, somewhere else.
Right, but and you know what? And that's what the Warriors risk: developing Wiseman for somebody else. You know why? Because there's an impatience with Wiseman that should have never been there in the first place. And that's a dynamic that the organization set up that I don't think is a great
when he came
idea.
out, Stoney.
And he put up hollow numbers.
Yeah, I remember. He started. So he got the opportunity winning. Even if he wasn't ready.
There's a difference between playing on an NBA team and playing on the Warriors, a championship NBA team. So
26 and 26 after 52.
And the other thing about LaMelo Ball, it's not so much they should have. I'm just wondering why they didn't. And one thing that people were saying is, well, you know, Ball has the ball in his hands a lot, and Steph's it. Don't you get it? That's the beauty of Steph. He doesn't have to have the ball in his hands to be at his best. He can be great with the ball in his hands or without the ball in his hands. That's what makes him a one-of-a-kind player of historical proportion. So,
I got a question for you, too.
Defensively? Of course he's no good. But you know what? He's no worse than Wiseman defensively right now. What's up?
And I gotta put on my armor because I know that people are going to come for me. But I had this thought, and you know I'm a Jordan Poole fan. My question to Matt Steinmetz on this Payday Friday is, do you think the incident with Draymond Green punching Poole had the Warriors in a position to pay Poole?
I don't know.
Did you think that accelerated it? Because the more, and I'm not blaming I love Poole, but they could have had Poole without giving them to Benjamin Steiny. They could have been watching this season. But I'm wondering, when I just go back to the beginning, I'm thinking, not they were forced, but the way that went down, did that have something to do with them giving him his money?
Like, in a way, I'm not sure, but they gave him the money, and now he's under contract.
Just like they drafted Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga. Yeah. And they got jerseys.
Right. But they're not good enough to be on the floor with a championship team.
What did you go give to get something? The trade deadline, I'm like, come on, people. You're going to battle with what you got, I believe.
Steiny drafting LaMelo would have resulted in more turnovers. Yeah, and about 5 times as many assists.
Man, the unforced turnovers, man. But this is what the Warriors, they've always overcome it.
No, not this.
We don't know yet,
They've
Steiny.
never overcome anything like this.
What's like this?
30 games left and they're 500.
Ooh.
Not even close.
And that they wanted that one last night. I appreciate everybody playing, but Dre was hurt. Well, you know what, Dre? Did you say, Dre and Clay didn't play. That's a big part of what the Warriors are. Right. Even if they don't have that more. No, for real, though.
Yeah, you know what else is a big part of what the Warriors are?
What?
Guys sitting. That's a very big part of who the Warriors are.
Well, Dre had something going on.
Sure.
And Clay, we understand what it is. So I'm not throwing in the towel. I'm like, man.
Steiny, you draft a big, even if it's a project, because of the potential a big can develop into over a wing. You can find a wing. You know what? 510? I ain't disagreeing with you. But you can't expect the 19-year-old kid, the project big, to be ready in 1 year. That's not doing the kid any favors.
So who would you, amongst the Warriors brass, who would you say, I want to talk to, and then who would you pick to ask that? Say,
sure, Lacob wanted Wiseman.
But do you?
he's
we know he wanted him.
Defender.
But do you think he thought he could get? Obviously, so Steiny, he was starting. So, would you say what made you think he could help you out right off the go?
That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know. He never played in college. He played 3 games in college.
No, I remember.
How much what are you looking at his
Remember when
junior year?
you and Dibs did shows. There's not enough. Go with LaMelo.
I don't know if it was like that.
No, it was all that was doing me.
I'm not going to sit here and say
me, Bonte, and Dibs.
I'm not. I do not remember Matt Steinmetz.
You said draft
pounding
LaMelo.
my chest, saying they should draft LaMelo. Yeah, I don't. I'm not even going to.
You said Goo, and you wasn't over. You said Goo. I would draft LaMelo
if he could pass like they were saying he could pass.
Right.
I was like,
and
just take that guy.
I vividly remember you saying that.
But I have a soft spot for anybody who can pass. I love.
But the Jermaine O'Neal just scares me.
Why? I told you at the time he was Jermaine O'Neal.
Because somebody else is going to get a big. Yeah. This went through his puberty and ready to contribute.
Maybe.
But the thing is, the Warriors need that now. I'd love to see him on the floor last night. I know it was up against Jokic.
Let's go to Priest in Palo Alto. He agrees with you, Goo.
What's up, Priest?
Oh, it's delay.
What's up, baby?
Hello?
Hey, you're on, Priest. How you doing, buddy? All right, Priest, you can call back.
Please open your Bible.
He's a friend. He's a friend of the program.
Last time you read Proverbs, it's been a while for me. I think about it.
It would have been in Aesop's Fables, not in the Bible.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Just a random question came to me.
I've had my fill of the Bible. I'm a Catholic high school product.
Did you do catechism?
I did it all.
Wow, Steiny. Yeah. Your boy, catechism.
I received the body of Christ.
Hey, look at you.
The Eucharist. I had a holy, first confession.
Glad it worked.
I realized.
That's a 4.
I realized they wanted you to go to confession every time you sin. Dude, I was like, I'm out.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, that scared me.
It scared me too. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. My last confession was.
I tweeted that out the other day with dots going down that. Bless me.
Austin's in San Jose. Hey, Austin, how you doing?
What's up, fellas?
This is where you been.
Friday. Listen,
hold on, Austin. We got another Austin from San Jose, and it's not you. We love him. Happy New Year, but where you been?
There's only one, brother. Don't listen to
there you go.
And you can't be shocked the Priest is calling me my brother Priest, man, right after Weissman gets on the court for the first time in 45 days or something. So you guys could have predicted that. But listen, Sonny, you hit on the thing that I was saying a while ago, man. The big miss with James, remember, James didn't draft himself, as people would say. The Warriors drafted him. So it's up on the Warriors as to why he's not where he needs to be. Yeah, you need to talk to the coaching staff. They brought coaches in, especially for Weissman. They've had board meetings around Weissman. I mean, there's no more attention they can give to this dude. So why he's not where he's at, I think it has a combination of his ability and a combination of them not giving him the right instructions. So I think you can leave it there. But, Sonny, you said something earlier about Ball. And here's my thing with Ball. The big miss there was, you're right, the box office. Even if they didn't like Ball, first of all, his trade value would be high. Even if the Warriors didn't like him. And Weissman has no trade value right now, so that's the big miss. The other thing is box office. Can you imagine running him with Steph, Clay? You put him on the court, I would take him over Poole on the court. I think the Warriors would be a box office. They would draw like crazy, guys.
I mean, thanks for the call.
Well, drawing's not a problem right now. But the highlights. Drawing's not a problem. But the Poole, LaMelo, I thought it was like, Poole, landslide. As crazy as that sound. Now I'm like,
LaMelo fits much better.
Oh, imagine if he's in this culture.
Well, you can't do that. You can't say imagine LaMelo Ball in this culture when you have James Wiseman in this culture.
But he's a big.
Okay.
And they haven't had a big. Well, Zaza, McGee.
What about Moody? They haven't developed Moody.
I know you're.
So it's like, let's talk. If we're going to rip the Warriors for either not drafting well or not developing well, let's stop talking about bringing a guy in for the culture.
Well, Kuminga's developing now.
Be better.
Kuminga, you can watch a Warrior game now, Steiny, and you can see. Well, that's why they drafted him, but now it's translating on the court. Like Kuminga wouldn't. I'm telling you, man. He might start for me. I mean,
he does start now for the Warriors when they go to that lineup.
Like, they got that one right.
Did they? He doesn't.
You just wonder.
He doesn't fit right now. He's an isolation guy,
but he's bringing something to the table.
Yes, he is starting to a little bit now on the defensive end. But I'm just watching that game last night. Yeah, and watching him give up 70 in the first half, and I'm like, they can't guard anybody. And you know what? And I got it. I'm not saying it happens to everybody, because it doesn't. But you know how some people say, "Oh, what are you saying, Steiny? They lost it in a year?" Yes, that's what I'm saying. They lost it in a year. I've seen players who, like, 1 year, it's like, they're still pretty good. Dennis Johnson, the great guard. I felt like in 1 year, he just all of a sudden went from being one of the better defenders in the league to just not very good. They were down one at half without, again, and they were making that. No. Are you saying that is a good thing?
No. The
or
way
bad thing?
The energy you have, I'm not saying is wrong, but I feel like we're in April and you're saying after the Warriors made a first round or second round exit, like they lost it. I still feel like Dre and Clay, when it's go time,
and I don't believe
they can reach back and there's something left in that, like toothpaste.
I don't see it.
There's something left.
I don't see it. You can say that all you want. You can hope all you want, and you're going to be right for a while.
Right,
you're going to be right for the next few months.
I'm going to be right, and I'm still nervous because I'm giving credence to what we're watching.
And 650. Let me be so clear on this. But you said they lost it last year. No, I didn't. I didn't think they were going to win it last year, so they won it. That was unusual. I was wrong. I'll put myself in with about 90% of the population
every day shocked the world
on that one. Yeah. But they started 18-2. There was a point where they were 31-9 last year.
Wow.
Okay? Then they started getting nicked up. Clay was coming back. Then they started getting nicked up. They came back to earth. They won 53 games. And guess what? They were completely healthy for the postseason. Don't tell me that's the same as 26-26 as we are 2 weeks from the All-Star break. I don't see a switch. I don't think there's a switch. They didn't need really a switch last year. What they needed last year was for everybody to get healthy. They had turned the switch off.
And I was nervous. Remember Dre had missed all those games and that road trip
where the switch was on for 40 games last year. They played terrific for a half of the season. Stop telling me they're 26-26, but they're going to turn it on.
Every time they get 2 games over or 3, I'm like, here we go. It just, they're not putting that foot on the neck. Teams are coming back.
Younger teams.
At home, you're right.
More athletic teams. Hungrier teams. 888-957-9570 is the number. Howard Beck, Sports Illustrated, is coming up at 2 o'clock. We're talking the Golden State Warriors and where they go from here. They come home. They play Dallas tomorrow. But what's the big picture looking like, and what's the smaller picture looking like? Red and Gold Reaction. It's brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices, exclusively at Zenni. I don't see it, Bob.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Now, it's time for the closer of the week, presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Steph Curry, who had another 30-plus point game, double-digit assists as the Dubs got another dub.
Right side Curry lets it fly. 3-ball good on the sideline.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
No H2O is the leading waterless mobile auto detailer in the Bay Area, offering a full range of detailing services. No H2O comes to your home, business, or wherever is most convenient for you and gives your car a great wash with no water. No H2O Auto Detailing is ultra convenient and gets great scratch-free results for your car. And remember, no water is used. Call Brian today at 925-238-8182, 925-238-8182, or visit them at noh2owalnutcreek.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish door dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Servicing your Ford has never been easier than it is at Serramonte Ford. Scheduling your vehicle service is as simple as 1, 2, 3. Just go to SerramonteFord.com/service to find a time that works for you. Then ask us about vehicle pickup and delivery. Only at Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wendy's home-style French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me, did you just say Wendy's French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Wow, Steiny, your boy Catechism.
I received the body of Christ.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru here with you. 2 o'clock Howard Beck, Sports Illustrated, is going to join us, and we are talking about the Golden State Warriors. They lost their last 2 games, lost 134-117 last night. And when we get Howard Beck, he'll be on the Bud Light guest line. Mm-hmm. He will. Okay. This was what I came in thinking about today. I came in thinking about the Warriors front office and that they're pretty smart. So then why did they draft 2 players in the middle of their championship run who were complete and utter projects? My theory is I don't believe the organization ever really counted on Kuminga and Wiseman to help their first year. So I'm not surprised that Wiseman has struggled. And I'm also not surprised that now we're a year and a half in and Kuminga's starting to get it a little bit. Like, why? I guess my question is, why would the Warriors draft Kuminga and Wiseman and think they were going to help immediately? Because I don't believe they thought that, because they had no experience of these two guys. They had no film of them.
Then how did we get here?
We got here because I believe they drafted them for 2023, 24, 25, not 21 and 22 or 20 and 21.
Well, I'll say this to that.
No, the Warriors never. The Warriors never. I'm sorry, real quick.
Yeah.
The Warriors never said these guys are going to help us right away. I don't think.
But we saw Wiseman in the starting lineup, if you thought he should have been in there or not. So they were hoping.
Steve Kerr acknowledged that was a big mistake.
Well, after it failed,
right?
You could say that, but the intentions, though.
Right, so he wouldn't have started had they had it to do over again.
Okay, but if they had it to do over again, he started because they were hoping he could contribute right away. That
fingers crossed.
Yeah.
I think he started out of necessity. But
and what about the Iggy comments we got, or the Marcus Thomas athletic article about the Steph Curry 23-24 didn't help them. They want to maximize and get as many titles as they possibly can.
Right.
So they wanted somebody that could contribute right away. And maybe Lakeup was saying, and company, we got some youngsters you may not think are ready, but watch this. And it's like a firecracker. When you light it 4th of July, it fizzles.
Right.
You got to go, you're like, oh.
And then the Warriors veterans said, we don't need these kids. We need these kids.
But
Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody will prevent us from winning a title in 2022.
Moody helped against Dallas. Yeah.
He ran around the court.
Yeah, but he helped. He was out there.
He was out there. I don't think
especially
he
when
he was out there.
Peyton got hurt.
He was out there. Okay, then, I mean, you want to play that kid. Why is he not playing this year?
I don't have that answer.
So, like, the question I'm starting to have is, so did they draft the wrong guys? Well,
I'll tell you what.
Did the coaching staff not embrace it? Because I'll tell you what, I the more I think about it, I think we see it. The veterans, they ain't crazy about Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody, and Poole.
And if in 6 days or 4 days, or when I come in and see you Monday, I'm being real, and James Wiseman is traded, hell yes, they got it wrong.
Depends what they get for Wiseman.
No, I'm just talking about envisioning him being able to contribute right away.
I don't think they did. Like, that's where, and I want everybody to understand this in context, like, I don't think they're dumb. Like, Joe Lacob and Bob Myers are not dumb. There's no way they thought James Wiseman was going to be a factor at 19, his rookie year after
then
not
why
playing.
Would he? Okay, he's not traded. But if he got traded, that's saying it's a wrap.
Because they looked, maybe they did think he was Kevin Garnett.
Okay.
But Kevin Garnett wasn't Kevin Garnett for 3 or 4 years. So I think they were absolutely, positively prepared to wait. And that's why, do I think he's behind? Yes, Wiseman's behind. But I'm always going to...
And he's at fault, too, because he's been hurt.
If you want to blame him for that. But that's why I'm not giving up on Wiseman.
Well, I'm not giving up on the team to win it. Vince Lyles on YouTube here saying, don't give up on them, guys. They could be in the top 6. I totally could see that. And I'm betting on it. I'm just blown away at the lackluster defense right now. But last night, that didn't really send me over the edge. It was the night before, Russell. Like, okay, come on. Who's the stopper? Wiggins is out there trying to get his groove back. But when you talk about margin of error now, it is minute. And when you don't have Draymond Green and you don't have Klay Thompson for this version of this year's Warrior team, that's everything. And if people's, I like what I see from Klay. Okay, I know he ain't defensive Klay of 2019, but from this team currently constructed right now, you don't have those two dudes, you're in for it. This ain't what it used to be. We can get by.
Well, this is where Kuminga and Wiseman and Moody were supposed to help win you games when the veterans sat.
Damn, Moody gets in when the game's over.
I want to, you know what? 5'8", 5'6", I got to acknowledge this. How do you know the vets feel that way, Steiny? You're right. That was too rigid a statement. What I meant is, we know that Iguodala and Draymond have talked about the two timeline and how they weren't crazy about it.
Be there when
They didn't like it, and they didn't think they could pull it off. And that's kind of what I meant. It doesn't feel like the players were in on the acquisition of those guys. Not necessarily they don't like them.
And yet they still want a chip. Even though
without them.
Yeah, no doubt.
Without them. But we must be clear.
Yeah. And now it's without Porter
and
Jr.
here's the bottom line.
I think
we've got to throw this into the equation. They didn't just win a title last year without them. It was the reason they won a title, because they didn't play them. Had they chosen to play the rookies more and the young players more, there ain't no way the Warriors win a title. No chance. That's the way I feel. I can't prove it.
Yeah, they had their keep, and they couldn't get in, bust a rotation.
Let's go to Austin's in Redwood City. Austin, how you doing?
The other Austin.
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Just sitting here listening to you guys. Hey, man, I'm going to see if I can get all this off. I'm taking shots at Steve Kerr and the Warriors, man. The soft defense they playing, turning the ball over for our core. They playing horrible. Steve Kerr should be popping clipboards left and right every quarter. He should be breaking clipboards the way they playing. Because back in our days when Jordan and them was playing, they'll get blown out by 50. Jordan averaged 45. Pippen will average 30 a game, every game. And then if they play this year, if they play in this day and age, the Bulls, they blowing everybody out, and especially the way they blowing these soft whistles these days. The Warriors need to get their act together, whatever it is. And Jordan Poole should have never got that contract because he played not a lick of defense at all. When he first came in, he was shooting horrible. He was halfway out the league. Like, what are we doing? Let's go Scottie Pippen to back him up, Steve Kerr. You better go hire Scottie Pippen to back you up on that defense, man, or something.
Right. Thanks for the call.
Get it off your chest.
408 says, wait a minute, Draymond Green was in the draft room. Doesn't mean it was his pick.
And we got to put it right on the table.
Lacob already told the big three, hit the pipe when it comes to personnel decisions.
He did. I think he was in the studio.
Here. You're just players. Stop telling me what to do.
Hey, I got to go here. Andre. I mean, this could be a microcosm of, like, if they really believe he's going to help this team in April on this playoff run, then I got it wrong. But I don't want to call it a scholarship. It feels like it. But what I want to tell everybody in Dub Nation and the brass, this ain't cute. This could be somebody making contributions, helping. I don't know what, if he's going to coach and be what my dude Haslam, be Haslam.
Haslam's active.
But we need all men on deck. Iggy, Dre, what are you? This ain't cute.
You're not
26 and 26 and you ain't nowhere to be found.
Interesting.
This ain't cute. 3-4 years ago, hey, but this and now, they need it. We need that petro. And if you ain't got it, give up that jersey. But quit playing us, because I keep thinking, game one of the playoffs, whoever they get first, right here comes Dre to save the day. I don't know if that's happening, and it's bothering me, because this ain't right.
Guess he's not giving that champion the benefit of the doubt.
To do what?
to get his body right.
What body right? What? You got masseuse left and right. What ails you?
So
body right my ass.
You're questioning the heart of a champion.
He's a fashion show. You dress right. I look at him every night. What's he wearing? After that, what are you doing?
Everybody in the organization says he does a lot behind the scenes.
Hey,
what?
I'm looking at the defensive
I'm trying
metrics.
to keep a straight face.
No, I can't. Well, I love you, Dre, but the jig is up.
Not yet. Not yet.
Ryan Rollins has played 20 more minutes this year than Andre Iguodala.
What's your point?
Wow,
I just want to let you know.
That's just what made him go pull that. Shout out,
I was
Jordan.
just curious how many minutes he's played. We set the over/under at 49.5 for this year, I think.
Like we need help. I'm saying we need bodies.
Get a dose of reality from
and your
City
boy Lamb is starting to sit out now.
Don't do that.
Well, my boy
don't
Lamb,
do that.
My boy Lamb.
Okay,
I don't
you.
like him in street clothes, but I get it.
Yeah, they got to save him.
Right.
They're saving Anthony Lamb
phone minutes
for the big games. What's up, City Boy?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Man, things are, it's funny, like, a couple days ago, we were all saying, here come the Warriors, right? They were 2 games over 500. They were starting to look like themselves. They were in the 5th seed. So,
preach.
There's a part of me that wants to be pragmatic, and kind of relax. But this has been happening all year, right? I mean, it's like it looks like they're riding the ship, and then they don't. And then it looks like they're riding the ship, and then they don't. And the turnovers are horrible. I mean, these are turnovers that you see in AAU. I mean, just giveaways. And I don't know how you tighten that up, but I said this to you guys a couple months ago, and I'll repeat it. This team is not winning a championship if they don't make a trade. They really need something else because I just don't see it. And Wiggins, I mean, I don't know if this injury is still bothering him. I mean, I absolutely love Wiggins. He does not look like himself, and maybe he just needs a couple of weeks to get back in rhythm. But I mean, Wiggins was out of his mind in the playoffs last year, and it was so fun to watch. And what he brought is so irreplaceable. So we need Wiggins to become Wiggins again. And I know we've talked about adding a big for the last, since Bogut left, really. But, whether it's a Daniel Gafford or a Miles Turner or, they need somebody in there that can block a shot, get a rebound. I like Miles Turner because he can hit threes. And he just signed a 2-year contract extension. I don't know if it takes him off the table, but that adds value to me. I'd be more interested in Miles Turner with a 2-year contract.
What'd he get? How much he get? 15 each or something like that? You know offhand? Because I can't remember, but he did.
You know what? It's more than that.
Yeah. All right.
It's more than that.
I got
I'll tell you what. I mean, the money is crazy now anyway.
No, you're right.
Jordan Poole's contract is a joke. I mean,
oh, boy. 2 for 60.
I want to like Jordan Poole. That contract is a joke. That guy only plays one way, and he's a turnover machine. Boy, I tell you, I'd trade him if I could get some of value.
All right.
2 years from now, we're going to be looking at that contract once it kicks in and going, how do we get rid of this guy,
Thanks, City Boy. Appreciate it.
City Boy never takes that tone.
No, he's a realist.
He's
a realist.
The despair in his voice.
About Poole.
Just the situation.
What? He just said we can win it.
And I'm going to say, I'm going to defend Wiggins. Wiggins was sick, and Wiggins was hurt. Wiggins ain't got his win. Rutherford texts me, say he looks winded. 3 of 14, but he played 31 minutes. He's got to get his groove back. I thought he was a little right around the rim and the little floater.
He was 1 for 10 from 2-point range.
He's working. Dude, what you told me all the time, Goo, when you're hurt, you can't just see now.
How many games back?
But then he went out again with a non-COVID illness. And all the stuff going around here in the world with all the triple-demic, he got to get his stuff right. He'll be ready by June. By April.
I got a theory on
Wiggins is not my – share with us.
I think it hurts his game in a big way when you start Jordan Poole. In a big way. Offensively. When you start Poole, Steph, Clay, and Wiggins, he's going to float. He's just going to. He's the 4th offensive option among those 4 players. And even if he isn't, each of the 3 other players think they're a better scoring option than Wiggins.
Wow.
So he's not going to, and
there's only been a few games with that lineup because he's rusty. And he's getting his, But man, you got me thinking.
There's not, like when he was
that
a third.
That hurts Wiggins when you do that.
Yeah, because he becomes a fourth option, but not only a fourth option, fourth option when the top three guys are all high volume
Clay
shooters.
wasn't even in there last night. Poole got one more shot than Wiggins, 15-14.
Hey, whoa.
What happened?
You better keep those fingers crossed if you're a Warrior fan. I noticed you stopped crossing your fingers. That's the only thing Warrior fans got going for them.
Well, I got time. We got time.
Keep them crossed. Don't tempt fate.
And I think something's going on with Curry's shoulder to where it'll be fixed by April.
Yeah, because he's only averaging 37, shooting 60 field, 44. Curry's fine.
What about the Minnesota, the last shot of the game?
He missed one.
And he took it early.
He missed a shot.
Yeah.
Kobe! I'm sorry. Steph looks pretty damn good to me. And even Clay has had a nice little month and change. But
Curry was minus 16 yesterday.
What's that?
Minus 16,
Who?
if you care about that. Curry. Yeah. Kuminga minus 23.
I mean, let's go to maybe I'll just. So here's what I think's going on. Can I give you my theory?
Yeah, please.
Another theory. So basically, Warriors won a couple titles, and then they drafted projects. And the Warriors the front office didn't really expect them to maybe be championship players right away, but at some point. And the bottom line is the Golden State Warriors have a coach who's got one standard as a player and as a coach, and that's winning rings. So the idea that Steve Kerr, of all coaches, is going to shoehorn minutes to rookies or young players that he doesn't think earns it goes against the fiber of his being. And it's doubly as much because he's been on teams with Michael Jordan and Tim Duncan. And now he's coaching Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. And there's something in his core that says, I cannot reward these players when I don't believe they've earned it. There's other coaches that may have been able to do that, and I'll bet they haven't had as much success as Steve Kerr. But so that's what. So then we've got maybe Joe Lacob saying he should be further along because of Steve. We could have won it last year and integrated them more. We could be winning this season and have integrated them more. And I think Steve Kerr's saying, no, we won last year because they didn't play. And if we want to make the playoffs this year, don't ask me to get them 20, 25 minutes a game because I can't. And I think that's kind of at the, one of the things going on.
I'm not mad at that. You just got to think of Steve Kerr when they announced that they were drafting those players, what was going through his mindset. But I'll tell you what, you're Mike Tyson or you're not. You got power or you're not. You could play D or you can't. And right now this team looks like collectively they cannot play D. So this is what really scares me about them going back-to-back is, and Larry mentioned it yesterday, Stoney filling in for you, they're sleepwalking. That's too much of a benefit of the doubt for me. If they had the athleticism, I would be like, you know what, they are sleepwalking. But when we're talking about 3/5 of your starting lineup not being able to guard their man, and from game 1 of 82, they foul, let me tell you why you foul. Because you can't keep up. People are blowing by you. So I'm lighting candles. I'm thinking about the Proverbs.
Keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah, I'm doing all that.
Watch that ladder.
Oh, man. If they pull this one off, it'll be more impressive than last year. Because last year, I now can appreciate what I didn't appreciate before was the veteran savvy of Bielitsa, Porter Jr., and, as much. And, you weren't here. Why didn't DiVincenzo play in overtime against Minnesota? I'll leave that there. I take that for
it's gone.
Okay. Well, but now I'm like, I don't know if there's no chicken on the bone. It might be eaten up. Eaten up, you know? They pull this one off. Oh, my God. I'm a woosah. They pull this one off. This will be greater than last year.
Of course it will.
Draymond
of course
and
it will.
Now I'm fighting with
They're
myself.
500.
Draymond and Clay. Clay is very important.
When you wish upon a star.
But you couldn't do this last year. You weren't singing.
That's right, because they had already proven by this point.
You were going viral for having Dallas. I'm playing with you now.
But that's because they were 31-9 last year. They haven't proven a damn thing this year.
No, man.
Their players aren't as good. Their stars have slipped a level.
I need a V8. Don't say we don't know if they've slipped a level.
See, that's where,
No, I'm telling you that. When we talk about the big three, they could be sleepwalking.
Okay.
I'm hoping.
Go ahead and think that. Go ahead and think that.
And JaMychal Green, if he doesn't get traded, I'm no shade at him. The reality is he's your Porter Jr. He's your Peyton II. It's going to be on him, too.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Season in general, 50 games, 52 games.
Yeah.
You don't think Steph, Draymond, and Clay have slipped a little bit?
I'm being real with my answer. I swear to you. No more than they slipped last year through 52 games.
They were, Guru, do you understand they were 41-12 last year?
No doubt. But a lot of them missed time, and the house didn't catch on fire because collectively
they held on after the injuries.
But everybody, Jordan Poole was showing us that, what he did in the lab. Gary Payton II, you hitting threes from the corner.
Okay.
Porter Jr.
Then there's nothing to worry about.
No,
You're
there is now because I don't think you got the bodies.
Well, I'm telling you right now, if you're telling me that their big three has not slipped, I actually don't care about the role players. I don't even care.
Man, I'm going to throw
if
something at you.
If you're telling me they haven't slipped,
I'm going to throw something at you.
They can still win a title.
Okay, I'm going to throw something at you.
Without all this worry about guys who don't play.
You just told me on air, and I know we got to go. You just told me on air Curry's playing great. And I do not argue that. I'm telling you, I see Draymond still playing. It ain't 19. I like what I see from Dre.
Then he's not playing as well.
But if you're going to tell me Curry's playing well, and I'm telling you
Curry's
Dre's playing well, and we
slipped.
both agree Clay is okay.
I don't want to.
What slippage are we? Like it ain't at their doorstep.
I don't want to fight.
Okay.
Their slippage, major slippage on defense from. Yeah. That's part of the game, Gil. That's part of the game. Curry, Clay, and Draymond have all slipped defensively this year. They have.
Well, that's different.
Why are they giving up 130? What do you mean that's different?
When you put it in that context of on the defensive end.
Oh, why? Because you can
offset it with your defense. Sometimes your best defense is your offense, and that's going to be the title of the jam starting this year's playoffs.
So according to you, Klay Thompson hasn't slipped.
Oh, no, come on.
Even though you acknowledge he slipped on defense, and the numbers since he's returned from injury, unfair as it was,
where you going?
They're not even close to what they were before injury.
Right, but
they're not. He's 4 percentage points,
and they won with them last
everything.
year. They won with them last year,
right?
And I think he offensively is better than what he was last year. He's going to win you some games in the All-Star.
Yeah, he is. Is he going to win you 16? That's what they're going to need.
You know what?
Actually, maybe 18. They might need 18.
It's going to take the whole team to do that.
Okay,
I'm worried.
888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. I'll tell you what, I see a lot of people want to jump in here, talk Golden State Warriors and where exactly they are. They're 30 games from the end of the season. They're 26-26. And there's 6 games until the All-Star break. All right, Red and Gold Reaction. It's brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. Your call's on the other side.
Nobody knows anything.
It's the Red and Gold Reaction on 95.7 The Game.
He's assembled as much talent as any NFL team has in its locker room. But the injuries, especially at quarterback, it just defines Shanahan.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't-catch-me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans, Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. Well, still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or get it right the first time with eBay Motors Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's going to fit. Air filters, brakes, headlights, over 122 million parts. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride.
You're going to feel a puff of air.
Zhang's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Warriors come out to play.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
This segment sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services. Hey, can we boil this down into let's just make it as simple as possible. I don't want any vitriol. We got a week. We got 90 minutes till the weekend. Here's where I'm going. Goo. Just have a disagreement. You think the Warriors are going to get it done this year? I don't. Mm-hmm.
And I can say
let's not make it. Let's not make it personal. Do I think the Warriors are going to win it this year?
I've never
No.
made it personal.
No, I don't.
And that's why we got
the text line.
Okay,
the text line. Yeah, I don't think they can.
And
win
I'm worried right now.
You should be.
And what did Evan come in at the break and talk about? Woj is reporting that people are calling the Nets, Brooklyn, to inquire about Kevin Durant. And I'll say this about that. I was in my feelings this offseason when Steph was asked about could he possibly, play with Kevin Durant, and I got to paraphrase.
He said he was begging the Warriors.
Well, I'll say this. There's not a dub on this team is currently constructed now that I would move to get Kevin Durant back with Steph Curry.
Okay, that ain't never happened.
But if Joe Lacob is probably, oh my God, give me a triple, because that would fix a lot of what I think is wrong with the team as is. KD.
650, but you were dead wrong last year. Yeah, along with 90% of y'all who didn't think they were going to win it. Mm-hmm. And again, there's a big difference here.
So what if 90% doesn't think they're going to win it this year?
Then I'm with the 90%.
You win the bet.
I don't let the
well, you do.
You think I let the silence of the crowd affect me?
Well, today
I'm still paying the price for being a joke about
you did
Dallas.
Take one for the team.
I know
I was
did.
there. I talked to Whitney at the Warrior game.
Right, and if you want to say it's like, yes, this is not last year's team. Last year's team was 40-13 at this point.
But
this
the
year's
tournament
team's
hasn't started.
I know it hasn't, but
I can't wait to talk to Howard Beck too. Like, I get what you didn't. You just, I get. Hey, you're feeling good right now. I'm not.
I'm not feeling good.
You feel like they don't have, right now. They don't have the resources
I don't think they do.
to get it done.
And if they win 6 of 8, I'm not going to feel like they do. Here's the other thing. Now things are starting to take place or take shape. Maybe Kyrie Irving early in the day has asked for a trade.
Yeah,
things are percolating.
What a piece of work. And apparently now Woj of ESPN has reported that teams are now calling about KD.
They're going to implode. Is in
now this is where This is where people hate me.
I'm done.
The Warriors.
I miss that dude.
Have nothing that the Brooklyn Nets want. There's not a trade that Brooklyn can make with the Warriors that will satisfy them outside of we got to have at least 2 unprotected number ones in addition to.
Would you do that?
I would not. I would absolutely.
But with Lacob.
I would absolutely, positively not part with and I got to look at their draft pick with an unprotected 1 in 24 and 26, something like that, or 25 and 27.
But you get KD.
Yeah,
you might not even need that pick.
Yeah, and what happens when in 27 everybody's old and you're 20 and 62, and here come the Brooklyn Nets who have 3 really good players.
Oh, it happens.
Exactly. I'm not doing that.
How much do they want another title? And they may not have to do a damn thing and still get it done as is, but defense is really bothering me.
Okay.
And the turnovers. But the turnovers have been a staple of the Warriors forever.
It could be Poole, Wiseman, and Kuminga. So.
And some two draft picks.
2 second-rounders. First of all, I kick those to the curb.
If you're Brooklyn.
Come on. What are we doing here? An undersized guard who doesn't defend. Wiseman, who we don't even know.
He get you 20 a game, if not more, if he's the one.
Stop it. Don't put any of these players even close than Kevin Durant's level.
Oh, no, I'm talking about pull. That's what he's doing now.
I'm sorry, if you want me to take Wiseman, that's a negative. Like, I'm not giving you any extra for Wiseman. I'm just not.
Man.
Let's go to Scott. Scott thinks we need to relax. Well,
I got the Warriors.
Yeah, exactly.
Afternoon, gentlemen. How you doing?
Talk to us.
Yeah.
All right. 1995, Houston defended their title, went 47-35 in the regular season. Didn't have home court in any series, played 5 elimination games the first 2 rounds, got through. Go back another 26 years before that, Boston went 48-34. Didn't have home court in the 3 series that they were playing back then. Swept Philadelphia, beat the Knicks in 6, beat the Lakers in, the famous Game 7. I'm trying not to panic because I've been looking at this season the whole year, and I've been thinking somebody is going to win the title without having 50 wins. I'm looking at this season, and I keep thinking this feels like one of those years, and again, by what I'm saying, it doesn't happen often, that somebody's going to end up winning with someplace between 45 and 49.
You mean going to the finals? Getting to the finals.
Huh?
Getting to the finals.
No,
gotcha.
Win the whole thing.
Well, what if the Celtics are going to win 50-plus games? What if they win it?
Well, if the Celtics win 50, they come out of the East. Somebody in the West is going to end up winning 45-49 and end up going to the finals.
Well, you don't know that. Denver could come out of the West, and they're 35-15 now.
But the
Go ahead.
question I would ask the caller,
I know what he's getting at. And he's not wrong.
Okay, Jordan wasn't there when they went back to back. Hakeem, my thing to you, Steiny, is why are you worried? I know why I'm worried. This team is putrid right now defensively. That's not going to change unless something is done. Now, if you believe they're sleepwalking, or you believe what I'm hoping, it's game 1 of the playoffs, let's go and band together, maximum effort, I don't think that's the issue. Now, hopefully I'm wrong. Won't be the first time. But all that other stuff he was talking doesn't apply to this. All of a sudden, right now, this defense is not up to standard.
Well, they're old. They're asking older
They were
players.
old last year, Matt.
Happens very fast in the NBA. And you know what? You know what? I'm noticing this if you're a Warrior fan. No, that's not true. That's not fair. But all your arguments are about last year. All your arguments are what they did last year and what they're capable of. And you're right. But I maintain that every year is different. And this team is not last year's team for countless reasons. One of, they're not together like they were last year. They came into the year with agendas.
What do you mean agendas?
Well, first of all, Draymond punching Poole. You don't think that had to do with an agenda of some kind? They thought Poole was getting too big for his britches. Bob Myers working without a contract. Draymond Green. Am I going to opt out? Am I not going to opt out? It's a contract year for Draymond Green. And you know what? That's a factor. Klay Thompson talking about, I'm just going to enjoy it. Wiseman is not thinking about winning a championship.
Well, how can he? He's not even playing.
That's an agenda. Wiseman's agenda is to prove to himself that he can play in the NBA. That is in stark contrast to a guy who goes out on the floor and knows how to be a part of a winning situation. I don't think it's a good mesh of I don't think the roster's complete. That's all.
Well, they're defending champs.
Wrong, Steiny. JK and Iguodala hang out after practice. That means nothing. What does that mean? That means Iguodala is teaching Jonathan Kuminga how to be cynical, how to treat the NBA like a business. That's kind of what it tells me. How to be a pro, in other words.
JK is playing too.
Rick and Hayward. Hey, Rick.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Well, I just wanted to give you my 2 cents on the Warriors. I don't think that those rookies were all forced in. They weren't expected to help. They were forced in due to injuries. And the only one that gets a significant amount of time is Poole, and Poole is just playing himself out of basketball as far as I'm concerned. He forces the ball. He forces everything. He doesn't play relaxed. He's trying to upshow Curry. He can't. Kuminga's the only guy that I think has got a bright future right now because the kid's talent looks unlimited. As far as Wiseman goes, he needs time. They should have left him down at Santa Cruz, let him develop and dominate down there before they brought him up.
Thanks for the call. I thought he was going to get to Moody.
16 minutes last night for Moses. I just hate that you don't give Moses credit for playing in that Dallas series in the Western Conference Finals.
I noticed you say playing. You got to do more than just play.
Well, he made contributions. I mean, his number was called.
And he answered
and he
didn't fail.
Yeah, right. They didn't call him in to be Pippen. They called him in. Hey, Moses, we need you. And again,
right. And you know
what's his weakness, Steiny? Because he can do a little bit of everything. He was not brought in here to be stiff.
Here's how it works.
But to say he's a stiff the way you do,
I didn't say stiff. Don't do that. That's not fair.
I got to be honest. Stiff is higher than where I think what regard you hold him in.
He's an average player. He's just a guy right now. He's just a guy. Take any 10th man on any team, and that's Moses Moody. He's a pro. Yeah. That's great.
Is he better than Ty Jerome? If you had to bet,
no.
You think Ty Jerome is a better basketball player than Moses Moody? I don't believe that. Now, who's playing better?
But why is he playing?
Ty Jerome's taking advantage of the opportunity, but he's not better at the game of basketball if you put them in a different situation. Right. You know what? The thing that just freezes these youngsters is this is like private school. And it's like private school in the sense that
I like this.
The restriction is so you got to be so buttoned up because you're playing with 3 future Hall of Famers and the ghost of what they built.
Right.
You put Moody to Kuminga's already. Nobody. I don't even got to say his name. And Wiseman, for that matter, on these dump truck teams, playing open gym every night.
What happens?
You would think different of them. No. And I believe if you wanted to dangle them to different teams,
that might be true.
Oh, James Wiseman. That James Wiseman in Detroit. The one they throw in lots. See, and again, that's not reality because the worst thing for these youngsters in their youth and the start to their NBA career is getting drafted into this situation where they need grown-ups, not Similac. And it's just, who am I? I got bills. I don't feel bad for anybody, but I know Moses Moody. I've seen it.
Okay, so.
And Kuminga now, I just want to throw my phone up against the wall. I'm not going to blame anyone specific. Why wasn't he getting 15 minutes from the beginning?
Because he doesn't.
Even if he failed.
Because he doesn't help any teammates on the offensive end.
You learn how to.
Not if you're greedy. Not if all you're looking to do is.
I want Wiseman to be greedy.
Well, first thing he's got to do is catch the ball.
Well, first thing he's got to do is stay healthy.
Dude, there was a play. Who was the guy? Oh, my God. That's right. There were 2 plays in a row where.
Not last night, though.
Last night, he was matched up against Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, and he didn't get it. It's like.
Oh, he didn't get the ball.
No, he didn't.
Oh, no, Ty Jerome was jacking 3. Hey, in no shade.
That's part of his personality.
But when you're a team, if I knew Evan was trying to show the boss something, I'd be like, you know what? And Evan was it. Evan here, catch it. I wouldn't.
I'm the other way.
What's up?
If I know something about Wiseman that nobody else knows, like he's lazy. I'm not saying he is. I wouldn't give him the ball.
Right.
If he's posting up,
he had him sealed. Let him get the
Apparently he didn't have him sealed. Apparently he didn't have him sealed.
Because it's agenda.
So last year, Moody would play with Curry, who was terrific. The champions were champions last year. And Poole had some great games. And Wiggins, this is what happens.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
None of those 5 guys are playing as well as last year. So you know what that means? Moody has to do more. And you know what? He can't. Because when we saw him play last year, he's getting the ball and no one's on him. So he can make a decision. Should I drive or should I shoot a 3? And it's pretty cut and dry what he can do. Whatever they let him do. Can't take anybody off the dribble.
You don't think he could create his own shot?
No, he can't create his own shot. What's the best thing he does?
That's the thing.
Exactly.
But he's not limited in any facets.
Right, but he doesn't do anything well.
To me, he could put it on. They pass it to him. He's at the top of the key, even on the perimeter.
This is where you
put it on the floor and go to the rack. I've seen him jam on cats or try to.
Right. In games that don't mean anything. Go. Listen, here's another thing. I love you, but
back to Moses real quick. Body type. He's got some stuff, Steiny.
So does every NBA player.
Not everybody else. In
fact, Moody, you might be able to say
he's got some
he's
long,
too small.
dangling arms.
He's not quick enough for how small he is, and he's not strong enough for how big he is.
See, I think you could grow into that.
Well, why isn't he playing?
Well, that's the $1 million question.
Because he's not good enough.
All right. So that's why Kuminga wasn't playing early on?
Exactly. And Kuminga has figured out how to get on the floor. And Kuminga's way to get on the floor is to just – here's the thing.
Right.
Why wasn't Kuminga on the floor? Because he has no concept of how to help defense. He has no concept, Kuminga, of stepping to the ball, help defender, draw charge, weak side block. Right. The only reason he's playing right now is because they've convinced him, just guard the guy with the ball. Just guard the guy with the ball. Don't worry about anybody else.
I feel like you're pretty good at that. Him, though. So my question back at you with Kuminga, is he good enough?
To do what?
No, to play. Because you just said what's Moody. I'm asking you about Kuminga. He's always had
He's
that.
He's good enough to
play. He's getting the opportunity now.
16 minutes a game.
Okay. Yeah. And maybe 10.
Great.
Can Moody give you 10, 8?
No. I mean, he can, but you're going to lose more and more games.
But will you be greater later?
Well, then you want to give up on a title this year.
No, I'm not.
Here's another thing. Like, you think that if they play now, they'll be ready in 3 months?
Or be better versions of themselves.
I don't. Kuminga, Moody and Wiseman are no factor.
All right. And
moving
you know
forward.
what? I'm not even mad at
this year.
You're not by yourself with that.
Hey, listen, Kuminga's a little different.
I want something
I don't
to
dislike
grow.
Kuminga.
You know what you do? My mama, Daisy May, God rest her soul, she would go every morning and water it. She would water it because if she didn't water it, it would wilt and it would die. It would not grow and blossom. You got to water it. And players get water by playing, even if they mess up. Okay, we'll bring you in. We'll reel you in. Those 8 minutes or 2 minutes. But you don't just get bump on a pickle because you can't grow that way.
You know when you grow? In practice. That's when you get watered.
Stop
trying to give these guys
something they haven't when the season starts.
Like, this is one of those we could, and I'm not, we could do this for the rest of eternity. You got to give them a chance to play. They've got to earn it. Well, you win. Like, you win.
No, I don't.
No. Yeah. Like, I win, you win. Because I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just the side of the argument I'm taking. They're not good enough to be rotation players on a championship team, with the exception of Kuminga right now. He might be able to, and he's showing signs.
I think I know the answer, and the people, honestly, Stoney, do you feel better about your bet than you ever have all season?
I feel this.
Like
I feel
a couple
the same
days
way.
ago, I felt like you were like,
because 2 games impact you.
No, it wasn't just the 2.
Fact.
It was you saw something.
I've seen nothing this year. Doesn't mean they're not going to have great games. But like if Clay scores 68 on Saturday, they beat the Mavericks.
Oh no, I'm not going to. No, it's more than that.
Who do they play after
that? Evan came in and we talked about it. I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna put the right on the table. If he's Joey Light years, Steiny, he's on the phone trying to get something for nothing.
Okay. You think he can?
If you can, no, it ain't about if you can. It's about do you try. Kevin Durant would have
You can't get Kevin Durant. I'm trying to be realistic here.
Wiggins, Poole, Kuminga, some draft picks.
And this is where I hate to do what I'm doing. Because it's not really fair, but it's what people do. Wiggins. Okay. We think of Wiggins as that championship piece.
Incredible.
They don't win a title with him last year, right?
Right.
You know what the league thinks right now? He got paid. He's back to being Wiggins of Minnesota.
So?
I'm sure there's some people that saying that. Absolutely. But because we're in the Bay Area, nobody can even fathom that somebody may think that about Wiggins. Forget about if they're right or wrong. Perception's out there. Maybe there is something to it.
They just won the finals in June.
Right, and he played
Wiggins
7 years for
fixture.
Minnesota, and he was emotionless.
And hurt.
I'm just playing devil's advocate.
You don't think Wiggins would be forget KD? Wiggins would be attractive to some
Not
other
really.
team? Right?
I mean,
I do. I think he's got past the K-Wig.
Oh my God!
I really do.
I'm sorry. If I'm the Brooklyn Nets and you want Durant, okay, Wiggins is like the piece.
Well, it ain't just him, obviously.
I know, but Wiggins is the piece. It's like, for Durant, I need a surefire young player who's going to be good. I need a player who can play right now. I'll give you that's Wiggins.
Jordan Poole?
Wiggins. I'd rather have Wiggins than Poole.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
Well, I ain't calling Wiggins young.
Couple draft. No, Wiggins is the solid pro who's a starter in the NBA.
Yeah. What about Kuminga?
That's what I'm saying. If you think Kuminga is going to be if you're the Nets, and you think Kuminga is going to be incredible, then that's the good young player.
Okay.
Wiggins is the pro that you can plug in right now.
20 a game.
Okay. Who else? Because that ain't enough for Kevin Durant.
Wiseman.
Okay. Then they're going to ask for an extra draft pick because he's a negative in a trade. Like, why would anybody trade for Wiseman unless they were playing with house money that is just... Because when Wiseman gets traded to a team, let me tell you, that team's going to say, this guy's going to be good down the line. But you know what? You know who doesn't say that? A GM that doesn't know he's going to be good down the line. They have...
Make the call.
For what?
Yeah, just to see.
Hey,
closed mouth don't get fed.
Hey, what's up, Sean?
Yeah. Hey,
by the way, Sean, I know you're getting fired at the end of the year. I may be unemployed too. You want to make a trade that probably won't help either of us? They're both short timers. You hate when I do this.
No, you've been making some points, man, but you got to pick up the phone is all that I'm saying. The girl will never accept your date unless you put out an invite. Because,
No. You're smart enough not to call Beyonce.
Oh, you know I'm a call.
Beyonce.
Oh, why wouldn't I?
Because, first of all, you'd never get her number.
Well, I was feeling good. I had it. It's like, oh, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Cut that.
No, I'm just...
That was...
Like, this is the lowest I've been because of the defensive side of the ball. It ain't over, though. It ain't over.
No, it's not over.
It's not going to take one game. I'm looking at some other stuff.
Yeah. And, wait, what'd you say? It's not going to be like this? Yeah, there's going to be a lot of rough days ahead for Goo.
No, not until we get to the odds. 4 or 7.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you're telling me you feel as bad as you felt all year, all I'm saying is there's likely more bad feelings to come. All right, on the other side, we're going to go out to the Bud Light guest line and visit with our main man, Howard Beck, senior NBA Sports Illustrated writer. He joins us on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
If you have certain chronic conditions such as heart disease,
asthma,
diabetes, and you're 19 years of age or older,
52, 36,
42, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'm going to ask my doctor about getting vaccinated
with Prevnar 20.
Everyone knows time is money, so don't wait weeks for the IRS to send out your tax refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt instead for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee tax refund advance loan. With up to $3,500, you could bring home the bacon and bring it home today. Money now instead of later? That's worth its weight in gold. Don't wait weeks for your refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company, details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
He's the GMO.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's go right out to the Bud Light guest line. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. He is a senior NBA writer at Sports Illustrated. Howard Beck, friend of the program, friend of the station. What's up, Howard? How you doing, man?
Doing all right. Just another fun day in the association. How are you, Phil?
Yeah, I'm doing well, thank you. And we'll start there rather than the Warriors. Reports that Kyrie Irving wants out of Brooklyn. The trade deadline is next Thursday. First of all, tell our listeners what his contract situation is, and then what you make of it.
Well, he's a free agent this summer, and he has been not happy since last summer about the fact that he could not come to terms with the Nets on an extension because the Nets obviously would not want to go as far as Kyrie Irving would want. Obviously, Kyrie Irving wants max money, max years, and the Nets, given all that Kyrie Irving has put them through, wanted to hedge some bets. So they never did come to an agreement. Kyrie could have become a free agent last summer and opted out. He chose not to because it would have cost him a lot of money. He said himself on media day, in fact, that he basically said I didn't have that many options. Can't imagine why. And so now here we are, days away from the trade deadline, and the Nets in this season, which has been all over the map. But listen, before Kevin Durant went down, the Nets were looking like serious title contenders. It's been bumpy without Kevin Durant while he's been hurt, and a lot of that bumpiness has to do with Kyrie Irving kind of, some nights looking like a star who can lead a team, and many other nights looking like a really talented player who cannot lead a team. And that he would make this trade now, this trade demand now, is just, it's stunning on some level because of the timing, and it's just a dramatic move. And on some level, it's not stunning at all because this is what Kyrie Irving does. It's when things are quiet for a few months, expect that something's going to happen. The next hand grenade is always ready to be dropped somewhere, and this is just his history. This is what he does. It was only a matter of time. I couldn't have predicted it was going to be a trade demand, but if you had asked me a couple months ago after his, the last controversy died down after him posting, a link to an anti-Semitic propaganda film, if you had said, what's the next thing going to be, I would have just said, I don't know what it will be, but it will happen. Something will happen. Something always happens with Kyrie, and here it is, a trade demand days away from the trading deadline, while on a team with the guy who's purportedly one of his closest friends, and Kevin Durant, who he is going to leave behind if he can get this trade done.
Howard, I'm so with you. I'm done defending Kyrie, but the one constant, and I tell everybody, this, on the floor, the dude's incredible. And with that, do you think when we reach the deadline, because I'm just like, okay, it's one phone call, a conversation away. They meet his number. He's staying in Brooklyn. Do you think he could be on another team in a week?
I think everything is possible. I think the Nets, there's a couple different ways of looking at this from the Nets' point of view, and I'm going to start with this one. They don't have to do anything. I said this last July, and nobody wanted to believe me then when it was Kevin Durant asking out. I said the Nets don't have to trade him. He's under contract for multiple years, and it would be uncomfortable to bring him back. But if there's anything I think I stand about the way that the Nets operate under Sean Marks, it's that they're not going to make a bad deal or feel like they have to be pushed into something that hurts them down the road. Now, this is a little bit of a different situation, but I think this principle applies in that if the Nets think they can get value for Kyrie Irving and value that will help them immediately, help them still with a healthy Kevin Durant, potentially make a deep playoff run, they'll do it. If they had to trade Kyrie Irving away for, I don't know, either somebody else's bad contracts, players that can't help them, second-round picks. I think they would just say, you know what? No, we don't have to do this. Again, might not be comfortable, but they've been comfortable with the discomfort before. And I just don't think they're going to be pushed into a deal that doesn't benefit them on some level. So now the question is there a benefit? Is there a deal that will benefit them? Can somebody make an offer? And is some team willing to make an offer that gives real value for Kyrie Irving, who now the new team has to decide what's the bigger risk? That he walks away as a free agent this summer, or that he wants to stay on a max contract, and we have to now be the ones to marry ourselves to him for the foreseeable future and accept all that comes with that. So this is hard, but there are teams out there that certainly are desperate for talent, and as you point out, Kyrie Irving is immensely talented. He's nobody else in the league can do the things that he does, but there's a lot that comes with it that you have to be willing to accept, and there's a trade-off there. And there's a lot of risk that comes with it.
Howard Beck, senior NBA writer from Sports Illustrated, joining us on the Bud Light guest line. I should know this, Howard, but can the Nets extend him right now?
Yes. And, the first signs that maybe we would land in this place is that there was, somebody from his camp leaking a couple of weeks ago that or it wasn't even a leak. It might have been even on the record. I think it was on the record from his agent / stepmom, who told Chris Haynes of Turner Sports that Kyrie wanted an extension. And so that was the first sign, like, oh, okay, you're putting it out there publicly, deliberately, that he's trying to get an extension that the Nets clearly have not been eager or quick to do. And so that should have been our warning sign.
Gotcha.
Howard, let me ask you about the 2022 Golden State Warriors, because I was telling everybody last year's championship shocked the you-know-what out of me. I thought they were destined to repeat, and they're 7-20 on the road. It looks like they're not playing a lick of defense. In your mind, can you share with us what you think the current state of the Golden State Warriors are now to Howard Beck?
Guys, I don't even know how to describe it. I mean, we know what that starting five is capable of, or even you want to say they're six.
Yep.
And everything beyond that is just a wild card. And but the weird thing about that, though, is this: as soon as you want to say that it's about the young guys not, popping and being ready, or as soon as you want to say it's about the bench, you still look at some of the late game collapses they've had recently, including that Minnesota game, that the guys who you rely on are out there on the court in crunch time. And at that point, Steph is just missing, and they're just, they're not executing as well in crunch time. And there's just something seems off. And maybe that's all a consequence of not having a deeper roster anymore, of not having a reliable bench, because maybe it's just too much to put on Steph at this stage of his career, night in, night out, just to asking him to save you every night, go hit some more 30-footers. I just don't know that that's a great approach.
Right.
And so maybe it's just him getting worn down, and Clay too. Like on a given night, Clay might go for 50, but on a given night he might go 4 for 18. And they're just not the kind of team that can the margin for error is just so much smaller now, and the defense, obviously, as you guys know, is just not there. I don't know how to assess who they are right now. And like you guys, as soon as I see a couple of games where it looks like they're reemerging, and then they backslide, it's tough. But I'll say this: if there's any move they can make with the young guys to shore this up before the trade deadline, I think obviously they have to do it. Like the 2-timeline approach was nice, it was cute, it was ambitious, it was audacious. You got to scrap that now. You have to do everything possible to not waste what Steph Curry has left in the tank.
Howard Beck joining us, senior writer from Sports Illustrated on the Bud Light guest line. Last one, Howard, if you don't mind. Bob Myers doesn't have a contract for next year. We talk about it a fair amount out here in the Bay. What do you make of that? And is Bob Myers in his last year of his contract, of his Warriors tenure, rather?
It reminds me a lot of a few years back with Masai Ujiri in Toronto, who, like Bob, is one of the best in the business and like Bob has had the kind of success where you think it's a no-brainer. This franchise will let them go. They will spend whatever it takes to keep him. I can't believe we're even having this conversation. What exactly is going on? And for a few minutes there, it looked like Masai Ujiri might leave the Raptors, and it didn't happen.
Right.
And they re-upped him, and they gave him more title, more power, more everything. So, I think if cool heads prevail, then Bob Myers ends up signing an extension, and right now, maybe it's just a matter of them arguing over terms. I think what's interesting, Athletic had some great reporting on this a week or two ago about the fact that there's a lot more going on here. It's not just a negotiation issue. It's not just a whether or not they want him. Obviously, they still want him there, but there was other things involved that included whether Bob himself feels like he still has the passion to do this there or somewhere else or not in the NBA at all. I mean, so I think all that's fascinating. I don't have the answer there, but on a basic level, I come back to it, be shocked if Bob Myers and the Warriors don't find a way to continue their association, that he'll continue on there. And, but there are always other elements at work here, human elements. And I do think this, if Bob Myers ends up leaving after this season, it's going to be hard not to think that this is kind of the beginning of the end. You knew it was coming, right? Age issues and just attrition and everything else that happens when you've been a contender for as long as they have been. But, the relationships that Bob has with Steve Kerr, with Steph Curry, with all the critical people there, it just symbolically as well as practically, that is going to feel like a major shift.
Howard, I can't let you go. The people are telling me you got to ask them about Durant. There are reports that teams are calling the Nets to see the availability possibly of Kevin Durant. If you're Joe Lacob, we heard rumblings in the summer, could he come back, be reunited? Do you think the Warriors would pick up the phone and see if Kevin Durant was available?
I don't think so. I think teams are going to be inquiring, of course, because Kyrie and Kevin Durant came together to Brooklyn. If Kyrie's out, that suggests that maybe Kevin Durant won't want to stick around either. But the Nets have already shown at least once before they're willing to figure out a different way forward. And if they can get value for Kyrie, and if they can convince Durant that they've got a plan to reassemble this thing without Kyrie between now and next season, they might just stick to their guns again. But I also think, and listen, I wrote a whole thing about back in November, said burn it all down, trade them all while they still have value. I do think the Nets' better option for the future is trade Durant at whatever the peak of his value is right now. He's hurt again, unfortunately. That's the risk you have when you keep him. But yeah, I think they could cash out and set themselves up for the future. I don't know that the Warriors are the trade partner that can set for the future, because I don't know that the kind of payout you want. I mean, I guess you could have every pick and every swap, but there are teams out there with more to offer.
I'm with you, Howard. I don't think there's a deal there between the Warriors and the Nets, a realistic one anyway. Hey, we kept you plenty long, Howard. Thank you so much for joining us as always. You're the best, man. Appreciate it.
Always a pleasure, fellas. Take care.
All right, that's Howard Beck on the Bud Light guest line, senior NBA writer for Sports Illustrated. He's been covering the league for a while, and he is one of the best. No doubt about it. 888-957-9570. That's the Xfinity mobile text line. It's the number to get in to the conversation about the Golden State Warriors. And here's pretty much what Guru and I are talking about today. And obviously it'll lead to more detailed conversation, but it's kind of simple. And there's no malice. There's no malice. They're defending champs. Guru thinks they're going to get it done this year. They're going to win it. I don't see it. I don't see it, Bob. And I told him. And he's not mad at me. And you're not mad at me.
Well, now I am.
Why?
Because my guy Marky's listening, and I forgot I had a bet with him with the Niners Dallas last year. Doubled it up on this year. So now he heard the story. So he's trying to get his chicken.
Howard was brought to you courtesy of the Bud Light guest line. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
Howard, didn't give me confidence in the Warriors. He's perplexed.
What's to be perplexed about?
This
I'm
this
actually
fall
not.
off
I'm
that
actually
where
not
guys get old
perplexed.
this fast within a year.
Well, you just said the old guys are playing at the same level.
Right. I don't agree that that's it.
Okay, then what is it?
That they got a lever. They got a button to push.
But
And
didn't you rip them for that yesterday?
No.
Giving them too much credit if you're saying they're sleepwalking?
Were you listening to us yesterday? You should have texted in or
saw it
called
on
in.
the tweet deck.
People were
on my
asking.
tweet deck.
Listen, Evan didn't put that out, did he?
Oh, yeah. In fact, I responded. I said,
I need
Whoa.
to find an alarm when I go viral.
Well, I wasn't viral. I was the only one to reply. In fact, it made like 7 impressions. That's about it.
Right, look at you.
But I just said, whoa.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
I thought they had us flip the switch.
Well,
that's what you always
I'm
say.
hoping they have that. But I just think you're being too hard. Anybody out there on Wiggins.
Oh.
The man was sick and had an adductor injury. That gives me a confidence. Okay, you'll heal. You'll get better. But as far as the bench, that's where I'm concerned, man. I just am. And I never thought in a million years I thought this team would miss Gary Payton II and Otto Porter Jr. I don't care what they haven't done for their respective teams now, because it's just like you throw the challenge flag in Philly, Purdy don't get hurt. It could have went all different. But, man, they got to overcome that, and I don't know if they got the horses.
You're kind of doing what I expected. You're blaming it on the bench, the role players, the 15-minute guys. Wiggins is going to be fine, and the big three are.
I told you I like what I see from Dre.
And the big three are every bit the players they've always been.
Sonny, when you're wrong on this one, I'm going to enjoy the dinner.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, that Laker bet, it's on. They're 3 back. They're 12th now. They're 3 back from 4th. The bet's on. Even if they were 8. I'm that type of guy. If you say I made the bet, I'm going to go hit. That's who I am.
Ernie Chavez got to you, didn't he?
He did.
You're afraid of that video.
No, people, Drew
That's
Down,
like you do not want
Drew
that audio
Down said
out there.
he checked the timeline. There was no ever tweet on it. But we got
but
two.
there was
one's drinks and one's dinner and drinks.
You're going to hate this. Apparently, Ernie Chavez tapes the shows. He claims he has the date.
There's no way.
I tell you what.
Could you imagine?
I tell you what, Ernie, you come up with this one. I'll buy you dinner, my main man.
He would have released that already.
I
did see it.
He said he's at work.
Oh,
he's got to go home to his other computer.
I might be off the hook. But anyway,
let's see.
You're doubting him. I get it, but
interesting. Wiggins came back a month ago. They still rusty.
Okay, he came back from the adductor. Yeah, what about this non-COVID illness? I had the thing twice. The thing is real. It robs you and zaps your body of all this stuff. So give them time. Well, I just can't.
You've heard of a long hauler, and I'm not being a joke.
No, I'm being real. So I got a person.
Not joking
I wish
about
I was the one that can't taste. I might be Slim Jim if I couldn't taste. I'm just saying, you're right. So don't put it at his doorstep.
Whose?
But Jordan Poole.
Don't put it at whose doorstep?
Wiggins.
Right, because he's a starter.
Let's just forget all the other politics. Let's talk about Jordan Poole.
Sleeping on the stars.
Let's talk about Jordan Poole.
Okay.
He's not having the year he had last year.
Well, let's take a look at some of the numbers.
I'm not blaming him for them being 26 and 26, but I'm concerned that I thought this dude was a future one. Well, Clay's headed in the other direction.
Whose fault is that?
Clay's coming back to where I'm. I'm getting confidence from what I'm seeing from Clay.
Jordan Poole's not getting paid like a one.
No, it's not about
even his contract.
His chicken.
Well, I've never heard that before from you. Jordan Poole can be a one, because I would have been like, no, he can't.
It's about the fall downs, the going too fast, the Fitz saying, young fella, you just got to slow down.
You're just afraid to criticize veterans.
The 30% for 3. That's what's concerning me. That's all I want to talk to you about is Jordan Poole, not blame, just his game.
Listen.
Talk to me.
I will talk to you. And I noticed how really scared you got when Howard Beck suggested Steph Curry's not playing well down the stretch of games. And I was like, easy, Howard. Easy. Be careful.
Dude, you need the punchline. Where is it at? Down the street, around the corner.
Curry's hasn't been good.
I just told you his shots were short. You were like, I like what I see from Steph. Did you forget that part of the show?
Shot.
Well,
you'll never criticize. You never say Steph isn't coming
the
through.
Knife.
Who?
Curry with that shoulder injury.
You know what? Then give them all the benefit of the doubt, and you'll have your excuses when they don't win it.
I'm not.
I mean, what do you mean he could have gone under the knife?
He said he could have had surgery. So he's
Does he
dealing
look like
with
he's
something. In Minnesota, all the second half, the shots were short, Steiny. I'm not saying
because he played 43 minutes.
Okay.
He's 34 years old, and it's overtime.
Okay.
Why can't you say Curry needs to step up? Can you say Curry needs to step up?
Listen.
Say Curry needs to step up.
No, because I don't like, because then you're acting like a parent. I'm going to put a rat on the table. The Warriors' OT record under Curry. And I'm going to Memphis playing game where Curry is went scoreless. Little stuff like that starting to creep up and have me wondering, how can you have the great Stephen Curry, but the Warriors have this stanky OT record? Now,
because he's not coming through like he used to. See, this is like the other thing. Like, I had a hero in basketball once. Larry Bird. And in 84, 85, 86, he won the MVP 3 straight times. Or 85, whatever, 3 years. Next year, just a teeny bit of slippage.
Okay?
Just a slippage.
What'd that look like?
Imperceptible. You know what? Shooting percentage drops a tick. Half court help defense, a little bit slower. Minutes, down a little bit. Efficiency, down a little bit. Defense, a little bit worse. Then he had back surgery. He came back. He was never the same. Now, obviously, Curry hasn't had a back surgery. These guys can't play forever.
Yeah, and he's playing a ton of minutes, as you just mentioned.
So, but we all assume, even though they're working harder than they've ever worked, even though they're playing harder for wins earlier than they ever have, we're saying at the very end of the race, they're going to have more in the tank, and they're going to be able to turn it on
I'm hoping,
for 2 months.
I don't even like how you put it, but it was real. I'm hoping that burst.
Chris A. Steiny was definitely in denial when the media kept saying Bird is declining after his surgery. You know what? Honestly,
those files.
It wasn't like Curry and Draymond. Like, Bird was pretty good. He got hurt 6 games into a season, missed the whole year, came back, and it was just like,
missed the whole year.
He's pretty. Well, he missed 76 games.
No, that's a whole year.
He's pretty good. He's still pretty good, but
it's a wrap.
He ain't Bird.
So back to Draymond.
Yeah.
This calf tightness, nothing to see here.
No, I would never tell you not.
Because remember, that's how that started when Clay came back. Oh, Dre's out, and then we know what it escalated to.
Right, and then we know he got back, and he was 100. He was frisky for the postseason. He wouldn't have been as frisky for the postseason had he played those 31 games that he missed.
And how about Bob on the executive show with this last episode saying, and I'm not going anywhere here, but I'm thinking about it because we don't want this to be the case. Wiseman is one Looney or Draymond tweaked ankle away from getting minutes.
Sure.
And if this thing is, we don't want it to be, big fella, the big ticket, the rapper.
Yeah.
Come on now.
What?
You about to play.
Right.
Show us something. Hey, I'm being real. I'm all over now. Give the big fella the ball. Because it's a bad look. Even Kalina was saying he's got his man sealed.
You watch the game?
I'm watching it. This has been happening.
Did you watch?
I smell a rat with the best of them. Throw the ball down to the big fella. You know he out there trying to prove himself, and you go jack up a 3. And Ty Jerome did it a couple times.
See, you just spent 20 seconds.
30.
On give the ball to Wiseman.
When
they gave the ball to Wiseman one time with Kentavious Caldwell-Pope on his back. He took a half hook. He couldn't even put Kentavious Caldwell-Pope in the basket.
Oh, we're going to miss the and one he got?
He can't.
What about the and one he got?
Fast break, cherry pick dunk.
He got fouled. He got fouled.
He couldn't put a guard in the basket. 888-957-9570. Let's go. It's your last half hour. It's a payday Friday. Everybody's feeling pretty good except the Warrior fans who know what's going on. Red and Gold Reaction is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail. Exclusively at Zenni.com, 888-957-9570. Let's just cut to the chase. The Warriors going to get it done this year or not? 888-957-9570. Big homie's going to be fine, bro.
It's the Red and Gold Reaction on 95.7 The Game.
You can't tell a win now locker room. We got this guy right here who essentially came in and never lost a game where he played the majority of the game. He never lost. But we're going to check this other guy out.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent. But then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel is all conversation-based, so it gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
You'll really see a difference in how you can speak and how conversational you can be in just a few weeks.
Babbel isn't just lessons. You can listen to podcasts, play games, watch videos. You can even take live online classes with a language teacher. There are so many ways to learn with Babbel.
The lessons online and in the app make it easy to learn from pretty much anywhere.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Give your sweetheart an experience rather than a gift, like a night out for dinner or a couple's massage. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
It never dawned on me how much walking I used to do until I bought a house in the suburbs. Like when I'd say, I'm going for coffee, of course I was walking, but now it's like 3 miles and no latte's worth that. I find myself inviting people on walks with me like it's a scheduled activity. This morning, my neighbor asked me what I'm doing, and I actually said, I'm going for a walk with Nancy.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount. at any time. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
In San Bruno, cloudy with periods of rain, highs near 56.
Weather brought to you by Total Wine & More. At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this month with hundreds of deals on amazing wines and spirits. Love what you find at the lowest prices only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Steiny, are you ever in a good mood? I'm in the best mood of my life right now. Are you kidding?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Go.
2:30 on a Friday?
Go.
Damn right I'm in a good mood.
Go.
What are you doing?
That's what you do when you're about to bust my freestyle on a Friday. Go.
Are you gonna bust one on a Friday?
The beat waned. It went away. It's Steiny and Guru Payday Friday with Evan. See y'all go to the casinos, 7 and 11.
Is he out of breath?
Stack my money. Nah, I'm like the Warriors about to make it. Don't fake it. Play some defense sequence. Follow me like Twitter or IG. Now you get mad because you try to go buy me like the Eagles, the Cowboys, the 49ers. Hurdy like Purdy. Hate it for Brock. Jimmy, say bye-bye. It's Gaga Goo. Dibs had a baby. Call me the uncle. Steiny, I was trying to bust one. I let it all out. Thank you, Evan. I was dying. Yeah, baby, let's go. You look so confused.
Aren't they supposed to? Isn't a freestyle supposed to tell?
I hate when you say this.
I'm just
supposed to
asking.
rhyme.
No, I was going to say, doesn't it tell a big picture story?
I brought up Brock Purdy, you and I.
I know, but
we going to the cow.
It felt like it was out of context, everything.
It's called abstract. Yeah.
Apologies for those watching on YouTube. I don't think there was a beat under it for FCC reasons.
Wow.
Well done, good.
No, I'm getting some hate, but it's a lot too.
Let's go to Derek, Shasta Lake City. Huh.
Hey,
it's up in Lassen County, I believe.
Hey.
Shasta County.
I'm sorry, yeah. But up near Mount Lassen. Fairly close.
Fairly close. Hey, I just want to answer Steiny's question. Do the Warriors, are they going to get it done? The answer is no. They're a 500 team, and I'm kind of not sold on Wiseman either, and I'm not sure going forward if I'll ever be sold on him watching him play and his skill set. I don't know how you guys would respond to that.
You know, it's funny, Derek, and I'll tell you a little story, and thanks for the call. I was with, yesterday I was with my good friend, Jay.
I've never heard you bring him up.
I golfed with him.
Okay.
Hit the links yesterday.
What'd you shoot?
88.
There we go.
First round under
90.
First round
Get
under
out the
90 this year. So I'm going to start getting it going. I had to run a lot of errands too yesterday.
So you had us on. You should have texted.
No, I listen to music on my off days.
Damn.
I have great playlists. Of course, now I forgot what I was going to say.
Jay.
Oh, Jay. And he's a big Celtics fan. Okay? And we were talking about Robert Williams.
Yeah. Time Lord.
Yeah. You were going to say you love him.
Yeah.
How come?
He's everything I want the Wiseman to be.
Well, he can't. That's why. You see, Williams is a dog.
Yeah, well, good Lord.
Okay, Williams, what does he do every game? He plays hard.
Yeah.
Wiseman doesn't play as hard as him. Plain and simple.
What if I'm not
I'm sorry.
What if he doesn't? You got to learn that.
No, then you're done. We had this argument as a family for years.
All right.
For years. About the so-called inner fire. The inner fire. I don't think Wiseman has it.
So the motor.
Yeah. We call it the inner fire.
Damn.
I just don't think he's a killer.
I haven't heard you say that. Some guys are, some aren't. Was Tim Duncan a killer?
Well, he was, but he was so supremely skilled.
Okay. Wow.
Like Wiseman, there's not one thing Wiseman does even close to Tim Duncan. Run the floor early in his career. There you go.
He played college ball, but I get you.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully you're wrong, Steiny, but right now I don't think too many people would argue with you. Like he should, just real quick, Ty Jerome not giving it to him. If I were Wiseman,
I don't know that it was Jerome.
There was one instance. I would cuss somebody out.
He's not a dog. Don't you get it?
See, Zach Randolph would let somebody know.
Zach Randolph was a dog.
Draymond.
And let me make it clear, dog's good in this instance.
Yeah, no doubt.
He's not a dog.
But he's barely 21, so I don't know, man.
And he's paid $10 million a year.
So why'd they draft him? Stein didn't put the right on the table.
Because they thought he was going to be better.
So if Joe Lacob, our guy, was right on that mic, would you say, you know what, guys, I think I got it wrong? Or would Joe say he needs some more seasoning?
He would say exactly what I said. Look, I know the fans wanted him to be further ahead, but we knew when we drafted him. That's what you asked me what he would say. Of course, that's what he would say.
I would say to Joe, you wasted an enhancement in the Steph Curry window with Clay and Dre.
And we won
when you could have got it.
Okay,
but nobody saw that coming. But what about now? You could have something ready-made to keep this thing going.
For who?
For Wiseman, if you would have got somebody else.
Nobody wants James Wiseman.
No, had Wiseman been somebody else, or you traded the pick.
Right.
Like that, he's going to be greater later. Don't help Steph.
That's right, but it's bigger than Steph. It's about being good after Steph, too. That's what he thought.
Well, how's that looking?
Well, it's not looking good. That's why it's a mistake.
Yeah, and I would say, Joe, it don't look good either front.
Exactly.
It ain't looking well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But if Wiseman's here in 3 years, averaging 20 and 12, and the Warriors are 40 and 16, guess what? He's going to be able to say, you guys don't know anything about basketball.
Wow.
You idiots actually thought he was going to be good at 21 when we all in this organization weren't even counting on him till he was 24.
I'll tell you what, to that, could they use him now? Could they use a Time Lord now?
Listen,
a ready-made Time Lord?
Joe's
Steiny?
over the dynasty. Don't you get it?
No, stop. I hate to hear that.
He is.
Just stop. They just won.
Unexpectedly.
Defending champs. Until somebody takes it.
Right. And I think Joe Lacob thinks in a way that really...
Then what's more important than winning the chip?
Nothing.
Because the place is full.
Nothing.
Then how can you be over the dynasty? You're playing with me, and I'm letting you play with me.
No, they didn't think they were going to win it last year. They thought last year they were going to win a few rounds, maybe win a round, lose. Listen, I don't care what any of the fans say. They don't know. Bob Myers and Joe Lacob did not think the Warriors were gonna win a title last year. They thought if everything falls into place, maybe. But last year, the thought process was if we don't win it last year, we'll be able to see exactly what we need to get back on top. I remember talking to JD. He was like, in the middle of the year, he said, I think the Warriors have a better chance to win it next year than this year. I remember him saying that.
Yeah.
I was like, why? And he explained why. But they won it. They won
Shocked the world.
And so now, in a way, your hands are more tied because you have to bring them all back. If they wouldn't have won it last year and maybe lost in the Western Conference Finals, they would have been able to look at the team and say, well, if we turn Kuminga into this guy, that puts us over. Or if we move Draymond for this.
But you know what you sound like you're describing? A fluke.
I think it was.
And even though it was a chip that nobody saw coming.
Right. Not a fluke.
It was their fourth chip that this trifecta has won together. Right. So they're still here.
Yeah.
Okay. But right now there's some rocky roads. And hey, I'm a little nervous. But
sure. Yeah.
That wasn't a fluke. You don't win the chip in 6 in a fluke.
They got a lot of breaks last year.
Do you think there was a point last year, later in the season, in which Bob Myers and Joe Lacob thought that, like, at no point, you're saying throughout the playoff run, they didn't think they were going to win it?
No. As they start, no. I said, going into the year, they think they were going to win it? No. Now we're 40 and 10 or 12 or whatever they were.
18 and 2? I was saying it.
Well, and maybe it took longer. But halfway through the season, they looked at each other and were like, what do you think? I don't know. Okay, let's just, what do? We don't have to do anything. We got our championship players, let them play. Then they got hurt. And then it was like, well, can we recreate? They were able to recreate. From day one of the postseason, they had everybody at 100%. And because it had championship pedigree, they blended in a hurry.
Yeah.
And they ran the table against Denver, who was missing 2 starters.
Dallas,
who stunk.
And who was the other one? They got lucky.
Memphis. John Morant got hurt. Right. And then they met the Celtics in the finals, who were never in the finals before.
And up 1-0.
You don't think the Warriors' championship pedigree meant anything in the NBA Finals?
It meant everything.
You think it's going to mean it more if they play Boston this year?
Yes.
No, it won't. It'll work less. Boston's been there now.
Your boy Tatum getting some moves?
I'm just saying.
In crunch time?
I'm just saying the Boston Celtics have a better chance of winning it this year because they were in the finals and lost last year, I think. It's called experience. It's called.
Well, I can see them not getting there.
Okay.
Well, that would mean Milwaukee or.
Let's go to Greg. Greg's on the way to the.
That's never happened during our show.
Hey, what's up, Greg?
I want to read it.
Yeah, I was just calling because it seems like Guru forgets kind of like the scenario when Wiseman was drafted. Everybody was hurt. We lost KD. It was kind of like scramble mode.
Gotcha.
And, if you look historically at drafts, like how many lottery drafts are turn out to be busts? I mean, was it Greg Odom? Like this guy that's going to be everything that you hope for. And we just got off KD, and KD's a massive human being that can do it all. So you got dreams of getting him, on the cheap. And it just, it's like, so they messed up. You don't want to shackle yourself to this guy who's a roster spot, who's making capital, which is going to be over the salary cap. And so you acknowledge, hey, I messed up. It happens. I mean, it's just that they've been so lucky and so fortunate for all the things that they've hit home runs on that, you just don't also want to end up with an Andres Biedrins who's like, you're like, hey, this guy's going to do it for us. It turns out that he's an albatross that's just weighing you down. So, I mean, yes, it's nice that he was drafted too, but he isn't the guy. And maybe, he turns out to be somebody great at another team, but, you can't hang on to that and hope. I mean, there's plenty of guys in the G League that hope. So, anyway, those are my 2 cents.
Thanks, Greg. Appreciate it.
And I got to.
Here's a.
Yeah.
Are you going to read something?
Yeah, I was going to read Zeus Kronos on YouTube.
Sure.
And I haven't did much of this, but I'm going to tell you, I'm no NBA scout. And when you talk about young players, 2 years in the league, 3 years in the league, they all are going to grow and get better. Kobe, rest in peace to the Mamba. LaMelo Ball is a generational talent. And that's what was wrote. It's what I believe. And if you look at him now with all his warts, the dude is going to be a baller. And if you put him around what would have been the Splash Brothers and what have you, I do dream. Because what you drafted, you ain't got nothing out of that yet.
I'd push back on generational talent, but that's because I'm a stickler.
What if he's Jason Kidd?
I would never, ever, ever say a guy that's 21 years old is going to be
But what
Jason
if he had
Kidd.
his career?
He's not like that. You're already right off the bat. You're talking about a champion and a Hall of Famer. One of the best point guards that's ever played the game.
Jason Kidd.
I'm not ready to go there yet. Here's why they're in big trouble too.
We got Damon in the house.
We know they stink defensively, right?
Right now they do.
They stink. Say Steiny, they stink.
You're not my parent.
When the Warriors were at their best, remember when Charles Barkley was calling them a jump shooting team, right?
How'd that work out for him?
Right. You know why? Because they weren't a jump shooting team. They led the league in points in the paint, okay, during their championship years. Points in the paint. That's because they spread the floor so much that driving lanes were wide open and they got more layups and dunks. Everybody remembers the three-pointers, but they were first in points in the paint.
Okay, where are you going?
They're 28th in points in the paint. So this year, they truly are a jump shooting team at this point. They don't score in the paint. They don't get easy dunks off back doors. They're not getting 2-on-1 layups because they're fast breaking, because they're not playing defense like they used to. The shots are harder. What's up, Damon?
So the whole stereotype of jump shooting team has more to do with just jump shots. You're basically saying you're finesse and you don't play much defense either.
Yeah.
And I think that applies
word.
to this team as well. I mean, that's the stereotype that Barkley incorrectly tried to attach to them years ago now is kind of correctly attached to them.
Okay.
And that is a trend that they've got a very few handful of games before a trade deadline or even the end of the season to figure out.
Damon, all they do is shoot threes. I'm Steiny. You didn't even have to give me that nugget. Like, that's why I think they drafted Wiseman to have some, not razzle-dazzle, but another option, some body punches, and he hasn't answered the bell. But
If you're shooting the most amount of threes in the NBA, you're doing it wrong.
Okay.
By definition, you're doing it wrong. You are unbalanced if that's the way you go about attacking the league.
What if I went to the whiteboard and told both you, my brothers, they were middle of the pack offensively last year and won it? The problem and why my hair is graying is, Damon, defensively, I'm starting to think they don't have the athleticism to keep anybody in front of them, and that's why they foul ad nauseum. So I go to bed at night thinking they'll fix it, but you can't fix.
Here's the thing.
Some things.
I actually think they're doing a decent job defensively.
Okay.
They're not great. They're nowhere near great. It's nowhere near good enough, but it's not like walking in between the free throw lines level of disinterest. It's just mistakes that they make in real time, mistakes that they make in reaching or not bodying up the right guy. But it's not through a total lack of effort. Where they're killing themselves are the self-inflicted wounds, the constant turnovers. And it's not just turnovers by young guys or Poole. It's turnovers by everyone.
Yeah,
it's
Poole.
Turnovers by the guys who can't afford to be turning the ball over. And that is what just is killing them. They're self-inflicted wounds. Their reluctance to stop settling for the three and do something else.
That's my fear, man.
Well, here's the other thing, and you know me. I feel like I got to preview or say this before every time.
Let it go on Friday.
I'm not saying Wiseman's a bust.
Can't take it home with you.
But let me tell you what's.
Nobody would get mad at you.
Well, I wouldn't do that. Believe it or not, he's still only 21, but. He, at the very least, he should be a benefit to your defense. But he's a detriment to your defense. I don't care if he didn't score a point. They don't need him to score. I don't care if...
Just rebound and protect the rim.
Yeah, exactly.
You're 7-1.
He's not giving them the one, Patrick Ewing did not have a good offensive game coming into the league. But you know what? He could play defense.
So could Ralph Sampson.
By the way, LaMelo is not a generational talent.
You saw that? Did you see that?
I heard that before I walked in.
But
and
let's
Tony
be honest.
Romo is not a Hall of Famer.
Having some fun.
Okay,
DB. But what you see from LaMelo is different than what you see from Wiseman.
Well, one guy's an actual NBA player and the other isn't. So, yes, there's a big difference between the two. And I'm not saying the other guy can't be an NBA player, but he's certainly not getting the opportunity with the NBA team that's employing him to be an NBA player.
And the other part we hadn't mentioned, Damon, he's been his biggest foe. He can't stay healthy.
Yeah, it's just, there's nothing about the pick that has worked out so far. Doesn't mean it's totally dead on arrival, but it's been dead on the first 3 years of helping, that's for sure. And it's too bad. I don't know if it's any one particular person or group's fault, but it's not working. And the most frustrating thing is they're going to look back on this year and see a ton of games that could have actually been developmental games for him, and they still didn't use it.
And if
they lost
I call
him
that
anyways.
I love this. Nobody gives me credit. It would be greater later. Even if you lost some games, they would be more seasoned if it popped. But you didn't even do that.
So
could you be a 500 team had you actually played?
See, and that's... And then when the All-Star, they've been through their puberty. Steiny?
I don't think so.
Are they
but that's
that much worse? Are they that much? I don't know. I mean, I'm not talking about like a heavy minute. Yeah. Like last night he played 17 minutes. I think that's like his fourth biggest workload of the season. He's hardly out there. If you can't
He's hardly out there. Claude Rains.
If you are the second pick in the draft and you can't get 8 minutes, you got problems.
I got to throw a curveball at you. I asked the guys, Willard and Dibbs, LeBron about to break this record. Do you feel like it's kind of getting no run?
Well, the problem is every single accolade that we should be giving him this week, people started wanting to give it to him 6, 7, 8 years ago. Like the is he the greatest of all time debate is so tired. It's so played out. Like they oversold LeBron being the best ever prematurely in his career. And now that we're actually at the talking point, it is a little LeBron fatigue. It is a little LeBron fatigue. He's outstanding. I mean, what he's doing is amazing. It's
MJ. It's his day to day.
No, I think he is. I think he is. Honestly, like I'm going to ask Steve Kerr about this today. Yeah, I think Michael might be the best individual player,
okay, all right,
but LeBron, without a doubt, has had the better career. It's just, it's over. I mean,
just like Brady to Joe. I believe Joe was better, but the longevity is Brady, you win that all day.
And I hate to, besmirch Michael on MJ Day.
Yeah,
Happy MJ Day
Happy
for those
MJ
who observe.
Look at Steiny. Talk to us.
That was called in from Team MJ with LeBron this close to passing Kareem.
Not the owner, though, MJ. Yeah, because that ain't going to it.
Get the PR work done for him.
I kind of agree with you. I think LeBron, just game in and game out, game in and game out, game in and game out's better than Jordan.
Dude, he's fourth now all time in assists.
He might be in the MVP race.
But I will
if they
say
get to fourth or fifth.
You walk out for starting lineups, introductions, or shaking hands before tip-off of a game one of a playoff series. I don't want to see Michael Jordan.
No,
I'd
you
rather
don't.
see LeBron James.
Well, here's the difference. You'd walk out for that handshake, and Michael might not give it to you. Because he was that much of a in-your-head, robbing you of your self-confidence killer, where LeBron comes from an era where you probably get, a French kiss on both cheeks.
And I'm going to say this about, and I'm being the black guy in the room, but
Wait
to not have
why can't I be the black guy in the room?
But you can. But not to have his dad, not to get in trouble off the court, man. I give Bron all the credit in the world.
It's the perfect career.
To be the great dad. I mean, say that about Sterling. I'm for real, Damon.
It's the perfect
all the
career
poison out there to throw you off.
Under the hottest hot spotlight of scrutiny any athlete has ever faced.
Since high school.
Anytime and any era, period, end of story.
No. Cole, he's preaching.
I'd rather be Curry.
Oh, I'd much rather be
different.
Curry. Sure.
Why?
Because you came up in it.
Well, I feel like Steph Curry's the greatest face of a franchise, maybe of all time.
I would love to get into. Okay,
well, we can do that Monday.
Yeah, but why over LeBron?
What if LeBron had been a career Cleveland Cavalier?
Maybe.
Maybe. But that's the thing. The fact that Curry is a one-team athlete makes that easier.
We gotta go.
All right. Bye, everybody. Great job.
Wow.
I'm Matt Steinmetz. Thanks for listening.
Boy, catechism.
I received the body of Christ.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
It's the final days to save big store-wide at the Truckload event at Lowe's. Right now, get deals on select major appliances and take home what you buy same day. And save an additional 10% on all in-store clearance appliances. Plus, get savings on even more items across the store, like up to 40% off select bathroom products. Hurry and head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowe's.com to shop the Truckload event today. Exclusions apply. While supplies last, selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Valid 126 through 2/8.
Bridgewater, the hit fiction podcast, is back. A supernatural thriller presented in immersive 3D binaural audio.
The Bridgewater Triangle. There is some kind of mystical force in this region that attracts monsters and paranormal activity.
There's something beyond our understanding going on here?
Starring Supernatural's Misha Collins, The Walking Dead's Melissa Ponzio, and Rogue One's Alan Tudyk. Written by Lauren Shippen and created by me, Aaron Mahnke. Listen to Bridgewater wherever you get your podcasts.
Servicing your Ford has never been easier than it is at Serramonte Ford. Scheduling your vehicle service is as simple as 1, 2, 3. Just go to serramonteford.com/service to find a time that works for you. Then ask us about vehicle pickup and delivery. Only at Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
The biggest game of the year, the Super Bowl, is on Odyssey. And Westwood One brings it to you, streaming live for free, Sunday, February 12th on the Odyssey app.
The Eagles have been the NFC's best team.
Touchdown, Travis Kelce! It's the Eagles versus the Chiefs.
The Kansas City Chiefs, the Philadelphia Eagles, are going to the Super Bowl again.
Catch all the action from Westwood One. Your Super Bowl, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Johnny Mosley here with your Friday Toyota Tahoe report. While Mother Nature is still making up her mind, load up the Toyota and get on the road because the weekend is better in the mountains.
Thanks, Johnny. Today we'll see partly cloudy skies continue. Heavy wind gusts in the morning could cause some delays in some upper mountain lift openings, but the winds should decrease throughout the day. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome to you here on a Friday afternoon. It's good to have you along. We got a great show thanks to the never-ending news cycle that is Kyrie Irving. Oh my gosh, he is a gift that just keeps on giving. The Nets are back, everybody. Like, not back as a franchise, just back to being chaotic. Kyrie wants to be traded. I don't even know if that qualifies as a Woj bomb at this point. The winter of discontent continues in Brooklyn. Hi, Ray.
Yeah, it's a grenade at best. I don't think it's a bomb. And it was utterly predictable given the fact that about a week ago, his mother, who also serves as one of his agents, essentially said, the ball's in the Nets' court now, meaning, where's this contract extension? Because he wants a max.
Why would anybody give that constant migraine headache a max extension? He's a very good basketball player, undone by the human being he has chosen to be.
Oh, yeah, that's why none of this, I mean, this is a fairly benign request for most people. oh, we're not going to see eye to eye on a contract, then please move me to a team that will. But with Kyrie, it all comes with all the baggage, both past and anticipated future. So, nobody's going to look at this and go, oh, it's just a guy who wants to get more money. It's, oh my God, this again. And that's what we're looking at. It just, the Nets, who are going to have a hard time getting out of the East anyway, they can either trade Kyrie and ruin their chances completely of getting to an NBA final, or they can keep him. He'll be miserable. At the end of the year, he leaves, and then Kevin Durant wants to be traded again, in which case they also don't get an NBA final. They're screwed every way you can do this.
Whether or not they accommodate Kyrie in this particular moment, the single biggest call coming into the Brooklyn Nets front office is, so what's Kevin Durant think about all this? Like, the news that Kyrie wants a trade request has turned more into, well, what does Kevin think about that, than any real true interest in Kyrie Irving. When, break glass in case of emergency, Nick Friedel, in case of Nets emergency. And we'll talk some NBA trade deadline with our good friend Nick Friedel, who was just in with us, a week or two ago? We're going to get him back on the phone today to talk about the latest coming out of Brooklyn. Steve Kerr live at 5 talking about the latest road trip that saw the Warriors go 1-2 on their 3-game trip. The Denver Nuggets are now 17-0 this season when Jokic has a triple-double. So, if they just did that all the time, if he just did that all the time, they might be undefeated. But, man, they're good. And a game that the Warriors, put their mostly best foot forward to win, a game that they were in the first half, just crumbled on them in a third quarter where the Denver Nuggets came out and did to the Warriors in the third quarter what they used to do to opponents in the third.
Well, but the other thing was, in the first half, the Nuggets shot 58%. So it wasn't like the Warriors were putting themselves in a good position as it was. I mean, the third quarter basically was just the realization of what they were already hinting at, especially in the second quarter, which is when they couldn't get a stop to save their lives. So it just reminds you, one, the Warriors used to be able to bail themselves out of very difficult spots by just coming out in the third quarter and blitzing people. Now the blitzing's on the other foot, and they don't have answers for that.
It's a fascinating NBA season playing out in front of us, and we are less than a week away from the trade deadline, something else we're going to be talking about with Nick Friedel when he joins us at 3:45, and we will try to peek behind Steve Kerr's curtain as much as he will allow us to. Actually got some minutes from James Wiseman in the box score last night. First time he's played in over a month. We'll see what Steve thought of that. Obviously, it wasn't the road trip they wanted it to be. The Warriors just don't want to see overtime. This is nuts. They're 1-3 in overtime this season and 2-17 over their last 5 seasons in overtime. That's an odd number from a team that has had so much success. It really is something.
They're contractually required to play 48, and they play 48.
Yeah, no more than that, I guess. We have quite a bit to talk about. We got some 49ers news to talk about. I mean, I don't know if there's actual moving pieces of news, but some theories that we need to get into. They need to improve in their own locker room before they even need to go out and draft well and spend smartly in free agency, and we'll talk about who needs to make those improvements. Obviously, all final career evaluations of Tom Brady need to come in. I got a fascinating Tom Brady gambling note, Ray. What's the old saying? Good coaches win, great coaches cover. It's amazing how often Tom Brady, if you want to factor in what he did against the spread into his career, he is the absolute king. The man who claims to be the king of the NBA, LeBron James, obviously is always a hot talking point in the world of sports because you can't say LeBron James without somebody instantly running to a microphone to tell you why Michael Jordan was better. And look, I understand. I used to be one of those people. I am forever grateful as a sports fan that I got to see Michael Jordan's career up close with my own 2 eyes in the era that it was played and in the context that it was played in. The myth-making of Michael Jordan is an industry unto itself. It is a myth that is as close to reality as a lot of sports myths allow you to get. He truly, truly, truly was that good. LeBron is better. It's just the way it is right now. It's LeBron is better. One-on-one, individually, well, it's not a one-on-one sport. So I've never tried to look at this through the prism of if you were playing a game of one-on-one. I don't care about that. What I care about is raw stats, data, longevity, commitment, and LeBron beats Jordan in those departments. Somebody here on the Xfinity mobile text line when I was talking about this with Steiny and Guru saying that, Jordan might even be the better player, but LeBron has officially had the better career. Somebody says Damon's flat out wrong. The guy's stats are padded over longevity. Yeah, longevity is not a demerit that you can apply to this conversation. It is a merit. Longevity is the outlying difference between a guy who is so thoroughly dedicated himself to the sport of basketball, he's playing with prime career numbers in year 20 of his career. Michael Jordan, at one point in his career, became so disinterested in basketball, he quit the sport. It's hard to maintain he's the greatest ever if he quit the sport. And I don't even think that would be a good argument to make, but it's out there. LeBron James is already the fourth leading assist man in the history of basketball. He is about to become the all-time leading scorer in the sport. Folks, I understand you got some warm, fuzzy frickin' memories, rightfully so, of Michael Jordan. I have them too. Don't let your memories blind you to the fact that the man who has scored the most points, assisted on the fourth most assists in NBA history, is playing like an MVP candidate at age 38 in year 20. It's extraordinary. Somebody said taking 20 games off a year. This guy does not take 20 games off a year. LeBron, he got old at the end. He's old right now, and he's still unbelievable. He's unbelievable. Somebody's like, well, one guy went to college and the other didn't. Doesn't matter. So we're not talking about that. When did you start in the NBA? What'd you do in the NBA? When did your career end in the NBA? That's how we're evaluating these guys. LeBron James's career is unbesmirchable. That's it. That's it. I don't like what he did with Jim Gray. We're not talking about the color of the car. We're talking about the horsepower under the hood. The horsepower that LeBron James has is unreal under his hood.
There's no complaint for either guy. I mean, that's where I've stood the whole time. The argument about who's better than whom is always eye of the beholder, because for everybody who will look at LeBron James's raw numbers, there will be somebody who will point to Jordan's 6 rings. It's a nonsensical argument for me, because if they want to be 1 and 1A, or maybe 2 and 2A, if you want to put somebody else in front of both of them, fine. The fact is, the only way you can really evaluate the NBA, to my way of thinking, was who was the dominant figure in the entirety of their careers, and there are 6 of those guys. These are the last 2 of them. Take that and be happy. That way you don't have to have an argument with anybody at the tavern. You can buy each other a beer and get drunk together.
Somebody says here, Damon, forget it. It's the load management era. Yeah. An era has nothing to do with the individual. It's the era the individual is playing in. What do you want me to say? We can only be a product of our time. And LeBron James is one of the most perfect products of any time any athlete has ever spent plying his trade in the sport. He's amazing. I mean, again,
I guess they'd rather have him play hurt.
How short must you truly be if you need to cut LeBron legs off so he appears a little bit shorter? I don't understand it. There's no reason to. Someone's like, well, I really don't care about the scoring title. Okay. Well, then if you don't think that the most amount of points ever scored in a game where we're constantly tracking, hey, who had 20? Who averaged 30? Did anyone have 40 tonight? Who dropped a 50 burger? If scoring doesn't matter to you, that is an incredibly unique perspective. Congratulations on seeing basketball through a matrix I could never see it through. Scoring, I think, does matter. scotch.
It all matters. Of course, that's the whole point. But you made an interesting point, which was seeing the sport through a matrix I can't see it through. There are a bunch of ways to look at basketball, and that's one of the reasons why the sport works, because it doesn't always just have to be math. You can appreciate guys for things that aren't math. That's how people still enjoy watching Draymond Green play.
Our guests are going to join us today, Ray, on the Bud Light guest line. We've got Nick Friedel at 3:45, Steve Kerr live at 5. This Valentine's Day, think about picking up a little something at the San Francisco Gift and Jewelry Center. Over 75 showrooms in one location. The SF Gift and Jewelry Center has gifts for every single budget. So this Valentine's Day, you can give a big diamond energy. Oh, that's terrible. Who wrote that? God, stop it. Go ahead. 888 Brandon Street in San Francisco. Shop online at sfgcim.com.
It's the red and gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
I couldn't sleep last night. I take losses hard. I take them hard. I don't like losing. I don't like losing to Connect 4. I don't like losing in Monopoly. I don't like losing in Madden.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
The all-new Nissan Ariya is a fully loaded EV. It's brimming with style and power.
Up to 389 horses of it.
Innovation and intelligence.
E-Force all-wheel drive.
It'll pin you to your seat.
Your very plush seat.
The all-new, all-electric Nissan Ariya. Nissan Ariya with E-Force expected availability early 2023. E-Force cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. E-Force and 389 horsepower available on Platinum Plus. Nissan calculation using 1-foot rollout testing with long-range battery and E-Force only in sport mode with E-Step off. These results are for comparison only and should not be attempted on public roads. Drive responsibly. See NissanUSA.com for details.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent. But then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel is all conversation-based, so it gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
You'll really see a difference in how you can speak and how conversational you can be in just a few weeks.
Babbel isn't just lessons. You can listen to podcasts, play games, watch videos. You can even take live online classes with a language teacher. There are so many ways to learn with Babbel.
The lessons online and in the app make it easy to learn from pretty much anywhere.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup.
But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy. Taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Red and gold reaction all week long, brought to you by SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com today and apply. I don't think we can go ahead, Ray, and before the end of today's show, fix the 49ers' entire offseason for them. And I'm sure we're not going to be able to fix officiating either, but I want us to take a crack at it at some point here today, a little wish list we would put together to fix some NFL officiating. And then we need to go ahead and basically offer up to the NFL the fact that, you know, even though this league has never been under a more intense medical microscope, all their efforts to make the game safer have completely, emphatically failed them. So it's a time to just go back to playing some football. We're going to get into all of that today here. Nick Friedel in about a half an hour from now. Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock. In the meantime, we got a lot to talk about just in terms of the NBA, all the news that is around us. LeBron, 63 points behind Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Again, I am not going to enter into a sequence of debating text messages. You want to call in because you think you got something brave and right to say? We'll talk to you, but I'm not going to be talking to text messages. 888-957-9570, and really the most qualified person in North America to maybe weigh in on LeBron versus Jordan joins us at 5 o'clock when Steve Kerr comes on by a little bit later on today. And we got to talk about the road trip. That was a frustrating one, Ray, because they went for two games that they might have punted on earlier in the year under other circumstances. They went for two games. Clay didn't play in Denver, but they wanted both of those games, the overtime in Minnesota and then last night in Denver, where thanks to Jokic taking over a game, things just got way away from them in the third.
Well, I mean, he's good at everything, you know, and I thought the game changed in the third quarter when they had a couple of back cuts, one that led to a layup, but then about three more where because we got back cut, or the weak side of our defense pulled in, and then they made shots on the weak side. And so literally every time he has the ball, everybody's a threat. Your entire defense has to be engaged. And one thing leads to another. The threat of his back cut passes opens up somebody from the weak side. He's so good at finding anybody on the floor at any time. And then when the shot clock's winding down, he just softly drops in a 17-footer and nothing you can do about it. So obviously great player. There's a reason he's a two-time MVP and, you know, obviously a front runner for a third.
I mean, got clinicked last night. The man is a walking low-post basketball clinic in terms of shooting, passing, and just playing. He's brilliant. He really is.
No, he's the best player in basketball in terms of the one thing that matters the most. How do you get the rest of your teammates to play at close to their best and win the game? I mean, he's better at that than, quite frankly, I think anybody else. I mean, he's not the best individual, but he would be the guy that if you wanted to start from scratch, I'd go with him on the theory that I could find decent players around him that he would make dramatically better.
I mean, it's a short list. It's a short wish list. Giannis.
Durant. When he's healthy.
Durant when healthy.
Curry.
Curry, of course, but just based on age is, sort of out of the who would you start a title with, okay, but who would you start your team with at this point?
But I was just talking, if I was going to own a team for like just 1 year, I mean, I'm just talking about the best people to make everybody around them better.
Luka. Although the accusation he doesn't make anyone better has been thrown at him. He's good enough by himself to drag an entire franchise to a Western Conference Finals.
His problem is we don't know how good he is at that because the guys around him aren't very good.
Somebody says he's 7 foot tall Larry Bird. It's not bad. I believe one of the stats I thought I saw last night is that he already has more assists than any other 7-footer in the history of basketball. Like he's already the best passing big man of all time. I don't know if that's right or not. Maybe I just popped that up on Twitter.
Well, I don't know that assists were counted for the entirety of Chamberlain's career because he was a great assist man as well. So I don't know.
Whatever it is.
Whatever it is. I mean, all you have to do is watch him for 20 minutes. You don't have to watch a whole game. You'll get the feel.
888-957-9570. Ray, not my Ray, another Ray in San Ramon. Hello, Ray. You're on 95.7 The Game.
How's it going, gentlemen? Thanks for having me. I got the news this morning, obviously, with the Kyrie request. First of all, I wanted to get your guys' perspective. How many GMs do you think are willing to roll the dice on Kyrie Irving? Number one. Number two, I wanted to see if you guys think a possible reunion with LeBron is plausible with Kyrie. And third point I wanted to make was, do you think KD should go back to OKC? Do you think that might be a good option for KD? Let me know, guys. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Let's take them backwards. I don't know how Kevin Durant is going to make Oklahoma City better or them make him better, although all that young talent around him could maybe work out great. It's not going to happen. It's just not happening. The reuniting of Kyrie and LeBron, I think that is something the two of them would want. And the first part of the question was?
I don't remember.
Anyone else? You guys, what was the first part of that question? Oh, just about like Kyrie. Where does it go from here?
Yeah, no, I started focusing on the Laker thing because I think that's a non-starter from the Brooklyn end. I mean, the Lakers would love to have him, but the Lakers don't have anything to offer the Nets that would help convince Kevin Durant to stay. I mean, I kept hearing, Thomas Bryant and Russell Westbrook and 2 firsts. The firsts don't do Durant any good because, they're like 27 and 29.
Right.
And that's going to be after he's actually done playing. And I think that the Nets, their most important thing now, whether they keep Irving or not, is to do their damnedest to keep Durant. Because if they don't keep Durant, the whole thing collapses anyway.
I mean, look, the whole thing is collapsed with him. So it's either way, it ain't going to work. At least you got something to sell to the completely disinterested in your franchise public that are the Brooklyn Nets fans. Yes.
Yeah, by the way, the first part of Ray's question was how many GMs across the league would be willing to potentially take on Kyrie?
Yeah, that was a very good part of the question. 4 or 5. There's always 4 or 5 who would do it. Whether they'd have the permission to do it, I don't know. But the alluring talent in this player is enough to make even smart people a little crazy.
Oh, no, I think there'd be about 20 general managers who would want to do it. but about 4 owners. I think that's the difference because they've seen the headache that Irving has provided both in Boston and in Brooklyn. And they're going, I'm not signing up for that because above and beyond everything else, there's no guarantee that he'd stay with your team. People were talking about Toronto because they look like they're in a selling mode. You know, they could put Fred VanVleet and, you know, OG Anunoby in a pile with draft choices. But if I'm Masai Ujiri, the general manager in Toronto, I'm going, Kyrie Irving's not going to play up here. There's no chance. He's going to leave the first chance he gets. So why would I do that deal? I mean, the only way that a deal for Kyrie Irving makes sense for anybody is if he agrees to the long-term deal. And then you've got to give him the max to make him happy. And who wants to give him the max?
No one. I mean, the max should be reserved not just for the person who has basically earned it based on skills, but has earned it based on loyalty, based on a level of trustworthiness. There is no amount of this could be a problem that Kyrie doesn't take all the way to its worst possible version of this could be a problem every single time he stumbles around. I mean, you know, from questioning medicine to questioning religion to questioning just, you know, there is no element of him that is ever easy to deal with. And at some point, your amount of talent becomes dwarfed by the amount of pain of ass that comes with your amount of talent.
Well, and also, all those things that you mentioned ended up impacting the number of games he played. So now you've got a guy who, exemplary talent though he is, you can't be sure that you're going to get 65 games from him. And I'm even counting the 17 load-managed games that everybody gets now. You have no guarantee that if you give him the max, you're going to get remotely close to max return. When he plays, you will. But how often will he play? And I think that's the other thing that owners, more than general managers, are going to be very skittish about.
We go to Ricky in San Jose. Hello, Ricky. You're on with Damon and Ratto.
Good afternoon, guys. How you guys doing?
Very well, thanks.
Yeah, I think we're being a little overcritical on the Warriors standing right now. I think we're in a really, really good place for all the changes that we've had. We've had Steph, our leader. If pretty much any player loses their number one option, they're going to struggle. We've changed our entire lineup. We have 3 players under 21 that are in the lineup and trying to incorporate within the team. We lost Gary Payton, which is a stable core to our team, replace him with Dante. And we've had so many moving pieces. For us to only be 6 games away from second place halfway through the season with Steph's injuries, I feel like we're being way overcritical on that.
Well, you know, I think maybe a part of you is right, but we're only holding them to the standards they set for themselves. You know, we hold the Warriors' feet to the fire because they asked us to, with a degree of excellence that has turned them into a modern sports dynasty. Let's see what they do here. You know, we definitely have hurled, I don't even think it's an insult. It's a matter-of-fact, apropos description of who they are right now. The most insulting thing that you can say about the Warriors is they're jump shooters. They're a jump-shooting team. I was just talking about this a couple days ago. Steiny was talking about it during the crossover today. They're a jump-shooting team. Here is the nicest compliment you can give the Warriors. The single nicest compliment available to them this year, Ray, is simply this. They're pretty good at home. They are. They're a good home team. They win 76% of their home games. That's it, though. I mean, that's the one thing that they have done consistently and competently throughout the entire year. Everything else is just they're a mid basketball team, and you can't be more mid than a perfectly 500 record that they got. I mean, they're frustrating, but they're still, thanks to the overall apathy that is drifted into every single NBA locker room and turn this league into a group of teams that don't pull away from each other, they're still in it. They're still in it through almost no fault of their own.
Yeah, they're a game and a half out of fourth. They're a game and a half out of 13th. They're a team. That's all you can say about them.
They're a basketball team.
Yeah.
The Warriors
exist.
are an NBA team.
They will definitely play 82 games. That's it. That's the only thing you can guarantee, because their greatest attribute of all of them for most of this run was that you knew what you were going to get from them night in and night out. I mean, they might miss shots, they might shoot horribly and lose, but they never played horribly because they didn't defend, or that they kept out of foul trouble, or all the little things that Steve Kerr harps about all the time. They are now that team that if they don't shoot well, they can get hammered. You know, I mean, they're giving up 118 a game. I mean, that's as damning a number as there is, you know, in their whole line. You know, 118 is a preposterous number. You know, that's what the Lakers give up. You know, I mean, that's what the Hornets give up. And that's not who these guys are. And that's why I think people are critical of them, because the thing that made them great is a mind over matter thing called defense. And now it's matter over mind. You can't give up 118 a game and take yourself seriously as a playoff contender.
I mean, maybe there's even a little modern NBA scoring math of a sliding curve there to maybe 118 is sort of weirdly acceptable these days because teams are scoring out their wazoos every single time you look up. But it's just the constant parade of self-inflicted wounds, the constant parade of three-point shots, which by definition, if you have taken the most three-point shots in basketball, to me, by definition, you're having a subpar season. You are overly relying on that to be who you want to be, which means you're not nearly who you need to be down low and inside the lane. You got to get to the rim to be taken seriously. You got to in this league. And they're the least two-point shootingest team in all of basketball. But they are a good home team. Again, they've won 76% of their home games, and 4 of their next 5 are at Chase Center. So hopefully in a week where they're officially, here it is, turn things around. The trade deadline is Thursday next week. If you're going to do something, it is time to do it, or this is who you are. We'll see. They got Dallas on Saturday, and Luka is a big maybe for that game all of a sudden. And as much as that might hurt the value of actually going to that game or having it on national television, the Golden State Warriors aren't looking for any degree of difficulty or fancy marquee, we're playing our star against their star magic. They need wins. They need home wins. They got to stack them any way they can. So hopefully they beat Dallas on Saturday. They've got Oklahoma City on Monday night. They're at Portland on Wednesday. The Lakers come to Chase Center the Saturday before the Super Bowl. And then Washington is here on February 13th, the day before Valentine's Day. And Ray and I are going out on a sweet little date together. I'm going to get you a box of chocolates.
Stop doing that.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
I mean, you're going to
have a lovely Valentine's Day.
You're going to make me throw up right here in the wastebasket.
We're going to have a lovely Valentine's Day. Damn it.
Are you pretending to be married to me all of a sudden?
Oh, I'm not pretending. This is real. This is happening.
Jesus.
Nick Friedel is real and spectacular. He's happening at 3:45 today. Steve Kerr joins us at 5 o'clock as well. This is Carlos in Vallejo. What's going on, Carlos?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm a first-time caller, but you guys asked a question about officiating and how we can change rules. And I don't know if you guys watched the World Cup like everyone else. Every billion people watched it. But they implemented a great technology with their ball and where the position of the ball was, the speed, where it landed, or how far the players were from the outside rule. I think it would be a great technology to implement on our footballs for first downs or, what hurt our 49ers when the ball actually hits the ground and bounces back in a certain way. The technology is there, And I feel like we are losing out on fair games when it comes to this. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Carlos, thank you very much for the call. So would you believe me if I told you that there's already a microchip inside of every single football in the NFL? Because there is.
Yeah.
There's already a data tracking microchip in every single football in the NFL used in a regular season or postseason game, not just this year, but in the years leading up to this year. Part of this technology, though, is not the new VAR. What is that? What's it called?
No, video assisted replay.
Okay, video assisted.
It's like
replay.
it's just replay,
right? That has come to soccer, has yet to come to football that dramatically. But I do believe it's on its way. I do believe it's on its way. Now, whether or not down and distance can be determined with this, they still don't have. I believe the article that I read about it was that the data tracking in this microchip can get you within like 6 or 7 inches of where the ball is supposed to be, which is enough to mean that that's not good or close enough to be the way we're deciding is that a first down or not. This is more of a rotation, data tracking, distance carried GPS than it is an actual way to go out and spot the ball. But it's coming. I mean, there's no doubt more technology needs to come to football if we can't get the human eyeballs right on it.
And truthfully, spotting the ball is the least of the NFL's problems. They're actually awfully good at that.
Yeah.
I think what we're talking about is, just why the rules are as convoluted as they are. Why are they applied the way they are? And why is, one person's judgment different than somebody else's with the same set of circumstances? And some of this you can't get around unless you just want to have, 15 people in 15 booths in Secaucus, New York, essentially officiating every game. Because football, there's cheating on every play, and there's cheating in multiple places on every play. It is the nature of the sport. The question, though, is really what can the NFL do to make what is perceived to be a problem less of a problem? Well, and I don't know if you want to get into this. Well, we have to break anyway, but
look at you paying attention to the clock. And
you have no idea how hard I pay attention.
No, I mean,
to the
just
clock.
like actual moments where we need to do business. I'm very proud.
2
of you,
hours
Ray.
and 18 minutes.
I told you I was wearing off on you. The coaching, it's helping.
You're wearing me off. That's right.
What we have is Nick Friedel joining us in just a little bit. We'll be talking about the NBA, the latest with Kyrie, the trade deadline, all things Warriors with our good friend Nick Friedel coming up in just a little bit. But we will absolutely have our Fixing NFL Officiating wish list and a little truth-telling on all the protections that the NFL has created to make the game safer. It hasn't worked at all. As a matter of fact, the game's never been more dangerous, so what the hell are we doing? All of that is coming up this afternoon, including a Hey, How Are You with Steve Kerr, live at 5, and all guests join us on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Damon and Ratto, also brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Nick Friedel joins us next.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
What's it like to go to the South Pole? How do some animals change color? Can you catch a liar?
That's dangerous territory.
Can you trust a gut feeling? What about yawns?
Yes, yawning is contagious.
Mike Simpson here, and on my podcast, I've Got Questions. We go through all these things we're curious about and some stuff you probably don't expect.
Yo, strawberries are not even fruits at all.
So what are they? I've Got Questions. New episodes Thursdays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Wendy's home-style French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me, did you just say Wendy's French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions. Like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip. Or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
We will have more Red and Gold reaction brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the 49ers. Shop over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com. But we're talking a little NBA right here and now with our pal Nick Friedel joining us on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And I'm just guessing that although he has created another headache for you here, Nick, it's a lot easier to cover a team that is forever interesting than one that might not be. My gosh, there is never a day off with the Brooklyn Nets, even when it looked like a few were coming your way. No dice. Kyrie is always good for copy.
Damon, I've never seen anything like it. I've really never seen anything like it. I went to lunch with my mom, and I got off the subway, and I got into my apartment, and boom. The rest of the day is gone. But you take this in what I do and what we do every single time over a boring team. It's just that once again, when you think that everything is kind of calm around this Nets group and that things have stabilized and, all right, you get Kevin Durant back in the second half and you see what happens, once again, there is drama. And the Nets have nobody to blame in this sense besides themselves, because they knew what had occurred last year. They knew what was possible if you tried to bring Kyrie and Kevin back and see what happened. And now we're a few days away from the trade deadline, and it's happened again.
Given the fact that Kyrie's mom, who also I think doubles as his agent, or at least one of them, had said last week that the ball was in Brooklyn's court a new max extension for him. Was this as predictable as it seems now with hindsight?
Absolutely, Ray. And I can't tell you how many people, after that story came out, it was my old friend and colleague Chris Haynes, who had talked to Kyrie's stepmom, who's also his agent, and the story hits, and people in the organization are like, huh? Where is this coming from? Right now, especially because Kyrie really had developed strong relationships in the locker room. I mean, that's not a joke. Like, these guys genuinely like him. And especially without Kevin Durant, he had stepped up. He was playing really, really well. And you saw that story and you went, what? Right now? This is going to happen? So the seeds were planted for what happened today, a week and a half ago. When that story came out, looking back, absolutely. It was only a matter of time, and now here we are because the Nets wanted to wait. I'm sure they still want to wait and see what happens over the course of the next few months, and if he can maintain this level and everything off the floor goes well. But now they're trying to force the organization's hand, and that's their right. But as far as a team that some people thought had a legit chance in the East, I never believed they could get past Boston, Milwaukee. Now you've added all the drama back that had kind of been wiped away, at least for these last couple months. And here we are again going into tomorrow into a game that seems far less important than the post-game press conference and what may or may not be said.
Nick Friedel with us on 95.7 The Game. He's an extraordinary talent. There's no denying that. He's an extraordinary headache. There is no denying that. An extraordinary player in Kevin Durant demanded a trade, and we watched Brooklyn shut that down. Will they acquiesce in this instance just to be rid of him once and for all?
Damon, my guess as we sit here is still that they'll let this season play out. It would surprise me if they actually made the move because, as we know, this is not just, well, all right, you're getting rid of Kyrie and let's see what happens next few months. All of this is tied together. If I'm any NBA team, and let's go specifically to the Bay, if I'm Bob Myers and Joe Lacob and I see this Kyrie news pop up today, I'm on the phone with Sean Marks right now. And I'm saying, what does it take? What will it take for you guys to trade us Kevin? Because if you get Kevin Durant, especially with all the flaws that we were talking about with the Warriors last week and that have been apparent throughout the season, he fixes a whole hell of a lot of what's going on. So it's not just Kyrie. It's not as simple as saying, all right, well, we're going to move Kyrie, because if you move Kyrie, the reality, especially in the short term, is, well, there goes your chance at any kind of title. It's gone.
Well, it felt like today the most reaction coming out of Brooklyn was simply, hey, this guy might have made the trade request, but more interest has come in on the other guy because Kevin Durant might be staying. All right, well, then now get me the hell out of here. And I was going to ask you if you thought the Warriors had a role to play in Durant's future or not, and it sounds like you kind of think they might.
Absolutely. If you're that front office and you see the flaws on this roster, Damon, you have to make that call. You have to see just what the Nets might be looking for, and that's why there are so many layers to this thing, because the part that's not being discussed enough, at least in my opinion, being around this Nets team now day to day, is that Ben Simmons has been really, really bad. So if you are moving Kyrie, even for the next few months, and you're getting back whatever you get back, you're looking at Kevin Durant at the end of the season, and you're saying, okay, well, we've got Ben Simmons, and yeah, well, there's not much else going on, and we'll see what happens. If they were to move Kyrie, what would happen with that slot? Could they work out some kind of sign and trade? There are a lot of different other gymnastics that would have to go down, not just in the next few days, but going into the summer. But, Damon, this part is crucial to any conversation about Kyrie, Kevin, or whatever the Nets may do. Ben Simmons has not been good. They thought he would be better. He hasn't. And if you know that, and you're trying to figure out what's going to happen down the line with your team, if you're Kevin Durant, you've got to be sitting there going, all right, I don't know if this is the place I want to be. So as you turn that forward, if you're Bob Myers, you're thinking, what would it take? And I do think there's still some hope that if you're a Warriors fan, and certainly with Steph and Draymond still there, they know exactly what Kevin would bring. They know the level he's been playing at before he got injured this season, and they know if he were to appear in a season where I think we all agree there is no dominant team in the West, that would be fun as hell to watch over the course of the next couple of years.
Okay, but let's turn this whole thing on its head, because I've heard 100 people talking about what the Lakers could do with Kyrie, what the Warriors or Dallas could do with Durant. I mean, just on and on and on. What would Brooklyn get out of either deal? Because it sounds to me like if they move Kyrie, they don't get any immediate help back, which is what Durant would want, which means all you've done is time release another trade demand from him. And if you move Durant, Irving is essentially useless to them. So what is the deal that would satisfy Brooklyn other than, well, I'm just rid of the guy? Because if they do that, it seems to me, and you can answer this after I'm done bloviating, it seems to me if you move either one of those guys, you are essentially throwing the towel in on all of it.
First of all, Ray, I agree with you, because if you do, it's an acknowledgement, all right, we have no shot at a championship now. And I would tell you, I still think that's a mirage, even if you bring Kevin back, because Simmons hasn't been the guy that you want him to be anyway. And the worst thing that can happen, aside from an injury in the NBA, is a max player who's not living up to a max contract. And that's what they got right now in Ben Simmons. As far as a deal for Kyrie that makes sense, to me, it's a deal that would include Simmons. You're getting Simmons off the books, and you're saying, okay, you can have Kyrie, but you got to take Simmons. And that would certainly include Russell Westbrook, and you've got to add a lot more to make the money work. But if I'm the Nets, I'm doing everything I can to get off that Ben Simmons contract, because while there's still a chance that the talent is in there and maybe that he could come back and be close to the player we once saw, there is nothing that I've seen this year, guys, that would lead me to believe the consistency is still there. So if you're the Nets and the Lakers that keep calling and saying, we want Kyrie, I'd say, okay, well, you're taking Simmons too. So how do we make that work? As far as the Warriors go, if I'm that front office, I am doing everything that I can to make a potential Kevin deal happen. Now, whether or not that could happen in the next few days, only time will tell there. I think that would still be a really big surprise because the Nets love Kevin Durant, and they would love nothing more than to keep Kevin Durant and keep moving and building going forward with him. But if you're Golden State, is there a chance that you can win the title still this year and get out of the West? Sure, I think so. But I think we'd also all agree that they have been really inconsistent this season. The pieces just don't seem to match, certainly not like they did last year. And Kevin, for all the flaws in the relationship and how it all ended that last year in Oakland, is still one of the very best players ever. And not only that, would have a comfort level coming in with a bunch of guys he's played with and that coaching staff from Kerr down that is relatively still in place. So I think there is a possibility of that happening. Maybe not again in the next couple days, but I wouldn't just write it off that it would never happen because there are a lot of proud people involved on a lot of levels there. And if you're Kevin and you're looking to ramp up your legacy still, that would allow you to go to a place and still compete for championships at a latter stage in your career.
And hey, he's always been very impressed by Kenny Atkinson. You know, he let's just wrap up with this. So, you know, there's a lot of talk about the Lakers or maybe talking to the Jazz about Russell Westbrook. Would his expiring contract be enough to hit Brooklyn's books to where KD would be able to look down the road and say, all right, that'd be an expiring contract coming off, and maybe we can tinker around with that, and I'll wait through that?
Damon, I don't think so. And I've learned long ago when we've been doing this for a few years now as far as the Kevin conversation goes. Only Kevin knows exactly what he thinks and exactly what he wants moving forward. What I can tell you, having been around both of these situations that we're talking about, when he used to be with the Warriors and as he's with the Nets now, is the guy does want to win. If you're moving Kyrie, and even if you're getting Russ back in that slot, my question back to you or anybody that would ask about, all right, what could happen in the future is, okay, who's the guy that's coming to Brooklyn? Where is that guy who everybody goes, all right, they can find a way to make it all work if this person X, appears here? I don't see it. I don't see this Brooklyn team having enough to where you think, all right, if they lose Kyrie but get back that slot, then something else could happen. I don't see that player available on the market. So this is what makes this part of it fun. It's all the speculation and what could happen down the line. But I think we're all on the same page in this regard. If you're moving Kyrie, you are running a very high risk of losing Kevin. And if you're going to be okay with that, if you're going to move Kyrie, I would move Simmons right there with him, because at least if you're going to start over all the way instead of trying to find some way to keep Kevin without Kyrie. That team isn't good enough, guys.
Right.
This team, as they're constructed, also isn't good enough, in my opinion. And that's why they are just stuck in a set of bad circumstances right now, especially given that this has now become public, and they've got to figure out what they're going to do before the deadline hits.
I know Ray's got one more for you, and then I got one to wrap it up. We got Nick Friedel here as we slip into our 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free. I'm guessing that while you were having lunch with your mother, and thanks for that detail, you were trying to figure out where the best match for the Nets and all the other 29 teams would be. Of those 29, which is the one that makes the most sense for Brooklyn? Because Joe Tsai has already shown that he doesn't take orders from players very well. So which is the one that Sean Marks could bring to Joe Tsai and get a positive response?
I think it's whichever one would throw in a couple first-round picks, Ray. And I'd go back to the summer because this Lakers stuff just never stopped with Kyrie specifically. And it was always, all right, well, the Lakers would throw in the Russ deal and a first-round pick. I am sure if the Nets are sitting there over the next few days and saying, well, we want 2 first-round picks. And whichever team is willing to do that, there's some chatter about the Clippers. We heard that maybe the Mavericks get involved. Who knows how this thing actually ends up playing out. But the draft capital involved, I would think, would sway side to say, all right, let's move forward. But so much of any Kyrie conversation centers around Kevin. And it has from the beginning and will continue to be that way as whatever iteration of this Nets era comes to an end here. This is why, though, I would go back in time and I tell you 3 months ago when all hell was breaking loose out here, to me, that's when they should have pressed the button to begin with. Because what's happened is, well, okay, they won 18 of 20. They beat a lot of bad teams during that stretch, and it felt, even in the moment, like plenty of fool's gold when you compare them to the top tier in the East. So now they're stuck again, and they're trying to figure out whether or not Kyrie is going to make this whole season implode if they hang on here for another week, and then try to figure out what happens after that. But the answer to that question is the draft picks that become involved so that they don't lose that slot. Because, guys, if Kyrie walks and they get nothing for him and they lose that slot, it reminds me of the D'Angelo Russell Kevin deal from years ago. And it's just gone. So you've got to do everything you can to protect that because they're already so far over the cap. But I'd remind you, this ties into Ben Simmons again because you traded for a guy you thought was going to be a max player, and he just hasn't been since he's gotten here.
Nick Friedel with us here on Damon and Ratto. Let's wrap up with this. Beyond the full-on blow-up-the-league DEFCON 1 trade for Kevin Durant, what do you think the Warriors do 6 days from now? Is there a trade or is there no trade, stick and stay? And of players Warriors might be able to put on the market to get value back, Wiseman, Moody, Poole, Wiggins. I mean, a couple of those names would have to be in play for anyone that is Kevin Durant. Would any of those names be in play for someone lesser than Kevin Durant? What do you think they do?
It all to me, Damon, centers around Poole. It really becomes, all right, what are you going to do? And I know you and Ray have talked a lot about this, and it will continue to be a point of conversation. But it's not just over the next few days with the trade deadline. It's what happens in the summer. Because when you signed that deal, you thought, okay, he is going to be one of these next faces as the Warriors work through whatever's going to happen with Clay and Draymond and Steph. If you are serious about winning a title this year, I would think that he gives you the potential of getting somebody serious in return, and even more this summer if nothing happens in the short term. Are you committed moving forward to him being one of those guys, given what you've seen so far to start this year? So after all of that, Wiseman, he's just not been what they thought. He has not lived up to any kind of potential, and from the looks of it, he hasn't really gotten better. With Draymond and Clay, they don't have that much value to another team right now, given the stage they're at in their careers, especially with Draymond and the uncertainty that is on his deal. Clay has shown a little bit more, but he just hasn't been that consistent player that we were used to seeing before all the injuries. So you whittle all that down. Wiggins has been really, really solid, but he's been hurt this year. To me, not only again in the next couple in a week or so, but moving forward into the summer, it centers around Poole. Whatever they do there will determine what happens moving forward with this organization.
Always a pleasure. What was for lunch, by the way? What did you and Mom get?
She got a turkey Reuben. I got a tuna tuna Reuben. I got a club.
Okay, strong all the way around.
Are you going to stick that on ESPN? Are you paying it for your? Are you paying for it
I
yourself?
paid for my mom. Thank you very much.
So wait, does a tuna Reuben have sauerkraut on the tuna?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that works?
Oh, yeah. It played.
All right.
I'm not a tuna fan, but,
All right.
It worked.
Okay. There's an experiment out there in the sandwich world I'm going to need to run. Thank you very much, Nick Friedel.
I miss you guys. Talk to you later.
Miss you too. I mean, I love tuna. I love a Reuben. Putting them together, do you smother your tuna fish in Thousand Island dressing?
No, what you do is you drink an entire bottle of Listerine at the end of lunch. Otherwise, you're going to fell people just breathing.
I just never in my entire life would have put the words tuna and Reuben together.
It sounds like the sort of thing that only old people would eat because most of their taste buds decay with time.
So it's one of those, it's like it's so aggressive on the tongue you can actually taste it.
Yeah, it's the reason why old people also bought lots of $2 Chuck, because that was the one thing you could taste. There was
it was
no
also pretty good
left.
for a minute there. It was good.
Well, then there's a story behind it. But,
right, Charles Shaw. We all know it. We know.
But his marriage blew up, and he had to sell to the Franzia boys, and the Franzia boys promptly turned it into Windex.
Swill, yeah. Kevin Durant to the Golden State Warriors. You hear that and you think, what?
Impossible. Not because he might not want to come or the Warriors might not want him, but I don't know what they have to give.
Well, you got to take Wiggins. I mean, that's because you need a max deal going that direction, right?
Yeah, okay.
So it's Wiggins. It's definitely Moody. It's definitely Kuminga. It's definitely Wiseman. You're basically giving up on all of your youth.
I don't think that gets it done.
And I don't know if that's enough to actually get it done either.
No, you can forget Wiseman and Moody. They don't have any value. They might, but they don't have any trade value for a guy like Durant. You'd have to get draft choices, and you'd have to get Wiggins, and you'd have to get Poole, and you'd probably have to give up Kuminga. And I don't know that they have the draft capital to give up just simply physically. I don't think they have the draft choices for that.
And I have to see if the money even works out because, again, the money's got to match.
Yeah, and I don't know. Well, Poole would have to be in the trade because you at least have a fighting chance of and even at that, I don't think they could move Poole this year anyway, right?
That's another question that I have.
So I don't think this could be done now. I don't think they can make the money match.
Can they move Wiggins based on the fact that he's in the first year of his extension?
See, I'm not.
I don't know.
I'm not the capologist.
Yeah, I don't know. I tell you what, Lucas, you want to start working the trade machine, see what we could actually put together for Kevin Durant? Or, you know what I could also do? I could just start hitting myself in the head with a sledgehammer right now. Probably is.
Why don't you both do that?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably as useful an exercise.
Yeah, no, I just don't know that's doable. I mean, I've seen the teams that could put packages together, and nobody's mentioning the Warriors as an option.
I saw Anthony Slater mention that Draymond Green is questionable tomorrow night against the Mavericks with a right calf tightness. Klay Thompson questionable with a non-COVID illness. Steph Curry probable with a lower left leg contusion after he fell last night against the Nuggets. So there you are. All of the Golden State Warrior news, speculation, conjecture that you could possibly extract from a Kyrie Irving trade rumor. It's what we do for you, so you don't have to bother doing it where you live. On 95.7 The Game, when we do come on back, a call or two on that topic, and where you're moving off the NBA for a moment or two. We do have Steve Kerr joining us at 5 o'clock to get into the nitty-gritty of the Warriors, of a huge symbolic passing of the torch between LeBron and Kareem. He's only 63 points behind. That will hopefully be off the schedule before the Lakers actually appear on the Warriors' schedule. That is a circus coming to town that I'm sure Steve Kerr would rather not be dealing with. He's got his own circus to deal with. Is it that much of a three-ring circus? We got all that. And, again, we're going to put football, medical procedures, and officiating under a little bit of a microscope, because all the microscope that the medical community has put on the NFL really hasn't made it any safer at all. Stick around. Damon and Ratto, much more still coming up here. We are brought to you by the San Francisco Gift and Jewelry Center. It is Valentine's Day around the corner. You want to make it special? Well, with over 75 showrooms in one location this Valentine's Day, let the San Francisco Gift and Jewelry Center help you make someone's Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit 888 Brandon Street or shop online at sfgcjm.com.
It's the red and gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
He's assembled as much talent as any NFL team has in its locker room. But the injuries, especially at quarterback, it just defines Shanahan.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Johnny Mosley here with your Friday Toyota Tahoe report. While Mother Nature is still making up her mind, load up the Toyota and get on the road because the weekend is better in the mountains.
Thanks, Johnny. Today we'll see partly cloudy skies continue. Heavy wind gusts in the morning could cause some delays in some upper mountain lift openings, but the wind should decrease throughout the day. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
No H2O is the leading waterless mobile auto detailer in the Bay Area, offering a full range of detailing services. No H2O comes to your home, business, or wherever is most convenient for you and gives your car a great wash with no water. No H2O auto detailing is ultra convenient and gets great scratch-free results for your car. And remember, no water is used. Call Brian today at 925-238-8182, 925-238-8182, or visit them at noh2owalnutcreek.com.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
San Francisco weather tonight, 52 degrees and cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
You want to be a sheriff? Ray, how do you think you'd do as a sheriff?
I'd be indicted in a week.
Visit sfsheriff.com. Apply today. Unless you think you might also be indicted within a week's time, then it's probably not the gig for you. But if you're on the up and up, sfsheriff.com. Apply today. Remember our guests, including Steve Kerr, who's going to join us live at 5. Join us on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We are going to give you some more skinny on the NBA with Steve. Obviously, it's a frustrating road trip with those back-to-back losses and back-to-back games. The one thing that we can tell you that the Warriors are good at is being a pretty good team at home. They are 19-6 at home. That's good for a 76 winning percentage, and they got 4 of their next 5 at home, and the time to play good basketball is now. We are 6 days in front of the NBA trade deadline. We just talked about an awful lot of that with Nick Friedel, and, you know, he did bring up the DEFCON 1 option that is simply, what if Kevin Durant? Oh, boy, here we go again. All right, Lucas, you've been crunching some numbers on the trade machine. What do you got?
So it gets a little bit difficult because the Warriors, and I checked my sources, the Warriors cannot trade Andrew Wiggins until October because he did sign that extension in the offseason. So he will be a Warrior through the end of this season. There is the tough part always in these trades is matching the money, but it can be done. So what I've drawn up for you is...
Do I have to trade Steph Curry to get Kevin Durant?
You do not.
Okay, good, because that's probably a non-starter.
But you may have to trade the second most impactful player on this Warriors roster, who is Draymond Green. So it would be Draymond, James Wiseman, Jordan Poole, and however many first-round picks the Nets need on top of that for Kevin Durant. So probably, let's say 2 firsts. 2 firsts, Jordan Poole, James Wiseman, and Draymond Green for Kevin Durant.
I mean, if Draymond's walking anyway, or isn't not going to fit him into the future plan situation anyway, Draymond and Jordan Poole being forever linked together, even in a trade, that would be a little... No one expected that when you know what happened. I'm going to give it a 1% chance.
That's generous. Because on the other hand, on the other side of that deal, Brooklyn's going to want more than two picks because the picks they'd get would be down the road because the Warriors aren't swimming in picks now. And I think they'd want more immediate help. And truthfully, the Warriors aren't providing enough living help now to make up for Kevin Durant. So I don't see how that works.
We go to Warriors Ron, who's been waiting patiently in Berkeley. What's going on, Warrior Ron? You want to talk deadline? What do you got?
Yes, I got 2 trades, one short term, one long term, and a couple short scenarios. But I'd like Bible for Wiseman. And the reason is it seems like the development is taking a little bit too long for the organization and Kerr. I could see a little bit of frustration there.
Why would the other team want James Wiseman? Thibault for Wiseman. Why would Philadelphia do that?
Well, for one thing, I think Thibault was on the bench right now, and I think that they could wait as far as the development. It's taken a while. I see a development of at least 2, maybe 3 years for Wiseman. The development is very slow.
It has been, and I think Philadelphia would notice that too. And real quick, and you said yet another one. We'll take it.
Yeah. So the other one is the long term. You guys hit on it pretty good. You took Wiggins out of the trade, but what I would do for Durant would be Poole, Green, Kuminga, and Wiggins, and
hold on. I thank you very much for the phone call. You are out of the realm of mathematic reality in that now.
Well, you can't trade Wiggins anyway.
Right.
You're talking about doing this deal now. So that's it. That's the non-starter.
But thanks for listening.
Durant has obvious appeal, but don't forget, Joe Tsai played hardball during the summer, so I cannot imagine they're all of a sudden going to be in a generous mood now.
He probably isn't, but at the same time, he's got to be looking at this like it ain't going to happen. Like, this is not the version of a team that will deliver this franchise to where I want it to be someday. I mean, it is obvious that this current inception of the Brooklyn Nets is dead on arrival.
But here's the other thing. If Nick Friedell's right, and that any Durant deal would have to include Ben Simmons, now you're talking about 2 massive salaries, not just one. So I don't know how the math works in that situation with anybody, because now it's 2 max deals. You would have to, if you were the Warriors, you have to start putting Stephen Curry in that discussion. And I think that's the non-starteriest.
Well, was that for a Kyrie deal or a Durant deal?
A Durant deal.
Well, you couldn't take both. No one could.
No, well, that's my point. And I think this was Friedell's concept. It said if you're going to do that, you have to get the Nets have to get Simmons off the roster too.
We go to the dog trainer in Milpitas. Dog trainer.
Yeah, hey, how you guys doing? Great show. Always like to hear you guys when I'm driving, especially in the crazy weather. Makes life easier.
Thank you.
Hey, so I got 2 quick comments. The first one is, we all know it's a lot easier to know where you're going to do something. And when you play offense, you know where you're going. When you play defense, you don't. So that makes the game mentally twice as hard. Then when you're on offense, it's easy to run where you want to go and move where you want to move. So your body does something at one level. But when you've got to play defense, I would rather play offense for 28 or 30 minutes and not have to play any defense than to play 15 or 18 minutes of offense and some tough defense, because it takes a lot more out of you to play both ways, just like in football. And that's what you're seeing with the Warriors. You got guys that can still pop some threes. They can still move the ball. They can still score. But they're not playing any D because they're getting old. And that's the problem with this team. If you show me any of these guys can run a quarter the length of the floor and make up ground on a fresh guy on the floor, show it to me. But I don't see Curry stripping any balls, catching people from behind. I don't see Clay running up and catching guys that get by him and catching them from behind. I don't see that anymore.
Well, look, let me just say this. I think that the we are as superior of an athlete as the team that we're playing against, who is, markedly younger than us. I think that those days are behind them, but I'm not looking at a lethargic, instantly old, visibly old basketball team. I'm not looking at that. I'm not seeing it. It's not a lack of ability to do it, or you're so old you can't do it. It's too much fouling. It's too much reaching. It's too much making it easy. And I don't think it's an age problem. And if it's an age problem, how come the young guys on this team aren't able to fill the bill with all their, pent up young man frustrations in them and all that energy that they're supposed to have that the older guys no longer possess. And
they didn't all get old simultaneously. Last year, they led the league in defensive rating. Now they're like 14th, and they're lucky to be that. I think it's the inconsistency of their defense, because they do show flashes when they can do what they've done in the past, but they don't sustain it. And I don't think that's age. I think that's attention to detail. And I think sometimes it shows up in the young guys, sometimes it shows up in the veterans. But it's clear that their devotion to that end of the floor has waned as a group.
How about this? If anyone wants to call in with another trade idea, it has to be based in reality. Can we just agree on that? That any trade idea that you're going to bring up here just can't be like, I want to trade you this player for all the fond memories I have of players that don't even exist anymore. Like, let's at least be delving into things that could happen, not wish could happen.
That's going to cut down on a lot of costs.
That's what I'm looking for.
And I will say this, Murillo, who you have on your board, will bring up a good one because I've heard his idea before. And I will also say that, Ray, it was Simmons and Kyrie have to be linked together, because it doesn't make any sense if Kevin Durant, it wouldn't make any sense for the Warriors if Kevin Durant and Ben Simmons had to be traded together. It's too much money.
All right. This is Murillo in Petaluma with his well-thought, researched trade idea. Hello.
Hey, guys. Listen to you guys every day, first time calling. Well, my trade idea is realistic. It's a guy that could help. The problem is, a team that will hit the seller market right now, I don't think they will be interested in trading for Wiseman as a big, because you have this French kid coming down the pipe. And if you're about to tank and give up on the season, you might as well aim for him instead of Wiseman. My trade suggestion would be Wiseman, Moody, and a pick maybe for Kyle Kuzma. The salaries match. He could help us right now, but I'm not sure if the Wizards are interested, right?
Yeah, you would have to gauge the interest of them, but that's a deal that if I were the Warriors, here's the thing. There is a certain point where they need to stop worrying about the what might be and pivot to the what is. And what is the rarest and probably last chance you're going to ever have to repeat as NBA champions. How seriously do you take that? How serious of a franchise goal is that? If it's a serious goal to repeat as champions, then yeah, you give up what is further down the road future for an immediate return right now. Kyle Kuzma doesn't sound like he is the sole difference between this team winning a title or not. But then who could ever make the argument that James Wiseman would be that? Because he can't even get out there and play. They need guys who are actual bodies who play basketball in the NBA this month.
Yeah, and Kuzma's actually been pretty useful for Washington. So that's not even close to a conceivable deal, at least for the Wizards. I mean, the Warriors would do it yesterday, but you have to get the other guys to agree. You can't just kidnap players.
That's too bad. Although I do believe that is the plot of a bad Damon Wayans, Dan Aykroyd movie. Boston, Pride of the Celtics, where they kidnap the other team's player.
I'll take your word for it, but
yeah,
but I would agree it sounds like a bad movie.
It is a bad movie. We have the best laid intentions of an entire league not paying off, and this is when I said yesterday that load management is a con, maybe that's a little bit too strong because there is some science backing it up, but the whole point is you got no amount of science that can predict an injury. You can be leaning towards, well, this might happen, this could happen, this may happen, but it's all gobbledygook. It really is. Nothing is guaranteed in sports. You can't make dangerous sports less dangerous based on our equation says X equals Y. It doesn't work. And to me, it's nonsense to go about trying to run a league, trying to sell a league under those circumstances. And then I guess brings me to football, Ray, which I found some very interesting numbers. Football has never in our lifetimes been under a more intense medical microscope. It has affected the way that the game is played. It's affected the rules. It's affected how it's officiated. It's affected how the game is covered. Landing on a quarterback, should you be lucky enough to drag them down, again, it's turned into a flaggable offense. You're supposed to bend the time and space continuum to not land on anyone as you're tackling them with all your momentum behind that tackle. It's a ridiculous ask, and we see it blow up more often than not. Every single action that can possibly be taken to make an inherently unsafe game safer has officially not made the game any safer. Okay? And this is with years of new rules being officiated and groomed into player behavior. A rule book built around protecting a quarterback and seasons of grooming players to be more careful around the quarterback has yielded the most quarterback injuries the NFL's ever seen this season. What, they have 64, 66, 68 different guys, whatever the number was, who started at quarterback or played the position this year, the most ever in the league. You've got concussion prevention, which, Ray, this season has swung in between the lackadaisical all the way to insisting players come out of games because a doctor says, well, you look a little woozy, and even though you haven't admitted to it, we're going to pull you out of this game whether you want to or not. And with all of that concern, concussions rose significantly this year. What about all those Guardian caps that they wore in not spring training, but in training camp, and everyone looked like they had a Serta mattress strapped to their head? That really was going to work out, right? No, didn't work, didn't help at all. Concussions were up 18% year over year. According to data released by the league, there were 149 concussions suffered in over 271 games, an 18% jump, and 14% higher than a 3-year average between 2018 and 2020. In other words, every single effort football has made to make the game safer has yielded an unsafer product. So let's just from now on reward the defense with a sack should the player fall on top of the quarterback, because they're getting hurt anyways.
Since the quarterback is the highest paid guy, when he gets hurt, the owner notices. That's why those rules are in place, because it's not making it safer, it's asset protection.
Right. Well, Nick Bosa's an asset. He's going to get paid as much as some quarterbacks in this league, if not more than many.
But he's not going to make $40 million. And that's
no, but he's going to make 33.
But that's the guy. The quarterback is the guy that the owner notices, because the owner's usually not sophisticated about football in that same way. He's going to look and say, "I'm paying that guy $40 million, and we're letting him get hurt." No, that's not happening.
Well, and that's why. And wait a minute.
And that's why. But if you want reality, I'm giving you reality.
Right.
The owners are telling you there are some players are not made equal. Wide receivers are now making more because they view that as an adjunct to the quarterback. You know, if he can throw the ball and that guy can catch it, it's more fun for me in the suite. They don't care about Nick Bosa. They just don't. They'll pay him because he's rare, but they're not going to give him any protections.
Right, but here's the deal. You're in your precious quarterback might get hurt anyway business. There's no element of you trying to protect him with some magical shield of words or bending what a defense is allowed to do that has made the position safer. It's trying to make the position of quarterback an uninjurable, safe position to play. It's like trying to remove the gravity from skydiving. You can't do it. It's inherent in the sport. It's just it. If you're in the I'm queasy when my quarterback gets hurt business, you shouldn't be in the business of owning a football team.
Well, the fact is that doesn't make them queasy. But losing a guy that you're paying $40 million makes them queasy.
Well, whatever.
And in fact, if they were going to do that, if they were going to do anything about the quarterback, they'd just say, okay, you can't touch him at all. That's it. You know, you can't touch the quarterback. He's safe from any contact.
We'd still have non-contact ACL injuries. We'd still have them.
Well, maybe, but, if we're talking about concussions, let's start with this. The numbers on the concussions were provided by the league, and they said, well, that's because we're more aggressive at reporting them. Well, I don't trust the league's numbers on anything medically related because they're always trying to chase some sort of PR reward. Yeah, the sport is inherently unhealthy. But if you want to find out what actual numbers are, then get independent experts to evaluate all of them. Get the league out of it entirely because they're going to give you data that spins the way they want it to spin. And what they were trying to do with the concussion numbers this year is tell you, we're paying more attention to it. Yes, there are more because we're more aggressive at noticing it before. Because that's the PR thing they're fighting now.
Right, but at least they did report an increase, though.
But the other part of that study that the league put out today is that injuries in general were down. Well, I'm still, it's the league's numbers, so what basis would you have to trust them anyway? And B, what is it you're trying to tell us? That football is safer except for the head? I think they're trying to use sleight of hand to show people, we care a lot more than we do.
What I'm trying to tell you is that they are trying to obtain the unobtainable.
Well, no, that's absolutely true. I'm not arguing with that. But what I'm saying is their data is skewed to make them look good.
Well, I'm not here to argue about data where it comes from.
They need the concussion numbers to be up so they could say, see, we pay attention more. But the fact is, no, they're not going to be able to make it safer unless they do what they would love to do, which is exempt the quarterback from all contact and try to figure out a way to protect their richest guys, their highest paid guys, at the expense of everybody else. And the fact is, at that point, you don't have a sport.
Well, give me quickly an officiating wish list. Like, how do we make this game better flowing? Again, there's no way to remove the injury element of it, but removing some human error, that feels like something the NFL could do. And before you get into your talking point of there's no incentive for them to make it right, let's just say it's up to us to put together a wish list, and the NFL will adhere to our wish list. So
I've been thinking about this since you pitched it 2 days ago.
Yeah.
You start with, you add 3 guys onto every crew, put 3 more guys on the field so you can see more things. Secondly, you hire more crews. And you because right now they have 17 crews because there are 16 games in a non-bye week. So they have 17 crews. Make 22. And the 5 that are doing the poorest job
get passed over.
They get passed over, exactly. And you give half the season, everybody gets the same number of assignments. And then we're going to start looking at grades. Because between the added number of officials and the added number of crews, at least you have a level of competition wherein you might have some greater quality control. Second thing is, strip down the rule book and rebuild it because it's way too complicated and way too arcane for the rule book to make sense. And a rule book that doesn't make sense is a rule book that allows players and coaches to figure out ways around it.
Right. It's a list of the loopholes you should be looking for, not the rules you should be adhering to.
Yeah. And third, and this goes back to the safety thing, any shot to the head, even if it's inadvertent, gets you thrown out. Period. Whether it's meant to or not, because they don't want you to judge intent, and nobody really can. But if you want to be able to say, okay, that's why this is a penalty, you can point to that and say, you hit his head. The head's off limits now forever. And that means offensively as well as defensively. If you've got to be able to make the rule book make sense so that one hit in one game can't be replicated in a second game and one be illegal and the other one not be.
Look at you. You actually did think about this. I'm impressed. I like your list. I got a couple of things that I'm going to put on the table. We're going to take a couple of calls. Steve Kerr is going to join us at 5 o'clock. This is a hell of a Friday show. Don't you go anywhere, boys and girls. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
When your home renovation waste becomes a disgrace, use Yellow Sack. With Yellow Sack Dumpster Bag, it's hassle-free next-day pickup, making haste of your waste stress-free and removing it fast. Call 1-833-YELLOW. That's 1-833-YELLOW. Or visit yellowsack.com. Take control of your projects today.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Now, it's time for the Closer of the Week, presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The Closer of the Week is Steph Curry, who had another 30-plus point game, double-digit assists as the Dubs got another dub.
Right side Curry lets it fly. 3-ball good on the sideline.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Oh, want better visibility to get you through the winter? A new pair of premium wipers can help. Right now, you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy a pair of Rain X Quantum wiper blades. See better and stay safe on the road all winter long. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
More red and gold reaction. The licking of the wounds. Sponsored by Zenni, the official eyewear of the 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com. We're going to find Steve Kerr out on the Bud Light guest line coming up in just a little bit at the top of the hour. Looking forward to another good conversation with Coach. See how much he wants to open up about the team, the trade deadline, and the homestand that he's got coming up. Little on LeBron versus Jordan, and we'll see if Steve is indeed celebrating. It's MJ Day, everybody. Happy Michael Jordan Day, Ray. 2-3-23 for those who observe.
Yeah, that worked out really well till Kyrie Irving decided he wanted to get moved.
Who do you think who do you think Jordan's more angry at right now? Kyrie stealing his daily thunder or LeBron here trying to steal his career thunder?
I think he's probably most angry at his own team for being awful.
I don't know. I don't know if he really cares about that. If he does, he's not doing an awful lot to fix it.
No, the team's a travesty. But they still only have a 14% chance of getting Victor Wembanyama, so...
That's all you're allowed, though. So that's the best opportunity you can get.
It's the best he's got, but it's still a 1-in-7 shot.
Hey, take it if you can find it. He might be that good. We talked about fixing NFL officiating. Real quick, your list was add 3 more officials to any one crew, add more crews, as you said, and then what else did you have?
And simplify the rule book.
Rule book?
So that...
Streamline rule book.
Yeah. And the other thing that I was going to say, which is about replay, it's you get 30 seconds. If you can't make up your mind by then, play stands is called, period. And the other thing I would suggest is you get as many challenges as you can get right. The minute you get one wrong, you not only don't get any more challenges, you lose the timeout. But if you challenge 5 plays and you're right every time, you can keep challenging. That might lengthen the game, but if you're going to do this, you got to commit to it.
Here's the deal. If you wanted to just continue under the current rule book in terms of how replay is initiated throughout the regular season, I'm good with it. If you want to look at every single postseason play, every play in the postseason is now eligible for review, I'm good with that too. I don't need 4.5-hour-long regular season games, but if you give me a 4-hour-long postseason game, I won't care at all. I won't even notice. Just get it right in the postseason.
I mean, I don't know that the TV people will be excited about that, and they're the ones paying a lot of the freight here.
Hey, more opportunity for more eyeballs, more ratings, longer broadcast.
They found that the longer a game goes, unless it's like going into overtime, if a game starts to drag, they start losing people. So they would raise a stink on that. I think you could solve 2 masters, or at least appease 2 masters by just saying, as long as you can correct a wrong, you can keep correcting them. But the minute you're wrong, there's a price to pay. That way, there's some strategic involvement here, and Do we want to try that one? Because it looks kind of borderline, and if we're wrong, we screw ourselves.
So here's my quick wish list for fixing officiating. Come postseason, I would eliminate all-star crews. Just give me the crews that work together in the regular season, the most consistent, the crews that know how to work together. I don't need an all-star crew of guys trying to out-ump each other. I don't. I don't need that. And I don't think the NFL needs that either. Consistency is what we're asking for, not all-star crews. So I would do that. Then we're getting pay raises out there. Like I said, this is a wish. It's not what the owners would want to do. It's how I would help fix the problem. Better pay for a better quality official. I would then invest, or, what is the infrastructure that would be needed to cover more training? What is that? How do you train officials in the off season? Where are you sending them? To what league? To what continent? To what simulation of football must they report for round-the-year training?
Well, there isn't one.
Okay, so let's build that infrastructure.
Okay.
Can we do it with virtual reality, augmented reality? I don't know. But to me, this is where you need to start investing in your officials' off seasons. And there's a part of me that said, turn to the very best of college officials. But the truth is, college officiating is so bad, I'm not sure the answer for better officiating necessarily lies there. But if it ever would lie there, having the same rule book in both leagues, like college football with NIL, let's face it, this is semi-pro football. There isn't anything amateur about it. So since they're playing professional football, get them the NFL rule book, and let's have a standard of where eyes need to be applied to rules that affect the game. Go right through the two biggest developmental moments of officials' careers. Well, I started in high school. Congratulations. Well, then we knew you were taking it seriously when you went to college, and then we knew you were taking it real seriously if you actually qualify to be an NFL official. So I guess that's me saying simplify the rule book, part of what you came up with.
Yeah. In terms of developing officials, you hire more of them and you pay them better. And the only way you can pay them to become guys that you can ask to work as hard as they do in the off season is to make them full time, which means benefits, which means all the stuff that you want, a front office executive to make. A referee should make like $500,000, even if it's only, for 15 games. If you're going to invest,
best and the brightest,
work at it.
Yeah.
Because the one problem with my scenario about hiring more crews is it's the scenario that the NBA found when they went from 2 officials to 3, is that you're not getting, if you have 50 officials and then you hire another 30 so that you can have 3-man crews everywhere, you're not getting all of a sudden the top 30 guys in the world. You're getting guys 51 through 80. So you're getting a lower level of official. That's where you have to basically train the crap out of them. The NBA doesn't do a great job of training their guys either, because they don't allow them to have the common sense that you need in a sport where you are in close proximity to players on every play. And they don't teach them, the relationships you have to build with players and coaches so that you can make sure that when sandpaper gets thrown in the gears, you can solve that without a lot of,
learn how to play the fiddle.
Yeah. And that's where it's not just money, it's not just training, but it's a willingness to let them be who they are rather than try to make them robots. Because officials aren't robots either. It's a profession that requires at least a fair amount of ego to be able to go to a job as many times as you get sent to a game and get your ass booed off. You have to be able to walk out there with a level of attitude that says, I got this, you don't. Which means you've got to allow them to have a little ego, because that's the only way you survive getting screamed at by 70,000 people plus 200 people on each sideline for 3.5 hours straight.
The key to that is really knowing that you know it, not pretending. Not false bravado from players is one thing. False bravados from officials is something totally different.
No, because officiating is an art. It's not just I know the rule book, I saw that, this is what it means to me. It is an art. The best NBA officials always have been a little bit of an artist because they can solve problems in real time that most people can't. And it's not just remembering what's in the rules, it's about realizing who you're dealing with. And it's a complicated process, and it won't get fixed right away, even if they did all this stuff. But they're not showing nearly enough interest in it because they can't monetize officials. And that's how they measure somebody's worth. How much money can we make out of them?
Steve Kerr joins us at 5 o'clock. We're looking forward to that. Obviously, the last two games did not go the way the Warriors wanted it to, losing in overtime in Minnesota to show up in Denver, decide we're playing Curry and Draymond tonight, be in a game right up into a third quarter. And then that's when things started to fall apart. Here is Steve Kerr.
I thought our guys battled all night, and that third quarter just was too much. We could miss some shots. I thought their defense picked up, and we turned it over a few times. And they showed why they're the best team in the West right now. You know, they're playing at a high level, and that third quarter felt like the difference.
Look, the Nuggets are now 17-0 this season when Jokic has a triple-double, and the Warriors are 1-3 in overtime. That's an unkind situation for them. Just 2-17 in overtime in their past 5 seasons. It's a remarkable number, given how good they've been at times. And obviously, back-to-backs are built to sort of throw a wrench in the engine of the Golden State Warriors, just based on, you're not going to see Clay, you're not going to see Curry on most nights, nor Draymond, but they went ahead, they pushed the pedal to the metal in Denver and still came up short. There is nothing short about Jokic.
Well, I mean, he's good at everything, and I thought the game changed in the third quarter when they had a couple of back cuts, one that led to a layup, but then about 3 more where, because we got back cut, or the weak side of our defense pulled in, and then they made shots on the weak side. And so literally every time he has the ball, everybody's a threat. Your entire defense has to be engaged. And one thing leads to another. The threat of his back cut passes opens up somebody from the weak side. He's so good at finding anybody on the floor at any time. And then when the shot clock's winding down, he just softly drops in a 17-footer and nothing you can do about it. So obviously great player. There's a reason he's 2-time MVP and, obviously a front runner for a third.
He was remarkable last night. He's really, really good, and he's a matchup problem for the Warriors. If they don't have the kind of game that can take him and run him off the court and make him uncomfortable, he's built to make them uncomfortable. He really is.
Yeah, but that's everybody though, and that's why he's the leading candidate for the MVP, because he's inherently smart. He's got inherently great vision. He understands the game at a level that most guys don't.
He sees the angles.
And this is only like his 7th year. I mean, barring injury, he'll be doing this for another 10 years easy. Because
it's not based on athleticism.
Smart never goes away.
Right. His game is not based on explosion or speed. This is, to me, why, if we're talking about, like, what do you think of Luka? I think Luka's game ages like a fine wine because, again, it's not built on explosion or speed. I've never seen a more deliberate, slowed-down basketball player this early in his career. And if you could take a little of that element of Luka, and we're going to talk to Steve about this, and put that into Jordan Poole, like Jordan Poole instantly becomes a much better basketball player, just being more patient. And how do you get a guy to slow down when the success of his career to this point has been predicated on all of his quick twitch abilities? I am in this league because I can do it this fast. Okay, great. Can you now slow down? It's a tough ask. It's hard to coach that.
It took Jason Kidd about 7 or 8 years in the NBA to learn that, because he thrived in chaos. the faster the game was, the better he liked it because he could make decisions faster than everybody else. Problem was, the decisions he made faster than everybody else included his own teammates. And it took him a while to realize, A, I don't have to be in a hurry all the time, and B, I can still be as creative at this speed that I think I am at this speed.
We officially have caught up to Steve Kerr, which means let's start by welcoming everyone to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Steve Kerr is brought to us by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. And all of our guests join us on the Bud Light guest line. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Steve, thank you so much for joining us. Good to have you here on a Friday. You guys were busy this week, and obviously the road trip didn't end like you wanted it to. A couple of tough breaks in overtime, and then the always headache of a back-to-back in Denver. It caught up with you guys both nights.
Yeah, well, you can look at the schedule and know that Denver game is going to be tough, but it's our fault for making it tougher than it should have been because we got to win that Minnesota game, and if we do that, we're heading to Denver with a 2-0 mark on the trip, then we're in great shape, and then you kind of have a free swing, and you never know what happens. So the Minnesota game is the one that really is going to haunt us for a while, and I know we got to move past it, but that was really kind of an unforgivable loss.
Yeah, that was definitely a tough one. There have been a couple times this season where you have said in your pre or post game press conference that it feels like we're about to turn a corner and rattle off a 10-game stretch that we're going to be really proud of, and then that doesn't happen. Does it feel like these last two games have sort of reset your GPS to how quickly you are to turning a corner after all?
No, I mean, I still feel good about our prospects and our team and our ability to go on a run. It's just frustrating when we continue to give up really golden opportunities to sort of kickstart that run that we're talking about. And so somehow we've got to just keep pushing forward and keep just getting better and trying to figure out, how we can close out games, especially because feels like we've kind of given away, 5 or 6 games this year and not closed out another 5 or 6 on top of that we could have won. So it's really been a frustrating season in that regard. I think we should be better than what we are.
When you say that, every other year you either had very good players who could do all the things you were asking for, or you had injuries that essentially took away every player you had. Has this been a lot harder on you than you thought it would be because you can't get the one thing that you'd become accustomed to the other years that you've coached?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, I think every year is unique, and I'm very aware of how fortunate we were, say, 5-6 years ago to have, one of the great rosters in the history of the league. And I'm very aware that our margin for error is much slimmer now. And yet, we were able to win the championship last year. And so I still believe in the group, and I still believe that we can get there. But it's not hard on me. I enjoy what I do, and I look at it as a challenge, and I can't wait to get to practice every day. And I love game nights, and so I'm still excited every day. And it's more about just trying to help the guys get over the hump for their sake and for our fans' sake. And but in the meantime, I love what I do.
Steve Kerr here on 95.7 The Game. So how do you coach someone whose career has been built on speed and athleticism to slow down? And the ultimate John Wooden saying, the be quick but don't hurry. How do you coach that into someone who has officially played enough NBA games now and Jordan Poole to understand what that means and still ask him to do it? And it's amazing how this even still applies to Klay Thompson at times and Steph Curry at times. I mean, late game execution right now is a criticism that falls right on the veteran side of your locker room.
Well, I think it's, coaching is about teaching and practicing and really reiterating messages and then doing it over and over and over again. It's a good team builds good habits. And, I think our team has always been a little wild, but, the wildness was offset by not only great talent, but I think also a lot of veteran players who have helped, tame, and corral some of that talent, and I think what's interesting with this group and this team is that, we've still got a lot of talent. We've got a lot of, veterans, but, they're almost having to do the job themselves. I'm talking about Steph and Clay and Draymond, and that game in Minnesota was a good example. They needed to recognize mid-fourth that where the game was, what the game required, and they're at the positions in their careers where they've got to recognize it, and they know this. I've talked to them about it. They've got to do a job that maybe they didn't have to do 5 or 6 years ago. But that's the evolution of our team, and that's the evolution of our players.
Given that the trade deadline is next week, do you find that you have to spend more time talking to players to sort of, ease their concerns about whether they might get moved or not? Or has that never really been a problem that you've had, that your team's been stable enough that you haven't had to worry about that?
Yeah, I generally will have a few conversations every year around the trade deadline with guys whose names are being mentioned. I just try to be as transparent as possible with guys, and if they have any questions or thoughts, I'd like to be there to listen to them, and that's part of the job. And I think one of the things I try to do every year, even at the beginning of the year, is just remind all of our players that the deal in the NBA is you get this amazing job, dream job, and you get paid a lot of money, and it's exciting. And then also the flip side, that what comes with that is all the things that are tough: getting traded, getting cut, getting injured, getting booed, and this is all part of it. And so for young players, it's really the first time they've had to face this. For vets, they have a better understanding that's how it goes. But within all that, you're trying to maintain a really, positive culture and an environment the players want to be in. And so it can be tricky when things are not going well.
Steve Kerr here on Damon and Ratto. So you have talked to us years about the excellent working relationship that you and Bob Myers have together. There is total transparency. The two of you work hand in glove. How does this week work for the two of you? Will there be, maybe an unscheduled breakfast meeting Monday, Tuesday as you get closer to the deadline? Or are you guys going to spend more time around each other this week with the deadline looming? Can you tell us about the process that you guys will go through this week?
Yeah, every year is a little different based on the schedule, but given that we are home this week, Bob and I will definitely sit down, probably early in the week, just to go over whatever's happening, whatever's out there, if there is something out there or we're not, and he'll fill me in on that, and then I go back and do my job, and he does his, and that's about it. So, generally, we had the one big one for Wiggs a couple of years ago at the trade deadline. Other than that, we've had very quiet trade deadline periods, and so I don't really expect anything to happen. I don't anticipate anything happening, but you always have to be prepared for it.
Because you don't think that anything's going to happen, or you have a pretty good sense that not much is going to happen, do you not listen to the noise about other teams, like the Kyrie Irving news today? And I'm not asking you to comment on it, but does any of that interest you except as an academic exercise? Do you try to sort of shut that out till the deadline's over?
I look at it as just any fan would look at it. It's more just out of interest. It doesn't affect our business at all with the Warriors. So I'm like everybody else. I wake up and read the NBA news and follow it, but it doesn't really factor into to my job.
Steve, is it a question of can't or won't in terms of improving some of the sloppy play or the focus on defense, if this is indeed the team that you have? I mean, is it safe to conclude that you think without a move, you have the right team to defend an NBA championship with, and that when the playoffs start, the light will indeed come on, and we will once and for all bury the notion of a regular season being important at all in this league?
No, I still believe that we can do this, and I tell the players that almost every day, and it's authentic. We do have things we've got to improve on, and we're down to 30 games left in the season, so we need to take those steps now. But I still feel like we can do them, and I think our team is not afraid of anybody. I think, given our experience and our history in the playoffs, our guys have a ton of confidence. But we got to do a better job, especially closing games. But I think just overall, in general, the coaching staff too. We've got to settle on some rotations and figure out exactly how we're going to put this puzzle together the best way that we can, because it's still not clear. And, while that is disconcerting, I still believe that it can be done.
One of the obviously literal biggest pieces you guys have to consider is James Wiseman. 17 minutes for James Wiseman last night in his first game in more than a month. What'd you think?
He was great. Yeah, James did a really nice job, and it wasn't surprising because he puts the work in, and he's still, even though he hasn't been playing in games the last week or so, he's been working hard every day in practice. Our guys scrimmage. We've seen the improvement, and we know it's coming. So it's unfortunately, for him and for us, we're just in a time where everything is put under a microscope, and so he's just a guy, because of where he was drafted and his size and abilities. People are going to constantly talk about everything with him, and that's part of the package for him. But in the meantime, he's putting in the work and he's getting better.
It is the nature of the way the Western Conference is, where you're essentially a game and a half out of 4th and a game and a half out of 13th, even this late in the year. Does that change the way you look at, boy, we'd better have our stuff taken care of by game X? That it's going to be so chaotic that you can't really even set a date like that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any of us really think that way in terms of, some linear objective, like we've got to be in this spot by that date or whatever. We just try to get better, every night, every day, try to move forward and win the next game. And that's what made that Minnesota game so disappointing, is that we felt like we had made strides. We've been in a pretty decent place, and we had that game in our grasp, and it would have been a big win, and we don't get it. So we just got to keep going.
In a year where consistency is hard to find for you guys, the one thing that has been consistent is you're much better at home. You got 4 of your next 5 at Chase Center. So hopefully this is another one of those here comes the corner that they turn around moments for you guys as it's all coming up. By the way, you'll have the Lakers at home the Saturday before the Super Bowl. And unless LeBron James scores 63 points between now and then, which absolutely is probably almost certain to happen, the biggest moving circus in sports might come to Chase Center as he tries to pass Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on the #1 all-time scorers list. How much would you prefer to avoid that?
I haven't really given it much thought. How many games do they have before ours?
So they've got New Orleans, Oklahoma City Thunder, and the Milwaukee Bucks. He needs 63. He probably gets that in 3.
Yeah, probably taken care of by that time. So, I think that's, neither here nor there. I mean, on the one hand, you always love being, part of something special, and that this is an accomplishment that is incredibly special and unique. On the other hand, let's just go win the game. So who cares?
Right? Can you imagine? I mean, this is one of those records that we used to talk about how that's one that you can put into the might never be broken category, and here it indeed is. I was thinking about this today, Steve. You played with Jordan, you played with Duncan, you played against Kobe and Magic and Larry Bird. You coached Steph Curry. You have coached and have coached against LeBron James. I mean, that's easily 7 of the 15 greatest basketball careers and players ever that you have been around in a significant way throughout your career. If you were asked to put on a symposium, a seminar about being around greatness, how to coach a great player, like what's some advice you would pass along to the next generation of coaches dealing with the next generation's great player?
Oh, it's a good question, because coaching is a lot different now than it was when I played. I think just based on the way we live our lives today, with social media, with fan reactions, with the size of a story that maybe wouldn't have been a story 25 years ago. Maybe you back in the day, if your starters aren't playing well and the bench is going well, and you leave the bench out there and you don't put the starters back in, it really wasn't that big of a deal. Today, it leads off every sports morning show, the next day, and it's controversy. So-and-so didn't put the stars back in. Is there a rift? All this stuff. So it's dramatically different. And so you're managing not just people, but expectations and sort of societal norms. It's really tricky. And you're still trying to boil it down to just coaching a basketball team and getting a group of guys to execute together. But I think it's a lot more complex now than it's ever been.
It probably isn't something that you have to do often because they're great players, and you'd think that great players pretty much take care of themselves. Or is that like wishful thinking? And is there actually more support and encouragement than we would ever imagine need to be applied to a great player? And how often do you actually have to reel someone in who ticks that box of great player, like where you have to manage them being less of an ego, which I know Steph is an amazing situation. By the way, happy MJ Day 2/3/23. I don't, for those who observe, Steve, I don't know how you're celebrating, but how much different was it to be around his level of greatness as opposed to Steph's?
Well, I mean, the similarities are the work ethic and just a daily commitment to winning, the obsession with winning. Just willing to do anything to give yourself a better shot. But every individual is different. I think one of the reasons that the quality of the human being factors in so much to winning. I mean, you look at historically, whether it's Tim Duncan or Michael, or in the modern day, you look at Steph, you look at LeBron, you look at Giannis. In all of these cases, and I certainly watched it with Phil and Michael in Chicago, and so there's a collaboration that goes on with the coach, and there's an awareness from the coach that that player, even though he's a star, he still needs coaching. He still needs, because he's a human being, and we're all vulnerable. We all, kind of need help to get where we want to go. I mean, nobody does it by themselves. And in every case, even in individual sports, it's still a team effort. Tennis players, golfers, they got their teams behind them. And so I think even the best players on earth understand that, and that the quality of their character means that they're willing to embrace that collaboration, and that changes everything. And that's why I'm so blessed to coach the guys I do, here in Golden State, and why we've been so lucky, this past decade to watch this team, because of the quality of the human beings involved.
As a general rule, and I know every player and every coach are different, how many years does it take to develop that kind of a relationship where you could say, well, by year 4, we should pretty much know each other about as well as we're ever going to? Or is that an unreasonable thing to do, trying to put a date on that too?
Yeah, you seem to love these math equations, Ray. You're more science than art, aren't you?
I'm neither.
Fair enough. I think it just depends. I mean, Steph Curry, it felt like it took about 2 months to build a relationship with him, but he's an incredibly welcoming, open, vulnerable human being, and most people aren't like that in the NBA or just in life, and so it always depends on the individual, and part of your job as a coach is to try to connect with everybody at a certain level. And that's one of the things that makes it fun. Everybody's so different, and you try to connect with each guy however that needs to happen.
Was there a definitive moment where you felt that you earned the trust of Michael Jordan as a teammate?
Yeah, not until I hit the shot in the finals to win Game 6 in '97, and he actually said it after the game. And I remember, he said something like, "Well, Steve earned my trust tonight," and I thought to myself, "Man, I thought I had done that a couple of years ago, but apparently not." But the standard was pretty high. The bar was pretty high with that guy.
Well, you've set a pretty darn good standard for yourself, man, and this is like you said, a 30-game sprint to the finish. And I just want to make sure that I've heard you correctly. We don't want to misquote you. You believe the Golden State Warriors can repeat as NBA champions, as built tonight?
Yeah, 100%. That is absolutely something I believe, and that's what we're working on. That's the plan.
Cut, print, that's the interview. Steve, thank you very, very much. We'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good. All right. See you guys.
There he is. Still win the title. As is, as built, as constructed. That will be, if indeed that prophecy comes true, an incredible development. A truly incredible development, which would even dwarf how special and out of nowhere last year's championship came from.
Except it didn't really come out of nowhere. Remember, they started 18-2, so they had established that they were a championship contender pretty early on. And when they hit that flat spot,
Curry hurt, Draymond hurt.
Yeah, I mean, there was a reason why. And you could say, once they get back, they can do this. This is different because they didn't get off to a good start. They haven't lost guys for long periods of time. That the real problem is not health, but consistency in a team where you came to expect that on a near nightly basis. And that's why I think people are confused by this team. And I think to a certain extent why he's confused by this team. Because by now, if nothing else, you should know what you're getting from them night in and night out. The Minnesota game clearly is going to nag at him because it's a game where he thought they had it handled. And then all of a sudden, poof, it's gone.
It's interesting to hear him say, yeah, we still got this, and someone says, what on earth would you expect him to say?
That's an excellent point.
That is an excellent point, but I would also point to the fact that when it comes to reality checks, most of the interviews that Steve and Bob give throughout their entire careers are grounded in reality, not some false oasis of success they're trying to sell. You know, I mean, I'll give both of them that much. And I think that they've deserved that. I mean, he wasn't talking about how good they were going to be in years where they weren't going to be good. So I think Steve has been around enough teams that have found excellence to not go talking loose and reckless about the excellence that could be available. If he didn't think it was available, if he truly didn't think it was available, I think we would hear them almost hedging the bet on, well, maybe there is a deadline deal here that unearths what we may be.
That's not something you would hear before the deadline has passed, though, because if they're actually doing business, the last thing they want to do is tip anybody's hand outside because of what we asked him before about how young players handled the trade deadline. I mean, if you're fueling, a young player's insecurities about whether he's going to be on the team in a week and a half, you're making your job harder, not easier. So I think his only answer could be, oh, we absolutely can do this as constructed. It doesn't prevent them from making a change if they can make one, but Kerr has to put that face out no matter what. And even to the limited amount he might hedge, I think he'd do it in such a way that we probably wouldn't notice it until after the fact because he's good at this.
Somebody from the 415 says, no mention of KD? That's soft, Damon. Oh, yeah, we're going to have Steve Kerr fined $50,000 by the NBA for asking him about a trade with another player on another team.
Well, we wouldn't get him fined because he wouldn't answer.
Exactly. No, we didn't ask about any specific player to trade for. Notice that? Notice how no one does in any interview with any coach, because you're basically saying, I'm going to ask you a question that you, by league rules, cannot answer publicly.
And also, that's a Myers question. It's far more than the coach, because Kerr's not making those deals. And to that extent, if you're talking about a Kevin Durant deal, that's a Lacob question, because he's the guy who'd have to sign off on all of it.
Bob Myers gets asked an awful lot of questions on Steiny and Guru this week. He was, asked straight up, what you got right now? Can you win with what you got right now? And Bob Myers said,
I can't sit here and say that those 8 and throw in somebody that can give you, even in the playoffs, somebody give you 5 minutes. Can't beat a team in a series. I think we stack up good enough. That's assuming health. But you always want to add to your margin of error, Matt. You always want to. It's not a margin of error that I'm entirely comfortable with as it stands. Can you increase that margin of error? There was the years where the margin of error was so big that I could answer that question and say, no, we don't need to do anything. I'd probably lie and say, I don't know. But the truth was we didn't need to do anything. And those rosters bore out and those seasons bore out that way. Our margin of error is not what it was. The record is not what it was. So comparing to what I know about the teams we've had, I'd like to get a bigger margin of error. Can we do it? I don't know.
It's pretty honest. I mean, it's pretty honest.
All the way down to the fact says, well, I'd probably lie. And because, frankly, this is the time of year when telling the truth does you the least amount of good.
Well, I'm going to tell the truth on the Xfinity mobile text line for someone who is very much rooting for the best case scenarios for the Warriors' remaining 30 games. Again, we started tracking this with the remaining 35 games, saying that if they were to go, what was the number? 19-16, that would get them to 42-40 as their overall record. Somebody here from the 925 says, in their final 30 games, do you think 25-5 is possible? Win 5, lose 1, and then just do that 5 times? Hey, there were years, yeah, that was absolutely possible, but I do not expect the Warriors to be 20 games above 500 in their remaining 30 games when they have not played 3 games above 500 in any stretch of games through the first 50 whatever they've played here. I mean, they have
no
not
team
been,
has done that this year, by the way.
Yeah, no team has been that good, and the Warriors are not about to just snap their fingers and be that good. No way. No way. You do not. Although, here's the thing. The Boston Celtics sort of did last year, right? The Boston Celtics were a very no big whoop team to the All-Star break, and then they just went flame on the rest of the way. But I don't think the Warriors even got that in them.
No, I don't think anybody's got that in them. This is not that kind of a year. There have been years where the Warriors have won, high 60s. The year they won 73. Nobody's doing that this year. The Celtics, in all likelihood, will probably, win 62, 63, and that'll be it. But
by the way, historically, that's a real fine total.
Oh, no, it's a great total. But there have been years in the last decade where 63 gets you a 3 seed. This year, it gets you a comfortable 1.
How about this? The Celtics were 25 and 25 last year. The Warriors are 26 and 26. So, yeah, go ahead. Flame on, burn the house down with a stretch of basketball that no one saw coming between now and the start of the playoffs. That'd be great. If that's available, I totally recommend doing it.
Oh, no, it'd be a good idea. Yeah, but 26-6 that's probably not in their capabilities at this point. Even if they were more consistent than they are, because they are getting older. And with load management being what it is, if you have an older team, you've got to be more mindful of that. As long as the schedule is as compressed as it is, that's a reality. And so, every time there's a back-to-back, you've got to hedge your bet somewhere. And so that's why, it's one of the reasons why nobody's going to, go 26-6 down the stretch. Just not, that ain't a happening thing.
By the way, can I give you 4 quick NBA gambling notes that I was just poking around the internet. I found this today, and I thought it was kind of interesting. I don't know if this is a reflection just based solely on their win last night, but as of this morning, the Denver Nuggets are the new Western Conference favorite to make the NBA Finals. So that is a reality coming out of last night's Denver Nuggets win. The Sacramento Kings are now, according to Las Vegas, the new Pacific Division favorite. Light the frickin' beam, Sacramento. How about that?
Well, I mean, they've been better by a significant margin than the Clippers or Warriors, to be sure, or Phoenix. So, yeah, I'm surprised it took that long.
De'Aaron Fox might be the biggest All-Star Game snub. Maybe.
I thought he was. I considered him close to a mortal lock to make the team. The problem is, I don't know who you would have taken off, because that's the trick. When you always say, that guy got screwed. Okay, well, who's the guy who screwed him who shouldn't be on there? And the team is pretty representative.
You could say it's Zion just based on games played.
You could, but I think Zion got voted in, did he not?
He sure did.
So there's nothing he can do about that. You can only, if you want to talk about snub, you can only take a guy off the coach's list. You can't take him off the fans list.
So the Kings are now your new Pacific Division favorites. Speaking of odds going up, and I don't know if this is tangentially, thank you very much, related to the Kyrie Irving trade demand, which would sort of blow up any grand designs that the Brooklyn Nets had for this year. Philadelphia has jumped from 20-1 to 11-1 to win the title. Or maybe the Philadelphia's just turned a corner. The Timberwolves have gone from 150 to 1 to 100 to 1 to win the title. Still very much a long shot. I wouldn't put a dime on, but they've had the kind of week where they've, lost 50 points of doubt on their odds.
Well, they went from 9th to 6th by winning last night.
I guess that it would do it.
But if you look at the West right now, the only team you could trust to get to the final was Denver. Memphis is too goofy, and you saw the thing that Dylan Brooks did last night.
What a punk.
He got suspended for that, by the way.
One game? 2 games, 3 games?
I haven't seen what the number is, but
one
I saw
game.
that he
It's
got
1 game. Yeah. It is. Okay, good. He deserved it.
Oh,
he
yeah.
absolutely deserved it. That was a straight up cheap shot right to the speed bag.
And
Donovan Mitchell.
Truthfully, given his reputation for that, 1 game's not enough.
I didn't think so either.
If you want to stop stuff like that, you got to overpunish. And that's true in every sport, in every situation like that. The worst thing that happened to the Warriors last year, or in 16, was that they didn't suspend him when he did the thing to Steven Adams, so that they didn't have to warn him again when he did it with LeBron.
Although Draymond was never like a habitual nut shot. He wasn't trying to turkey tap the league. You could make the argument that Dillon Brooks is trying to, like, if not turkey tap the league, actually go about hurting some guys. I mean, when Steve said that guy went against the code, he continues to do things that are against the code. And who would have ever thought that the luster of what the Memphis Grizzlies might be this year would begin to unravel in real time ever since they got yelled at by Shannon Sharp. Look at their record since that whole Shannon Sharp, Ja Morant, Dillon Brooks nonsense that went down at that Lakers game. They've been awful since then. Bunch of young punks in their own head who think they're much better than they actually are.
Actually, it predates that. No, actually, it doesn't. You're right, as I look at it. No, yeah, the Lakers was the first game they lost, and now they've lost 6 of 7. 7 of 8.
There you go.
They're doomed.
You always wish you, Ray, one of the plot points of the movie Back to the Future 2 is that Marty McFly went into the future and stole, or didn't steal, but got a sports almanac and then brought those future results in that sports almanac back to modern times. He goes back to the future. No, but imagine if you knew the outcome of games and how much money you could make betting on games that had already been played. And it's a fun time travel story is what I guess I'm trying to tell you. What if you had known now what I'm about to tell you about Tom Brady throughout the entirety of his career? How much money could you have made? Because if great coaches win, or good coaches win, but great coaches cover, Tom Brady might be the greatest gambling quarterback ever built or assembled. So all time, he was 58%, Ray, against the spread. He was 213, 157, and 11 against the spread all time. Again, 58% is a winning margin that no tout service in the world could ever possibly offer you. That's one of the, if you went to Vegas as a 58% gambler, you could make a living as a professional gambler.
Easily.
So if you just knew that about Tom Brady, think of the money that you could have bet on him and made throughout his career. As an underdog, Ray, what do you think Tom Brady's winning percentage as an underdog is against the spread, knowing that 58 is a number that is just free money? What do you think he is?
As few games as he was an underdog in.
He was a grand total of an underdog 64 times in 381 games.
Yeah, so that's barely 20%.
16%. It's about 16%, yeah.
Okay. I'd say it's probably north of 70.
Did you read this somewhere?
No.
As an underdog, Brady is 51-13, 80%. 80% as the dog. So Tom Brady plus points equals we going to White Castle every time.
And this year, Tampa was the worst team in the league against the spread.
How about that? Maybe it's officially time to hang it up then, and that's why he did it.
I think that probably was it. Failure to cover.
I love gambling notes, though. I had a few for you there, and I hope that you enjoyed them deeply, passionately, like the Valentine's Day. I was about to say, like the Valentine's Day plans I'm making for us.
You make all the plans you want. I will take the 14th off on your ass.
No. I need you right here.
Well, don't threaten me with things.
hugging and kissing and loving. Mm-hmm. Isn't that a song?
You keep singing, and I will walk.
We have one segment left today. We will absolutely make it worth your while. So stick around for that. We have quite a bit to get into still today. Dare I even suggest a scotch of Major League Baseball offered to you coming up next? Stick around and find out. Red and Gold Reaction brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. It's where your future begins. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. And, of course, Damon and Ratto are brought to you by Bud Light.
Bud Light is brewed to be a delicious, easy-to-drink beer. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
So there are 80 billion reasons to take the IRS serious. They have increased enforcement to the tune of $80 billion this year. And audits of individuals and small businesses will be on the rise. If that news worries you, if you've got years of unfiled tax returns, or you're already receiving notices from the IRS or the Franchise Tax Board, then you need to contact Kugelman Law at sftaxteam.com. I've met Alexander Kugelman, and I'll tell you, he's approachable, he is down to earth, and when it comes to discussing tax problems, you need to do it with someone who knows what they're doing. They're efficient in resolving tax problems, crypto needs. Any consultation is transparent and straightforward. Find out for yourself by setting up one right now. sftaxteam.com. To schedule a consultation, sftaxteam.com. Alexander Kugelman, Managing Attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
It's the Red and Gold Reaction on 95.7 The Game.
You can't tell a win now locker room. We got this guy right here who essentially came in and never lost a game where he played the majority of the game. He never lost. But we're going to check this other guy out.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When back to the office means back in traffic,
Blocking the 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
you can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Our company Repurpose has a really cool mission: get rid of plastic. Meanwhile, we had this problem. Our office was all paper, and nobody wanted to file paperwork, print checks, mail them. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It lets us be digital. Bill saves us paper and time. No matter where our key players are, they have visibility into our cash flow. Goodbye plastic, goodbye paper.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way, you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Wendy's home-style French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me, did you just say Wendy's French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Again, Red and Gold Reaction brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles, 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com. All of our guests were good enough to join us today on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. It was easy to drink in and enjoy conversations with both Steve Kerr and Nick Friedel. If you missed any of it, you can find it all on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and the usual places to find such a thing. Real quick, Larry Taxi in Oakland. It's been a long time, Larry. Hello.
I'm good, Damon. How you doing, man? It's been so long you've had another kid by now.
Yeah, we actually have. That's true.
I know. Congratulations. So listen, first of all, I just wanted to correct you. I'm sorry to correct the host, but it was Biff who brought the sports almanac back.
Oh, that's right. It was not actual Marty McFly. It was Biff, the protagonist. You are correct.
Anyway, I just wanted to say that I'm still getting over the Niners' nightmare, and I hope Brock Purdy, recovers from his. Does he need Tommy John? I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're going to go in there hoping that it doesn't require a full Tommy John and it's just like a partial fix, but they'll know when they actually get in there. It's not the situation that sets up a smooth offseason, that's for sure. I've got one more Tom Brady note for you, and it's almost true, but it's good enough to be almost true.
Okay, good. So we're telling lies and gussing them up.
I saw this today, that Tom Brady's retirement officially means that there is no longer a single professional athlete that was actually drafted by the Montreal Expos.
I saw that the other day.
Yeah, so he was the 507th pick, the 18th round of the 1995 draft. It didn't take much research, though, by Team Internet to debunk that, though. There is one human being still playing professional baseball drafted by the Montreal Expos. 37-year-old pitcher Daryl Thomas is still humping away in the Twin system somewhere. He's in his 19th season of professional baseball. He has made 3 major league starts. So we're not going to probably see him, but...
No, he's Crash Davis.
Yeah, pretty much. But, well, Crash at least was setting records. I don't think there are many records for Daryl Thompson. But there you go. It wasn't Tom Brady as the last player drafted by the Montreal Expos. He was the last famous, recognizable player drafted by the Montreal Expos, only because I got a little bit of baseball news for you. Whenever I can find that's a good Tony Gwynn stat, I like to pass it along just because I love Tony Gwynn. Ace of Spades, Ryan Spader, said that Pete Rose could return to baseball right now, go 750 for his next 750, and Tony Gwynn would still have a higher career batting average. Tony Gwynn, kids, look him up. He was good.
Oh, he's tremendous. And he looked like the kind of guy who should have no chance.
None. No chance at all.
And yet he not only was a phenomenal hitter, he was a very good defensive player too.
He was. He also had one of the greatest chasms in what you think his voice would sound like and then what his actual voice sounded like.
Oh yeah, he could make dogs hold their ears.
Hi everybody, I'm Tony Gwynn.
Oh, higher than that.
Yeah, but he was just hi. He was just so gosh darn gee golly, Tony Gwynn. It was nothing like no one has ever looked like him, hit like him again. Pablo Sandoval in terms of body type.
But that's where it ends.
That's where it absolutely ends right there. By the way, as always, rest in peace, Tony Gwynn. We got to do a little rest in peace radio. There were 2 significant celebrity deaths over the week that we did not get to. All the way back on Monday. Rest in peace, Bobby Hull. The Golden Jet, Ray, died at the age of 84, NHL and World Hockey Association professional for 23 years, the first in NHL history to 50 goals. He led the NHL in scoring 7 times, won a Stanley Cup in Chicago in the early 60s. He finished with 610 goals. His boy Brett, 741, to become the highest scoring father-son tandem in NHL history. Both are in the Hall of Fame. Brett's still with us, but Bobby no longer is. About as significant player as hockey has ever had. For a minute there.
Yeah.
Unlikable, detestable, and many fronts.
Oh, very many fronts. On the ice, maybe one of the 3 best players of his era, next to Gordie Howe and John Beliveau. Off the ice, dreadful. None of his children have spoken to him in years.
Well,
because he was awful.
He was a wife beater.
Yes.
Of all 3 of them, I believe.
I believe it's at least 2.
Was it 2? Okay. Well, 3 would also qualify for at least 2.
Oh, well, I'm just saying I don't know about the 3rd, but I do know about 2 of them.
Yeah, definitely 2. Maybe there was one later in life. From the talented yet tragic Bobby Hull passing, rest in peace, Cindy Williams. Shamil, Shemazel, Hasenpfeffer Incorporated is how they started every single episode of Laverne and Shirley with a good old-fashioned Yiddish hopscotch song. Which was not a lot of half-an-hour sitcoms start that way anymore. It was a unique time. It was very Milwaukee. One of the great TV duos of all time, Laverne and Shirley. Cindy Williams passed away. She was only 75. Ray, I know you're not a big TV guy. Any thoughts, feelings, or memories of Laverne and Shirley?
I watched it for about half a year.
Did you like Lenny and Squiggy?
They were awful.
Oh, they were funny.
No.
Funny.
No, they were dreadful.
Oh, they were funny.
David L. Lander was tedious. Michael McKean had a chance, but David L. Lander was
he was
bad.
You
Jerry
know their
Lewis.
names. I'm very impressed.
Well, I mean, I can read.
Do you know the difference between a Shamil and a Schlemazel?
No.
The Schlemiel is the guy who spills his own bowl of soup. The Schlemazel is the guy who gets the soup spilled on him.
Okay.
There you go. Little Yiddish on your way out on a Friday night. I hope you all indeed enjoyed that. You know what we're going to actually talk about a little bit next week? The National League West. Prepare yourself. It's coming, whether you want it or not.
All right. Rockies talk.
Yeah, a lot of Rockies talk. We got opening days for all Major League Baseball teams happening on one day. First time, Ray, since 1968. 15 games, all 30 teams, one glorious day. The Yankees are going to open up with the San Francisco Giants. That'll start at 10:05 a.m. our time. The A's at night will have the Angels at the Coliseum, 7:07. I tell you that to tell you this. John Fisher apparently is looking at the Tropicana site in Vegas. Dave Cavill has registered as a lobbyist in Nevada. Do you care?
I actually did a little research into that, and what I found is they went to Vegas to try to stir up interest. Interest was not extended to them up until now, and probably won't be this time either. And that's according to, among others, Ed Graney, who has been covering this in Las Vegas for years. They're trying to stir up leverage that they have not yet had, and so far, the Las Vegas is far more interested in an NBA expansion team than baseball.
No doubt. Thank you so much for tuning in. This was a fun show today. Again, thanks to Nick Friedel and Steve Kerr for joining us. Thank you very much, Grandy. Thank you, Lucas. Great job, everyone, all week. Ray, above average work. Keep it up.
No and no. It wasn't above average, and that's the end of it.
No, this is the end of it. Sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo.
Hello!
He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish door dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure